An unexpected demise led to a rebirth 6 years prior. Faced with a romantic wager, parental divorce, a looming financial crisis, and a boyfriend feigning affection out of obligation, Chu Feng resolved to relinquish him this time. He would focus on honing his skills and academics, determined to safeguard his family's vast fortune. For he was handsome and wealthy, thus lacking for companionship. Chapter 1. Coerced love yields no favorable outcomes. In Haicheng, on a stormy summer night, the solid wooden bed in the villa was of excellent quality, emitting not a sound. Perhaps it was the two individuals upon it, lacking any vitality, though the room was well insulated. The torrential rain outside could still be heard, as their breaths remained steady, indicative of a long-established relationship. No, it seemed even their first night had not been as lackluster. Chu Feng understood that an intense atmosphere in bed required an abundance of affection. Yet, the man beside him harbored none for him, even during their intimate moments. The man remained aloof and perfunctory, each movement executed with a dispassionate indifference. It was as though Chu Feng's body were merely a stale pastry. The experience was akin to chewing on wax. He felt as if he were fulfilling a duty. The man carelessly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Chu Feng indeed felt discomfort, burying his face in his arm to breathe deeply, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. For 6 years, it had always been this way. There were no caresses before, and seldom kisses afterward. In the past, he would feign pleasure, attempting to ignite the desires of his cold, scholarly partner. But now he could scarcely muster the effort to pretend even a sigh of relief. After all, even gasping for breath proved futile. That Yi Tanqing's indifference was palpable. Caught in limbo, Chu Feng was left in discomfort, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and lied. "I'm fine, thank you. Do you need assistance?" No sooner had he spoken than the other party promptly departed. The man exited with a decisive swiftness, devoid of any lingering sentiment. The tall, stoic figure knelt to rise from the bed, wrapping a towel around his waist before striding towards the bathroom, casting over his shoulder a curt, "No need." Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. To be intimate with Chu Feng felt akin to undergoing trial. Chu Feng glanced at the digital clock on the bedside, noting it was 9:30. The one in the bathroom would likely wash for at least 2 hours, though the act itself lasted less than 10 minutes. It was due to the fact that, over the past year, his tolerance for this discomfort had diminished significantly. As long as he claimed to be fine, Yi Tanqing never lingered unnecessarily. Thus, their encounters dwindled to less than 10 minutes, and it was likely to decrease further. Both had become increasingly perfunctory, were it not for the mundane contract established at their marriage, stipulating intimacy once a month. Chu Feng suspected Yi Tanqing would hardly ever engage with him physically. He ought to be grateful to Mr.Ye, or rather, the former academic prodigy, who possessed a strong sense of contractual obligation, never delaying or declining intimacy, yet never genuinely stirred by emotion. In truth, Chu Feng longed to convey to Yi Tanqing, "You need only wash for a brief moment, followed by a half-hearted kiss and a quick brush of your teeth. I am in good health. Unwellness is not my plight, and I haven't come into contact with you in any meaningful way. Your hands, accustomed to handling expensive experimental apparatus, have barely touched me. There's truly no need for such an extensive wash." Never mind, he was too weary to voice such sentiments. Expressing them would only serve to embarrass them both. Accompanied by the sound of water from the bathroom, Chu Feng drifted in and out of slumber, recalling many past events. For instance, during his freshman year, he had wagered that he could win over not only the campus beauty, but also the campus heartthrob, thus offering an exorbitant sum to the impoverished Yi Tanqing, promising $800,000 a month to support him. As their relationship progressed, he found himself increasingly enamored with this person. He adored the cold elegance of Yi Tanqing's visage, his crisp voice, his presence, his perfect physique, and the charisma he exuded while lecturing. All of it. Consequently, after Yi Tanqing did not refuse his proposal, they obtained their marriage certificate abroad immediately upon graduation. They had been in a romantic relationship for 4 years, married for 2 years and 4 months. In total, they had been together for over 6 years. It became evident that coerced love yielded no favorable outcomes. especially when the other party was simply incapable of love. Incapable of love means just that. It is unrelated to the passage of time. In truth, Chu Feng was quite pleasing to the eye. Bathed in the dim light of the bedside lamp, his profile was astonishingly beautiful. His physique, though not meticulously sculpted, bore no excess weight. His shoulders were fair and his skin smooth. From head to toe, he exhibited no flaws. At 18 or 19, his temper had been somewhat fiery, deterring many suitors. However, since marrying Yi Tanqing, Chu Feng had endeavored to temper his demeanor before him, seldom uttering any profanities, evolving into a refined, princely figure. He scarcely recognized himself. His close friend, Wen Xiaoyan, remarked that he had become the epitome of a devoted spouse. Thus, Chu Feng found himself perplexed as to why Yi Tanqing held him in such disdain. If he was disdained, why had he consented to marry him in the first place? Was it merely for the monthly allowance of 800,000? Yet Yi Tanqing had been a prodigy during his academic years, with countless research teams vying to recruit him. Simply agreeing to any one of them would guarantee a lucrative salary. Given his undeniable abilities, there was no need for him to resort to marriage for financial gain. Was there? Chu Feng could not comprehend. Bang. The man emerged from the bathroom. He quietly closed the door, effectively sealing out the moisture. Yet the sound was sufficient to rouse the drowsy Chu Feng. Propped on his pillow, he lay with a corner of the blanket carelessly draped over his noticeably contoured lower back, his eyelashes fluttering lazily as he observed the figure approaching from the bathroom. Without a thought, he called out, "Yi Tianqing." The man, bending to adjust the lighting, responded. His voice was irresistibly husky. It seemed even more enticing than when he had gone to shower. Hearing this, Chu Feng's fingertips curled slightly. A fire ignited in his lower abdomen that he could only suppress, for desire had not been alleviated, nor was there an opportunity for release. Why Yi Tanqing refrained from touching him and would not ardently seek him out either. This partner was adept at administering cold violence. Yet, ironically, Chu Feng had no interest in seeking solace elsewhere, thus remaining ensnared in this predicament. How absurd he, the affluent Chu, had presented himself willingly, yet he was met with disdain. "I'm just curious," Chu Feng languidly asked, feigning indifference to the answer. "Why did you agree to marry me back then? During my proposal, Yi Tanqing could have easily attracted numerous suitors willing to provide him with wealth. If he did not love, why marry?" Chu Feng believed his tone remained casual and carefree, betraying no hint of grievance, merely a trace of languorous nasal inflection. He hoped to avoid appearing like a wronged woman. The figure standing by the bed paused, turning to regard him. Chu Feng met the depths of Yi Tanqing's dark gaze, studying him earnestly. He scrutinized Yi Tanqing under the warm glow of the lamp. The scholarly figure exhibited a strikingly chiseled profile. Clad in a neatly tailored black and white silk sleepwear, his features having matured into an even more handsome visage than 6 years prior, his stature imposing and appealing. What he had assumed was a facade of abstinence turned out to be genuine emotional detachment. Perhaps it was that he was simply unable to ignite this man's passions. Chu Feng still loved him. His affection for Yi Tanqing was sincere, yet he was undeniably weary. Silence enveloped the room for approximately 5 or 6 seconds as the rain outside intensified, with the night sky tearing open a gaping chasm that poured forth torrents of rain. Why Yi Tanqing lowered her head, lost in thought. Is it difficult to say? Chu Feng, unwilling to grant her any further opportunity to evade, smiled and continued. "In our current state of interaction, this monotonous existence, have you ever felt regret? 4 years of coerced romance during our university days, followed by 2 years of a frigid marriage post-graduation. Have you ever felt regret?" This time, Yi Tanqing's reaction was finally evident. Chapter 2. A 6-year monologue. The man turned and walked away, no longer casting a glance at Chu Feng's face. "If you have nothing to do, you could travel with friends, go to a bar, or even stay out all night. I will cover the expenses." His voice was clear and melodious. Yet the indifference of his words was chillingly appalling. This sentiment was no different from implying that if one were lonely, they should seek solace in another man's company. "Do I lack your financial support?" Chu Feng thought helplessly, a hollow laugh escaping his lips as he asked the retreating figure, "Can't you just sleep here?" His bed was spacious, yet it could not accommodate a legitimate partner. The times they had shared a bed could be counted on one hand. The man, with a stern demeanor, did not even turn around, his tone growing icy. "I have a meeting tomorrow. I'll sleep in the study." His words were laced with unmistakable irritation and impatience, which Chu Feng discerned. "Oh, is it that you find my words excessive?" Yet they met only once every half-month, and their conversations consisted of mere exchanges. "You're back. Do you want to shower first, or shall I? Does it hurt?" "I'm fine now. The shower's done." Their dialogue concluded without any further engagement. Chu Feng mused that perhaps he could find more to discuss with a stranger than with the man he shared a home with. This interaction felt utterly devoid of meaning. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of love. Chu Feng considered himself a blatant rogue, but the true scoundrel was Yi Tianqing, who maintained a facade of respect while perpetrating extreme emotional neglect. If there was no love, why not state it plainly to allow oneself to let go? Was that such a challenge? In his youth, Yi Tianqing had left Chu Feng in awe. Only upon being thrust together did he realize the dismal reality of their existence, like monks in a cloister. If Yi Tianqing had health issues, Chu Feng could accept that. However, Yi Tianqing was in good health, and his responses before intimacy were always ample. It was simply that he lacked interest in Chu Feng. Perhaps Yi Tianqing had already found someone else outside their relationship. They seldom lived together, and Chu Feng had no way of knowing. He feared the truth, worried that discovering it would bring despair. After all, a normal man could not possibly suppress his desires for 6 years. If Yi Tianqing did not seek satisfaction from him, it was inevitable that he would find it elsewhere. Chu Feng had no intention of pursuing a divorce. If he were to investigate and uncover infidelity, divorce would be unavoidable. In the past, he would rather remain oblivious, thinking it better to endure, at least cherishing the moments they met every half-month. But now, he found himself curious about the person who could captivate Yi Tianqing. His mindset had grown remarkably serene. He merely wished to meet the rival he had never encountered. After taking a cold shower to quell the unrest within, Chu Feng gazed at the shower gel used by Yi Tianqing, feeling that its floral scent was tainted with bitterness, despair, and helplessness. He sensed that his relationship with Yi Tianqing had reached its end, a realization he had long anticipated, yet he lacked the strength to retain the other. Love that goes unanswered will inevitably expire. As the saying goes, forced affection yields no positive outcome. Upon waking the next morning, Chu Feng descended to breakfast, only to discover that Yi Tianqing had not left. At 9 o'clock, sunlight streamed into the backyard, filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the dining table, where a few strawberries glistened with droplets of water. The table was set with a traditional Chinese breakfast, congee, small dishes, and 2 baskets of crab roe dumplings. There were no sandwiches, which Chu Feng favored, because he had told the nanny that as long as Mr. Yi was home, they would prepare Chinese dishes to cater to Yi Tianqing's taste. Chu Feng was a proud man who valued his dignity, and these subtle gestures of appeasement were unmistakable. However, Yi Tianqing seemed perpetually oblivious to them or simply indifferent. Chu Feng was somewhat taken aback. "You're up early. You didn't leave?" Yi Tianqing raised his gaze, revealing a young man descending the staircase clad in light gray loungewear, hands tucked in his pockets, his expression rather lackluster. His gaze lingered briefly on Chu Feng's face before swiftly averting. Chu Feng moved closer to the dining table, muttering, "Then why did you sleep in the study last night?" The moment the question escaped his lips, he regretted it. Was it necessary to pry into the reasons behind someone not wanting to share a bed with him? The meeting was postponed. "I'll leave in the afternoon," Yi Tianqing replied flatly. "Postponed? No one dares to stand up at a meeting, right?" Now, even the excuse of not wanting to share a bed seemed half-hearted. Chu Feng chose not to confront him further, sitting across from the man in the deep blue shirt. Calling out to the kitchen, "Aunt Shun, please fry me a sandwich." He used to accompany Yi Tianqing for porridge, but today he had lost his appetite. Although his spouse was once the person he cherished most, sitting face-to-face at the round dining table felt awkward, and conversation was sparse. Chu Feng's slender, pale fingers lightly tapped the table as he awaited his sandwich. "Chu Feng," Yi Tianqing suddenly inquired, looking up, "do you regret marrying me?" This question echoed what Chu Feng had asked the previous night, now thrown back at him. Was he contemplating a divorce? How could he respond in a dignified manner? Chu Feng's throat tightened, and he pressed his lips together, forcing a nonchalant smile. I don't care. What's the matter? Do you want to leave? Is it that person outside who desires a title? The day had finally arrived. Despite being mentally prepared, it felt suffocating. Chu Feng did not want to admit he was a failure, yet he had undeniably failed to earn his partner's love and sincerity within their marriage. Just as Yi Tanqing was about to speak, Chu Feng's phone rang. Almost simultaneously, Yi Tanqing's phone also chimed. They both answered their calls at once. Hello? This is Yi Tanqing. Please proceed. What could be worse than a leaky roof during a rainstorm? Chu Feng sat frozen at the dining table, clutching his phone. As his partner was initiating a divorce, news broke that the Chu Corporation was seized by the court for alleged smuggling and tax evasion. His father suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage upon hearing this news. He had just passed away. Chu Feng, Chu Feng. Yi Tanqing called out repeatedly, his dark brows knitting together. He rose and approached the pallid-faced man. But Chu Feng, with reddened eyes, raised a hand to stop Yi Tanqing from getting closer. Let us continue with your conversation. You may speak your mind. There's no need for further discussion. I might need some time to handle the divorce paperwork abroad after my father's funeral. However, you are free to move out at any time. The debts following the bankruptcy of my family will not concern you. Rest assured. Yi Tanqing, let us not force ourselves to remain tied together. Outside the window, sunlight spilled in, casting mottled patterns between the dining table and the two of them. The fervor of youthful love could not withstand the pain of crashing against a brick wall. With the Chu family in ruins, Chu Feng had lost the last vestige of capital that could have retained Yi Tanqing. He had forgotten how he ascended the stairs in a daze to change his attire. Yet, he vividly recalled the hurried silhouette of Yi Tanqing as she exited the villa. At the entrance of the villa lay two paths. He drove to the left, heading to the hospital to bid farewell to his father's remains and to address the substantial debts following the group's bankruptcy. Yi Tanqing took the right path, her destination unknown. Both parties were aware of the impending divorce, much like how Yi Tanqing did not reject Chu Feng's proposal. Similarly, she remained silent during the divorce proceedings. After 6 years of a one-man show, Chu Feng had performed enough and was weary of it. So be it. The funeral for his father was simple and hasty. Dad. Chu Feng crouched before the dark gray tombstone, his trembling fingers caressing the stone. We promised to be lifelong adversaries. Were you not looking forward to the day when a white-haired person would bury a black-haired one? Yet, you left this world before me. But it matters not. You left me with not a single cent, and now I'm over 50 million in debt. I suppose I shall soon join you. His secretary stood beside him, handing him a document envelope. Young Master Chu, this was found in your father's safe. Please take a look. Chapter 3. Reaping what one sows, the pale, yellow envelope. Chu Feng leaned against the tombstone, his expression blank as he opened it. Funding agreement. I, Chu Jinyuan, will provide financial support to Yi Tanqing for 5 years. In return, she is to assist the Chu Corporation in developing the 619 Maritime Project post-graduation and is committed to caring for Chu Feng until he expresses that he no longer requires her assistance. The contract is made in duplicate. Party A, Chu Jinyuan. Party B, Yi Tanqing. The secretary squatted down, speaking softly. President Chu, you actually have another option. You could present this agreement and demand that Yi Tanqing assume the debts of the Chu Corporation. After all, your marriage was contingent upon her signing this agreement in gratitude, and you could use this contract to request her financial aid to salvage the company. Chu Feng's nails dug into the envelope, turning white from the pressure. The mysteries that had plagued him for 6 years were finally unraveled. No wonder, despite his efforts to please Yi Tanqing, she never loved him. No wonder she took ages to wash up after their intimate moments. No wonder Yi Tanqing never appeared before him except for their bi-monthly meetings. It turned out that for the past 6 years, he was not the only one performing a solitary act. Yi Tanqing had been playing her part as well. I have always suspected that she did not harbor any affection for me, Chu Feng murmured, biting his lower lip until it nearly bled, his voice sluggish and low. Now, there is no room for doubt. The secretary, who had watched Chu Feng grow up, felt a mix of pity and urgency. That young man has no inclination towards men. He has an assistant named Anna, a Chinese expatriate. Do you know? He claimed she was hired, but they were neighbors during childhood. Anna went abroad in middle school, yet they often corresponded. Upon her return, she went directly to Yi Feng Technology, undoubtedly prearranged. In the past 2 years, they have been seen together at the company. And people are saying Anna is the wife of General Manager Yi. Your father did not want me to tell you this. He truly cared for you, but lacked the ability to express it. He noticed your deep feelings for Yi Tanqing and left behind this agreement, fearing you might be deceived by the Yi family. Furthermore, the group has been reported for smuggling and tax evasion. It remains uncertain who is responsible. Uncle Ali, what do you mean? Chu Feng, in a state of bewilderment, continued to inquire, having faced an overwhelming series of life's adversities that left his mind in a stupor. The former secretary sighed, remarking that the 619 Maritime project was nearing its successful completion. The young man, unwilling to relinquish the research outcomes to the Chu family as stipulated by the contract, posed a question about his potential actions. The Chu family faced bankruptcy, with Yi Tanqing emerging as the principal beneficiary. Fenger, their SA car race tonight at Nanshan. You've been short on funds lately. The prize is 50 million. Are you daring enough? That venue is treacherous, she replied, concern evident in her tone. Indeed, it's particularly perilous. I'm not keen on you participating. They have been urging me to ask you, but I reminded them that you haven't raced in a long while. On the phone, when Xiaoyan's hesitant voice resonated. Answer it, urged Chu Feng, who had been seated on the sofa for over 3 hours. He needed the money desperately and craved the adrenaline rush that came with a high-stakes race, as he felt utterly despondent. Gazing at the ceiling, he whispered, Xiaoyan, you will always be my dearest brother. Can you refrain from such morbid talk? It sounds like a farewell, when Xiaoyan interjected. Don't bother coming. I'll refuse on your behalf. We want to compete in this race. I'll look for other money-making opportunities. If only I had taken my business studies seriously back then, I wouldn't be a loss now. Chu Feng, his voice hoarse, forced a smile. Don't say that. 50 million is substantial. I truly want to participate. I'm not inexperienced with Nanshan racing. I raced once during graduation, albeit slowly. Didn't you vow to stop racing after marrying Yi, fearing that an accident would leave him a widower? Chu Feng interrupted. Let us not mention him. He is preoccupied with his new marriage. Huh? Before Wen Xiaoyan could press further, Chu Feng abruptly ended the call and sank back into the sofa, lost in thought. His WeChat buzzed incessantly with messages from Wen Xiaoyan. What is going on between you two? Are you divorced? The race starts at 8:30 p.m. Let us meet at the gas station on the left side of Nanshan. Fenger, why don't you come out so we can talk? Are you truly okay? If something is bothering you, please share. Don't bottle it up. Chu Feng tossed aside his phone and curled up on the sofa, clutching a cushion against his abdomen. His complexion was pale, tinged with gray, and the stomach pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Yet, he had no appetite for food. The clock read exactly 5 o'clock, leaving 3.5 hours until the race commenced. If he were to first visit the Yi Feng Group building and then proceed to Nanshan for the competition, he could still make it in time. Chu Feng ascended the stairs to change into a light blue striped shirt, but after a moment's thought, he removed it, opting instead for a vibrant purple hoodie that he favored, his eyes reddening. No longer would he don the light blue that Yi Tanqing cherished. Turning to survey the expansive and opulent wardrobe, he noted that most of the garments behind the transparent glass doors were in shades of blue. 10 minutes later, he descended the stairs, pressing his hand against his stomach. Behind him lay the shattered glass cabinet doors, remnants scattered everywhere alongside the torn, unrecognizable light blue garments strewn across the floor. The abrupt loss of a loved one, the realization that his partner had entered the marriage merely to fulfill a contractual obligation, and the burden of insurmountable debt. Each of these factors alone was sufficient to drive the pampered and volatile young master, Chu, to the brink of madness. Before embarking on his journey through the mountains, Chu Feng felt compelled to seek out Yi Tanqing. It was not to impose the burdens of the Chu family's debts upon her, but rather to clarify a few lingering questions. The gleaming silver modified sports car emerged from the garage, cutting through the lush villa district on a scorching summer afternoon. exuding an air of determination as it sped towards the city center. 6 years of being led astray. His domineering father, alongside Yi Tanxing, had treated him like a fool, binding her to a contract that reduced her to a mere tool, a partner in a charade of marriage. No one ever inquired whether Chu Feng consented to this deceptive union. Over the past 2 years, faced with Yi Tanxing's indifference, he had repeatedly sought answers, questioning why she would marry him if she did not love him. Or perhaps there existed a flicker of affection, albeit coerced by his father. He had boasted to his father about finding an exceptional partner, one who would accompany him for life, believing their union would be unlike the shattered marriage of his parents. Yet the most disheartening realization struck him when the truth was brutally unveiled. Chu Feng found himself devoid of an outlet for his emotions. He was lost, uncertain whom to blame, his deceased father or Yi Tanxing. Initially, he had forcefully pursued her affections, only for his father to later pressure her into marriage. Throughout, Yi Tanxing had remained passive. She did not love him, yet fulfilled her contractual obligations with unwavering care. So, who was truly at fault? In the face of this dismal reality, Chu Feng grappled with his feelings of blame as the city's wind repeatedly dried his tear-stained face, only to have it moistened again. Each tear shed was a testament to the turmoil he had inflicted upon Yi Tanxing. Such suffering was perhaps a consequence of his own actions. At 6 p.m, at the Yi phone group building, he had forgotten his phone while changing clothes, rendering him unable to enter Yi Tanxing's office, as security personnel barred his passage in the lobby. Chu Feng, awkwardly tugging at his hoodie, sat on the steps at the entrance, still unable to determine whom to hold accountable for his current plight. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the elevator doors opening in the lobby. A melodious female voice floated through the air, engaged in conversation. "Let us go to the farmhouse in the West District for dinner later. The last time we tried it, the flavors were delightful. Right, Tanxing?" "Certainly," Yi Tanxing replied with a light-hearted tone, more animated than when she was with Chu Feng. Her demeanor relaxed. "You make the call to reserve a private room, and choose a drink that catches your fancy. I'm easygoing." The woman laughed brightly, clapping her hands in delight. "All right, it's time for us to celebrate." It marks a perfect conclusion. Chu Feng's neck stiffened as he turned to watch them. Chapter 4. Rebirth. Back to 6 years ago. Behind the revolving glass doors, a man clad in a well-tailored dark gray suit exuded an air of refined elegance and composure. Beside him walked a companion in a striking red dress, her silver high heels sparkling, her radiant smile illuminating the space, embodying grace and poise. They strolled side by side, bathed in the breathtaking orange-golden hues of the evening light. The scene was visually stunning, a harmonious pair. It was no wonder Miss Anna was regarded by others as Mrs. Yi. Thus, it was confirmed, Yi Tanxing was indeed not gay. He had no affection for men. He was drawn to mature women, possessing both gentleness and resilience, despite all the signs having been evident long before. Yet, Chu Feng's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a gaping wound. Even though it had grown numb to the point where no blood could escape, he could still sense the chilling winds threatening to pierce through his heart. He understood that knowing something and witnessing it firsthand could evoke different sensations. Pain could indeed transform into something more agonizing. In any case, Yi Tanxing would never harbor affection for a man who had achieved nothing, a mere second-generation heir. It was high time he recognized this reality. Watching a man and woman emerge side by side, discussing what to eat and drink, Chu Feng suddenly grasped whom he ought to blame. The only person he could fault was himself. Why, during his freshman year, did he insist on entangling and coercing Yi Tanxing into a relationship with him, forcing someone who could never possibly love him? It was karmic retribution. Chu Feng. Yi Tanxing's footsteps halted momentarily as she gazed upon the unexpected visitor seated on the steps. This was the first time she had seen Chu Feng near the corporation. He had always disliked such venues, believing that a wealthy heir needed only to spend money, not patrol the battleground of laborers. These were his own words from the past. Anna also came to a standstill, her silver high heels exquisite and elevated, standing less than 4 meters away from the person seated on the steps. The gazes of the man and woman simultaneously fell upon Chu Feng, scrutinizing his attire and state. "Hello," Chu Feng quickly rose, awkwardly pulling back the hood of his sweatshirt, feigning nonchalance as if taking a leisurely stroll. Yet, in truth, he was unsure where to direct his gaze, a heavy sense of embarrassment and awkwardness swelling within him. He was, after all, considered the legitimate partner. Yet he lacked the aura of confrontation. Was it not said that the unloved are the true third parties? In the past, Chu Feng had dismissed this notion as nonsense, believing that infidelity within marriage was a moral failing. However, only when standing on the periphery, excluded from the circle, could he truly appreciate the veracity of that statement. He now resembled the third party between these two individuals. An awkward silence lingered for 3 or 4 seconds, with no one speaking. Chu Feng casually glanced at the shoulders of the couple standing side by side before quickly averting his eyes. I was just wandering nearby and happened upon you celebrating my family's downfall. My apologies. On a summer evening, during the peak of after-work hours, the passing office workers donned tailored suits, while Chu Feng stood out in a vibrant purple casual sweatshirt, resembling an incongruous jester, coupled with his disheveled hair and pale complexion. It was evident how disheveled he appeared without even needing a mirror. Standing before the polished couple, the discomfort was palpable. You too. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. His throat ached, his eyes stung, and his gaze fell stiffly downward, catching sight of a pair of thin-soled leather shoes and elegant high heels. His fingers tingled with discomfort. I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for Yi Tianxing to respond, he turned and quickly departed. Just behind him, footsteps echoed on the steps. A familiar yet foreign scent of white pine, wood cologne wafted through the air, a fragrance he had once adored, relishing its aroma during intimate moments. Now, however, it provoked a visceral sense of aversion and nausea. It turns out that truly letting go requires just a single glance. It is perplexing how he failed to comprehend this truth over the past 6 years. Chu Feng hastened down the staircase, striding directly towards the sports car parked by the roadside. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his arm. It was Yi Tianxing, who abruptly reached out to seize his elbow. Do you need something from me? When Chu Feng became emotionally agitated, his ears would flush a deep crimson. His skin was so pale that the redness of his ears was quite conspicuous. He offered Yi Tianxing only a fleeting profile. It's nothing. Upon speaking, he realized his voice trembled. Chu Feng opted for silence. I know you're. Yi Tianxing paused, as if carefully choosing her words. Why don't you return to the villa and wait for me? I'll talk to you tonight. What about? What more could they possibly say? Was it about the divorce? Was it not the right time to discuss it? Chu Feng blinked a few times to ensure his eyes were tear-free before turning to meet Yi Tianxing's gaze, his tone earnest. President Yi, you seem quite busy, preoccupied with celebrating at a farmhouse, and won't have time to converse with me until later. He had heard earlier. Is that so? Yi Tianxing no dit suxinki. I have a dinner engagement. I will return to the villa tonight. Oh, all right. Fine. Chu Feng's mind was in turmoil, and suppressing his trembling voice, he replied, I, too, have matters to attend to tonight. I expect you'll be back, Tianxing. The car has arrived, a woman standing at the entrance gently called out. It's inconvenient to linger here. You could discuss things at home. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of an overseas accent in her English. Quite pleasing to the ear. Yi Tianxing quickly released her grip on Chu Feng's arm. You should return to the villa and wait for me. The withdrawal was swift, as if she wished to avoid being seen by anyone. Bastard, Yi Tianxing. A foolish fool for 6 years, Chu Feng. You truly deserve to be treated with cold indifference and disdain. Enough. Without waiting for Yi Tianxing, Chu Feng turned away first, his gaze aimlessly drifting among the pedestrians and traffic, mumbling under his breath in a volume only he could hear, I will not wait for you. He had a car race in Nanshan that evening. He would no longer wait for this person, someone who had never belonged to him. With a resounding thud, the door of the silver sports car closed. Chu Feng unhesitatingly started the engine, vanishing from Yi Tianxing's sight. 3 seconds later, he could not resist glancing back in the rearview mirror. That tall, handsome figure in a deep gray suit was bending down to open the car door for his female companion, his palm gently supporting the frame, concerned she might bump into it. See, Even a reclusive and aloof man can exhibit thoughtfulness and tenderness. It was just that he had never extended such gestures towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng once jested with Wen Xiaoyan about how Yi Tanqing, the academic overachiever, was a bookish science nerd, devoid of romance and charm, incapable of learning no matter the effort. It turned out the one lacking understanding was Chu Feng. Now he comprehended, but it was too late. The night sky deepened, adorned with a myriad of stars, with the full moon reigning above. Amidst Wen Xiaoyan's startled, hoarse screams, a silver supercar barreled past the finish line atop the mountain, showing no signs of slowing down. The vehicle soared into the starry expanse, piercing the moonlight, ultimately plunging into the sunlit sea of sunflowers below the mountain peak. In the fleeting moments of 8 seconds suspended in midair, Chu Feng found himself both astonished and composed as he pressed the unresponsive brake, as if a malfunction was his destined fate. Just before the engulfing darkness descended, he contemplated that if there were a next life, he wished never to encounter Yi Tanqing again. This was his sole lingering wish. Inside the cramped restroom stall of Haida University of Science and Technology, the familiar scent of minty camphor balls wafted through the air. The dizzying sensation of the sports car plummeting from a cliff lingered, yet Chu Feng stood in a daze, staring at the scene before him. The restroom, the stall. He grasped the brown leather belt of Yi Tanqing. Moments earlier, he had uttered, "Hey, I'll pay you 800,000 a month to pretend to date me. Don't let me lose face in front of Xing Rui and his gang. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't continue at Haida." Indeed, he was the son of the president of the Chu Corporation, the very same conglomerate that had donated 2 laboratories to the university. Was it not 6 years ago that a foolish arrangement of sponsorship had led to his demise? After falling to his death, he was reborn, returning to 6 years prior. Before him stood the 19-year-old Yi Tanqing, her slightly longer strands of hair delicately framing her forehead, clad in a crisp white short-sleeved shirt that radiated freshness. Her strikingly beautiful face bore an icy allure, one that could incite frenzy on the school forum, earning her the title of the campus heartthrob. Yet, the brown belt around her waist remained firmly in Chu Feng's grasp. His finger brushed against the black fabric of her underwear, marking the tragic inception of his coerced sponsorship. This time he would refuse. Chapter 5. Where did it all go wrong? Chu Feng, as if jolted by an electric shock, released his grip, staring at Yi Tanqing's austere visage, retreating in a daze until his back collided with the restroom door with a resounding thud. The noise startled the students outside, prompting exclamations of disbelief. "What the hell, dude? Are you practicing acrobatics in there? The freshman military training just ended, and you're still full of energy." It was a time 3 months into his first year at university. Chu Feng felt a rush of warmth and chill coursing through his veins, his mind clouded. Was he unable to discern whether this was a dream or reality? Could one truly be reborn after death? Yet, the dull ache from colliding with the door was unmistakable. He could see the brilliant sunlight streaming through the high window and smell the pungent scent of the deodorizing camphor balls. It felt all too real. Before him, Yi Tanqing's profile was illuminated by the sunlight, her features appearing almost ethereal, lightly dusted with a soft sheen. In a subdued tone, she replied, "All right, I agree." Yi Tanqing seemed startled by the intruder who had barged into the stall, compelling her into this pretense of romance. Her fingers trembled slightly as she fastened her brown belt. Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng's pupils dilated. "All right, I agree." That phrase echoed with familiarity. Chu Jinyuan was not originally from Haiqing. He had relocated his entire family there only after achieving success. Chu Feng had entered Haida University through the back door, flaunting his wealth and asserting dominance like a dog marking its territory, provoking a group of affluent locals. The ringleader among them was a boy named Xing Rui. Hailing from a prestigious family, Chu Feng had made a foolish wager with Xing Rui, driven by youthful exuberance and curiosity about romance. Uncertain of his own orientation, he sought to experience the thrill of dating. Thus, merely 3 months into university, emboldened by his handsome appearance, he had pursued 6 stunning campus beauties in quick succession. Discussions often lead to swift separations, devoid of any physical connection. However, one young woman stands apart. A fortnight ago, at the entrance of a bar, Chu Feng was nearly assaulted by his girlfriend. This young woman, Jiang Wan, was saved by Wen Xiaoyan, who timely intervened by pulling open the car door. The following day, Chu Feng expressed his desire to end a relationship with Jiang when over WeChat. Preemptively, she rushed to the campus forum to post a scathing denunciation of him, branding Chu Feng a scoundrel who, intoxicated and unruly, still had the audacity to propose a breakup. She declared that it was she who ended things with him. How could Chu Feng endure such slander? He was in the right, so he passionately took to the forum to reveal the incident wherein Jiang Wan, inebriated, had attempted to undress him in the back seat. If she chose to disregard his dignity, he would not spare hers. This seemed only fair, especially since their relationship had already concluded. That evening, he and Wen Xiaoyan returned to the bar. A group of Jiang Wen's sycophants from the finance department approached them, led by a wealthy heir named Xing Rue, a local from Haicheng, unlike Chu Feng, who hailed from elsewhere. The Xing family had political connections. It wasn't that Xing Rue was infatuated with Jiang Wan. Rather, it was a friend of his who harbored feelings for her. Jiang Wan, in tears, claimed that Chu Feng had slandered and bullied her. How could a newcomer dare to mistreat a local girl? Was this not a provocation? As a well-connected local youth, Xing Rue felt compelled to intervene, having long held a disdain for the ostentatious Chu Feng, and he sought to gauge the latter's true prowess. They summoned a dozen or so individuals, intent on teaching Chu Feng a lesson. Yet, to their surprise, Chu Feng was no pushover. With a single call, he summoned a host of friends. A group of impetuous youths quickly escalated the situation, nearly causing a ruckus that would demolish the bar. Ultimately, after much persuasion from the bar owner, both parties agreed to retreat to a private room to negotiate, adhering to the local custom of dimming the lights and disabling surveillance. In the dim light, Xing Rue mocked Chu Feng for dating 6 campus beauties in 3 months, insinuating that he was inexperienced with women, a mere provincial boy. Chu Feng retorted that it was the girls from Haicheng who had never encountered a real man. They actively pursued him, and he merely did not reject them. Amidst their exchange, someone shouted, "What skill is it to bully women? Would you dare confront a man?" Chu Feng shrugged and challenged. Does Xing Rue dare to approach a man? I may indeed come from a small town, but if he can kiss a man, then I shall find a man to date as well. Xing Rue, undaunted, responded with bravado. He reached into the shadows, seized a boy, and pressed him against the table for a kiss. The surrounding crowd of Xing Rue's companions erupted in cheers, their voices hoarse from shouting. When it came to being reckless, Xing Rue had never backed down. After the kiss, he carelessly tossed the boy aside, spat, and called out to Chu Feng. "What skill is it to court a pretty boy? If you have the guts, go pursue Yi Tanqing and show us what you're capable of. You lack the backbone to flaunt your charms before me. You are far from impressive." Chu Feng harbored a deep disdain for pretentious individuals, as he alone reserved the right to be ostentatious. Yi Tanqing, you say? Just wait and see. Finally, a wager was established within a month. If Chu Feng could win over Yi Tanqing, Xing Rue would call him brother. Should Chu Feng fail to capture Yi Tanqing's heart, he would become Xing Rue's subordinate. This was a battle between the local ruffians of Haicheng and those from afar. Though it may seem childish, it was taken with utmost seriousness. Thus, the romantic wager was set. Chu Feng had been shadowing the academic Yi for several days, and this afternoon he finally seized an opportunity. Barging in while she was in the restroom, he uttered the audacious words about an 800,000 sponsorship, demanding she not let him down. He even resorted to threatening her with the influence of the Chu group to elicit her compliance. Yi Tanqing's silence was broken by her eventual consent. "All right, I agree." It was eerily reminiscent of 6 years prior, as if the scene had been replayed. Wait a moment. Chu Feng's brown eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Tanqing, shaking his head vehemently. "No, that won't be necessary. Just pretend I never said anything. I no longer need you." He would not sponsor Yi Tanqing, nor would he feign a romantic relationship for the sake of appearances. He resolved not to genuinely develop feelings for her, wishing to avoid any entanglement. This was a chance to start anew. 6 years of time would not be wasted. He would no longer impose upon Yi Tanqing. She stood there, stunned. Not needed? Indeed, he declared, "I do not know you, nor you me. For what? No. Let's not meet again. I shall transfer schools tomorrow. Chu Feng found it difficult to discern whether he felt surprise, but he certainly experienced a profound sense of relief. Without casting another glance at Yi Tanqing, he flung open the restroom door and dashed away, running at full speed. If he released Yi Tanqing, it was tantamount to liberating himself. In the restroom stall, only Yi Tanqing remained, her dark eyes following the fleeing figure of the young man. Chu Feng, at the tender age of 18 or 19, sported a striking hairstyle dyed a smoky purple, exuding an air of arrogance. His features were radiant and captivating, a veritable embodiment of youthful exuberance, akin to a sun-kissed flower in full bloom, deserving of all the world's beauty. It was unfathomable that such a dazzling youth would, 2 years into their marriage, gradually transform into a withered and dim figure. It seemed Yi Tanqing lacked the ability to nurture flowers. She had poured all her essence into him, even sacrificing her own vitality to allow Chu Feng a rebirth after his fall. Yet, the boy who had just fled declared that he no longer required her. The reborn Chu Feng had no desire for her, resolutely rejecting any connection. Yi Tanqing pressed her lips together, her silence heavy with introspection. She pondered whether to continue respecting Chu Feng's wishes. If he called for her to stop, she would. Or if he expressed annoyance, she would leave. Or should she risk breaking apart in her determination to reclaim the boy who had run away? Renowned as the brightest mind in the tech industry, Yi Tanqing found herself at a loss before her increasingly despondent partner, uncertain of what she had done wrong. She merely wished for another chance to discover the right answer. She had heard that love was like a handful of fine sand. Grasping too tightly would cause it to slip away. Yet, despite her careful handling, it had still escaped her grasp. She yearned to be cherished by a dashing playboy, to be loved eternally without weariness or abandonment. Each day, she feared Chu Feng would grow weary of her mundane and insipid nature. What had gone amiss? Chu Feng no longer wanted her. Chapter 6. Reclaiming Youth, Living Up to Promises. Fengya. In the corridor outside, when Xiaoyan burst forth, his voice crisp and sharp, reminiscent of cicadas perched on trees during the summer. The sound, though piercing, carried a certain timidity, a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar. Upon hearing the call, Chu Feng lifted his gaze, and a cascade of vibrant afternoon sunlight enveloped him. In the golden light of the corridor stood his 19-year-old best friend. Wen Xiaoyan donned a loose, trendy white t-shirt and ripped jeans, his artistic dreadlocks exploding atop his head. With a cherubic face and soft, fair skin, he hardly resembled a typical boy. His baby-faced appearance belied his penchant for pretending to be a cool boy. He was slightly shorter than Chu Feng, who stood at 183 centimeters, destined to reach 185. 6 centimeters in 6 years, rounded to nearly 190. The decimals mattered, yet when Xiaoyan remained just shy of 180. Chu Feng would never reveal this painful truth to him. Damn, Chu Feng thought, greedily gazing at Wen Xiaoyan's youthful visage, torn between laughter and tears. The echoes of his friend's exhilarated shout upon seeing the sports car burst forth from the mountaintop resonated in his mind, merging with this moment of joyful ease. It felt real, a revival of the past. Indeed, Chu Feng was not one to easily succumb to emotion, yet at this moment his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. He grasped Wen Xiaoyan's arm, pulling him closer to appraise the friend who had grown alongside him throughout their youth. It was a profound relief that, 6 years later, they remained the best of brothers. Chu Feng cherished this bond, albeit with an excitement that Wen Xiaoyan might find incomprehensible, leaving him somewhat tongue-tied. I must tell you, that baby fat on your face will never fade. In 6 or 7 years, you'll still look like this, like a primary school student. Ha ha, he laughed, though tears threatened to spill. Stop talking nonsense. You speak as if you've seen the future. In 6 or 7 years, I will undoubtedly be a mature and handsome tycoon. When Xiaoyan protested, tugging at Chu Feng's arm, urging him downstairs. Old Zhao is coming. We should make ourselves scarce. Did you find a chance to speak with the top scholar? Yi? Old Zhao referred to Professor Zhao Yuping, the most formidable figure at Hake University. In the corridor, the boy with dreadlocks pulled his purple-haired companion, racing down the stairs. They dashed past fellow students, leaping down the staircase. greeted by the warm air infused with the fragrance of blooming osmanthus. The heat was palpable, embodying the essence of youth. Chu Feng had not experienced such carefree running, hand in hand for a long time. His eyes darted around the flower beds, the silver staircase, and the lush treetops, catching glimpses of familiar youthful faces. He was once again sprinting through the sun-drenched campus of his university. In the stairwell, the silver-haired professor, Zhao, adjusted his glasses, calling after their retreating figures. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan, what mischief are you two up to this time? They were notorious for their academic mischief, truly uncontainable even in matters of attendance. At that moment, Chu Feng heard nothing but the vibrant sunlight and the dancing shadows of the trees. Excitement welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over, until they were pulled into a small grove adjacent to the teaching building, collapsing together in the shade, panting heavily. As Wen Xiaoyan raised his head, he was momentarily bewildered. "Brother, it seems like a bird is relieving itself on your face." "Fool, I am shedding tears," Chu Feng scolded, his voice choked as he leaned against a tree. Wen Xiaoyan was taken aback. How unusual. Even Brother Feng can cry. What could be the reason? Squinting against the sun, Chu Feng offered a brief explanation. Wiping the perspiration from his brow with his moist hand, his eyes still rimmed with red. Wen Xiaoyan, Wen Xiaoyan. It appeared he had a multitude of thoughts he wished to share with this endearing simpleton, experiences from the next 6 years of his life. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Summarizing 1,000 words, he earnestly told Wen Xiaoyan, "You must study diligently and cherish the time you have to learn. Never neglect your studies in favor of mere play. Otherwise, after graduation, you will only stay at home, living off your parents while your mother nags you. Oh, and remember, later on, when you resell secondhand sports cars, you could end up getting swindled out of over 20 million. You might have to steal money from home to settle debts and get caught." Did you hear that? Wen Xiaoyan's mind was in a fog. "Brother, what's wrong? Has my mother sent a voodoo doll to control you from afar? Don't scare me in broad daylight." Why does it sound just like something a parent would say? Good study habits, cherishing learning time. Can such words truly come from the mouth of the illustrious Chu? Unconsciously, Wen Xiaoyan took a couple of steps back, wide-eyed in shock. "Brother, we have more than enough money in our family to last 3 lifetimes. Why on earth should I study? We should play and create. Isn't that what you always say? Could it be that a ghost has possessed you?" Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. Had he really spoken such words 2 decades ago? Did he once harbor such childish thoughts? No, no, no. He shook his head emphatically. 3 lifetimes could indeed be spent. Within 6 or 7 years, our family could go bankrupt. Your father's company is declining. Otherwise, how could you even think about reselling cars? We must shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the family business. And we need to work hard now. Wen Xiaoyan was left speechless, utterly bewildered by his brother's words. What on earth is Brother Feng talking about? Stop dawdling. Come on, let us tidy up at my place, Chu Feng urged, unwilling to waste time standing there. He pulled Wen Xiaoyan towards the school gates. Let us cancel all those bar and karaoke cards, throw out the game consoles, snowboards, and projectors. We'll collect the professional materials we didn't retrieve 3 months ago. And tomorrow, we'll start classes, every single one of them. Wen Xiaoyan's face was blank. Brother, please, let us communicate sensibly instead of barking like a chicken. Reclaiming his youth, refusing to waste his prime, Chu Feng was filled with a sense of purpose and determination. Yet, Wen Xiaoyan felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. His brother truly seemed unhinged. What on earth are we to do? Chu Feng did not reside in the university dormitory. His father, Chu Jinyuan, had purchased a spacious flat near the university for him. His father had stated that proximity to the school would provide Chu Feng with the best environment for rest, enabling him to focus on his studies. This flat eventually became a secret haven for Chu Feng and his rowdy friends. A group of affluent second-generation youths would come to stay after a night of revelry, waking up only to continue their escapades. Throughout his 4 years at university, Chu Feng had lived there, and during his sophomore year, he had invited his boyfriend Yi Tanxing to move in with him, though Yi Tanxing declined. Eventually, it became a fixed residence for Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan. The two individuals had never attended a class. Their time was predominantly consumed by gaming, bar hopping, and reckless driving. With a click, The password lock disengaged. As when Xiaoyan bent down to retrieve his slippers, Chu Feng called out to him, urging him to summon Auntie to discard the clutter and conduct a thorough cleaning. All that junk food in the refrigerator must go. You ended up needing an appendectomy due to overindulgence in such unhealthy fare. When Xiaoyan's expression was one of numbness, his dreadlocks no longer swaying. Brother, is there truly a connection between junk food and appendicitis? Furthermore, I find your words perplexing. What do you mean by later? Also, weren't those junk foods your favorites, Fengge? We both consumed quite a bit. Just do as I say. If you disobey, I shall not hesitate to discipline you, Chu Feng retorted. Though he himself remained uncertain about the correlation between junk food and appendicitis. However, he believed that when Xiaoyan's stunted growth was due to insufficient nutrition, and he recalled his own severe gastric issues 6 years hence. They needed to prioritize their health. Recently reborn, Chu Feng struggled to recall many details. Leading the compliant when Xiaoyan, he turned towards the living room, only to be met with the sight of his rotund, nouveau-riche father, Chu Jinyuan, lounging on the sofa. It dawned on him that today marked the day of his father's monthly visit. Chu Feng came to an abrupt halt, taken aback more than upon seeing when Xiaoyan after his rebirth. His father, the irascible scoundrel, Chu Jinyuan, was still alive. Chapter 7. The sun rises in the west. Chu Feng called out to the man on the sofa, who was puffing on a cigarette. Dad. He had never imagined he would have the chance to utter that word again, especially while kneeling before a cold gravestone. Having witnessed the old rogue's corpse firsthand had diminished his feelings of hatred towards his father. In the face of life, the animosity born of blood ties tends to dissipate. Make sure you don't call me while you're out, Chu Jinyuan replied, his cigarette dangling from his mouth as he scrolled through the screen of his phone, sending multiple virtual arrows to a beautiful live streamer. He deliberately avoided eye contact with his son, feeling awkward. What a gaudy display of dog hair. Do you think people don't realize you're merely coasting through university? Chu Feng ignored the barbs, striding directly towards the sofa. His father, the wealthy coal magnate, continued to ridicule him. How could a teacher possibly allow you into school without throwing you out? I donated millions to establish a laboratory for you, only for it to be a waste of money. Due to Chu Jinyuan's lack of education, he had placed all his hopes on his son. After relocating to Haicheng, many in high society secretly mocked the Chu family, labeling them as two illiterates, an old man and a young one. Chu Jinyuan had scolded and beaten his son countless times. Yet to no avail, even the strongest lashings failed to instill compliance. You're just a leech of a son. Stop it. Chu Feng paid no heed to his father's tirade. He bent down and snatched the cigarette from the man's mouth, extinguishing it decisively on a glass table. Ouch. That burned my fingers. He shook his wrist in irritation. Chu Jinyuan looked up, bewildered. Meanwhile, when Xiaoyan, trembling beside the shoe cabinet, wondered when Fengge had begun to stand up to his father, when Xiaoyan had witnessed the quarrels between the father and son before. Indeed, Chu's father was prone to physical aggression towards his son, striking him brutally with slaps and the belt. On 2 occasions, he kicked Chu Feng so hard that he limped for several days. Despite their relationship resembling that of sworn enemies, Chu Feng extinguished the cigarette in his father's mouth with an odd demeanor, evoking an inexplicable sense of intimacy. You little rascal, Chu Jinyuan's round, chubby face darkened as he feigned anger. However, he quickly saw his son snatch away the cigarette and lighter with remarkable swiftness. Standing expressionless, Chu Feng clenched the expensive cigarette in his palm and spoke with unwavering resolve. From this day forward, you shall embark on a weight loss journey, subsisting on a vegetarian diet. Hire a family nutritionist to prepare your meals, 3 meals a day, punctually. Abstain from alcohol and greasy foods. Furthermore, you are forbidden from attending those chaotic social gatherings. Should you insist on going, take a secretary to shield you from alcohol. You must heed my words, or else I shall drop out of school, enter the entertainment industry, and sever our father-son ties. You old scoundrel, do you not comprehend the peril of your ways? You are morbidly obese, suffering from hypertension and high cholesterol. A mere stimulus could trigger a cerebral infarction, and yet you persist in drinking and smoking. Their relationship was far from ideal. Yet this old rogue was one of his only 2 relatives. His mother, preoccupied with cosmetic enhancements and travel, was currently vacationing in Hawaii with a male model and would not return for at least 2 months. In the face of his father's astonished gaze, Chu Feng continued, "If you cannot reconcile with my mother, then divorce her sooner rather than later. There is no need to prolong the agony for 3 years, setting fire to the villa, brawling and injuring one another, or destroying several fine cars. Those are our family's assets. Besides, her second husband is quite splendid, younger, and more handsome than you, and they have a lovely little girl together." Subsequently, his mother moved to Canada and rarely returned to the country. Chu Feng maintained a better relationship with his mother than his father. At least there were no overt quarrels. However, it was only his father who took an interest in his studies and life, while his mother seldom contacted him, except when sweet-talking him into asking his father for money. It was challenging to judge the rights and wrongs of his parents. Chu Feng recognized that his mother had endured considerable hardship living with this scoundrel. This lecherous old man had been unfaithful during her pregnancy. No creature should have to endure life with him. Chu Feng had no intention of mending his parents' relationship. If they could not coexist, they should part ways promptly. Chu Jinyuan was thoroughly incensed this time, glaring at Chu Feng as if to strike him. "What is wrong with you? What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless, you are on the verge of divorce. Can you not comprehend that?" Chu Feng, a practitioner of karate for 6 years, easily dodged the impending slap, grateful for his father's martial education that had prompted him to begin karate in his freshman year. Achieving some success in community competitions. Now reborn, he had not forgotten his martial skills. Chu Jinyuan's rotund belly shook in astonishment as he realized his son had evaded him. A glimmer of surprise crossed his face. "Do you possess my martial arts genes?" When Xiaoyan couldn't help but smirk. "Uncle, your belly resembles that of a woman 8 months pregnant. Where would those martial arts genes come from?" "No." Chu Feng bluntly shattered his father's delusions, stating coldly, "I would never showcase such abilities to others. Do not entertain thoughts of boasting about it." Perhaps he had never possessed any outstanding traits to bring pride to his father. Thus, with the slightest glimmer of accomplishment, his father would proclaim it to the world. Such trifling skills of an amateur would only serve to bring embarrassment. Chu Feng pressed his lips together, attempting to promise something he himself was uncertain about. "Regardless, as long as you adhere to my previous advice, lose weight, abstain from alcohol, and smoke in moderation, I shall cough. What will you do?" Chu Jinyuan raised his hand to his forehead, tugging at his black shirt, engaging in a flurry of minor gestures. In truth, he was unaccustomed to his ungrateful son expressing concern for him. After all, for his son to suggest he lose weight and quit drinking, it could be seen as a sign of filial piety, perhaps. The sun must have risen in the west. Yet, what his son said next left him even more astounded. Chu Feng, with downcast eyes, declared, "I shall dye my hair black, attend classes punctually, and strive to achieve academically. Upon graduation, I will intern at the company, assisting you from the ground up to lighten your burdens." Goodness, wasn't that already a predetermined plan? Yet, as those words escaped his lips, Chu Feng felt a twinge of guilt and warmth on his face. Even before he had begun, he contemplated retreating. No, this time he must earnestly pursue his studies. He understood the challenge of change, yet he must persist. The entire living room fell into silence. When Xiaoyan felt a sense of numbness, finding the boy standing beside the sofa to be a stranger. Not only Wen Xiaoyan, but the boy's biological father also felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Chu Jinyuan's round belly quivered slightly as he grasped his son's arm in astonishment. "Chu Feng, what has come over you? Was it not merely a near miss at the bar? I have not blamed you this time. I shall not strike you. What do you intend to convey with such words?" Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Chu Jinyuan, causing a drastic change in his expression. "As long as you live earnestly, enjoy yourself, but refrain from engaging with the wrong elements. Just live well." Surely this could not be a fleeting moment of clarity, lacking in education. Chu Jinyuan likely intended to convey that sentiment. The last time Chu Feng had behaved obediently before him was at the age of 15, when he had discovered messages on his father's phone from a mistress, leading to an outburst that resulted in a heated argument. In anger, he had told Chu Feng to jump off a building, and the boy, with red eyes, had indeed attempted to do so. Fortunately, it was merely from the second floor of their villa, landing in the soft earth of the garden below. He survived with a fractured ankle. Subsequently, the son grew increasingly rebellious, neglecting his studies, engaging in fights, skipping classes, and squandering money, all while lamenting the absence of purpose in life. Chu Jinyuan had long since lost hope regarding his son's academic prospects, merely wishing for his survival. Thus, when he suddenly heard Chu Feng proclaiming the desire to study diligently, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was contemplating another leap? He gripped his son's wrist tightly, his heart racing beyond its limits. Such low expectations are unnecessary, father, Chu Feng responded, a mixture of laughter and tears in his voice, encouraging himself. This time, I truly intend to change. Alas, it seemed his son was indeed contemplating another leap. Darkness enveloped Chu Jinyuan's vision as his rotund body toppled backward. Father. Chapter 8. I will not live with Yi Tanxing. The deep blue eyes pack rests upon Mr. Chu's forehead. Wen Xiaoyan steps into the bedroom to call the housekeeper, leaving only the father and son in the living room. Chu Jinyuan is not truly unconscious. He merely wishes to keep Chu Feng by his side, preventing any impulsive actions from his son. Dad, just say whether you can agree to my request. Chu Feng twists open 2 bottles of mineral water, keeping one for himself, while offering the other to his morally questionable, yet undeniably biological father. In this second chance at life, he aspires not only to enact personal change, but also to inspire those around him to avoid pitfalls within his capacity. What? Mr. Chu struggles to believe this. Chu Feng can only reiterate, you will commit to quitting alcohol and losing weight, while I will focus on my studies to help you. Let's transform together. Such moments of candid conversation between father and son are rare, devoid of violence and mutual insults, replaced instead by a cordial negotiation. It has only been a month since they last met, yet Mr. Chu finds it difficult to articulate the changes in his son. It seems as though Chu Feng has suddenly adopted a calmer demeanor. Has he matured? The boy, sitting on the sofa with his striking purple hair, possesses fair skin and a handsome visage that combines the best traits of both parents. However, his fashion sense is unorthodox, raising questions about his aesthetic judgment. For instance, why sport 3 or 4-ear piercings, adorning himself with somewhat tasteful black diamond studs and several platinum rings? He presents an image that leaves Mr. Chu perplexed. The boy's attire is equally questionable, a black jacket embroidered with 2 stark white birds. A crane? Hardly festive. This style is said to be the trend of traditional Chinese aesthetics, yet the cost of such garments is anything but modest. Mr. Chu genuinely struggles to comprehend the current youth. His ripped jeans and dangling silver chains sway as he walks, prompting Mr. Chu to think, is this appealing? Just as he begins to perceive a hint of maturity in his son, the current appearance and the light purple canine-like hair prompt his skepticism. Is this genuine? Are you merely sweet-talking me for money? Is your mother conspiring with you to deceive me? His son is not the promising child he had hoped for, claiming he wishes to change. Mr. Chu remains unconvinced. Old Chu, you cannot persist in questioning me with outdated notions, Chu Feng retorts, accustomed to his father's veiled sarcasm. Leaning back against the black leather sofa, he shrugs, believe it or not, should you miss out on your son's transformation, prepare to regret it. In his previous life, he had not yet come out to Mr. Chu at this point. The announcement made during his junior year had stirred even greater chaos. This subtle mockery pales in comparison. Back then, coming out nearly led to violence, all for Yi Tanxing. In his past life, Chu Feng traversed countless mountains and rivers alone. Regrettably, looking back, his journey did not culminate in success. In this life, he intends to navigate a different course. No, give me some time to think. I can't shake the feeling that you're up to something, Mr. Chu muses, his eyes narrowing with the wisdom of a seasoned businessman as he scrutinizes his son's recent changes, hoping to discern some telltale signs. With a few swallows of mineral water, Chu Feng wiped his mouth and urged, hurry up and think. I'll go in and clear out the things and toss the game console. Don't throw it away, Feng, protested Wen Xiaoyan, who was at the bedroom door organizing collectibles. I can sell them for a good sum on a second-hand platform. Chu Feng chuckled, all right. At least you understand the value of frugality. Meanwhile, The two children busied themselves with tidying up. Chu Jinyuan took out his phone and began to message a contact at Haida University. Xiaoyi, are you busy? Uncle Chu, is there something you need? Oh, I wanted to ask if Chu Feng has caused any trouble at school. Have you heard anything? No, he has been performing well. This boy actually claims he wants to study hard and help me in the company later. Huh, I wonder if he is serious? Chu Papa chuckled foolishly at his phone, then quickly hid his smile, fearing his son might catch him. Ding! A message from the underprivileged student he sponsored came through. Yi Tanxing. The likelihood of that being true is quite low. Chu Papa's smile vanished abruptly. He gazed at his chubby face, which still bore a kind expression, but his brow furrowed deeply. This child is worrisome. I too suspect it's not genuine. Sai, you go ahead with your tasks. Yi Tanxing, repeat. I have a suggestion. Do tell. How about he moves to the top floor suite of the boys' dormitory with me? If he truly wants to study, I can help him catch up as initially planned. It's not too late for him now, just starting school. Chu Jinyuan could no longer hide his smile. His fingers quickly typed a response to finalize the arrangement. Before entering school, he had mentioned this possibility to the sponsored student a couple of times. If he encountered Chu Feng at school, and if Xiaoyi was not busy, he could spare some time to assist with Chu Feng's studies. Xiaoyi had agreed at the time. However, his son had been disappointing, showing little interest in academics. Initially, he thought it would be a missed opportunity for a science prodigy to tutor his son. But now, if his son truly intended to change, living together would be ideal. Once he moves into your dorm, please keep an eye on him for me. Even if Chu Feng doesn't study diligently, your shared living space will allow you to monitor him. Many children have fallen prey to negative influences. You know exactly what I mean. We must keep this rascal in check. The concerns primarily revolved around vices, particularly the last one. Poor academic performance could be tolerated, but certain influences must be completely avoided. Their family was well off, and Chu Papa's greatest fear was that his son might engage in the wrong activities. Yet, he could not be by his son's side at all times, so he needed someone to help keep watch. Yi Tanxing assured, rest assured. Good. I will have him move over tomorrow. Just as Chu Papa was about to put his phone away after sending that message, another notification chimed. It was Xiaoyi, unexpectedly adding a few more words. Uncle, he might be unwilling to move. Huh? Why did it seem like Xiaoyi was genuinely worried that his son wouldn't go? Chu Jinyuan replied, You need not concern yourself. I have my methods to handle him. At that moment, Chu Feng emerged from the room, carrying a large brown cardboard box, which he dropped with a thud into the corner. Have you thought it through? Let me tell you, at your age, indulging in excessive eating and drinking can be detrimental to your health. Don't dismiss it, Chu Jinyuan asserted, straightening up and turning to speak sternly to his son. You're moving to the school dormitory tomorrow. Why? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. There are still 2 months until summer vacation. Relocating to the dorm now seems unnecessarily troublesome, especially since I have already relinquished my bed to Wen Xiaoyan. Chu's father glared, attempting to intimidate him. Wen Xiaoyan, why must you drag him along? Spend more time with those who excel academically. Like Xiaoyi. Dad, that's rather unreasonable. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Please calm down before speaking to me. Am I not allowed to have friends? Chu Feng calmly turned to Wen Xiaoyan and asked, Has the cleaning lady arrived yet? Caught between the two, Wen Xiaoyan felt a bit awkward and timidly replied, She should be here soon. Chu's father, reclining on the sofa, smirked. Did you not say you wanted to study diligently? I can manage to lose weight and quit drinking. Can you uphold your words? I can. Then move into the dormitory to prove it. Otherwise, you show no sincerity. I find smoking and drinking quite comfortable. If I were to fall ill and die, wouldn't that be a relief for you? No one would be around to oversee you. Chu's father was an adept at playing the rogue. Internally, he was quite pleased, as he finally witnessed a glimpse of his son's filial piety. Both father and son were stubborn. They cared deeply, yet rarely expressed it vocally. This was the first time the son had overtly shown concern for him. The grown son seemed to have matured. I've already told you there are no available beds in the dormitory. Chu Feng did not comprehend why his father insisted on this relocation. It hardly disrupted his classes. Chu Jinyuan chuckled. You needn't worry about the bed. I've arranged for you a roommate who is the top science student from the Northwest region. You will learn well from him. Move in tomorrow. I will have someone come by in the morning to change the locks. Changing the locks meant altering the password, with the homeowner being Chu Jinyuan. It could be done just like that. Chu Feng halted abruptly, clutching the gaming console. The top science student from the Northwest? Aside from Yi Tanxing, was there another this year? Oh my God, he exclaimed, eyes wide, as he discarded the gaming console and shouted in haste. I want to live with Yi Tanxing. If that's the case, I'll cut off your card and lock the house. Chu's father stood up, hands on his hips, head held high. I will also call the one family, cutting off Wen Xiaonian's living expenses. These two rascals, weren't they supposed to have a brotherly bond above all else? Let them fend for themselves on the streets. Chu's father put on his shoes and left. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaonian were left dumbfounded. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Wen Xiaonian lamented as he rushed to the door. Uncle, please don't call my family. Uncle? Wait, we'll move. Fenger and I will move tomorrow. Please don't call. Chu Feng's face turned pale, looking quite ghastly. How could he escape Yi Tanxing? In the previous life, he never moved into Yi Tanxing's dormitory. Where had things gone awry? Chapter 9. Abandoning a tree. The forest outside, I refuse to believe that my father could truly abandon us on the streets. I shall not move. With a desire to curse under my breath, Chu Feng ordered a relatively healthy takeout. 3 dishes and a soup, 2 vegetables, and a plate of steamed ribs. He called Wen Xiaonian to join him in the dining room for dinner. Brother, if it's not feasible, then perhaps you should consider moving. Regardless of where we reside, it matters little. After all, your wager with Xing Rue is still ongoing. Living together may even foster a deeper bond. By the way, have you discussed the notion of sponsorship with Yi Shuaba? Has he consented? Chu Feng did not lift his gaze, responding languidly, I have no desire to move. The wager is null and void. My current aspiration is to diligently pursue my studies. He was uncertain how to interact with Yi Tanxing while sharing a residence. Thus, he was quite resistant to the idea of cohabitation. It seemed unnecessary. Huh? The wager is nullified? Xing Rue must be laughing, right? I'll defer to your judgment. Wen Xiaonian discerned his brother's determination to advance. He lacked initiative. Whatever Chu Feng decided was what he would follow. However, as he swallowed his food, Wen Xiaonian cast his gaze downward, sighing softly, I fear that your father might genuinely call my home. I would be unable to protect my beloved character, Ma Xiantong. Ma Xiantong is a character inspired by the descendants of Ma Liang, a child from ancient times. He is a creation of Wen Xiaonian, who has been developing this comic character since the age of 8. Ma Xiantong utilizes his paintbrush to assist impoverished individuals, featuring numerous captivating and poignant tales. This comic has been an extensive project, with Wen Xiaonian dedicating 11 years to it, and it remains ongoing, with drafts meticulously stored at home. Initially in manuscript form, they were later uniformly saved onto a USB drive. He aspires to find a reputable comic publisher in the future, thus he refrains from showcasing his work lightly. The dilemma is that Wen Xiaonian's mother pressures him to study art, yet she does not support his comic endeavors, deeming them non-refined. Consequently, throughout his upbringing, whenever Wen Xiaonian dared to defy her, his mother would threaten to destroy the drafts of Ma Xiantong, a tactic that proved consistently effective. There have been countless arguments and obstacles due to Wen Xiaonian's creative pursuits. The phrase "a strong mother yields a weak child" holds increasing truth in his case. His timid and indecisive nature can be attributed to his mother's influence. However, there is a silver lining. At least Wen Xiaonian approaches society with caution, so his parents need not worry about him straying into mischief, knowing he lacks the audacity. Timidity and apprehension are not necessarily detrimental traits for a child from a wealthy family. While he may not achieve great success, leading a peaceful life is also commendable. Wen Xiaonian, with downcast eyes, murmured, you know how my mother can be. Ma Xiantong is not merely a comic character. He represents Wen Xiaonian's spiritual rebellion against his family's control, a vital and significant aspect of his identity. Silence enveloped the dinner table for several seconds. Wen Xiaonian gazed at his brother with pleading, rabbit-like eyes. Ma Xiantong, his cherished creation. All right, I will call my father, Chu Feng thought. Unable to resist Wen Xiaonian's expression, he gritted his teeth. If all else fails, he would move. There was no other choice. The entanglement between him and Yi Tanxing had yet to commence. Their sponsorship agreement had been abruptly halted in a restroom stall, leaving no binding commitment. Thus, he was currently in a state of unfamiliarity with Yi Tianqing. Living together would not pose a problem. If they spoke less and maintained distance, it would suffice. Besides, Yi Tianqing was not particularly loquacious by nature. Moreover, Chu Feng possessed a resolute confidence. After enduring a harrowing 6-year ordeal marked by profound failure, he could no longer harbor any romantic inclinations towards Yi Tianqing, nor dare to covet what he could not possess. Based on his understanding of Yi Tianqing, she was perpetually immersed in her laboratory or the library, seldom found lingering in her dormitory. Even cohabitation would likely afford them scant opportunities to meet. Sigh. Time to move on. On the first night of his rebirth, after a refreshing shower, Chu Feng seated himself before the floor-to-ceiling window, his damp lavender locks cascading over his forehead, droplets of water trickling slowly down. He gazed at the dazzling streetlights and the flowing traffic below, leaning his forehead against the cool glass. He gently tapped it, savoring the chill and the mild sting against his brow. It was essential to remember this sensation. Some walls, once struck, should suffice. Though a flicker of resentment lingered in his heart, the sting of unfulfilled desires still plagued him. Yet, there were myriad tasks awaiting his attention. He compelled himself to forget swiftly. If forgetting proved elusive, then he would engrave it in memory. The 6 years steeped in shame. He would remember the fleeting moments with Yi Tianqing, who barely crossed the threshold of intimacy. Chu Feng yearned for a beloved partner, someone to cherish him deeply. Yi Tianqing was not that person. With a bittersweet smile, he chuckled softly, whispering a muted blessing to himself. Letting go of one tree, the forest awaited beyond the window. The following day, the dormitory staff knocked early, rousing both him and Wen Xiaoyan from slumber. Like refugees, they dragged 4 hefty suitcases filled with their clothes and trendy footwear into the campus. Many curious onlookers stole glances at them along the way. With less than 2 months until summer break, why were they moving back to school at such a time? Under the weight of these scrutinizing gazes, Chu Feng felt both weary and exasperated. Exhausted, he wiped the sweat from his brow and sank onto the edge of a flower bed, giving a kick to the silver-gray suitcase that had tumbled to the ground. He had never realized the campus was so expansive. The trek from the school gate to the male dormitory was no less than 2 bus stops in length. Wen Xiaoyan plopped down on the suitcase, exclaiming, "Brother, let us hire someone to help us move. I truly cannot go on." All right. Chu Feng initially contemplated spending money to call for assistance, but abruptly shook his head. No, change must begin with the minutiae of daily life. Indolence is also a flaw. On the day of their arrival, other students had managed to carry their belongings themselves. Why should he and Wen Xiaoyan be any different? If it was a flaw, it had to be corrected. But this is self-torture, not change. Wen Xiaoyan protested, eyes wide. Do we really need to exhaust ourselves just to save a few $100? When you find yourself burdened by massive debts, desperately calling friends for loans, that will be the true meaning of being a fool, Chu Feng retorted. He had even borrowed money while arranging his father's funeral, gaining insight into the true nature of many so-called friends. Yet, there were genuine companions as well, like Wen Xiaoyan, who appeared timid about hardship and responsibility, yet was willing to take out loans to assist him. There was also a classmate surnamed Shun who unhesitatingly transferred 10 million. Yet, among the names on his friend list, Chu Feng could hardly recall who they were or what they looked like. What was their name again? He pondered. This place, Haida, is rather peculiar. It seems whoever one thinks of will eventually appear. Suddenly, a chestnut-hued basketball dashed out from behind the flower-bed apple tree, basking in the gentle warmth of the sun, colliding with the trunk and branches with a resounding thud that sent them swaying. The basketball, after absorbing the impact against the tree, rebounded and fortuitously struck Chu Feng's arm. "Damn!" Chu Feng exclaimed, clad in a simple white t-shirt, which now bore a smudge of black on one sleeve. He leaped aside, his arm tingling with discomfort. "Fengya!" Wen Xiaoyan gasped, lunging to catch the basketball. Already in a foul mood, Chu Feng yelled toward the flower bed, "Can't you watch where you're throwing the ball? Where did it even land?" Sora. Are you all right? A boy with long legs sprang out from behind the flower bed, landing before Chu Feng. He wore a red and white sports uniform, his bare arms exuding strength, and his sun-kissed skin glistened under the sunlight, his features strikingly handsome. He radiated the exuberance of youth. "Are you on the school basketball team? Do I look unscathed to you?" Chu Feng frowned, rubbing his arm, where the skin had already turned red. He despised the sensation of pain. "Buddy, your strength is impressive. You managed to throw it from 7 or 8 meters away. This basketball must have GPS installed, targeting people specifically." "I truly apologize," the boy from the basketball team replied, his voice clean and soothing, though his nervousness was palpable. His gaze fell upon Chu Feng's exquisitely handsome face, causing him to stutter further. "Chu, I'll take you to the infirmary for a checkup, and your shirt is dirty. I can either clean it or buy you a new one, if that's all right. You know my surname is Chu?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the boy before him once more. The sunlight, his physique, and his attractive face were indeed commendable. Yet Chu Feng had no recollection of him. "On the day I enrolled, I had just returned to the country without cash or payment apps. You helped me pay for the taxi fare at the school gate," Shun Chenglin recounted, having rehearsed this speech beforehand, yet still feeling a tightness in his throat. "I added you on WeChat, but you didn't accept my friend request. So, I owe you 100 yuan for the taxi, today as medical expenses, and for this shirt." He endeavored to convey friendliness, hoping to leave a good impression on Chu Feng, amplifying the entanglement between them. Shun Chenglin articulated clearly, "I truly owe you a great deal. My Chinese name is Shun Chenglin." This time, surely Chu Feng would remember him. "Chu, you are truly stunning. Even more so than the candid photos circulating on the campus forum." Shun Chenglin longed to befriend him, wishing not to spend the next 3 months merely stealing glances at Chu Feng's photos and silhouette. Shun Chenglin was anxious, immensely anxious. The ball had indeed been his deliberate throw. He had intended to hit the tree, never anticipating that it would injure Chu Feng's arm. Guilt washed over him. Chapter 10. "You are more important, Shun Chenglin." Shun Chenglin. Chu Feng mulled over the name, a flash of realization striking him. Was he the creditor from a past life who had lent him 10 million? Wait, simply because he had encountered him upon enrolling and casually assisted with a taxi fare of 100 yuan, this individual would generously transfer 10 million to him 6 years later? How remarkably righteous. "Forget it, I have no issues, and you need not compensate for the clothing." Chu Feng's demeanor shifted rapidly. The irritation on his face vanished in an instant as he scrutinized Shun Chenglin anew. "Are you part of the school basketball team?" In his previous life, he never had the opportunity to express gratitude to Shun Chenglin in person. Now, it seemed he might have a chance to forge a friendship. Shun Chenglin's eyes sparkled momentarily, his speech still tinged with a hint of a British accent. "Yes, I enjoy sports." Chu Feng casually inquired, "Did you arrive through a sports scholarship?" "No, I'm an exchange student from Norway," Shun Chenglin replied earnestly. "No." Chu Feng squinted and smiled at him. Typically, we would say not instead of no. Using not is erroneous. "I apologize." A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Shun Chenglin's forehead, nervous yet unable to avert his gaze, irresistibly captivated by Chu Feng's smile. Chu Feng truly looked splendid when he smiled, akin to Athena or the god of dawn, at a moment when an international student stood awkwardly at the school entrance. Chu Feng appeared in his sports car, providing a much-needed rescue. Shun Chenglin found it difficult to articulate this sensation. When Chu Feng smiled at him, he felt disarmed, as if embraced by the god of dawn. He broke into a sweat, his heart swelling with sweetness. June sunlight filtered through the branches of the apple trees, dappling light onto Chu Feng's light purple hair, his complexion fair, lips a rosy hue, and his eyes adorned with charming flicks at the corners, casting a half-moon shadow with his lashes. How could one describe Chu Feng's beauty? Shun Chenglin was at a loss, his gaze fixated uncontrollably. His heart raced. Ha! Chu Feng remained oblivious to his own disarray, lowering his head to pat the dirt stains on his sleeve from the basketball. No need to apologize for misusing words. "You are far too courteous." Shun Chenglin still felt anxious. I'm sorry, understood." Ah, his Chinese was not quite proficient yet. Would he be looked down upon? Shun Chenglin's mind felt as though tiny figures were bouncing about, both excited and thrilled. He had finally conversed with Chu Feng, the real-life god of dawn. "Have you sent a friend request?" "Let me check." Chu Feng retrieved his phone. I have added you. My profile picture is a taxi. Shun Chenglin, with one hand behind his back, pinched his fingertips. The sudden prospect of adding him on a social platform felt like a delightful surprise. Hey! Chu Feng indeed found amidst dozens of beautiful avatars the rear of a brown-yellow taxi, and he chuckled, his tone naturally languid. Your profile picture is quite unique, Shun Chenglin. The gallant Shun Chenglin appeared somewhat dim-witted. Yet, could a sharp mind lend him 100 and receive 1,000,000 in return? He called my name. He is uttering my name. His voice and intonation are so pleasant. His Mandarin is impeccable. Yes, Shun Chenlin's head swirled, feeling as if pink bubbles danced upon his shoulders. I thought upon seeing the taxi, you would think of me and accept my WeChat friend request. However, he had waited 3 months, and Chu Feng had yet to approve the request. Shun Chenglin had been playing basketball earlier and had not carried his phone. He felt a gnawing anxiety. Did you add me? Indeed. Chu Feng waved his phone screen in front of the handsome dark-skinned man and said, All right, we still need to move our luggage, so we must depart. If you have any activities later, feel free to invite me along. By the way, this is my close friend, Wen Xiaoyan. If all goes as expected, they will likely forge a friendship in the future. Beside them, Wen Xiaoyan, holding a basketball, was puzzled about how these two had struck up a conversation. He amicably extended the basketball towards Shun Chenglin, saying here, they needed to continue transporting their suitcases to the male dormitory. Are you leaving? Shun Chenglin appeared visibly flustered, standing before Chu Feng at a height of nearly 2 meters, yet exuding an aura of distraction. But I haven't taken you to the infirmary yet. Does it hurt here? He pointed to Chu Feng's upper arm, his fingertips hesitating to make contact. Chu Feng donned a remarkably soft white cotton shirt, exuding a pleasant fragrance. It's just a minor issue. I can apply an ice pack myself. There's no need to visit the infirmary. Chu Feng's skin was a pale white, with a rosy circular bruise emerging where the ball had struck, still radiating a fiery pain. I'm sorry. I worry that you might be in pain, Shun Chenglin said, furrowing his brow with vexation. Cautiously, he added, we can skip the infirmary, but I cannot allow you to carry your luggage any longer. It was my fault that you were injured, and I feel a sense of responsibility to assist you. Please, allow me to help. This man seemed excessively earnest. Is he genuinely this responsible? Chu Feng hesitated. Well, that could work, but won't you be missing out on playing basketball? I won't play. You are more important. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, while Wen Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Is this foreign student overly enthusiastic? What is wrong? Shun Chenglin remained oblivious to the peculiar implications of his words. He intended to express that aiding Chu Feng with his luggage was of greater significance than playing basketball. Was it another case of misused vocabulary? Never mind, Wen Xiaoyan remarked, grinning as he playfully teased Chu Feng. Let him assist. He means well. Now, they had free labor at no cost. Fine, Chu Feng conceded as his arms still ached. If it's convenient for you. Do you know how to get to the male dormitory? I do. Shun Chenglin promptly tossed the basketball towards the team, then seized 2 silver suitcases from beside Chu Feng. I'm staying in the male dormitory on the 8th floor. What about you? Chu Feng replied. We're on the 9th floor, room 902. Shun Chenglin, striding forward with a suitcase in each hand, spoke with a hint of pride. I know a shortcut. Follow me. The suitcases, seemingly heavy, appeared as light as feathers in his capable hands as he effortlessly dragged them along. Shun Chenglin led the way, clearly delighted to be of assistance to Chu Feng, glancing back occasionally to ensure he was keeping pace. His smile was both innocent and endearing. When Xiaoyan quietly commented, Fenger, I ascend, he just a big oaf? Hey! Chu Feng playfully tugged at Wen Xiaoyan's little braid. Is that polite? Wen Xiaoyan retorted, Hey, you're more important. I want to play basketball. Ugh, silly Wen Xiaoyan. Arriving at the top floor of the male dormitory, room 902, the elevator dinged open. Wen Xiaoyan dragged the 2 suitcases toward the corridor, uncertain of which direction to take. According to the layout of the dormitory on the 8th floor, Shun Chenglin proceeded to the left. Dormitory number 2 should be situated here. Haicheng is considered a tropical city, and by June, the temperature is already nearing 30 degrees. Once the sweltering summer arrives, it is expected to soar to 40 degrees. Only a trip to the beach might provide some respite from the heat. Exasperated, Chu Feng gazed at the milk-white corridor walls, pondering why there was no central air conditioning in the hallway. Ah, it is not yet 6 years later. Central air conditioning has not yet become widespread. Shun Qinglin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I could fund the installation if you need it, Chu. He was eager to extend such a courtesy. If someone else had made such a proposition, it might have seemed a bit ostentatious. However, Shun Qinglin's tone and expression were earnest. He genuinely intended to install central air conditioning in the corridor simply because Chu Feng mentioned the heat. No need, Chu Feng replied, sensing Shun Qinglin's excessive enthusiasm, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. In a bid to make conversation, he asked, "So, are you quite wealthy?" While he was uncertain about Shun Qinglin's financial background, it seemed unlikely he was impoverished. After all, both Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan were quite keen on purchasing shoes. Yet, the athletic shoes Shun Qinglin wore appeared to be a limited edition, unavailable even through domestic purchasing agents, both expensive and difficult to acquire. Perhaps just a little? Shun Qinglin deemed this response more modest. In reality, it was an understatement of monumental proportions. This international student had a rather intriguing manner of speaking, gentlemanly, affluent, and warmly amiable, yet not at all off-putting. When Xiaoyan looked up at the doorplate, "Brother Feng, this is it. I'm about to knock." They had arrived at the deep brown wooden door of room 902. Anticipating the individual who would emerge from within, Chu Feng's expression stiffened slightly. Knock, knock, knock. No, there's a doorbell. Why are you doing that? Unable to bear the sight of Wen Xiaoyan's fist pounding on the door, he stepped forward, extending his hand to push the door. The wooden door slid open horizontally. Yi Tanqing had just taken a shower, clad in a black cotton bathrobe that reached his calves. The deep V neckline hung loosely at the heart, revealing his pale, enticingly delicate chest. He stood there cool and composed just behind the door. As the door moved away from the threshold, Chu Feng, who was standing uncomfortably close, unexpectedly locked eyes with him. The most awkward part was that Chu Feng was unaware that the door slid open. He had leaned in to ring the doorbell when it suddenly shifted, leaving him merely 3 or 4 fists away from Yi Tanqing's face. It was too close, beyond the bounds of normal social interaction. The scent of sandalwood shower gel, mingled with the dampness of steam, enveloped him, and combined with Yi Tanqing's ink-like, austere visage and the partially opened robe, it was overwhelming. He had no time to retreat. Chu Feng's vision blurred momentarily, and his abdomen tightened. In his previous life, every time he caught a whiff of that damp aroma emanating from Yi Tanqing, it signaled an impending encounter. This damned, instinctive, physiological reaction. Chapter 11. Yi Tanqing's bedroom. "Excuse me, please." Chu Feng decisively bent down and nudged Yi Tanqing's shoulder with his forehead, then dashed toward the living room to survey the layout before heading straight for the only room with an ajar door. Wen Xiaoyan shouted from behind, "Brother, where are you going?" "Emergency," Chu Feng replied without looking back. He ventured into the bedroom of Yi Tanqing, which notably lacked an ensuite bathroom. Upon entering, he was taken aback. He noticed the bed and, by the entrance, Yi Tanqing glanced back at Chu Feng, his demeanor reminiscent of a startled rabbit. With a stoic expression, he turned away again. Wen Xiaoyan felt uneasy under Yi Tanqing's gaze, contemplating the imposing aura of this academic overachiever, akin to the solemn expression he wore while addressing new students on their first day. It was as if through the soul of this scholarly figure, he glimpsed another stern and rigid authority, quite peculiar. Gathering his courage, Wen Xiaoyan spoke. "Hello, Yi the academic. I am Wen Xiaoyan, and I arrive here with Chu Feng today. Yi Tanqing, c'était pour aside." Oh, thank you." Wen Xiaoyan swiftly entered, grasping his suitcase. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized, as if he needed to pass a thorough inspection before being granted entry. Was this an academic or a gatekeeper? Ha! Followed by Shun Qinglin, who entered with a sunny and friendly smile. "Hello, I am. Apologies, you are not on the dormitory list," Yi Tanqing interjected, taking 2 suitcases from the unfamiliar boy as hands. He stood firm, closing the door with finality. Wen Xiaoyan stood frozen at the entrance, taken aback by the lack of decorum. Was it truly so impolite to shut the door without a word? After changing shoes, Yi Tianqing retrieved a bottle of disinfectant spray from the entryway cabinet, extending it towards Wen Xiaoyan with an outstretched finger, spraying the suitcase. Your bedroom is on the right. With that, his gaze did not linger on Wen Xiaoyan as he turned to head towards his own room. To the left, there were two bedrooms directly opposite each other. Wen Xiaoyan widened his eyes, observing the clear instructions from Yi Tianqing. This person was indeed quite haughty. He obediently began to disinfect his suitcase. Unsure why he felt compelled to comply, but somehow it felt right. In the first room on the left, the door, carelessly shut by Chu Feng, swung open from the outside. Chu Feng stood by the black wardrobe, seemingly rooted to the spot. Upon hearing the door open, he instinctively turned and beheld the tall and slender figure of Yi Tianqing stepping onto the cool gray floor. Chu Feng quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Yi Tianqing's eyes, yet his glance inadvertently fell upon the bed. There lay a pair of black, bullet-shaped underwear. It must have been clean, otherwise, it would have been on Yi Tianqing's bed. Yi Tianqing possessed an almost excessive obsession with cleanliness. I'm looking for the bathroom, Chu Feng stammered, feeling awkward and uncertain where to direct his gaze. Ultimately, he feigned nonchalance by staring at the ceiling. I haven't been here before, but we're roommates now. Please don't hold yesterday's incident in the restroom against me. Let's leave it at that, he declared, lowering his head to exit, but Yi Tianqing suddenly shifted left, blocking his path. Chu Feng's breath hitched. He wanted to raise his eyelids to meet Yi Tianqing's gaze, but quickly lowered them again, as doing so would mean confronting the open expanse of his chest. He dare not look. Instead, he feigned impatience. What are you doing? Don't block the way. It seemed that whenever he found himself at a loss for words or felt nervous, Chu Feng would display an air of irritation as a guise to mask his true emotions. Your arm. Yi Tian's cold and dark eyes lingered above Chu Feng's left arm, where a circular, dirty black mark could be seen, accompanied by a small patch of swollen skin. If Yi Tian's guess was correct, this was likely the result of an impact from a spherical object. Preventing that stranger in sportswear from entering was indeed a wise decision. That he had not retaliated was already quite courteous. As for his arm, Chu Feng turned slowly to examine his left shoulder. What did Yi Tian mean? It was peculiar for someone as stoic as he to inquire about his arm. You can take off your soiled shirt, Yi Tian suggested, stepping back and adding, please wait a moment. This time, he hastened his steps, turning to leave the bedroom. Chu Feng remained by the wardrobe, but upon glancing at the underwear on the bed, he felt awkward, naturally disregarding Yi Tian's instruction and following him out instead. He could probably grasp Yi Tian's implication. He could not linger in this room while clad in dirty clothes. Was that it? Yet, was this really Yi Tian's bedroom? It was absurd to think that for the first time, he was so close to Yi Tian's private life, considering they had once shared 4 years of romance and 2 years of marriage. This marked his inaugural entry into Yi Tian's sanctuary. The room was as simplistic as a model home. Chu Feng suspected it had looked this way since Yi Tian moved in, save for a glass of water on the nightstand and a piece of personal underwear on the bed. Wait a moment. The underwear left on the bed was presumably for after a shower. So, was it that Yi Tian was currently unadorned? Chu Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. He was overwhelmed by thoughts, as if suddenly submerged in a vessel named Yi Tian, his mind racing with the image of that black bathrobe, which might very well be concealing nothing beneath. Thus, when Yi Tian walked out, he could not dwell on this further. Chu Feng's mind had seemingly short-circuited as he stood in the corner of the living room, observing Yi Tian rummaging through the refrigerator. Yi Tian appeared to be searching for something, and, even from a distance, Chu Feng could discern that the scholarly figure had an excessively bony hand propped against the fridge door, able to grasp 2 bottles of mineral water effortlessly, his fingers delicate and pale. Whoever claimed that familiarity breeds contempt was mistaken. Chu Feng longed for the ability to disdain Yi Tian. At the very least, he wished he could refrain from such pitiful fantasies, especially considering the ignominy of envisioning a scenario where Yi Tian might not be wearing underwear, akin to a lovesick fool. This was utterly embarrassing, a display of weakness. He was merely indulging in idle thoughts. What was he even contemplating? Forget it, forget it. Hey, you seem to have taken a wrong turn. That doesn't appear to be the restroom, called Wen Xiaoyan, who was still busy with the disinfectant spray. having noticed a moisture-proof glass door to the right, which seemed to be the actual restroom. Chu Feng snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, I took a wrong turn. Come over here. Wen Xiaoyan beckoned him with a hint of mystery. Chapter 12. Seeking guidance from those experienced in love, Chu Feng approached the entrance. What is it? I must tell you, this academic prodigy, Yi seems to possess a rather irritable temperament and a lack of courtesy. Just moments ago, he denied the entrance of the tall fellow into the dormitory, abruptly shutting the door. Wen Xiaoyan lowered his voice to discuss the matter, glancing towards the door to ascertain whether the tall fellow was still outside. Shouldn't you go out and check? After all, he is merely here to assist with the luggage. It seems rather ungracious to deny him entry. Chu Feng shook his head, stating, I will send him a message later to express my gratitude. Yi Tanqing will not allow him inside. This was due to Shun Changlin having just played basketball, leaving him drenched in sweat. Though it wasn't particularly foul, Yi Tanqing could not tolerate it. Wait, how do you know about his temperament? Wen Xiaoyan inquired, puzzled. It sounds as though you, Brother Feng, are quite familiar with this academic elite. Chu Feng was about to feign ignorance, claiming it was merely a guess, but then sensed someone approaching. He turned to find 2 bottles of chilled mineral water before him. There are no ice packs, so use this, Yi Tanqing stated calmly. So that was a reason for the prolonged search. He was looking for an ice pack to tend to his arm injury. Chu Feng stood in astonishment, hesitating to accept the offering. Why was it that in this new life, he had not entered into any arrangement with Yi Tanqing, yet she still treated him with the same distant yet meticulous care as in their previous existence? This momentary reverie led Chu Feng to believe he had somehow re-entered a similar agreement with her. Or perhaps, Yi Tanqing waited a few seconds before inquiring. Observing Chu Feng's nonchalant yet strikingly beautiful profile, imbued with an air of arrogance. In truth, Yi Tanqing relished caring for Chu Feng. Even in the absence of the formal agreement with Chu Jinyuan, she derived great satisfaction from looking after him. Yet, Chu Feng consistently expressed disdain and indifference. Just as he did now, he turned his face away coldly, exclaiming, What is this inferior mineral water? I refuse it. Was this the academic's way of repaying a debt to the Chu family? Otherwise, Yi Tanqing would hardly be acting with such cordiality, given that they were scarcely acquainted at this moment. He could easily surmise how his father, Chu Jinyuan, would instruct Yi Tanqing to keep an eye on him, motivate him to study, and provide care. Such a scoundrel could only utter these few lines. Chu Feng had no desire for Yi Tanqing's solicitousness. It was a repugnant gesture of gratitude, a nauseating 6 years, all just an act. Apologies for not being prepared, Yi Tanqing replied, retracting her hand and glancing at the mineral water, which met the basic standards for consumption. She calmly yet amiably promised, I shall procure some higher quality drinking water. After all, it is only reasonable for Chu Feng to expect the best. This cheap water was indeed beneath him. The fault lay with Yi Tanqing. She pursed her lips, remaining silent for a few moments before adding, You need not drink this. You may use it to cool your arm temporarily. I will go and purchase the daily necessities you require. Alternatively, you may provide me with a list. Her words resembled those of a housekeeper. Chu Feng yan deeply, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. He was tempted to inquire of Yi Tanqing just how much financial support Chu Jinyuan had bestowed upon her to render her so willing to serve him. Even a straight man could endure the discomfort of sharing a bed with him. This was a question he had long pondered since the day he sought out Yi Tanqing after the car race. However, upon seeing Yi Tanqing accompanied by her attractive female assistant, preparing to celebrate some joyous occasion at a farm stay, he found no opportune moment to speak. Clearly, this was not the right time either. Thus, Chu Feng suppressed his frustration, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Tanqing's face. Thank you for your concern, but it seems my affairs are of no concern to you. My father is my father, and I am myself. Please refrain from meddling in my life. Thank you. With that, he seized a suitcase and strode off to the right. Wen Xiaoyan, you live right across from him. Ah, okay. Wen Xiaoyan felt a shiver run down his spine. Something was amiss. Why was his brother Feng so inexplicably furious? Yi, the academic prodigy, was being quite polite at the moment, perhaps out of respect for Chu's father, but still, it was politeness. when Xiaoyan was bewildered and perplexed. What was happening? He was increasingly unable to comprehend his brother Feng's behavior lately. Was he becoming a bit capricious? Near the entrance cabinet, only Yi Tanqing remained. He stood in silence, listening to the sounds of luggage being tossed around in the bedroom to his right, confusion and agitation flashing briefly in his eyes before he forcibly suppressed them. Because of his excessive concern, it seemed Chu Feng was upset. Did he wish for him not to interfere in his life? Yet, he appeared incapable of doing so, neither in this life nor the last. He clearly couldn't grasp it, yet he was reluctant to let go. Chu Feng was a complex equation that gave him a headache. Unable to solve it, he thought it best to endure, albeit in a state of confusion and stubbornness. What else could he do? Perhaps he could seek advice from someone with romantic experience. Should he try an online forum? At lunchtime, Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan were arranging their belongings, deliberating on what to eat. Yi Tanqing sat seriously at his computer, meticulously editing his words, revising them one by one for clarity and conciseness. He posted anonymously and clicked send. Post. I am very worried that my boyfriend is growing tired of me, and despite being overly cautious around him, I was ultimately still dumped. How can I win him back? I hope he can fall deeply in love with me. Any advice? Comment 1. A desperate lover is doomed. Move on to the next. Comment 2. If he wanted to love you, he would have done so by now. Wake up, girl. Why not talk to me instead? Comment 3. Is it your appearance? Or perhaps you lack skills in bed? Men tend to prioritize that experience. You need to learn some techniques. Comment 4. Thanks for the invite. I suggest you change boyfriends. Chasing him is not a transaction. The more you pursue, the more he will look down on you. Why endure this suffering? And what is there worth salvaging? Is he truly a remarkable man? Comment 5. I think comment 3 has a point. In reality, appearance is not crucial. For men, personality also holds little significance. As long as you master a captivating technique, he will be unable to resist you. For instance, this particular essential oil perfume has worked wonders for me. I highly recommend it to my friends. Comment 6. Reading this question, it seems the poster is quite conservative. Don't let the comments lead you astray. Self-respect and self-love are paramount. Comment 7. The comments are excessive. This person came seeking advice on emotional matters, and you're gossiping instead? Cough. Let me inquire on behalf of my friend. Are you perhaps in disharmony? 8th floor. What is the subtlety in this phrase? It feels somewhat insincere. If my partner were to treat me well while wearing a false facade, I too would find it disingenuous, quite unsettling indeed, dear friends. 9th floor. Either he harbors feelings for someone else, or there's an external interest. After all, the pursuit of a man by a woman is like a thin veil. It is improbable that he remains indifferent after such a lengthy courtship. 10th floor. 1. He has someone in his heart. 2. Your performance is lacking. 3. You are unattractive. Reflect on yourself and move on to the next. 11th floor. A piercing insight. I support the 10th floor. 12th floor. I second the 10th floor's opinion. 13th floor. I echo the sentiments of the 10th floor. 14th floor. I too align with the 10th floor. Yi Tanqing fixated on the words from the 10th floor, pondering deeply. Does Chu Feng harbor feelings for someone? It certainly cannot be the second option, for he is very accommodating in their intimate encounters, which leave Chu Feng quite satisfied. The third option can also be dismissed. He is not unattractive. So, who occupies Chu Feng's thoughts? A man or a woman? Chapter 13. The entanglements of Yi Tanqing and the Chu family. Yi Tanqing logged into the campus forum. In his previous life, he had never paid attention to it until graduation, as most posts were rather tedious. There were those who exposed debtors, complaints about dormitory supervisors and cafeterias, scathing remarks on scoundrels, and amateur sleuths chasing down thieves of takeout. In essence, the forum was a veritable smorgasbord of topics. It also featured the latest gossip about campus beauties and heartthrobs. Seated before the computer in a black bathrobe, the young man's knobby fingers glided over the keyboard as he typed in the name Chu Feng, searching for related posts and information. Over 260 posts appeared. It is worth noting that Chu Feng had only been at the school for 3 months. However, this was fortuitous for Yi Tanqing in his quest to uncover the identity of Chu Feng's ethereal muse. His indifferent gaze swiftly scanned the page. revealing numerous snapshots of Chu Feng in the cafeteria, at a bar, and parking at the school entrance. There were at least several hundred candid photos. Upon encountering clear images, he would click to save them. Subsequently, he maneuvered the mouse to locate the most discussed posts. The pinned title read, "Urgent, the Chronicles of Chu Xiao's car incident." With witnesses and chat records, pants were disrobed in the back seat. Too explosive. Beneath it were several other trending titles. Chu Xiao breaks up with hot girl Zhang. Seamlessly transitions to Jiang Mingyuan. Next door, Jiang Wen furiously berates Chu Feng for treating love as a game. A spectacle of drama unfolds. "Let me weigh in." Chu Feng's latest response. "She got me drunk and disrobed my pants." Attention! This morning, Chu Xiao moved into the male dorm. Does Old Man Xing's bar have a magical effect? Did a fight break out that night? Is Chu Feng a virgin or Casanova? Sister Jiang claims his pants are hard to remove. A man that even fishnet stockings and Valentino cannot captivate. Fishnet stockings encounter their greatest defeat. Chronicles of Chu Xiao's campus romances. Another fierce addition to the harem of campus beauties. 999 roses as a backdrop. Jiang Wen professes her deep affection to the heir of the Chu family. Those aware would recognize it as a campus forum, while those unaware might mistake it for a gossip magazine. Each title was more provocative and eye-catching than the last. Yi Tanxing remained silent as he perused the various posts. He had long been aware of Chu Feng's flirtatious and carefree nature, his indiscriminate interactions with both men and women. Now witnessing these posts firsthand, accompanied by an abundance of candid photographs, he felt no sense of surprise. It was difficult to articulate the emotions that surged within him as he scrolled through the myriad images of Chu Feng's former romantic partners, particularly the schoolbells. He caught sight of Chu Feng emerging from a vehicle, his arm wrapped around a girl as they strolled into a bar. There were intimate photographs of them sharing tender kisses in a booth, though it remained uncertain whether their lips truly met. Chu Feng's pale pink shirt bore a ring of crimson lip prints. He gifted his girlfriend a designer handbag, receiving a fragrant kiss on the cheek in return, his smile radiant amidst the bar's dazzling lights. He was seen holding hands with a girl at a Western restaurant, and another image captured him playfully posing with a rose for a selfie with his girlfriend. Chu Feng was also depicted showering his girlfriend with lavish gifts while shopping for dresses, splurging extravagantly just to elicit a smile from her. In the early morning light, he donned sunglasses, guiding his girlfriend out of a hotel, followed by a group of carefree, wealthy heirs. There were also ambiguous photographs and rumors involving other boys, such as one where Chu Feng crouched by the infirmary door, offering water to a charming boy with dreadlocks. This boy, Yi Tanxing recognized as Wen Xiaoyan. Chu Feng's beloved silver convertible sports car always had a vibrant bouquet in the passenger seat. He flaunted his villa's swimming pool, filled with bikini-clad young women. Even candid shots of car intimacy were captured, as the vehicle had parked right in front of the bar amidst a bustling crowd. Some claimed to have seen the car moving, and then there was Jiang Wen, disheveled and blushing as she exited the vehicle. Yi Tanxing stared at the screen, inhaling deeply. It was indeed exceedingly challenging for him to hold on to this person. He had always known about the entanglements between himself and the Chu family. Yi Tanxing was an orphan who had clawed his way out of the mountains. This simple statement encapsulated the grueling hardships of his childhood. There stood a Taoist temple in the mountains, with incense packaging scattered outside. When his mother was pregnant, she visited the temple to light incense and noticed the characters Tanxing inscribed on the box, finding them melodious, so she bestowed upon him a name imbued with Zen-like tranquility. At the tender age of 4, his parents, who had gone out to work, tragically perished in a mining accident. Relatives, who feasted upon the blood-soaked buns of misfortune, claimed the entirety of the compensation, yet failed to uphold their promise of raising him. Yi Tanxing was left to subsist by scavenging, which, to put plainly, meant rummaging through refuse for sustenance. This experience instilled in him a reluctance to ever let his hands touch Chu Feng. Even after countless attempts to cleanse and sanitize himself in adulthood, he still regarded himself as tainted. In a world where everyone yearns to touch those they cherish, he seldom allowed himself to caress Chu Feng. The very mine where his parents met their demise was owned by Chu Jinyuan, At the age of 7, while drinking rainwater in a dilapidated cave, he looked up to see Chu Jinyuan arriving in a luxurious car, questioning the way into the mountains. A village elder mocked him, deceiving him into believing that Chu Jinyuan was the murderer of his parents, inciting him to demand money from him. The 7-year-old Yi Tanqing had no desire for money. Rather, he was consumed by anger. He did not yet comprehend that the mine indeed posed dangers of collapse, accidents that were nearly impossible to evade entirely. Thus, he hurled stones at Chu Jinyuan's opulent vehicle. The windshield lay shattered on the ground. What was happening? The boorish and imposing Chu Jinyuan, adorned with a large golden chain, rushed over to inspect the damage to his car and the dilapidated cave dwelling behind him. Yi Tanqing, emaciated yet standing tall, glared at the corpulent and arrogant Mr. Chu, his face a mask of resentment. Chu Jinyuan, equally filled with animosity, bellowed at the young street urchin. "You little wretch, uncouth and uneducated, I shall teach you a lesson." He then dragged the boy into his vehicle and deposited him at the only school in the town, asserting that Yi Tanqing should experience the hardship of studying from textbooks. This elementary school, named Hongfeng Primary School, was funded by Chu Jinyuan, whose name was synonymous with numerous institutions across the nation. Lacking any formal education himself, he relished in tormenting the children of the mountains, coercing them into learning. Yi Tanqing, an orphan bereft of parents and relatives, surprisingly became the most diligent student in his class, free from the burdens of herding pigs or farming, as he could neither afford a piglet nor had access to the land, which was monopolized by relatives. Unlike the girls from the mountains who were married off in their teens, no one cared whether Yi Tanqing should wed. Even during festivals, he spent time at school with the volunteer teachers. Remarkably, he fulfilled the conditions to become an exemplary student. He immersed himself in his studies, his mind consumed solely by the texts, oblivious to the notion of escaping the mountains that the volunteer teachers often mentioned. He simply felt that living without purpose was best occupied with learning. Elementary school, middle school, high school. In truth, Chu Jinyuan did not pay him much special attention, for the Chu family supported countless students. It was only in his 3rd year of middle school when Yi Tanqing inadvertently ignited a fire during a chemistry experiment, injuring 2 teachers and 4 classmates, that Chu Jinyuan took notice of him. Chapter 14. Yi Tanqing's treasurer Chu Jinyuan, cursing as he withdrew money, made a special trip to the school to confront Yi Tanqing. Just as he was about to kick the boy, the principal and teachers intervened. The teachers excitedly proclaimed Yi Tanqing a genius, rattling off a series of terms that Chu Jinyuan could not comprehend, including the impressive explosive power of a fuel mixture that Yi Tanqing had independently researched. It was a lengthy discourse that left Chu Jinyuan, cigarette in hand, glaring at Yi Tanqing with a ferocious expression. A few days later, he arranged for Yi Tanqing to transfer to a prestigious high school specializing in technology and chemical engineering, as the teachers indicated that Yi Tanqing had already completed his middle school curriculum by the 1st year and should not waste time potentially causing more classroom explosions. In the 2nd semester of his 1st year of high school, Chu Jinyuan unexpectedly visited the school to take Yi Tanqing shopping for clothes, incessantly smoking as he inquired, "Little Yi, do you have any tips for studying? How do you balance your time between studying and playing games?" Yi Tanqing, seated in the back of the car, looked utterly bewildered. He replied, "Uncle Chu, I don't have a mobile phone. I've never played any video games." Chu Jinyuan scratched his head, then led Yi Tanqing to purchase a mobile phone. However, he sternly warned Yi Tanqing not to engage in gaming. He even assisted her in obtaining a mobile phone number and a WeChat account. After adding Chu Jinyuan on WeChat, he became the sole individual to message Yi Tanqing over the subsequent 3 years. His inquiries often bordered on the peculiar. "Little Yi, do you ever get into fights at school? Please don't fall for someone online. It could detract from your studies. Do you smoke? What kind of children at school would teach their peers to smoke? Aren't the teachers concerned? What shoe size do you wear? I have a relative who squanders money recklessly. He discards perfectly good shoes after a brief wear." Chu Jinyuan supported numerous children, yet the shoes and clothes that Chu Feng deemed unnecessary were exclusively given to Yi Tanqing. This was because her attire, regardless of its nature, never interfered with her studies. She never paid heed to the murmurs and gazes of those around her. Other children might become ensnared in the allure of excessively expensive garments, leading to distractions in their academic pursuits, but Yi Tanqing remained impervious. Since her second year of high school, she gradually received a multitude of shoes and clothing sent by Chu Jinyuan, all from a boy she had never met. Chu Jinyuan hailed from humble beginnings, and his demeanor was rather coarse. Most of the clothing arrived unwashed, sometimes carrying the scent of wine, occasionally stained with cake remnants. And who knows what else might be lurking in the pockets. Membership cards, game tokens, all imbued with an indescribable youthful aroma, a fragrance that was both exquisite and elusive. Yi Tanqing could always detect this scent before she meticulously cleaned them. It was 2 years later that she finally encountered the boy in person. In a restroom stall, the imposing Chu Feng abruptly intruded, standing boldly before her. An unfamiliar yet familiar warmth, reminiscent of ylang-ylang and musk, wafted over from him, momentarily rendering Yi Tanqing speechless. In that instant, she recognized his identity. Sunlight streamed through the high window of the stall, illuminating Chu Feng's delicate, fair visage, his eyes elegantly upturned, resembling a princely figure. He was strikingly pale, fragrant, and impeccably clean. For the first time, Yi Tanqing felt a pang of inferiority. She contemplated escaping, yet Chu Feng's fingers gripped her belt. With his soft, pink lips parting to speak, he offered her 800,000, proposing to support her under the guise of a romantic relationship. They stood uncomfortably close. The sweetness of cherries lingered on his breath. The setting was cramped, yet the moment was inexpressibly beautiful. Yi Tanqing, scarcely comprehending, nodded in agreement. Chu Jinyuan's son, Chu Feng, she had no rational or emotional basis to refuse. Noting her swift acquiescence, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise and suggested they exchange WeChat information. Yi Tanqing, reticent as ever, silently handed over her phone, her gaze lowered, fixated on his fingers as they danced across her screen. With a playful grin, Chu Feng returned the phone, the top of it brushing lightly against her chin as he departed. Heart racing, Yi Tanqing looked down at her WeChat page. Upon adding each other as friends, Chu Feng promptly altered his WeChat name to serve as a reminder for Yi Tanqing, emphasizing that as his faux boyfriend, she ought to comply. Otherwise, he would jeopardize her opportunity to continue her studies at Haida University. The moniker read, "Obey your darling boyfriend to avoid failing." Chu Feng believed this was an apt warning for the studious Yi. For a considerable time thereafter, Yi Tanqing found herself gazing at the affectionate note that Chu Feng had inscribed, her eyes reflecting the tenderness one reserves for a cherished possession. Was Chu Feng truly her treasure? A peculiar sensation enveloped her, perhaps akin to the poetic notion of a heart aflutter. Over the subsequent 4 years, Chu Feng maintained their charade of a relationship, for he never declared the termination of their agreement. As for whether he consistently remitted the stipulated 80,000 each month, Yi Tanqing remained unaware, as she had never utilized that bank card. Despite the pretense, these 4 years represented the most extraordinary chapter in Yi Tanqing's life. Occasionally, she would overhear Chu Feng jesting with others, stating, who would genuinely fall for her, "Your brother Feng is as manly as they come. Why should Yi Tanqing toil so hard at her studies? She merely needs to flatter me and can easily earn millions from me. Her future would then be secure." He would deride Yi Tanqing's feigned aloofness, claiming she was merely dazzled by his wealth, obedient to his whims. "I find her irksome. Why should I care if she calls me?" He would scoff, likening his manipulation of Yi Tanqing to playing with a pet. "Yi Tanqing is but my pampered dog. I wonder when I shall tire of her. For now, she serves as an excellent shield against the advances of other suitors, saving me from their tedious declarations of love. I am certain Yi Tanqing adores me to the core." Yi Tanqing remained indifferent to much of what Chu Feng uttered, for he spoke truths. Yet, that particular phrase, "I wonder when I shall tire of her," haunted her, instilling a sense of fear and helplessness. She longed to remain by Chu Feng's side a while longer, relishing the way he nonchalantly commanded her presence. She was willing to be his loyal companion, yet dreaded the thought of being cast aside. The prospect of being deemed tiresome filled her with trepidation. How could she avoid such a fate? By minimizing her appearances and interactions. She endeavored to suppress her yearning for intimacy. She acquiesced to his every demand, indulging him without limit, even in matters of the bedroom. In Chapter 15, Do You Want Me? Chu Feng could scarcely fathom the torment Yi Tanqing endured. It was as though she were draining her own vitality, forcing herself to cultivate immense self-restraint. Their kisses and caresses had become scarce. At the slightest sound of disapproval from Chu Feng, she would cease immediately, regardless of how exquisite the moment felt. Yi Tanqing resolved to endure, not wishing to become a source of annoyance, disdain, or abandonment for him. In truth, if Chu Feng were to grant her the gift of intimacy, she would feel that her life was complete, daring not to aspire for anything beyond that. As their intimate encounters dwindled from half an hour to less than 10 minutes, the frequency of Chu Feng's indulgences diminished, signifying his growing aversion toward her. During those melancholic episodes when Yi Tanqing found herself reliant on medication to stabilize her emotions, despair loomed ever closer. He would repeatedly watch the footage of Chu Feng proposing to him. However, he had edited out a brief segment. This segment depicted Chu Feng holding a bouquet of pink roses, chatting with Wen Xiaoyan on the lawn before the proposal, unaware that a miniature drone was broadcasting the conversation to Yi Tanqing. Wen Xiaoyan inquired about Chu Feng's reasons for proposing. Chu Feng, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "My father wants to force me into an arranged marriage. I won't let him have his way even if I marry a man." It was this remark that Yi Tanqing, trembling fingers, deleted. Prior to this, he had indulged in the fantasy that Chu Feng harbored even a hint of affection for him. If there were no feelings, why propose? Yet reality unveiled that Chu Feng's proposal was merely a means to evade an arranged marriage. Later, on the lawn, a multitude of pink balloons ascended in a display of romance. Rose petals adorned the stage as Chu Feng, holding a pair of couples' diamond rings, affectionately declared, "Yi Tanqing, let us marry upon graduation." In that moment, Yi Tanqing felt a heartache akin to bleeding. Nonetheless, he acquiesced with a nod. If his existence served merely as a shield, allowing Chu Feng to live freely and contentedly, he would willingly accept that, even if this marriage bore no relation to love. On the night Yi Tanqing donned the engagement ring, Chu Feng, reeking of alcohol, lay sprawled on the sofa and suddenly beckoned him. "What's wrong?" Just as Yi Tanqing crouched down, Chu Feng leaned in to kiss him, wrapping his arm around Yi Tanqing's neck. Yi Tanqing was taken aback. His instinctive reaction was to push Chu Feng away. He feared that in his drunken state, Chu Feng might mistake him for someone else, and upon regaining sobriety, would regret the kiss and harbor even greater disdain for him. He forcefully shoved Chu Feng's arm, applying more strength than intended, causing Chu Feng's wrist to redden. Subsequently, Chu Feng's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as he sat on the sofa, gazing up at Yi Tanqing, his drunken eyes seemingly more susceptible to moisture, reflecting a sense of grievance, as if tears could fall at any moment. Yi Tanqing's heart ached. He was about to apologize when Chu Feng interrupted. "No need for you to say sorry. I kissed the wrong person." With that, Chu Feng stumbled away. From that point onward, Chu Feng never drank to excess again. Nor did he kiss him again. Their first kiss, which was also initiated by Chu Feng, occurred nearly 6 months after their wedding. One day, Chu Feng presented a marriage agreement for Yi Tanqing to sign. Without reviewing the terms, Yi Tanqing simply inscribed his name. Regardless of Chu Feng's intentions or the existence of the agreement, he would acquiesce without scrutiny. Days later, Chu Feng unexpectedly called him back to the villa, where the marriage contract lay on the table. One stipulation mandated that they fulfill their marital duties once every half-month. Since the agreement was established, they would adhere to it. Reluctantly, Chu Feng loosened his bathrobe, revealing a rather alluring black lace shirt beneath, and casually inquired, "Shall I take you? Or will you take me?" Yi Tanqing shook his head and attempted to flee. Given the nature of their sham marriage, there was no need to fulfill the contract to such an extent. He was beset with 1,000 hesitations and regrets. Chu Feng, however, would not permit him to leave and even locked the bedroom door, suggesting a rather forceful insistence. Chu Feng asserted that breaching even a single clause could lead to the potential violation of all others, questioning whether he was scheming to acquire Chu Feng's wealth. Yi Tanjing, with her heart racing audibly, pressed against the bedroom door, turning her gaze away from Chu Feng's lace shirt. I have no desire for your possessions. Then do you desire me? Chu Feng inquired playfully, resembling an enchanting demon, before kissing him softly, cradling his face to prevent any retreat, consuming all of his refusals. When pushed onto the bed, Yi Tanjing felt a surge of anxiety, at a loss for words. I won't, Chu Feng responded with a casual confidence, as if he were quite experienced. I know you won't, so just do as I say without any unnecessary chatter. And ideally, don't make it too painful, all right? Yi Tanjing found himself speechless. Soon after, Chu Feng lay upon the bed, biting the corner of the pillow, urging him on. Hurry up! Are you even a man? Every inch of Chu Feng was undeniably beautiful, a fact that Yi Tanjing was increasingly convinced of. The pristine and delicate fragrance enveloped Yi Tanjing, making his head spin, more cautious than during any scientific experiment. Gently, he pressed his palm against Chu Feng's finely toned side, the sensation beyond description, truly exquisite. Chu Feng emitted a soft whimper, akin to a kitten. Was it from pain or distaste? Yi Tanjing felt as if he were dreaming, more than his own feelings. He feared that Chu Feng might be uncomfortable. Yi Tanjing possessed no experience whatsoever and relied entirely on Chu Feng's commands, moving when told to go and halting when instructed to stop. This pattern persisted in subsequent encounters. Yi Tanjing sometimes felt as though he were undergoing a form of punishment. Yet he willingly embraced it, for it brought him intimate closeness with Chu Feng. He remained uncertain whether he was Chu Feng's first partner and dared not inquire. In fact, they had never discussed matters of the heart. Typically, partners might ask questions such as, do you like me? Do you love me? Yi Tanjing was fully aware that romance was a facade, as was marriage, and thus refrained from such meaningless inquiries. Notably, Chu Feng had never posed these questions either. However, Yi Tanjing was certain that Chu Feng was aware of his affections. On numerous occasions, Chu Feng had openly declared to his father or Wen Xiaoyan or other friends, Yi Tanjing loves me to death. It was then that Yi Tanjing felt reassured that his feelings were indeed known to Chu Feng, along with his indulgence and his submissive compliance. It was impossible for Chu Feng to be unaware of Yi Tanjing's deep affection. He remained in close proximity to Chu Feng, ready to be summoned at any moment, never straying far. After their marriage, the majority of the Chu group's business responsibilities fell upon Yi Tanjing, as Chu Jinyuan placed immense trust and value in him. This trust stemmed from the secret contract between Yi Tanjing and Chu's father. Yi Tanjing pledged that if one day Chu Feng no longer required his presence and wished to part ways, all his assets, including personal research achievements and group projects, would belong to Chu Feng. Thus, all interests would be conferred upon him. Consequently, his rapport with Chu Jinyuan was quite amicable, even more natural than his interactions with Chu Feng. The downfall of the Chu family business stemmed from Chu Jinyuan being deceived by an overseas institution, a trap set by an international fraud syndicate. During that period, Yi Tanjing's focus was primarily on the imminent success of the 619 nautical project, which, upon fruition, could potentially multiply the market value of the Chu group tenfold. As an elder, Chu Jinyuan was also concerned for Yi Tanjing's excessive fatigue and took it upon himself to handle the tax and administrative procedures for the subsidiary's import-export trade. These processes were not overly complex, merely procedural and time-consuming. Soon, however, they fell under the scrutiny of the fraud syndicate. They first informed Chu Jinyuan that all procedures were in order, allowing him to operate normally. After completing a few transactions, they resorted to blackmail, threatening to report the Chu group for tax evasion and illegal smuggling. Unbeknownst to Chu Jinyuan, the subsidiary was engaged in unlawful activities. He had always believed the paperwork was properly completed. In a moment of panic and distress, he suffered a stroke and passed away. Just before receiving the news of Chu's father's sudden death, Yi Tanjing had exited the research lab, returning to the villa to meet with Chu Feng and retire for the night, feeling mentally numb and fatigued, in dire need of restorative sleep. Realizing he would be unable to rest beside Chu Feng due to heightened emotions, he suggested sleeping in the study. The following morning, as they sat down for breakfast, Chu Feng unexpectedly announced his desire for a divorce. Yi Tanqing was genuinely perplexed, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong or why Chu Feng no longer wanted him. Despite his considerable efforts and adherence to Chu Feng's wishes, he despaired and implored, suggesting, "If you find me dull, you may go out and enjoy yourself. Even if it means being unfaithful. Just please, don't divorce me." Then, they received the news of Chu's father's demise. Chu Feng, in relation to the Chu group's operations, was left utterly in the dark. Yi Tanqing entrusted the funeral arrangements to him, while he urgently addressed the financial assets of the Chu family, outstanding orders, and the multitude of accountability claims flooding in. He had resolved that any thoughts of divorce would have to wait until he could stabilize the tumult surrounding the Chu family's affairs. He could not abandon the mess for Chu Feng to handle alone. The Chu group was already in disarray, and Yi Tanqing concentrated most of his efforts on the 619 project, convinced that its successful development would ensure Chu Feng's continued financial security. At that point, he contemplated leaving with nothing or perhaps returning in a subordinate capacity, hoping to become a stray dog that Chu Feng might take in. During the days when Chu Feng was organizing the funeral, Yi Tanqing was indeed quite occupied. He understood that Chu Feng needed solace after losing his father. Yet he found himself torn between comforting Chu Feng and managing the group's affairs in the 619 nautical project, which represented a lifetime of dedication from Chu's father. Assistant Anna, who was pregnant, had submitted her resignation to focus on her health. Yi Tanqing contacted her husband, assuring him that he would not overburden the expectant mother, but requested that Anna remain for a few more days to help him finalize the 619 project. This was the day Chu Feng arrived at the Qing Feng Group building. The 619 project has finally reached completion. Due to a media interview, Anna briefly donned high heels and adorned herself with maternity cosmetics to create a lovely visage. In the elevator, she turned to Yi Tanqing and asked, "Isn't it beautiful? This will be my last occasion as a competent career woman in the coming years. I shall be devoted to caring for my baby." "Huh, you are so fortunate. Never having to bear children, fully immersed in your career." Yi Tanqing forced a smile and thought to herself, "My baby is currently causing me marital strife." Upon exiting the elevator, they summoned their colleagues for a celebratory feast. Yi Tanqing had initially planned to attend the celebration and then discreetly depart to return to the villa to be with Chu Feng, assuring him not to worry about the future of the Chu enterprise. Little did she expect to find Chu Feng waiting downstairs in the office building. Anna, with a hint of curiosity, scrutinized Chu Feng and whispered, Is he your baby?" Perhaps due to familial turmoil, his countenance appeared rather grim. Yi Tanqing hurried after Chu Feng to the roadside, urging him to return to the villa and await her. Soon after, she received a frantic call from Wen Xiaoyan, who was sobbing uncontrollably. The dreadful news had arrived. Chu Feng had met with a tragic car accident, plummeting off a cliff. When Yi Tanqing finally reached Nanshan in a daze, she found Wen Xiaoyan kneeling amidst a sea of sunflowers, striking his own face amid a pile of car wreckage, lamenting that he should never have allowed Brother Feng to participate in the race. However, his loan had not been approved for a larger sum, and even selling Ma Xiantong yielded insufficient funds. He had overheard Brother Feng calling numerous people for financial assistance, wishing to help. In the sunflower field, the remnants of the racing car ignited anew. A conflagration raged for an interminable duration. Yi Tanqing could not even recover Chu Feng's ashes. The desire for Chu Feng's rebirth, to once again behold him, became the entirety of Yi Tanqing's existence. He returned to the mountains of the northwest, kneeling in reverence at a Taoist temple. There stood a towering osmanthus tree, and an elderly Taoist priest resided within. When he beheld the 19-year-old Chu Feng once more, speaking to him from behind a restroom stall, his light purple hair shimmering in the sunlight, the youth's audacity and pride remained unchanged from their first encounter. Yi Tanqing, trembling with emotion, engaged in conversation with Chu Feng, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Yi Tanqing was inherently introverted and solitary, possessing a character devoid of intrigue. Born into a starkly contrasting lineage and impoverished background, One was celestial, the other abyssal. He understood that he bore no qualities worthy of enduring affection. Unable to retain Chu Feng's love for long. In fact, he could not even hold on to anyone who cherished him. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was akin to an uncontrollable tornado, violently descending from the horizon, rampaging through golden wheat fields and mountain valleys, scattering the serene wheat spikes as he led them into a wild dance of exuberance. Yi Tanqing was but a quiet wheat field. The strength of the tornado left indelible impressions and marks on the field, evoking fervent emotions that could never be erased, once enveloping Yi Tanqing with a near-suffocating force, bestowing upon him fleeting sweetness and elevating him to the heavens. Yet, the tornado would not linger. It could withdraw its power at any moment, casting Yi Tanqing aside with harsh finality and racing off toward the next wheat field without a backward glance. How can Yi Tanqing capture a tornado? In the past, he could only forget himself as he repeatedly leaped into the eye of the storm, being whimsically tossed into desolate wilderness, drifting aimlessly across the world. Yi Tanqing was reborn for Chu Feng. Even if Chu Feng declared he no longer wanted him, he never contemplated leaving. He would not depart. Yet now, seated before the computer screen, gazing at the fields that Chu Feng had once graced, Yi Tanqing's sense of devotion seemed to undergo a transformation. He felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, accompanied by a profound jealousy that he dared not confront. He was poised to perish once more before the screen. The fields bore no innocence. Why were they all so flamboyantly enticing Chu Feng? Such was Chu Feng's nature. He could indulge in playfulness. However, the reborn Yi Tanqing found his jealousy swelling to the point of tears, darkly fixating on the posts on the screen, reporting them one by one. Please do not kiss my tornado. I shall endeavor to attract him. He belongs to me. Chapter 17. Utterly useless, as Yi Tanqing browsed the forum at the computer. Outside at the dining table, Chu Feng was shaking his head at the takeout ordered by Wen Xiaoyan. The Thai-style platter of fried delicacies, seafood ramen, and curry chicken with omelet rice all exuded particularly strong flavors. The living room, adorned in a minimalist aesthetic, was permeated with the scent of curry. Opposite the rectangular dining table, Wen Xiaoyan, clad in a loose bright blue sleeveless top and soft denim shorts that barely grazed above his knees, leaned forward with one leg crossed over the other, munching on potato chips while occasionally licking his fingertips, producing a soft popping sound. His other hand was engrossed in a single-player puzzle game, his gaze locked on the screen of his phone. Golden crumbs of fried potato tumbled from the corner of Wen Xiaoyan's mouth, leaving smudges on his cheeks. The dining table, crafted from black crystalline rock, accentuated the mess. Hey, Wen Xiaoyan. Chu Feng could no longer contain himself, pointing at the table. You ordered this kind of food? Brother, isn't this what you love to eat? Wen Xiaoyan's round eyes widened in confusion. He had no particular affinity for curry. A little soda and some snacks sufficed. It was his brother Feng who delighted in the sweet and sour flavors of Thai cuisine. There was no mistake, and this was not their first order from this restaurant. They had done so many times before. I love curry. Chu Feng had nearly forgotten what he enjoyed at 18 or 19. He pushed the tissue box toward Wen Xiaoyan. Fine, just be careful while eating. You're the one who owns a hamster. Wen Xiaoyan scratched his cheek, his eyes reflecting further bewilderment. How could someone undergo such a drastic change overnight? Was this truly the Chu Feng he had known? Clean your face too. Chu Feng turned a glance at Yi Tanqing's closed door, speaking to Wen Xiaoyan. Why are you dazed? Are you waiting for me to clean up after you? The door remained shut. It was past midnight, and still there was no sign of life from within. What was Yi Tanqing quietly doing in there? Although Chu Feng was certain he could no longer harbor feelings for a straight man, the curiosity to explore the everyday life of the other was inescapable. Yi Tanqing resembled a box he had long struggled to open. Now, under the same roof, that box was tantalizingly within reach. He became curious about what lay within the box, pondering the nature of Yi Tanqing and her daily pursuits, her preferences and activities. What was the life like of someone who appeared so cold, like a stone? Chu Feng had once yearned to delve deeper into Yi Tanqing's persona, yet his efforts yielded no results. Her reticence left him frustrated, and he found it difficult to engage her in conversation. Their interactions were nearly devoid of communication. Ugh, I'll clean it myself, Wen Xiaoyan muttered, tossing his phone aside as he wiped the soiled dining table with a napkin. However, his curiosity got the better of him. Brother, what has caused this sudden shift in your demeanor? It's quite disconcerting. Have I changed so much? Chu Feng replied, reaching for a fruit platter with his fork. Wen Xiaoyan exclaimed, for goodness sake, just look at you. I can hardly recognize you. Is it really that dramatic? Chu Feng said, biting into an apple. I've merely resolved to be more proactive, lest I find myself at a disadvantage during unforeseen circumstances. If I were capable of managing the family business, I would feel so helpless during times of crisis. One only learns the importance of preparing in advance after experiencing hunger. Moreover, his motivations extended beyond mere business. Old Chu's health was not as robust as it appeared. He had no desire to witness his father's premature demise. He needed to acquire skills to support his family. The fate of a freeloader was grim. It's not merely a quest for improvement. You've transformed into an entirely different person, Wen Xiaoyan remarked earnestly. Chu Feng shrugged it off, asking like what? Like this. Wen Xiaoyan pointed to the remnants on the dining table. You used to relish lounging on the sofa, playing games and snacking, leaving a trail of crumbs behind. I often had to follow you with the vacuum cleaner, and I've mentioned before that I didn't want the carpet littered with chips and jerky. You told me to leave it until the cleaner arrived. Thus, Wen Xiaoyan was astonished. Yet just now, you scolded me for dropping crumbs on the table. Isn't that a stark change in behavior? The old Chu Feng would never have minded such remnants. After all, a dining table is meant to have food scraps. Isn't it? In short, when did you develop these obsessive-compulsive tendencies? Really? Chu Feng slowed his chewing of the orange. When one harbors affection for another, they often unconsciously adopt their habits, striving to find common ground and feigning compatibility. The carefree Chu Feng of 19 had evolved into the more responsible Chu Feng at 24 post-marriage. The sight of a messy dining table would be unacceptable in their villa. Yi Tanxing would frown upon it and tidy up. This made Chu Feng feel like a source of waste, which embarrassed him. Additionally, it had been quite some time since he had indulged in curry, a flavor Yi Tanxing detested. She would leave the room at its scent, retreating to the garden. Since their marriage, Chu Feng had refrained from snacking on the sofa, fearing that Yi Tanxing would find him untidy. Although the busy Yi Tanxing returned to the villa only once every fortnight, Chu Feng had made these accommodating changes to his lifestyle. It was no wonder that upon catching a whiff of curry, he instinctively glanced toward Yi Tanxing's bedroom door. Still worried that the person would come out and smell the curry, Chu Feng felt helpless, even after deciding to let go of that individual in his rebirth. It seemed he had already transformed into Yi Tanxing's form. How could this be rectified? Feng, Wen Xiaoyan called out to the dazed figure, his face etched with concern. Are you really all right? I heard that a drastic change in temperament could indicate brain stimulation, leading to nerve disarray. Perhaps you should go to the hospital for a checkup? Maybe get your tonsils examined? Chu Feng replied with an impassive expression. Are you referring to the pituitary gland? Is that the term? Ah ha ha ha, Wen Xiaoyan chuckled. When Yi Tanxing emerged from the room, he beheld Wen Xiaoyan laughing with his dreadlocks, swaying chaotically, slapping his thigh with a resounding thud. Just as he was about to step out, his pace halted, a slight frown creasing his brow as he unexpectedly approached the two at the dining table. What was Yi Tanxing coming over for? Chu Feng quickly averted his gaze, piercing a strawberry with his silver fork. The vibrant red juice stained the pristine porcelain plate before him, resulting in an odd amalgamation of scents wafting through the air, curry and the sweet fragrance of fruit mingling together unpleasantly. Upon hearing the footsteps, Wen Xiaoyan looked up to greet. Yi Shueba, would you like to join us for a meal? We have salad, curry chicken, and tomato beef omelet rice. They would soon be roommates. And such pleasantries were necessary. In truth, he had purchased a portion for Yi Shueba. For some reason, Wen Xiaoyan felt a twinge of trepidation towards Yi Tanxing. The emotionless, pitch-black eyes felt intimidating. Having spent years immersed in laboratories and libraries, his complexion was an excessively cold white, coupled with an ice-cold aura. Having watched numerous American films, he suspected that Yi Shueba might be a vampire count. Thank you, but no, Yi Tanxing's footsteps came to a stop beside Chu Feng's chair. He stood silently, placing his palm gently on the backrest. Due to the angle, Chu Feng couldn't see Yi Tanqing's actions, but when Xiaoyan could, the scene appeared rather peculiar. The tall, stern-faced Yi Shua stood behind his Feng Gu, his long arms draped over the wooden chair's backrest. His gaze as still as ice fixed upon Wen Xiaoyan. With a crunch, Wen Xiaoyan's chips fell from his hand in fright. Confused, Chu Feng looked up, unsure of what was unfolding. Wen Xiaoyan, so nervous he stammered, met Yi Tanqing's gaze. Did you want to say something to us? Why does it feel like a hostage negotiation? Was Feng Gu Yi Shuaba's hostage? The atmosphere felt strange. Chu Feng restrained himself from glancing at the person standing beside him, but ultimately couldn't resist stealing a glance. Yi Tanqing donned straight black trousers, thin-soled leather shoes, and a pristine white shirt that was both minimalistic and immaculate, accentuating his slim waist and exuding an air of solitude. He possessed sharp brows and perpetually indifferent eyes, his nose prominent, with thin lips. His complexion was an icy pallor, contrasting sharply with his dark brows and lashes, resembling an ancient swordsman sketching his features with an ink brush. There was an indescribable seriousness about him, a quality that particularly attracted lecherous scoundrels. The chill in the air evokes a desire to experience warmth. His physique is so remarkable that it captures the attention of anyone, regardless of gender, compelling them to steal glances. It is no wonder that Chu Feng was once so captivated that he boldly pursued him. He even went to great lengths to concoct a marriage agreement, all in the name of discreetly sharing a bed with Yi Tanqing. However, Chu Feng has since become immune to Yi Tanqing's allure, realizing that superficial beauty devoid of utility is akin to a decorative dog, utterly useless. Chapter 18. A brief meeting. The curry on the dining table still emits steam. Sharing the same dormitory, I hope we can reach a consensus on our living habits. Hence, I propose a set of dormitory regulations. Yi Tanqing's tone was crisp, imbued with an unyielding composure. Of course, you may share your personal habits with me. As long as they fall within reasonable bounds, I will adhere strictly to them, ensuring mutual respect and harmonious coexistence. He understood that at this age, Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan had certain preferences that he found intolerable. Thus, it was imperative to clarify them in advance. The academically accomplished roommate is establishing the rules, adopting this cold tone as if he were the sovereign of the dormitory. Is this a provocation? Wen Xiaoyan was at a loss, unsure whether to reject the regulations or acquiesce. He glanced at the person sitting across from him, signaling with his eyes. Brother Feng, what do you think? Respond quickly. The fate of our dormitory's authority hinges on this moment. Sitting in the chair, Chu Feng had just tidied his room and taken a shower. Dressed in a white tank top and a green-striped shirt, unbuttoned to reveal his pale collarbones, he exuded an air of arrogance that was unmistakable, accentuated by his lavender hair, which had yet to be dyed back to black, and the multiple ear studs adorning his ears. All right, Chu Feng placed his silver fork down, arms crossed as he leaned back, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Go ahead and share your rules. We shall listen before deciding whether to comply. He was tactically retreating to gauge Yi Tanqing's intentions. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, as he leaned back, a hand stealthily withdrew from the back of his chair. Very well. Yi Tanqing moved to the center of the rectangular dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He produced his phone and opened the Notes app, appearing to type something. In the brief silence that ensued, Wen Xiaoyan shot a wide-eyed glance at Chu Feng. This person is truly beginning to take notes. Chu Feng reached for his cup, taking a sip of orange juice, only to grimace at its excessive sweetness before setting it down. He was currently cohabiting with Yi Tanqing. Suddenly, Wen Xiaoyan's phone blared. Hurry up, I've been waiting so long the flowers have wilted. It was the voiceover from a pirated single-player game of Dodiju. Coughing, Wen Xiaoyan hurriedly silenced his phone, flashing a sheepish smile at Yi Tanqing. Take your time, it's no rush. Yi Tanqing showed little reaction, typing a title before directly opening the recording feature. His phone rested steadily beside him on the recording screen as he surveyed the boys seated at either end of the long table, his tone calm, yet formal, exuding a sense of gravity. Now we shall commence the discussion regarding the dormitory regulations. Subsequently, I will compile a written document to be affixed at the entrance. Do you have any objections? Feel free to express your thoughts. Chu Feng perceived no incongruity in the scene before him, for he frequently scoured the internet for financial news reports. The imagery often depicted Yi Tanqing, clad in a tailored suit, speaking solemnly into a microphone while casting a calm gaze across the conference hall, continuing his discourse in a manner strikingly similar to the present moment. Chu Feng had grown accustomed to such sights. However, the astonished expression on Wen Xiaoyan's face as he stared at the recording phone was unmistakable. This academic prodigy might not be entirely sane, or perhaps he was simply being overly pretentious. After all, in such a modest university dormitory, convening a meeting to establish regulations felt akin to orchestrating a significant conference. Was this truly appropriate? Yet now, it was Wen Xiaoyan's turn to voice his opinion. Oh, emulating his elder brother Feng's composure, Wen nodded solemnly. All right, let us begin. What a novel experience. He was participating in a meeting. The informal gathering at the dining table officially commenced. The first order of business was the bedtime policy. Yi Tanqing, fingers interlaced upon the obsidian table, directed his focus predominantly toward the left where Wen Xiaoyan sat, deliberately averting his gaze from Chu Feng, for he feared that direct eye contact would incite his nervousness. Yi Tanqing stated, I require a quiet environment to retire by 10:30 in the evening. Hence, I kindly request that the dormitory maintain silence during this period to avoid disturbances such as shouting, running, gaming, or playing loud rock music. His elaboration was meticulous, addressing potential scenarios. Going to bed at 10? Wen Xiaoyan murmured softly. Chu Feng popped a cherry into his mouth, savoring its sweet nectar. That seems feasible, Wen Xiaoyan exclaimed. Brother, we usually stay out late, gaming until dawn, then sleep all day. Is that truly possible? If they intended to attend classes punctually, their schedules would undoubtedly require adjustment. Chu Feng was mentally prepared for this, realizing that late-night escapades would have to be curtailed. When Xiaoning grimaced, oh, right. So, we are genuinely expected to attend class on time? Initially, he had presumed that Chu Feng was merely making idle remarks, but it now appeared that was not the case. The sky had fallen. The second item pertained to the usage and return of dormitory items. Personal belongings should not be carelessly discarded. They must be cleaned after use and returned to their rightful places. Shoes, undergarments, and socks should not be washed in the washing machine, but rather hand-washed. Yi Tanqing directed his words toward Wen Xiaoyan, his delicate profile reflecting in Chu Feng's gaze, momentarily causing him to drift into thought. He envisioned a scene in the villa's glass-walled laundry room, where he had deliberately placed a pair of white briefs atop Yi Tanqing's shirt, fully aware that you would pass by to collect his air-dried coat before departing. It was a rather juvenile attempt at provocation, and, of course, ended in failure. That morning, Yi Tanqing stood coldly in the laundry room, using his slender, fair fingers to wash Chu Feng's undergarments. Once finished, he emerged into the living room to inform him, underwear and outer garments should not be washed together, as it may lead to bacterial residue. Chu Feng had felt a wave of embarrassment, his face flushing as he scolded Yi Tanqing for being an insufferably pedantic prude, urging him to leave post-haste. He casually tossed his underwear wherever he pleased, and Yi Tanqing found it beyond her control. With that, Yi Tanqing departed. Chu Feng gazed at the undergarments hanging in the laundry, snatched them down, and discarded them into the trash bin. What he desired was a partner, not a cold, indifferent housekeeper. The lack of affection was glaringly evident. Yi Tanqing was merely repaying a debt of gratitude by treating him as the head of the household. The thought alone stirred a swell of irritation within him. Yet, when Wen Xiaoyan contemplated the necessity of hand-washing undergarments and socks, he couldn't comprehend why adding a few caps of disinfectant would be detrimental to the washing process. Chu Feng interjected with a sardonic smile, I shall purchase another washing machine. We shall not share one with him. Very well, Wen Xiaoyan obediently nodded, acknowledging Chu Feng's astuteness. A perfect resolution indeed. Yi Tanqing pressed her lips together, a pang of disappointment surfacing within her. It was as if she were acutely aware that Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan belonged to the same realm. Chu Feng indeed regarded her with disdain, as he wouldn't even share a washing machine with her. Wen Xiaoyan, having learned to think critically, mused, if that is the case, I will buy a new hairdryer and dedicated water cups for myself and Fenger. We need not use yours. This arrangement should accommodate the cleanliness standards of the fastidious Yi scholar, when Xiaoyan was considerate and amiable. Next item, Chu Feng replied languidly. The more they interacted, the more he recalled memories from past life. He took a few bites of pear, and when he noticed Yi Tanqing's silence, he instinctively looked up, only to be met by a pair of dark, fragmented eyes. Yi Tanqing turned her head, her gaze imbued with a sorrowful loneliness that Chu Feng had never witnessed before, silently studying him. However, that sorrow and solitude were fleeting. Just as Chu Feng sought to delve deeper into her gaze, her eyes regained their icy calmness, leaving no trace behind. In Chapter 19, You Can End Me, Yi Tanqing elaborated on several regulations regarding the use of household items, such as the hygiene of kitchenware and trash bins, the arrangement of shoes in the cabinet, and the proper usage of the clothes drying rack. Chu Feng's frustration mounted, and by the end, he barely glanced at Yi Tanqing's face. We'll purchase new ones. New trash bins and shoe cabinets. I will buy new dishes, when Xiaoyan and I will not share any items with you. We are filthy, while you, Yi scholar, are a cleanliness enthusiast. You are so fastidious that you wouldn't even touch things unnecessarily while cooking. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for us to use separate living items. I did not mean it that way, Yi Tanqing replied, slightly taken aback by his statement about their filthiness. She fixed her gaze on the crown of Chu Feng's head, resolutely stating, if the rules are clear, you won't misuse my things. It's me who feels unclean, not that I think you are dirty. Oh, will you perish if I misuse your belongings? Chu Feng, utterly perplexed, coldly scoffed at Yi Tanqing. For instance, if I drink from your cup, and you subsequently use it, will my saliva poison you? In the villa, Chu Feng rose in the dark of night. He wandered into the kitchen and casually picked up an ornate, gilded porcelain cup. After quenching his thirst, he placed it on the kitchen counter. The following day, after Yi Tanqing had left, the housekeeper cautiously approached Chu Feng to inform him that the seemingly expensive cup had shattered, and it was not her doing. When Chu Feng entered the kitchen, he discovered the broken porcelain lying in the trash bin. It was a pair of couple teacups gifted to them by Wen Xiaoyan. His cup bore the design of a swimming dragon, while Yi Tanqing's was adorned with a dancing phoenix. Due to an accidental use of his cup, Yi Tanqing deliberately shattered it. He captured a photograph of the broken pieces and sent it to Yi Tanqing, accompanied by an inquisitive question mark. Amidst her busy schedule, Yi Tanqing made time to respond, apologizing and suggesting a replacement. Chu Feng, feeling a surge of frustration, declared he would never gift Yi Tanqing any couple-themed items again. What an insufferable, indifferent scoundrel. Is it true that if I drink from your cup, you will be poisoned by my saliva upon using it again? The statement dripped with indignation and reproach. Yi Tanqing found the accusation perplexing, yet sensing Chu Feng's anger, he nervously lowered his gaze and quietly replied, No. Is there any other rule you wish to disclose all at once? Chu Feng's voice carried a sharp edge of hostility, expressing his disdain. Rest assured, I won't touch any of your worthless possessions, nor will I even glance at them. The tension in the air was palpable. Wen Xiaoyan, taken aback, wondered what had transpired. Yi Tanqing was all too familiar with Chu Feng's tone of disdain. Suppressing his own simmering frustration, Yi Tanqing's demeanor turned icy. Moreover, bringing strangers into the dormitory is strictly prohibited, regardless of gender. It had come to his attention that Chu Feng often gathered a mixed group of friends in his off-campus apartment, indulging in drinking and gaming until dawn, with some even sprawled across the floor after excessive drinking. Used tissues and other items were carelessly discarded in the bathroom. The cleaning lady had even called Chu Jinyuan to resign, prompting Yi Tanqing to put an end to such behavior. He was determined to prevent Chu Feng from mingling with dubious company. That won't happen. Wen Xiaoyan quickly interjected, waving his hands in an attempt to pacify Chu Feng. The boys' dorm has strict supervision. It's impossible for anyone to be brought back. Indeed, you have a point, Yi Tanqing conceded, realizing his oversight. Chu Feng's impatience flared, his tone brimming with irritation. Why are you explaining anything to him? In his eyes, we are merely individuals who would shove a girl into a suitcase for a night. He believes he is the only one maintaining his integrity, while I am just a lowly scoundrel who can't even afford a hotel room. Yi Tanqing felt a jolt of surprise at those words. I never thought that, he protested. Then why would you say such a thing? Chu Feng v. Dole. If you truly didn't think that way, you wouldn't have insisted on preventing them from bringing girls back to the dormitory. The implication was clear. It seemed he looked down upon the wealthy second-generation offspring, embodying a sense of moral superiority. Under Chu Feng's piercing gaze, Yi Tanqing fell silent, realizing that any attempt to explain would only lead to stammering and sound like a feeble excuse. After a few moments of internal struggle, he attempted to clarify, "I did not mean it that way. I merely wanted to discuss it beforehand. I will also adhere to the rule of not bringing strangers back." "And who do you plan to bring back?" Chu Feng's question hung in the air as he turned his face away, feeling a surge of discomfort. "You have a generous scholarship. If the need arises, you would certainly consider booking a hotel." "Oh." When Xiaoyan's curiosity was piqued. "Does Yi, the academic prodigy, have a girlfriend? Who is she? What department is she from? Is she from the music academy next door?" Given that High University was renowned for its engineering programs, the number of female students was relatively scarce. Most of the conversation revolved around the charming young women from the neighboring music academy, who were both beautiful and graceful. "No," Yi Tanqing interjected, his expression cold as he inhaled deeply. "Let's move on to the next topic." Chu Feng seemed quite eager for him to find a girlfriend, almost impatiently distancing himself. Indeed, Yi Tanqing felt a strong desire to be rid of him. He was troubled. The final point was directed at Wen Xiaoyan. As Yi Tanqing cast a glance and advised, "Do not wear overly revealing clothing in the dormitory, such as those shorts that barely cover your knees." Earlier, when he had stepped out, Wen Xiaoyan had been flaunting his thighs for Chu Feng to see. Although Chu Feng had a preference for beautiful women, Wen Xiaoyan had been his closest male companion for the longest time. Moreover, Wen Xiaoyan was delicate and fair-skinned. Chu Feng doted on Wen Xiaoyan, treating him with great affection. Chu Jinyuan remarked that Chu Feng regarded Wen Xiaoyan as a younger brother. Yi Tanqing, however, felt that Wen Xiaoyan consumed most of Chu Feng's time and often dragged him out for frivolous escapades. Most significantly, in his previous life, Wen Xiaoyan had never been in a romantic relationship. Reflecting on this, Yi Tanqing speculated that perhaps Chu Feng had married early, which left Wen Xiaoyan with no opportunity to pursue him. Much like the deeply devoted supporting character in a television drama who silently watches the object of his affection find happiness with another. Wen Xiaoyan and Chu Feng always shared a close bond. Yi Tanqing had even caught them sleeping in the same bed once. Though they were fully clothed, Chu Feng's foot rested on Wen Xiaoyan's chest. The impact of that scene on Yi Tanqing was profound, leading him to believe he was being deceived. Yet, he hesitated to ask, fearing Chu Feng's confirmation. He could only observe quietly until he learned that Chu Feng was arranging blind dates for Wen Xiaoyan, which assured him that Chu Feng harbored no romantic feelings towards him. However, this did not exclude the possibility that Wen Xiaoyan might secretly harbor feelings for Chu Feng, a notion Yi Tanqing held. He wished to prevent Wen Xiaoyan from dressing provocatively to attract Chu Feng's attention, particularly with such short shorts and the way he showcased his thighs. Were those outside, but not in the dormitory. You can even run around naked outside if you wish. Wen Xiaoyan felt a jolt under Yi Tanqing's scrutiny. Incredulous. "Are you talking about me? Is my outfit really that revealing? A royal blue sleeveless shirt and shorts that nearly reach my knees. This is hardly scandalous," he protested, sitting with his legs crossed, his shorts riding up only a few inches. "Hey, you stop nitpicking," Chu Feng interjected, brandishing a silver fork at Yi Tanqing. "If you have any issues, bring them to me. Wen Xiaoyan can be as bare as he likes in the dormitory, and it's none of your concern. He is not indecent." "He is indecent," Yi Tanqing replied, glancing at the fork in front of him, feeling somewhat wronged and saddened. "You would wield a fork against me for Wen Xiaoyan? Go ahead, stab me." Chapter 20. Is this not a joke? Indecent? Wen Xiaoyan scratched his face awkwardly, unsure if Yi Tanqing was jesting. Chu Feng simply responded with 3 succinct words. "You are insane. In terms of maintaining an orderly wardrobe within the dormitory, your dissent was evident." Yet Yi Tanqing's demeanor did not convey rigidity. He merely nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Thus, there was no obligation for him to adhere to this rule. Quite agreeable. Yi Tanqing picked up his phone to stop the recording and rose, feigning an intention to depart. For now, this arrangement would suffice. Any issues arising during our interactions could be addressed later. Frankly, had we known you were so particular, we would have chosen not to move in. Chu Feng leaned one arm on the chair's armrest, casting a dissatisfied and challenging glance at the person standing. Yi Tanqing remained unfazed by his provocation. It was arranged by President Chu. Therefore, even if Chu Feng were to regret it, moving out was not an option. He strode past the dining table with his long, slender legs, heading towards the entrance cabinet. Chu Feng turned to glare at that infuriating silhouette. I knew it was his doing. Otherwise, how could Yi Tanqing possibly agree to let him live with Wen Xiaoyan? The individual by the entrance cabinet did not linger, proceeding straight out the door. Damn it! The hostility on Chu Feng's face evaporated instantly, his eyelids drooping as if everything had lost its allure. The aroma of curry lingered on the table, but he had lost his appetite. It was akin to having abstained from curry for an extended period, only to find its scent repugnant upon encountering it again. Opposite him, Wen Xiaoyan noticed his brother's discontent and speculated whether it stemmed from their fastidious and difficult-to-approach scholarly roommate. Wen Xiaoyan tapped the tabletop. Calm down, brother. We aren't on the same wavelength with him. It's best to coexist amicably and avoid unnecessary interactions. Besides, I find Yi Tanqing's nature rather acceptable. At least he lays out the rules clearly, sparing us from frequent disputes over trivial matters. Are you defending him? Chu Feng felt a surge of irritation. It resembled a rebirth. He aspired to surpass Yi Tanqing in every aspect, to become the man whom Yi Tanqing could only admire from a distance. He had intended to trample that tasteless, blind fool underfoot. This had been his plan, yet it now seemed a considerable gap remained. He possessed no formidable skills that could earn Yi Tanqing's admiration, nor could he find a sense of worth in Yi Tanqing's presence. TSK. Chu Feng found himself vexed. He needed to ascertain what Yi Tanqing lacked in proficiency and then focus his efforts in that direction to ultimately outshine him. Wen Xiaoyan remained blissfully unaware of his brother's anxieties, brimming with vitality. How could I possibly defend him? I genuinely believe this is quite favorable. Brother, you are unaware. In Tiger's dormitory, their differing lifestyles led to daily brawls for 3 months straight. That's genuinely bothersome. Enough with the chatter. Are you still eating? Wen Xiaoyan shook his head. I'm not fond of curry. Then refrain from ordering curry dishes in the future, Chu Feng declared, tossing the takeout boxes into the trash. He packed up to head downstairs, change his clothes, and dine out, intending to find someone to collect books afterward. Hey, Wen Xiaoyan, should we consult the instructor or the class monitor for the books? The class monitor seemed to have distributed them once during our arrival, but at that time, Chu Feng was preoccupied with familiarizing himself with the entertainment venues outside school, having taken Wen Xiaoyan out for a wild time, completely neglecting the book collection. In truth, they seldom appeared on campus. After all, he neither resides on campus nor engages in academic life, merely holding a nominal affiliation, occasionally treating the campus as a garden for leisurely strolls after a satisfying meal. Both the instructor and the class monitor are well aware of their circumstances, nepotistic signs of privilege. Indeed, whether they collect textbooks or attend classes seems to be of no concern to anyone. If the two of them wish to integrate into university life, they must complete numerous formalities, starting with a visit to the class monitor, joining the class group, collecting their books, and then methodically following through with course selection and participation in various clubs to enrich their social experiences. The thought alone is overwhelming. In his room, Wen Xiaoyan was changing clothes, exclaiming loudly, "What is the class monitor's surname? Huzi seems to have her WeChat. She is said to be a rather aloof sister. I'll ask him to send me her contact, and after we finish our meal, we can go find her. Hurry up," Chu Feng urged him. It was currently 1 in the afternoon. In Haicheng, during May and June, the temperature was nearing 30 degrees. The leaves, vibrant green, curled up under the sun, and there were few people meandering about the campus. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan had eaten 2 servings of wontons in the cafeteria and followed the address provided by He Linlin to locate the conference room on the 5th floor of the teaching building. This was their first visit to this particular venue. The door to the conference room was closed, and the two stood at the corner of the corridor. What do we say? Chu Feng leaned in to glance at Wen Xiaoyan's phone. He Lin had mentioned an academic seminar, instructing them to wait there if they wished to collect their books. She would be available only after the seminar concluded. Wen Xiaoyan clutched his phone. Brother, how long do we have to wait? The silver railings in the corridor glimmered in the sunlight, dizzying the eyes. There was no central air conditioning in the hall, making it stiflingly hot. How would I know? Chu Feng frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was not a particularly patient individual, having exhausted his maximum reserves of patience on Yi Tanqing. At this moment, he was forcing himself to suppress his impatience in the name of ambition. Chu Feng turned to look at the conference room. Hey, do you think she's just brushing us off? The class monitor probably doesn't believe we genuinely want to collect our books. She assumed we were merely seeking an excuse to approach her, like those tedious male classmates. Wen Xiaoyan's expression remained clueless, akin to a groundhog. That can't be true. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. Let us wait a little longer. Thus time ticked away, and the phone displayed 3:30. Sitting on the bench in the corridor, they could hear applause from the conference room, along with the electronic sounds of the microphone, as voices buzzed with animated discussions on various topics. Damn, it's sweltering, Chu Feng murmured. Send her a WeChat message to ask when it will end. If it's not soon, we'll reschedule for the evening. We've been waiting here for nearly 2 hours, practically steaming in this sauna. Wen Xiaoyan closed his gaming page. Oh, she said it would take at least another 2 hours, and after the meeting, she has other matters to attend to, suggesting we leave and come back next Monday, since today is already Friday. Chu Feng exclaimed. I've been sitting here in the corridor for over 2 hours waiting for her, and now she wants us to leave? Isn't this just a mockery? Chapter Haimumot. No nonsense. Apolito me bang, bang, bang. In the stifling outdoor corridor, Chu Feng raised his hand to knock on the conference room door. His green-striped shirt glimmered lightly in the sun, exuding a youthful vibrancy reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, embodying both restlessness and fervor. Dressed in a loose-fitting hip-hop ensemble, Wen Xiaoyan nervously adjusted his dreadlocks while standing beside his companion. Brother, are we really just going to knock and barge in like this? No sooner had he spoken than the conference room doors swung open from within. The male class monitor, a stranger to them, sported black-rimmed glasses that betrayed an air of studiousness typical of top students. He scrutinized the pair, asking, Classmates, are you here for? It was evident that these two were not there to attend the seminar. Apologies, we are looking for He Lin. Chu Feng suppressed his agitation. Yet his expression and tone bore an edge of defiance. He casually glanced into the conference room, his gaze quickly freezing. Yitanjing. Inside a round, brown wooden conference table was occupied by over 20 men and women, each equipped with a small microphone before them. On the walls flanked by large projection screens, academic materials were being displayed. Yi Tanqing remained clad in the same white shirt she had worn when leaving, her expression serious, her demeanor exuding a sense of gravity amidst the academic atmosphere. In stark contrast, Chu Feng appeared as an unwelcome intruder. The bespectacled class monitor's demeanor turned serious as he spoke. Classmates, please handle personal matters privately. We are in a meeting. Moreover, your incessant disturbances towards female students, particularly He Lin, could warrant her filing a complaint. Just as Chu Feng intended to address the matter of retrieving the book, he was unjustly accused of harassing female students. The room fell silent, all eyes now fixed on the entrance, including Yi Tanqing's. Huh. Chu Feng raised his hand and forcefully pressed against the door frame, fully pushing the door open. Come now, he declared, scanning the monitor and the room, clearly intent on confronting the accusation. Care to elaborate on how I have harassed a female student? When Xiaoyan's heart raced, trouble was brewing. Hey, he quickly grasped Chu Feng's arm, attempting to pull him aside. Forget it, we can retrieve the book next week. There's no rush. Inside were all top students and key members of the student council. Their influence extended to the principal and professors, and if they banded together, it would spell significant trouble. When Xiaoyan feared that a genuine complaint might alert his parents. Though he had done nothing wrong, his mother would hardly be inclined to listen to his explanations. The most rebellious act Wen Xiaoyan had ever committed was skipping class with his close friend, Chu Feng, after enrolling, indulging in a spree of mischief. Why should I just let it go? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, pushing Wen Xiaoyan away. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he scanned the conference table, his gaze passing over Yi Tanqing's cold expression of amusement. He soon spotted a girl who was most likely He Linlin, appearing serious and studious. Adorned with thin-framed glasses, she looked every bit the future workplace elite. He called out, "You must be He Linlin. Please inform them that I have not harassed you. I merely sought to retrieve a book. I waited for over 2 hours in the corridor for you. Kindly provide me with a response." "Retrieving a book? Oh, it's you too." He Linlin, dressed in a black and white shirt dress, approached the door with a look of embarrassment etched on her face. As she walked, she lowered her voice, saying, "Did I not inform you that I was busy? Why didn't you pick up the book at the start of the semester?" As adults, engaging in such matters only serves to complicate the class committee's responsibilities. You should simply return and await further news. It appears that Chu Feng feels quite humiliated in front of the academic elites of each subject. He is being hastily urged to leave with his companion. Chu Feng, in a fit of unexplainable anger, reflects on the situation. Missing the opportunity to collect textbooks at the start of the semester is my fault. Yet he did not come to confront the class monitor. Suppressing his temper, he tries to reason with her, as we have already apologized through WeChat. Why did you not inform me from the outset that you would only be available next week? Why make me wait so long before sending me back? Is it amusing to toy with others, class monitor? Must struggling students unconditionally cater to the whims of the class leader? He Linlin gazes in astonishment at Chu Feng, who shows no regard for her face. In a moment of panic, she glances towards President Ye's direction, her tone becoming more urgent. "If you wish to collect your textbooks, you must accommodate my schedule. I'm not here to serve you daily, Chu." Indeed, Chu Feng nods in agreement with the class monitor. "You are correct. I understand you have your own matters to attend to. However, I am merely curious as to why, if you had no time today, you made me wait for 2 hours? If you lack the time, why not communicate this earlier?" Chu Feng is aware that lingering at the conference room door is somewhat embarrassing, yet he cannot simply swallow this grievance. Clarity is essential. He Linlin hesitates. Under normal circumstances, she would not offer an explanation to an ordinary classmate. However, Chu Feng's unwavering stance leaves no room for leniency. The entire school is aware of his influential family background. To swiftly dismiss this unwelcome presence, He Linlin reluctantly explains, "I did not realize you would actually wait. The post-meeting gathering was a last-minute decision, and I genuinely do not have the time this evening to assist you with your textbook collection. You'll have to wait until next week." A sudden gathering. Chu Feng had no intention of making things difficult for the class monitor. Speaking gently towards her, he states, "Does this not imply that you have unilaterally broken your promise and ought to apologize to us, class monitor? Let's stick to the matter at hand." After enduring over 2 hours of sound-alike waiting, a resolution is warranted. Wen Xiaoyan stands behind Chu Feng, silently nodding in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. Just so. An apology is in order. He Linlin's face flushes slightly. As the class monitor and an exemplary student, everyone in the class speaks to her with utmost respect. She has never faced such pressure before. Moreover, with so many witnesses in the conference room, how could she apologize to a delinquent student? Chu Feng's reputation on campus is far from favorable. Such a person does not merit her apology. If word gets out, how could she maintain her authority as class monitor? The atmosphere in the conference room becomes tense and silent for a few seconds. The male class monitor, closest to the door, attempts to mediate the situation. "Chu, is this truly necessary? Your class monitor is busy. What harm is there in waiting a few more days? Who compelled you not to participate in the collective textbook collection at that time? Why bully a female class monitor now?" Upon hearing this, He Linlin feels tears welling in her eyes. She raises her gaze hopefully towards the opposite side, where President Yi Tanqing sits. Yet, it is clear that Yi Tanqing has no intention of intervening. He does not even glance towards the door, engrossed in diligently writing in his notebook. The sound of his pen on paper fills the air. "What business is it of yours when I am conversing with our class monitor?" Chu Feng exhibits no patience towards the male counterpart, turning to the bespectacled male class monitor with unabashed annoyance. "It appears that you too owe me an apology. Earlier, you accused me of harassing a female classmate. Are your 4 eyes merely decorative? I, Chu Feng, need not resort to harassment to cultivate friendships. The bespectacled class monitor did not anticipate that he would ignite his own downfall, stubbornly attempting to disassociate himself. Very well. The matters of your class are none of my concern. Spare me the idle chatter. Chu Feng is not swayed by such tactics. My figure blocks the entrance to the conference room, demanding an apology. If you refuse to apologize, no one shall leave today. It is merely a trivial gathering. 2 years of marriage with Yi Tanqing have rendered me too restrained. I had nearly forgotten my former tempestuous temperament. At last, it has resurfaced. I shall not tolerate being slighted. Chapter 22. What is it to you? Oh, how lively it is! At the entrance of the conference room, a standoff ensues as a particularly irritating voice echoes from the corridor. One could discern the arrogance and swagger of the speaker merely from the tone. Wen Xiaoyan, quicker than Chu Feng, turns his head to ascertain the identity of the newcomer and discreetly sidesteps to the opposite side of Chu Feng, distancing himself from the approaching figure. He clenches his fists, anxiety causing his breath to tremble. Who is it? Chu Feng notices Wen Xiaoyan's unease. The staircase at the end of the corridor is bathed in sunlight, obscuring the identity of the approaching individual. Chu Feng squeaked, focusing for a moment on an extraordinarily tall and upright youth advancing from the shadows. With a buzz cut, deep gray work pants, and a loose black t-shirt. His facial contours are sharp and well-defined, exuding a hint of rebelliousness. He carries a blue toolbox in hand. Shighui, what brings you here? Chu Feng realizes why Wen Xiaoyan is apprehensive. It is indeed that rascal, Xing Rue. Before my rebirth, I was nearly assaulted by my girlfriend, Jiang Wan. Xing Rue is the second-generation Red Heir who stood up for Jiang Wan, leading a group to confront me at a bar. I too summoned my associates, and the two factions nearly clashed. In a private room, a wager was made to secure Yi Tanqing within a month. To fulfill this bet, Xing Rue, in the dim light, randomly seized a boy and pressed his lips against his. After the kiss, he wiped his mouth and carelessly discarded the boy back into the crowd. At this moment, Wen Xiaoyan is not merely anxious. He is overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of frustration and anger. For it was he whom Xing Rue had kissed that day in the private room. As the one whose wrist was gripped by Xing Rue and forced onto the table for a passionless kiss, Wen Xiaoyan harbors a deep-seated resentment towards him. That scoundrel. For that was his first kiss, originally intended for a sweet girl. Alas, Wen Xiaoyan's misfortune was compounded by the dim lighting in the private room. Surrounded by his own brothers, they could not intervene. Xing Rue had simply seized the figure standing at the forefront of Chu Feng's camp. After the kiss, a bewildered Wen Xiaoyan was unceremoniously cast aside by Xing Rue. In truth, under such circumstances, the kiss elicited no sensation. With the lights extinguished in the room, Xing Rue remained oblivious to whom he had kissed, suspecting it to be a girl merely passing through the bar, drawn by the commotion. When he leaned in, the girl's wrist felt soft, easily grasped, and he fancied that she might have had a ponytail. To this day, Xing Rue remains unaware of the identity of his unsuspecting target. There were more than 20 individuals in that private room, and the standing positions were cramped. With tensions running high amidst disputes and wagers, no one thought to turn on the lights to investigate who had become the object of Xing Rue's kiss. The individuals on Chu Feng's side believed that Xing Rue had kissed his own brother, while those aligned with Xing Rue assumed he must have affectionately kissed some unfortunate member of Chu Feng's camp. This matter remained an enigma. Yet, Wen Xiaoyan was aware of the truth. Initially, Wen Xiaoyan was infuriated and on the verge of expressing his anger. But noticing that no one in the private room realized it was him, he refrained from pursuing the issue, fearing the embarrassment it might bring if it got out. Later, when someone inquired about the identity of the boy Xing Rue had kissed, Wen Xiaoyan feigned ignorance, asking, "Who?" Thus, the matter was left unresolved. In his previous life, Chu Feng had no inkling that Xing Rue had kissed Wen Xiaoyan. It was only after certain events unfolded, culminating in Xing Rue's graduation and subsequent demise at sea while serving in the Navy, that the truth began to surface. On the day he received the news of Xing Rue's death, Wen Xiaoyan, for the first time, indulged in a grand drinking spree. curling up on the balcony of Chu Feng's villa, weeping. He confided that he and Xing Rui had shared a kiss. He admitted that initially, he had fixated on Xing Rui out of a desire for revenge, but later discovered his genuine affection for him. Yet he lacked the courage to confess his feelings. Uncertain whether Xing Rui was attracted to men, when Xiaoyan's timid and indecisive nature left him watching as Xing Rui graduated and became a naval officer. He even illustrated a robust wife for Ma Xiantong, adorned with a naval insignia in her hair. However, he never mustered the courage to express his feelings before Xing Rui's untimely death. In his drunken stupor on the balcony, he wept until slumber overtook him, prompting Chu Feng to assist him to bed, where they slept foot to foot. The next morning, they were discovered by Yi Tanqing in the same bed. Yi Tanqing refrained from questioning them, and Chu Feng could not be bothered to offer an explanation, simply stating that they had been drinking too much. Shortly thereafter, concerned that when Xiaoyan might succumb to sorrow, Chu Feng began arranging blind dates for him. Yet, when Xiaoyan rejected all suitors, regardless of gender, and remained steadfastly single, Chu Feng observed, somewhat bemused, that the seemingly weak and indecisive when Xiaoyan possessed a surprising inner stubbornness. Later, Chu Feng stumbled upon a non-mainstream saying online, "There lies a grave in the heart, burying the deceased." Xing Rui was indeed the grave within when Xiaoyan's heart, albeit one belonging to the departed. As Xing Rui approached with a toolbox, Chu Feng instinctively glanced back at Wen Xiaoyan, only to witness the loathing and anger etched on his face directed at Xing Rui. It seemed that he had not yet fallen for him. Thus, Chu Feng found himself in a quandary. Should he shatter the fragile barrier between them? For instance, should he inform Xing Rui that it was Wen Xiaoyan whom he had kissed that night? Would Wen Xiaoyan desire Xing Rui to know? Even if Xing Rui became aware, would he harbor feelings for Wen Xiaoyan? Would the outcome still leave Wen Xiaoyan heartbroken? Sigh. Chu Feng felt a twinge of conflict. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Xing Rui with newfound seriousness. Would Wen Xiaoyan be attracted to such a rough-and-tumble type if they were to truly become involved? Would Wen Xiaoyan be able to withstand Xing Rui's potential bullying? Chu Feng harbored a disdain for Xing Rui, reminiscent of a father-in-law's critical gaze upon a son-in-law, deeply unsatisfied. Xing Rui, with his toolbox in hand, appeared nonchalant. "Buddy, I excel at fixing light tubes, and am here to lend a hand. What's going on with you?" Xing Rui's gaze swept past the boy with dreadlocks without pausing. In contrast, he was more eager to witness Feng, the ostentatious upstart, making a fool of himself, daring to clash with the locals of Haichen. That brat named Chu should brace himself for misfortune. "None of your business," Chu Feng retorted, skeptical about Xing Rui's ability to take on responsibilities, questioning if he had come to fix the light tubes in the meeting room. Xing Rui, evading the topic, dismissed him with a curt, "None of your business." So you were indeed sent here as a punishment." Chu Feng, seeing through him, chose not to press further and turned to speak with the bespectacled class monitor and He Linlin. "Hurry up and apologize. I still need to dye my hair. And I Wun Ti wanted to lay your gathering. Chu, don't go too far. We are all members of the student council, and you shouldn't bully us like this." The bespectacled class monitor spoke awkwardly, attempting to intimidate Chu Feng with his title. "Oh, has Chu Feng taken on the student council now?" Xing Rui leaned against the door, enjoying the spectacle, fanning the flames. What show of power. Truly thinking of the school as your backyard. Perhaps calling the police would be in order. At least a few credits will be deducted. What exactly has he done? None of your business. Wen Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed from the sun, muttering under his breath. Xing Rui raised an eyebrow, looking over at the dreadlocked boy. "Isn't this the little follower of young Master Chu? Looks like a delicate girl, fair and refined." Wen Xiaoyan wanted to retort, but hesitated, fearing a punch from Xing Rui. He cowardly shrank back next to Chu Feng, falling silent. "You bastard, Xing Rui, I swear I'll draw you dead." Chapter 23. He just didn't care for me. Chu Feng turned to the female class monitor, casting a sidelong glance at the person inside. He had expected Yi Tanqing, as the president, to step forward and quell the farce, yet she remained unmoved. Yi, steady as a mountain, scribbled notes with her pen, seemingly oblivious to the situation. What did Yi Tanqing think of him now? The son of a benefactor, Shouldn't she stand up to protect him and speak on his behalf? Instead, she coldly observed from the sidelines. Anger flared within Chu Feng, and he resolved to urinate in Yi Tanqing's cup in front of her, testing whether she could maintain her composure. In his previous life, he had treated Yi Tanqing too kindly, never daring to stir trouble for her. He had indulged her, which led to her constant neglect of him. This time, he had no intention of maintaining that relationship. It was time for some mischief. Tonight, he would cause a ruckus. Under Chu Feng's unwavering determination to defend his rights, the bespectacled class monitor blushed. "I'm sorry, Chu. I misunderstood the situation and spoke incorrectly. Please forgive me." "Oh," Chu Feng replied, no longer looking at him, but turning to Lin instead. "You're the first girl who has made me wait under the sun for so long." He didn't even raise his voice, wearing a smile. He sensed that this was sufficient. He did not necessarily require an apology from the female class monitor. As a gentleman, should maintain a semblance of decorum. The air conditioning in the meeting room was pleasantly cool. "Chu Feng, you." But Lin was on the verge of tears, her delicate eyes reddening. "It was your group that didn't come to collect books at the start of the semester, and now it feels as if I'm the one at fault. Is it truly so difficult to be a class leader?" Lin could no longer restrain herself and called out to Yi Tanqing. She felt that this was an opportune moment to approach Yi Tanqing, subtly feigning vulnerability to afford the man an opportunity for heroism. Chu Feng, with an almost imperceptible frown, sensed something amiss. "Do you think calling him will be effective?" he remarked, glancing at Lin and then at Yi Tanqing seated nearby. Yi Tanqing finally paused his writing, lifting his gaze to calmly regard the few individuals at the door. His voice was rather subdued. "Class leader, may I inquire how much longer this will take? You may step outside to discuss. The meeting must proceed." As he spoke, his glance brushed over Chu Feng's face, revealing a hint of impatience. Chu Feng's eyes grew colder. Was Yi Tanqing dismissing him? For whom was this display intended? Lin's expression stiffened momentarily as she raised a hand to adjust her cascading hair. "I apologize. It will be resolved shortly, Chu Feng." She bit her lower lip, avoiding eye contact with him. "Let this be my fault. I am sorry for not assisting you sooner with the textbook issue. Are you able to leave now? It is entirely my oversight. We can discuss our misunderstanding later. But let us not disrupt President Ye's seminar, shall we?" To have pushed the female class leader to such a point within the conference room, a multitude of eyes bore down on Chu Feng with disapproving gazes, as if accusing him of being overly obstinate. "Ah," chuckled Xing Rui nearby, arms crossed. "Chu Feng, are you a man? Why do you take pleasure in bullying girls to showcase your prowess?" Relentlessly demanding an apology from the class leader is quite the spectacle. Chu Feng, breath unsteady, retorted, "Mind your own business and keep your mouth shut." Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the class leader's words struck a peculiar chord. Was he truly being overly meticulous? "Damn it," Chu Feng muttered as he kicked a tree in the grove beneath the teaching building, frustration bubbling within him. "Should I not be concerned? We waited for over 2 hours without any acknowledgement. Is it unreasonable to expect an apology?" Though he received the class leader's apology, he still felt a knot in his chest. He had done nothing wrong, yet the situation left him feeling somewhat disheveled, as if he were the unreasonable one. Leading Wen Xiaoyan, he pushed past Xing Rui and exited the conference room. The more he descended the stairs, the more his discomfort grew. "Brother," Wen Xiaoyan murmured, head bowed. "It's so difficult to collect the books. It seems we've offended the class leader. Who knows if we'll be able to retrieve the textbooks by next Monday." On the surface, the class leader would surely have to provide the books, but there were countless subtle obstacles she could employ to delay the process. "Want to collect the books quickly? Just wait," he thought, irritation mounting. "If I can't obtain the books, I'll call my dad. If they refuse to let me attend classes, I'll demand a refund of the tuition, including the funds my dad donated for 2 laboratories. The student council will be in for a reckoning." Chu Feng felt despondent. In his previous life, he had not engaged much with the student council, and today was an eye-opening experience. Ding! His phone rang, a video call from Chu Jinyuan. Finding a shaded bench, Chu Feng sat down with a weary frown and answered. "Dad, look here." His father turned the camera towards a spread of vibrant green dishes on the table. Steamed broccoli, pan-fried chicken, and blanched Shanghai greens. "I arranged for the meal to be delivered after the meeting, 3 hours early, portioned and timed. This was the agreement between Chu Feng and his father, one to focus on studies, the other to maintain a low-oil, low-salt diet. Chu Feng replied listlessly, "I see. I got it, just eat. Where are you wandering off to now?" Upon seeing the woods behind Chu Feng, Chu Jinyuan erupted in anger after a mere 3 seconds. "You promised me you'd dye your hair black, yet you haven't. You said you'd attend class properly, but that's utter nonsense. I'm done with this." Chu Feng, already simmering with frustration, felt his head about to explode. "Can you not reason with me? Is it truly my desire to skip class with Wen Xiaoyan?" Wen Xiaoyan, peeking from the side, added with a hint of grievance, "Uncle, we haven't even received our textbooks. I left it to the student union to handle. But they haven't distributed the materials. And that student union president, Yi Tanxing, doesn't care at all. Fine if I can't get the books. I won't study anymore. Just send a car to pick me up." What a foolish university, a foolish student union, and a foolish Yi Tanxing. Chu Jinyuan was incredulous. How could that be? You wouldn't ignore you. Does the president of the student union not have the authority to distribute 2 sets of books? This isn't about favoritism. Every student is entitled to their textbooks. He simply disregarded me, Chu Feng muttered, recalling Yi Tanxing's indifferent demeanor, watching as he was wronged by countless others without uttering a single word of support. And you expect me to live with him? He and his girlfriend might just conspire against me. The rest was pure fabrication, a reflection of his discontent. "Stay here. I'll call Yi Tanxing," Chu Jinyuan declared. Chu Feng snapped back to reality. "Don't call him. Why not? If he doesn't want to help, let him be. Why force him? A coerced act is never genuine. I don't need his assistance. If I don't get the books next week, I'll seek out the counselor myself. Just don't interfere." In his past life, it was he and his father who pressured Yi Tanxing into compliance. Having been given a second chance, he wished to avoid such scenarios. It was pointless. "All right, if you want to approach the counselor, go ahead," Chu Jinyuan conceded after some thought. "I don't enjoy burdening Yi with trivial matters. You're old enough to sort this out yourself." Relieved, Chu Feng replied, "Sure, enjoy your meal, but don't sneak extra food at night. If you're hungry, bear with it, or else I won't attend class properly." The father and son were caught in a cycle of mutual coercion. "If I don't eat, remember to dye your hair black." Chu Jinyuan grumbled as he ended the call, yet his heart swelled with delight. His son was striving to prioritize his health through diligent study. "Shall we go dye our hair now?" Wen Xiaoyan asked while tying his shoelaces on a bench. Chu Feng nodded, murmuring softly, "Dyeing it black makes attending class easier. Otherwise, the lecturer won't let me in. The school has regulations, and rules must be followed." Curse that Yi Tanxing. Was he Linlin Yi Tanxing's girlfriend, or was she secretly in love with him? Was she currently pursuing him? Damn it. Did those two truly have a relationship? At that time, He Linlin sought Yi Tanxing's assistance. So, when Yi Tanxing made that remark, was he implying he was helping the female class leader? Was that the case? "Brother, you're quite disciplined now," Wen Xiaoyan remarked as he finished tying his shoelaces and shook his head adorned with braids. "Don't need to change my hair too? Art students get bonus points and can keep their hairstyles. I've been growing my long hair for quite a while." Chu Feng let Wen Xiaoyan off the hook. "If you're reluctant, then don't change it. I must dye mine black." "All right, let us go," Wen Xiaoyan sighed in relief. As the two individuals ventured a mere dozen meters away, a notification chimed on Wen Xiaoyan's phone, signaling the arrival of a WeChat message. He Linlin inquired one, "Do you have time now to retrieve the books? I can escort you to the storage room to unlock the cabinets." Wen Xiaoyan replied, "I am free." "But aren't you all in meeting? Isn't there a dinner gathering following its conclusion?" He Linlin responded, "The meeting wrapped up early, and the dinner has been canceled." Wen Xiaoyan, lifting his phone to show Chu Feng, exclaimed, "Brother, it appears that Yi Shuaba is indeed adhering to your father's words. This matter is settled." Chu Feng fell into silence. He did not yearn for Yi Tanxing's gratitude. Rather, he desired her genuine willingness to care for him. He sighed, reflecting, "Yi Tanxing, your obedience to Chu Jinyuan truly disheartens me." Chapter 24. Lychee-flavored milk candy at 8:30 in the evening. The campus of High University thrived with vibrancy. The paths within the woods and the playground buzzed with couples engaged in night runs and romantic strolls, reluctant to retire to their dormitories. On the pebble-strewn path leading back to the dorms, Chu Feng, with his newly darkened hair and eyes, removed 3 or 4 earrings from his ears, leaving only a solitary black diamond stud adorning his left ear. The rebellious air about him had notably diminished, enhancing his fair complexion and bright red lips. His dark hair and red lips accentuated his features splendidly. Dressed in a refreshing green-striped shirt, he attracted many furtive glances from classmates, with several girls approaching in pairs, seeking his contact information, mistaking him for an unassuming younger student. Upon closer inspection, they recoiled, realizing he was the notorious Chu Xiao. "Hey, why run away? Am I not handsome?" Chu Feng raised a hand to tousle his bangs before turning to Wen Xiaoyan, whose face glowed softly under the streetlights. His hairstyle, now more subdued, transitioned from an ostentatious American-style cut to a refined middle part, with his bangs neatly arranged. "Not bad," Wen Xiaoyan mused, unable to discern his brother's handsomeness. In his heart, Chu Feng had already solidified his image. Even if he were to shave his head, he would still be his brother. "I can't rely on you," he thought, as Chu Feng bumped into Wen Xiaoyan, a bit awkward in demeanor. "Am I not handsome? Speak nicely." Never before had Chu Feng dressed in such a manner. Previously, he had flaunted himself boldly, with extravagant hair and garish attire. Today, he donned a white tank top paired with a shirt and light blue jeans, his most understated clothing. "Quite handsome. Indeed, better than when we first met," Wen Xiaoyan remarked, bouncing around while savoring his beloved lychee milk candy. "Your yellow hair back then resembled CS Sun's and frightened me into silence, thinking you were here to demand protection fees." It was during Wen Xiaoyan's first days at the university that he found himself cornered by a group of local delinquents in an alley outside the campus, coerced into converting his WeChat balance into cash. The thugs threatened him, saying, "If you consider reporting us, just remember, we will eventually be released, and you'll be here for 4 years. Think carefully." They specifically targeted newcomers from out of town, banking on their fear of reporting. Naturally timid, Wen Xiaoyan felt dread wash over him as he exchanged money at a convenience store, trembling as he counted the bills multiple times, glancing nervously towards the alley. Coincidentally, Chu Feng was at the store purchasing cigarettes, waiting in line to pay. Unable to contain his excitement, the boy with braided hair urged him to count the money quickly. Was it really necessary to recount several thousand yuan? At that time, Chu Feng still sported his yellow hair, having dyed it after finishing the college entrance examination. His tone was fierce, adorned with multiple earrings, which startled Wen Xiaoyan so much that he dropped the cash, suppressing tears as he crouched down to pick it up. Chu Feng, feeling helpless, squatted down to assist the boy, apologizing with a gentler tone, assuring him that it was unintentional and urging Wen Xiaoyan not to cry. In the midst of this, he casually inquired, "If the school uses card payments, why do you need cash?" "Somebody asked me for it," Wen Xiaoyan replied, tears streaming down his face as he sat on the ground. Later, Chu Feng accompanied Wen Xiaoyan back through the alley, escorted by a mobile unit of special police stationed at the school gate. Several delinquents were apprehended, and from that moment, Wen Xiaoyan became inseparable from Chu Feng, following closely behind him, referring to him affectionately as Bro Feng or Feng. When Chu Feng drank, Wen Xiaoyan clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "You are incredible." When Chu Feng skipped classes, Wen Xiaoyan marveled, "You are so bold." When Chu Feng smoked, Wen Xiaoyan gazed at him in admiration, resting his chin on his hands, asking, "How come you could do everything?" Whenever Chu Feng engaged in a fight, Wen Xiaoyan would excitedly cheer him on from distance. To Wen Xiaoyan, Chu Feng embodied all the rebellious deeds he dared not attempt. Bro Feng was simply amazing. For Chu Feng, he had never encountered a friend who provided such emotional support throughout his years. No matter what he did, Wen Xiaoyan would praise him, and that feeling was simply delightful. Thus, the two became fast friends, as if they had known each other for 30 years, reveling in their happiness together. Inseparable to the point of sharing a single pair of shorts, their friendship was a pure bond that no one could replace. Downstairs at the dormitory, Chu Feng pondered aloud. "Which CS son are you referring to?" "The Golden Mane Lion King CS son from that martial arts drama. Haven't you seen it?" Wen Xiaoyan replied. The two dashed into the elevator, which opened on the 9th floor with a ding. As the doors opened, both groups were taken aback. Xing Rui raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Oh, what brings you two to the 9th floor?" Casting a glance at Chu Feng's now dark hair, he found it strange that the once nonconformist Chu Feng seemed less so now. It was indeed a case of unlikely encounters. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan stared at the three boys outside the elevator, realizing that Xing Rui and his friends also resided on the 9th floor. Xing Rui, clutching a basketball, was awaiting the elevator with two roommates, as they had plans to play basketball with other classmates. The coincidence was uncanny. Noting the items in their hands, Xing Rui turned back, asking, "What dorm number are you in? You're not sharing a room with Yi Tanxing, are you?" Chu Feng retorted, "What is it to you? Please step aside." He stepped out of the elevator with his belongings, followed closely by Wen Xiaoyan. A smirk danced on Xing Rui's face as he placed a hand on Wen Xiaoyan's shoulder, preventing the elevator doors from closing. This action brought his solid chest, clad in a sports jersey, uncomfortably close to Wen Xiaoyan's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. The scent of Xing Rui was overwhelmingly dominant, reminiscent of sun-baked grasslands, intensely warm. As Xing Rui turned to confront Chu Feng, he quipped, "You really went to great lengths to get close to Yi Tanxing. Moving in here and all? He even went to dye his hair. Well, at least he hasn't forgotten our wager." He must think that Chu Feng is moving into the male dormitory due to that bet. The hair dyeing is presumably to please the academic overachiever, Yi. What is the point of discussing this? It hasn't even been a month yet. Chu Feng intends to inform Xing Rui that the wager is null and void once the time is right. Every day counts. He is too disinterested to dwell on such childish matters now. You better put in some effort today in the conference room. You didn't seem inclined to be amiable towards you. Xing Rui chuckled, his chest vibrating with laughter, unabashedly relishing the unfolding drama. The laughter was so boisterous that it made Wen Xiaoyan's eardrums hum. "Idiot," Chu Feng retorted impatiently at Xing Rui, grabbing his belongings and making his way past them. "Wen Xiaoyan, let us go." But Wen Xiaoyan found himself unable to leave, as the towering Xing Rui had him pinned against the door. Only then did Xing Rui notice the shorter figure before him. He stood at nearly 6 feet tall, while the smaller one was probably around 5'7". "Are you Wen Xiaoyan? You are indeed quite petite." Wen Xiaoyan dared not look up, feeling the heat rising to his scalp under the gaze of the imposing boy. What is that scent?" Xing Rui's nose twitched. He leaned down carelessly, directly inhaling the fragrance from Wen Xiaoyan's neck. Wen Xiaoyan was taken aback. The sensation was reminiscent of those moments in the dimly lit booth when Xing Rui forcefully kissed him. "Get away, you bastard!" Wen Xiaoyan exclaimed, flinging himself forward. His face flushed, colliding against Xing Rui's solid chest and ducking beneath his arm to escape. As he ran off, a sweet and tangy breeze trailed behind him, reminiscent of lychee-flavored milk candy. Xing Rui stood frozen, pondering where he had encountered this scent before. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he gazed down the corridor. There! Wen Xiaoyan hurriedly followed Chu Feng into the dormitory, his silhouette akin to a startled rabbit, his little ponytail bobbing wildly in the air. "Ruiga, let us go," called his two roommates. Xing Rui raised a hand to rub his nose. Coming. If he couldn't recall, then so be it. He had no desire to strain his mind over it. Inside the dormitory, Yi Tanxing was seated on the sofa, sipping tea while cradling a book. The sound of the password lock echoed as the door swung open. Chapter 25. Open the door, dyeing his hair black, Yi Tanxing mused, without any foil curls. The voluminous strands cast a hazy shadow beneath the foyer light, swaying over Chu Feng's forehead. In his previous life, Chu Feng had only dyed his hair black in the second semester of his junior year. This time he had done it early, dressed in a light blue loungewear. Yi Tanxing's exposed wrists and neck were strikingly pale and cool. He turned his head towards the entrance, noticing Chu Feng bending down to change his shoes. Did he seem to be studying his hair? The shoelaces were rather uncooperative. After a couple of tugs, Chu Feng finally managed to remove them. Stepping barefoot onto the carpet at the door, changing into the ice-purple flip-flops he had just purchased from the supermarket. Wen Xiaoyan had bought the red version featuring a pig motif. It wasn't that they were immature. It was just that the minimalist flip-flops were simply too ugly. Yeah. Thank you for today, When Xiaoyan greeted the person seated on the sofa, his tone distant yet polite, exuding an inexplicable reverence. I appreciate your help with the book for me and Feng Ge. He didn't elaborate on the circumstances. After all, the three of them in the dormitory were already well aware. Yi Tanxing preemptively recorded the meeting outcomes in her notebook, swiftly concluding the seminar and canceling the student council's dinner gathering. This allowed class monitor He Linlin to take the two of them to retrieve their textbooks. Although this was at the behest of Chu's father, when Xiaoyan, who benefited from the arrangement, felt compelled to express his gratitude to Yi, the academic prodigy. You're welcome, Yi Tanxing replied, diverting her gaze from Xiaoyan's face. She cast a fleeting glance at the nearby Chu Feng, waiting for 2 seconds. Chu Feng was busy arranging shoes in the shoe cabinet, seemingly disinterested in engaging in conversation. Yi Tanxing's eyes dimmed, and just as she intended to withdraw her gaze, she noticed when Xiaoyan was staring at her. Have you retrieved the textbooks? Yi Tanxing inwaited. When Xiaoyan was taken aback that the person on the sofa would show concern for their academic struggles, he bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grain, smiling amiably. Yes, we didn't miss a single one. When I returned with Brother Feng to drop off the books, you weren't in the dorm. As when Xiaoyan spoke, he washed his hands at the open kitchen sink. Chu Feng had already finished washing his hands and was bustling about, dealing with various household items: cups, bowls, chopsticks, trash bins, foot mats, hair dryers, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and facial cleansers, arranging them in their designated places. Having made a trip to the library, Yi Tanxing settled on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with Wen Xiaoyan, while her gaze remained fixed on her book, though her peripheral vision constantly tracked the dark-haired youth. Chu Feng, having removed his shirt jacket, casually draped it over a dining chair, bent over to replace the trash bag in the new bin. The white tank top he wore rode up slightly, revealing a finely toned waist illuminated by the dining room light, with the contours of his spine distinctly visible. His jeans fit him beautifully, accentuated by a brown leather belt. Don't look, Yi Tanxing chastised herself, averting her gaze. After staring at the pages for 3 or 4 seconds, her eyes involuntarily wandered again. Library? Wen Xiaoyan arranged the cups and utensils, then turned to call out to the dining table. Brother, don't we need to go to the library tomorrow? The class monitor said there are a few books that need to be entered onto a USB drive, and she wants us to do it ourselves since her backups are all cleared. Wen Xiaoyan's voice softened as he spoke, but once back in a more relaxed environment, it became lively, reminiscent of cicadas chirping. Chu Feng responded casually. If we need to record, then we shall. When Xiaoyan was on the verge of tears, the library is so vast. Those books aren't all the same category. We'll need a whole day to find them. Keep your voice down, Chu Feng frowned. Yi Tanxing, seated in the living room with her book, pondered. Was her own study desk in her bedroom merely decorative? What was she seeking attention? Kudars Trot, Yi Tanxing, lightly kafud, her fingertips pinching the book's pages as she raised her gaze toward the figure at the dining table. I plan to visit the library tomorrow morning. Do you need assistance? Her tone was flat, seemingly casual, showing little concern for whether Chu Feng required her help in locating books. Clatter! The chopsticks in Wen Xiaoyan's hand fell into the chopstick holder with a loud noise. Had he misheard? The typically indifferent academic prodigy, Yi, was offering to help them find books? Wen Xiaoyan exclaimed in delight. Brother Feng, shall we go together? No, Chu Feng replied, turning around, leaning against the edge of the dining table. He held a wet wipe, cleaning a newly purchased figurine, preparing to set it on the table once finished. He raised his eyes to regard the person on the opposite sofa, his tone unmistakably displeased. I shall seek it myself, even if I cannot find the book this time. I shall refrain from troubling my father, sparing him the need to impose upon you at school. Fear not. Yi Tanxing is merely apprehensive about receiving another call from her father, which is why she proactively offered to take them to the library. Chu Feng is indifferent to any notion of gratitude. He finds it utterly unnecessary. When Xiaoyan, picking up chopsticks, felt a sudden chill in the air surrounding him. To this day, he could not comprehend why Feng Ge was so displeased with Yi Shuaba's assistance in retrieving books for them. What could be the source of his ire? In the brightly lit living room, Yi Tanxing rose from the sofa, clutching a book as she made her way back to her bedroom. Passing through the dining area, She glanced at Chu Feng's face, but did not linger. Her footsteps remained resolute as she returned to her room. A decisive slam echoed as Yi Tanqing's door closed behind her, leaving Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan alone in the living room. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wen Xiaoyan took a few steps towards the dining table and whispered, "Since Uncle Chu is financially supporting your education, isn't it only right for you to look after him at school? Are you too shy to ask Yi Xueba for help?" I can. Let him assist us in finding the books. That library is truly immense," Wen Xiaoyan insisted. Chu Feng, feeling awkward, averted his gaze, finding the situation bothersome. Wen Xiaoyan, puzzled, inquired, "Did you two have a falling out in the past?" From the tone of Uncle Chu, it seemed as though the Chu family had been supporting Yi Xueba for quite some time. Perhaps Feng Ge and Yi Xueba were already acquainted? No animosity, nothing at all. Chu Feng replied, "There is no connection whatsoever. It is simply irksome." Wen Xiaoyan, unable to decipher the situation, decided to heed Feng Ji's words and minimize contact. After all, they were not the type to easily bond with Yi Xueba. Thus, the matter was settled. Half an hour later, Chu Feng stood before the bathroom sink, wrapped in a damp towel, calling out, "Wen Xiaoyan." "Wen Xiaoyan?" Footsteps echoed from outside. Chu Feng cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this pipe has burst all over me. Call the dormitory manager to see if someone can fix it. Won't the wall downstairs be leaking all night?" His first night in the dormitory had been disastrous. Now, the entire bathroom was flooded, with water splattered everywhere near the sink. Having just finished a shower, Chu Feng turned on the faucet to wet his face cloth when suddenly, the water pipe connection beneath the sink began to spray. It appeared the pipe had cracked. Not knowledgeable in such matters, he opened the door, only to hear Yi Tanqing's voice from the other side. Chu Feng's expression froze in irritation. His reflection in the water-streaked mirror revealed him clad in damp white underwear. A towel draped over his shoulder like an elderly man, with wet black hair dripping. "What are you doing here?" He frowned, grasping the doorknob, but hesitating to open the door. "Where is Wen Xiaoyan?" He was reluctant to let Yi Tanqing see him in such a disheveled state. Her voice, steady and clear through the door, replied, "He has gone to the west gate to pick up takeout and will not return shortly. The school enforces curfews at night, prohibiting students from ordering takeout. To retrieve it, one must dash to the carport beside the west gate, stand on a wooden crate, and engage in a clandestine exchange with the delivery person. Wen Xiaoyan is typically somewhat indolent, yet he cannot withstand hunger when he has not dined sufficiently in the evening. He would rather traverse half the campus to fetch takeout. As he descends the stairs, he realizes it will take at least 20 minutes for his return. Yi Tanqing adds that if Chu Feng wishes to avoid the scorn for 20 minutes, he must open the door for her. Chapter 26. While in the bathroom, there are 3 towels. A white one, already soaked, rests on Chu Feng's shoulder. Another, a sky blue towel, is newly purchased by Wen Xiaoyan and remains unused. "Just a moment." Chu Feng replies gruffly. He wraps the white towel around his waist, picks up the sky blue towel, and drapes it over his shoulder, securing it tightly to his chest. A deep blue checkered towel, belonging to Yi Tanqing, remains on the rack. Chu Feng does not disturb her belongings. Instead, he brushes aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead, gathering them atop his head, and gazes at the reflection of his water-splattered self in the mirror, appearing slightly more composed before he finally yanks the door open and coldly inquires, "Can you fix the plumbing?" "Yes," Yi Tanqing responds, still clad in her light blue cotton loungewear, wielding a silver wrench while her gaze remains downward, fixated on Chu Feng's wet feet. He wears a pair of purple flip-flops adorned with the Pashad dog motif, his toenails neatly trimmed, and his pale toes peeking out, speckled with water droplets. The steam from the hot water in the bathroom has nearly dissipated, and the humid air mingles with the warm fragrance of almond shower gel, enveloping Yi Tanqing's face. Suddenly, the bathroom door swings open, and within seconds, a water line from the sink bursts forth, gushing onto the floor in a chaotic spray, drenching the pristine corridor floor. "Quick, shut it." Chu Feng leans forward to close the door, inadvertently brushing against Yi Tanqing's arm with his towel-clad chest. Both of them freeze momentarily, instinctively stepping back. As if the tension had loosened a screw, Yi Tanqing crouches by the sink, her loungewear quickly becoming soaked by the splashing water. Tilting her head, She reaches beneath the sink to fumble with the plumbing connection, water cascading down her wrist and sleeve. She casually rolls up her damp sleeves to her elbows, causing the prominent veins in her arms to glisten under the bathroom lights. This scene. Ahem, is there anything I can do? Chu Feng averts his gaze, feeling his eyes linger too long on Yi Tanqing's arm, chiding himself for his lack of composure. Water begins to drip from her hair, including her chin and the tip of her well-defined nose. Furrowing her brow, she instructs, just stay put. Do not venture outside. The stifling atmosphere of the bathroom amplifies the texture of her voice, rendering it low and magnetic, causing Chu Feng to feel a wave of warmth wash over him, making his breath slightly labored. He instinctively retorts, why not? If you don't need help, why not let me leave? Chu Feng is reluctant to remain in this spot any longer. You have a lot of water, Yi Tanqing observes. Her long eyelashes, adorned with glistening droplets, flutter as she casts a fleeting glance at Chu Feng. The towel draped around him drips incessantly, threatening to stain the floor outside. Chu Feng comprehends Yi Tanqing's meaning entirely. However, he protests internally, brother, some words should not be uttered so lightly. The 4 words slipped coldly from Yi Tanqing's lips, accompanied by a fleeting glance that was as light as a feather. Beads of water adorned her face and neck, rendering her undeniably alluring. An involuntary shiver coursed through Chu Feng, nearly compelling him to stand, as he blurted out, what did you just say? At that moment, Yi Tanqing pressed her finger against the loosened screw of the water pipe, and the gushing water immediately ceased. The bathroom was abruptly engulfed in silence, save for the faint sound of dripping water, drop, drop. He turned to look at Chu Feng, his gaze traveling from the boy's smooth ankles upward, his calves, the white towel draped around him, and the 2 bare, wet arms. The most imposing moment was captured in the astonished expression on Chu Feng's damp, flushed face. Yi Tanqing belatedly realized the predicament they were in, her eyes momentarily freezing in surprise, leaving her somewhat flustered. She retorted to Chu Feng, what do you think I meant? The instant the words left her mouth, regret washed over her. What was she even saying? Why did she need to question him? The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness and silence. Chu Feng feigned ease amidst the dripping sounds, letting out a couple of dry laughs. I thought you were making an inappropriate joke. Seriously, which straight man would joke like that with another man? Enough already. Come here. Yi Tanqing turned her face away, calling for Chu Feng. Perhaps it was merely Chu Feng's imagination, but he felt that the voice of the person crouched beneath the sink had grown quite hoarse. Chu Feng was trapped in his own embarrassment. Stop bossing me around and handle it yourself. What kind of situation is this? Yi Tanqing had no objections, yet she moved her hand aside to search for the wrench at a better angle. Suddenly, several splashes erupted from above, drenching the once dry sky-blue towel draped around Chu Feng. Another wave of water cascaded down. Damn it! Chu Feng raised his hands to wipe his face, stepping aside in a frantic escape. You did that on purpose, Yi Tanqing. In truth, she had merely warned him to avoid the water spray. With a bathtub and washing machine nearby, Chu Feng, in his panic, stumbled into the bathtub. As he stepped in, he inadvertently soaked the towel around his waist, causing it to slip off. Yi Tanqing happened to turn her head just as the towel fell, prompted by Chu Feng calling her name. Oh no, this is bad. Are you still looking? Chu Feng crouched down in a rush. He didn't need to look down to know how sheer his white underwear had become when soaked. He was uncertain how much Yi Tanqing had seen. Though she identified as straight, Chu Feng did not. Had she really seen everything? It was different now. They had no relationship. Yi Tanqing quickly turned her gaze back to the water pipe, pressing her lips tightly together, remaining silent. After a brief pause, she resumed tightening the wrench. The screws returned with a series of sharp clicks. Chu Feng was suffocating in embarrassment, sitting bare-chested in the bathtub, having just yanked the sky-blue towel down to cover his waist. His cheeks had never been so flushed, even while taking a hot shower. His entire upper body was tinged with a deep crimson hue. He shot a stern glare at Yi Tanqing, though the effect was diminished by his blushing face. Is it fixed? Get out, just get out. Uncertain of which word had unsettled Yi Tanqing, the tall figure poised to leave abruptly halted, pivoting to regard Chu Feng. Yi Tanqing's expression remained impassive as she grasped the silver wrench and strode toward the bathtub. Hey! Chu Feng tightened his grip on the towel, resting by his side. Yi Tanqing's home attire, drenched, dripped with each step, her dark, damp locks clinging alluringly to her forehead, yet her eyes retained a frigid, unyielding demeanor. This was the most provocative depiction of the academic prodigy that Chu Feng had ever encountered. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that Yi Tanqing was approaching him wielding the wrench. Surely, she did not intend to strike him with it, did she? Hey! Chu Feng called out in rapid succession, his breath nearly faltering. What do you intend to do? My father is Chu Jinyuan. Although he had previously vowed not to coerce Yi Tanqing into expressing gratitude, it seemed imperative to intimidate her in this critical moment to avoid further aggression. Understand. Yi Tanqing's voice resonated low and deep, her imposing figure halting before the bathtub, gazing down at Chu Feng. After several seconds of hesitation, she parted her lips to deliver a statement. Regarding the matter of borrowing books and the plumbing repairs, you have yet to express your gratitude. Not only had he failed to convey thanks, but he had also dismissed her. Yi Tanqing felt a flicker of annoyance at this. It was not merely a desire to hear thank you, but rather a wish for Chu Feng to engage her in earnest conversation, devoid of disdainful tones. Chu Feng braced himself against the rim of the bathtub, his pale, slender arms tensing. The mention of the book borrowing incident reignited his own frustration. Why should I thank you? It was not your own volition to assist me. You acted only after receiving a call from my father to repay a debt. I owe you no thanks. If this was indeed a matter of repayment, the efforts Yi Tanqing had made thus far were woefully inadequate to atone for the Chu family's kindness. Therefore, Chu Feng felt no obligation to express gratitude. After a few moments of silence, Yi Tanqing, with one hand holding the wrench, began methodically unbuttoning her damp attire with the other. Her abdominal muscles lay exposed before the bathtub. Chu Feng's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? He exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden disrobing. Goodness, since her rebirth, Yi Tanqing has become rather unrestrained. Chapter 27. Voluntary Yi Tanqing possessed a habit of clearing her mind through physical activity. Thus, she consistently engaged in morning runs and regular workouts, selecting fencing and rock climbing as extracurricular interests. After years of practice, her upper body was lean and well-defined, exuding a healthy and robust physique. Her muscles were not overly bulky, embodying the type that appears fit when clothed yet reveals subtle curves when undressed. Besides her 4 prominent abdominal muscles, 2 more were beginning to reveal themselves. Chu Feng anticipated that in the coming years, Yi Tanqing's six-pack would become strikingly sculpted, comparable to a washboard in firmness, particularly the 2 pronounced lines leading tantalizingly towards her intimate regions, evoking a desire to drown in their allure. Presently, however, Yi Tanqing maintained her icy demeanor as she continued to unfasten the buttons, shedding her sodden shirt before Chu Feng. Her bare arms, gripping the metallic wrench, fixed a steady, penetrating gaze upon him, her eyes momentarily flickering with intense heat as they roamed over his chest. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, Chu Feng grew anxious, preparing to feign annoyance to scold her. Yet, Yi Tanqing abruptly moved, effortlessly placing her wet shirt into the washing machine, her tone steady and composed. I need to change my clothes. Please tidy up and vacate the bathroom. Chu Feng knelt in the bathtub, gazing up at the person before him. So, removing his shirt was a prelude to washing his garments? For a fleeting moment, he had thought Yi Tanqing was about to leap at him in a state of undress. After all, the intensity in his eyes and stance bore a striking resemblance. Chu Feng could not discern whether to feel relief or regret. He averted his gaze, unwilling to utter a word of gratitude. The offer to take him to the library, including the current task of fixing the water pipes, seemed to be part of a repayment scheme. In truth, he did not require such gestures of gratitude. The sponsorship contract signed between this individual and his father was of no concern to him. He wished for no feigned compassion. Even when cared for, he felt no obligation to express thanks, as such attentions were not born of genuine concern. It was merely a transaction facilitated by his father's financial support. Why should he express gratitude to someone hired for a service? Frustrated, Chu Feng declared, "In the future, keep your nose out of my affairs. If you wish to repay your debts, go to my father." He had no need for this insincere show of gratitude. Repay debts? Yit Tanjing Ikoit. A flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Chu Feng was unwilling to engage in further banter and grasped a towel to dry his arms. "Are you not leaving? Do you intend to watch while I bathe?" The towel hung precariously over his slightly translucent white underwear, his youthful form at a tantalizing moment of vulnerability. Yi Tanqing turned and exited, as if a lingering glance might prove fatal. "What a dense fellow," Chu Feng silently cursed, his eyes following the retreating figure. A sense of reluctance and sorrow swelling within him, reminiscent of countless times he had watched Yi Tanqing's back before. The man's muscular back glistened with droplets of water, which traced a path down to his damp waistband, clad in soaked deep blue trousers, all in a bid to assist with the plumbing. He worked diligently, toiling without complaint. Despite the nature of his actions being a form of repayment, it was still a considerable effort. Truth be told, from every conceivable angle, Yi Tanqing was an exceptional individual. Rising from such a challenging environment, he exhibited remarkable self-discipline and ambition, standing as a paragon of youth in anyone's eyes, free from vices and possessing extraordinary capabilities. Chu Feng's admiration for his personal charm far surpassed any romantic inclinations. Yi Tanqing's singular flaw lay in his indifference towards him. It was vexing. Chu Feng felt a warmth swell in his eyes, his head bowing in silent defeat. It seemed he had once vowed to relinquish his feelings for Yi Tanqing after his rebirth. Yet, he could not suppress the lingering emotions of love or affection, forcing himself to attribute it to a sense of unfulfilled desire. It was simply a matter of not obtaining what he yearned for, leaving him momentarily discontent. In time, he would forget. A sound interrupted his thoughts. It was the creaking of the bathroom door. Chu Feng assumed Yi Tanqing had departed, but after a few seconds, as he attempted to rise, he realized Yi Tanqing had not left. He stood motionless at the bathroom entrance, silent, his back toward him, still clutching the wrench. Chu Feng's eyes widened in alarm. "What are you doing? Go outside and close the door. Are you out of your mind, standing there like a specter at this hour?" Yi Tanqing lowered his head slightly, as if contemplating his words. There seems to be a misunderstanding regarding a particular matter. He did not turn to face the figure in the bathtub, but felt compelled to clarify. Otherwise, an unsettling feeling would persist in his heart. Chu Feng, feeling exasperated, questioned, "What have I misunderstood?" The reborn Yi, a scholarly individual, appeared somewhat different from Chu Feng's recollections. It seemed he had become more loquacious. "Mr. Chu, my support agreement does not encompass the provision of care for you at school. Although you requested me to assist you with supplementary lessons during my free time, you have never mentioned it." With her back turned to Chu Feng, Yi Tanqing found herself at a loss for words. She wished to convey that she had not received any calls during the meeting earlier, whether it was collecting books, visiting the library, or coming over to repair the plumbing. All such actions stemmed from her own desire to assist Chu Feng, independent of anyone else, and certainly not as an act of gratitude. Aside from the tutoring, everything that transpired between her and Chu Feng had no connection to his father, including their previous pretense of being a couple, the arrangement of financial support, and their marriage post-graduation. Yi Tanqing was unaware that Chu Feng might interpret her actions as a form of repayment to the Chu family. Did Chu Feng harbor such thoughts in their past life? When did he dismiss them, or had he never truly dispelled them? The notion was rather unsettling. Regarding her feelings for Chu Feng, Yi Tanqing believed she had made her affection quite apparent. No one had ever instructed her on how to express love toward the partner. She had always taken her care for Chu Feng seriously as a demonstration of her feelings. It was imperative that Chu Feng did not mistakenly perceive her actions as mere gratitude. This was, in fact, love. Since she had been granted a second chance at life, it was essential to eradicate Chu Feng's misconceptions about her. Thus, Yi Tanqing tightened her grip on the wrench, affirming that her actions were voluntary, devoid of any obligation of gratitude. "You need not thank me," she thought, for her intentions were genuine, a desire to do good for Chu Feng. Chu Feng, having overheard her sentiments, abruptly lifted his gaze towards the bathroom door. only to find that the person had vanished down the corridor, leaving behind an enveloping silence. It was as though the words he had just heard were mere figments of his imagination. Devoid of obligation, I willingly act for you. The campus of Haida University under the night sky was tranquil. The daytime heat gradually dissipated into the coolness of night, leaving only the ginkgo trees to flourish under the moonlight. Until he fell asleep, Chu Feng remained perplexed by Yi Tanqing's words. I willingly act for you. This phrase could imply two things. The first possibility was that Yi Tanqing genuinely wished to care for him, stemming from a place of kindness. Given that they were only beginning to interact, and he possessed 6 years of memories that she lacked, Chu Feng speculated that from Yi Tanqing's perspective, he was merely the son of a benefactor, a stranger. Was her offer of voluntary assistance born out of pure altruism, a gesture of friendship, a manifestation of benevolence? The second possibility was that he was the heir to the Chu family enterprise. Yi Tanqing's current outreach towards him could be seen as maintaining amicable relations, potentially paving the way for their collaboration within the Chu group post-graduation, fostering internal unity. Chu Feng found both scenarios plausible. He sighed, realizing he was ruminating over a rather trivial matter. Regardless of whether Yi Tanqing was spreading kindness or considering future career prospects, ultimately, she was conveying friendliness towards him, which rendered the outcome inconsequential. Chu Feng closed his eyes and nestled into the soft blanket, drifting off to sleep. After a few moments, he abruptly opened his eyes. Could it be that Yi Tanqing, after facing his arrogant threats in the restroom stall, suddenly resolved to treat him kindly without any expectation of gratitude? Perhaps she had fallen head over heels for him? Chapter 28. The Shirt Clip. How fanciful his thoughts were. Chu Feng sighed, amused by the absurdity of his imagination. Setting aside the possibility of Yi Tanqing developing feelings for the second heir of the purple-haired clan, the notion of love at first sight seemed far-fetched. If genuine affection existed, she would not have left him cold and neglected for 2 years after their marriage. When he embraced Yi Tanqing, she forcefully pushed him away, rushing to wash her face and hands with disinfectant. On the night of their engagement, emboldened by alcohol, he leaned in to kiss her, only to have her push him away with such force that she stood beside the sofa, blushing and glaring at him as if ready to pounce and strike him. The memory of their first kiss was truly painful, as were their every intimate encounter thereafter. Chu Feng had reflected extensively and wondered if perhaps Yi Tanqing had an aversion to germs, perceiving certain places as unclean. Thus, he always endeavored to ensure he was impeccably clean. The process was embarrassing, and he often found himself in the cold bathroom, enduring the discomfort while binge-watching shows to pass the time, feeling utterly miserable. Psychologically, the torment was even greater. Despite his earnest efforts, he could not change Yi Tanqing's disdainful attitude towards him. At that time, he had not considered that Yi Tanqing might simply dislike men. He believed he was simply not good enough. Once, he deliberately went out to a bar, prompting Yi Tanqing to drive and pick him up. In her presence, he kissed a handsome man's cheek and laughed as he bid farewell. Throughout the encounter, Yi Tanqing observed him with a cold gaze, not even bothering to ask him a single question once he got into the car. Chu Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, felt he was on the brink of despair. As she dropped him off at home, she lowered the car window and said, "In the future, for situations like this, you can call a driver or a rideshare. My free time is limited. I hope you understand." Chu Feng stood at the entrance of the villa, watching the figure through the car window, sneering and nodding. "Fine. Next time, I'll go home with someone else." The vehicle drove away without pause. Thus, it became evident that Yi Tanqing did not care whether Chu Feng had someone else in his life, including on that afternoon when the topic of divorce arose. She had suggested he find amusement elsewhere to alleviate his boredom. Damn, so many images flooded his mind, each one a painful reminder. There is no such thing as love at first sight in this world, Chu Feng was certain. Furthermore, the old secretary of the Chu family had mentioned that Yi Tanqing had a beautiful assistant, with whom she had reportedly been in a relationship for many years. On the day of the car crash, Chu Feng had witnessed this assistant firsthand outside the corporate building. They were a stunning couple, perfectly matched. Yi Tanqing, ever the gentleman, had opened the car door for her, speaking to her softly, without even casting a glance at Chu Feng as he drove away. Forget it, Chu Feng thought. Time for sleep. He felt utterly pathetic. The indifferent, straightforward man could casually utter a few words and then ponder them until midnight, still questioning whether she had ever felt love at first sight for him. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. Excessive attention to Yi Tanqing's demeanor and actions is a significant flaw that Chu Feng must rectify after his rebirth. The following morning, at 8:30, Chu Feng stood at the door of Wen Xiaoyan's bedroom, knocking gently. "Wen Xiaoyan, are you awake? We need to go to the library soon." A sleepy voice drifted from within. "Brother, I'm tired. After watching anime and having a midnight snack last night, I fell asleep around 3 in the morning." Wen Xiaoyan had barely rested for 5 hours. If only you had gone to bed earlier, Chu Feng thought, determined to rouse him and adjust his schedule. "I'll give you 20 minutes. Don't make me break down the door." A groan echoed from the bed as Wen Xiaoyan rolled about in protest. Ignoring him, Chu Feng turned and headed toward the bathroom. Upon reaching the door, he caught sight of Yi Tanqing standing at the mirror, wielding a razor to shave. The man's shirt seemed to be of a singular design, a white short sleeve adorned with simple black buttons, neatly tucked into his trousers. As he leaned forward to scrutinize his reflection, the fabric of his pants tightened, revealing faint outlines of garters on his thighs, which caught Chu Feng's attention. These garters, known as shirt stays, were black elastic bands typically worn at the thigh to secure the shirt's hem. Chu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his mind racing with vivid images. For instance, he recalled Yi Tanqing wearing those garters while they shared a bed in the villa's living room. It was during one of those bi-monthly returns home when Chu Feng found himself troubled by his partner's lack of enthusiasm. In a bid to rekindle their intimacy, he had researched ways to entice Yi Tanqing, discovering that a change of scenery might awaken his partner's interest. Determined to make Yi Tanqing enamored with him, Chu Feng devised an elaborate plan. When Yi Tanqing returned that evening, Chu Feng leapt into his arms, clinging to his waist despite the awkwardness. He whispered in his ear, "The housekeeper is on leave. Carry me to the sofa." Though often aloof, Yi Tanqing complied, securely holding him as they made their way to the green velvet armchair. Everything proceeded smoothly. Chu Feng wrapped his arms around Yi Tanqing's neck, and they tumbled together onto the sofa. Overcome with shyness, he planted a soft kiss on Yi Tanqing's Adam's apple, only to find that his partner did not shy away. As he kissed, he deftly unfastened the cold buckle of Yi Tanqing's belt, producing a sharp click that broke the silence. Yi Tanqing, momentarily startled, attempted to voice a protest, but Chu Feng was relentless. With bare feet, he pressed down on Yi Tanqing's belt, removing the meticulously pressed black trousers. Perhaps sensing Chu Feng's eagerness and fervor, Yi Tanqing, feeling a twinge of sympathy, ceased to resist, acquiescing to the unfolding intimacy on the sofa, all in an effort to dispel the chill that had settled between them. To further stimulate his indifferent partner, Chu Feng allowed Wen Xiaoyan to paint colorful designs on his back. The vibrant strokes of paint fell near the scapula, and as Chu Feng moved his arm, the rose and snake patterns came to life, mesmerizingly beautiful in the undulating motion of the muscles. Yi Tanqing remained silent, unsure if he was observing Chu Feng's back. Regardless, he did not speak. Lacking affirmation, Chu Feng did not feel disheartened. He positioned himself upon the sturdy thigh of the man, pulling Yi Tanqing's hand to rest at his waist. Everything seemed well until Chu Feng let out a hum. Yi Tanqing immediately inquired about his discomfort. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Feng remarked that the shirt on Yi Tanqing's leg felt cool, chilling him. This would neither disrupt the atmosphere nor diminish the intimacy, he thought. However, Yi Tanqing decided to lower him, not wishing to remain in such a position. With a firm arm, Yi Tanqing embraced him, stifling his heavy breaths, and decisively pulled him off. Chu Feng tumbled onto the plush carpet, propping himself against the sofa, momentarily stunned. After preparing for so long, just as the heat of passion ignited, he was abruptly interrupted, unceremoniously discarded onto the floor. He was at a loss, unable to pinpoint the misstep in his words or actions. Furrowing his brow, he questioned Yi Tanqing. "What is it that you find unsatisfactory about me?" Can you not articulate it? He would amend his ways. Were they truly so loathed, even after marriage? Yi Tianqing shook his head, indicating otherwise. Fine. Chu Feng took it as a non-issue. He patiently trailed his hand along Yi Tianqing's knee towards the shirt, but was swiftly thwarted by Yi Tianqing's frown as he declared, "No, I haven't tea-showered yet," and removed Chu Feng's hand with apparent difficulty. "Give me a moment to calm down." Chu Feng could not forget the expression on Yi Tianqing's face at that moment, one of unbearable strain. He felt utterly humiliated, questioning his own worth. Subsequently, Yi Tianqing, clad in a white shirt and shirt garter, rose and walked away, entering the bathroom without a backward glance. He left Chu Feng alone in the living room. After his shower, Yi Tianqing knocked on Chu Feng's door, asking if he still desired his company. In response, Chu Feng smashed 3 vases, urging him to leave. Yi Tianqing lingered at the door for a moment before obediently departing the villa, leaving Chu Feng confined within the closed room. Ultimately that night, the black shirt garter on Yi Tianqing's leg morphed into a nightmare for Chu Feng, who dreamt he was being suffocated, the garter resembling a noose. Chu Feng lay in discontent for 3 days, until when Xiaoyan broke down the door, dragging him to the hospital for a glucose infusion. When Xiaoyan called Yi Tianqing, who claimed to be busy and instructed him to care for Chu Feng instead. He believed that seeing him would only incite further anger in the ailing Chu Feng, jeopardizing his health. Moreover, Yi Tianqing found Chu Feng's temperament peculiar, inexplicably irritable, leaving him uncertain of how to approach him. Before the bathroom mirror, Yi Tianqing held a razor, finishing his shave and rinsing the stubble that had emerged overnight beneath the faucet. He turned to glance at the dazed Chu Feng standing in the doorway, reflecting on how he had already extended a gesture of goodwill the previous night, hoping Chu Feng would no longer harbor such disdain for him. Yi Tianqing spoke with humility. "I will be fine shortly. Please wait." Was he in a hurry to use the bathroom? "I cannot wait. I will use the toilet." Chu Feng's expression was numb, concealing a simmering anger as he cast a fleeting glance at the shirt crease on Yi Tianqing's leg. He slammed the bathroom door shut, maneuvering around Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing's gaze froze. What did this mean? Was Chu Feng about to urinate in front of him? Chapter 29. Adorable, the state-of-the-art toilet in the boys' dormitory was equipped with all the necessary functions. Chu Feng stood before the toilet, raising the lid, his eyes narrowing as he calculated the distance. A sly grin crept onto his lips as he pressed the flush button and suddenly turned to the side. The sterile water jet shot out with a swift whoosh. How satisfying it would be to drench that fastidious straight guy. He followed the trajectory of the water jet, eagerly anticipating the ensuing scene. However, to his dismay, the ambush failed. Yi Tianqing was not standing by the sink, believing that Chu Feng was about to drop his pants. He had quickly exited the bathroom. Seemingly prepared, Yi Tianqing retreated to the hallway outside the bathroom, now perplexed as he watched the clear water stream arch through the air, landing just short of his toes. He glanced up at Chu Feng, who had failed in his mischief. The boy's tousled black hair stood on end, and he donned a honey-brown pajama set adorned with a bear motif, the fabric appearing soft and cozy. His face was youthful, with strikingly handsome features that bore a hint of aggression. Though his expression was fierce, Yi Tianqing found him rather endearing, akin to a feisty little kitten. The water jet had splattered the floor, and Yi Tianqing, uncertain, lowered his gaze to inquire, "Are you attempting to play with me?" He regretted dodging out of the way, having assumed that Chu Feng was about to disrobe. "Do you think I would engage in such childish antics with toilet water?" Chu Feng retorted, taking the initiative. He ran a hand through his hair, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Or do you believe us academic underachievers are that immature?" He wished he had simply doused Yi Tianqing with a bucket of water instead. He had vowed not to love or hate in this second life. Yet, it seemed that the resentment he had harbored over the years had nowhere to be released, still lodged in his chest, with a desire for revenge flickering like an uncontrollable flame. Upon seeing the calm and composed Yi Tianqing once more, he felt an urge to send this person into a disarrayed frenzy. Disarray was far more palatable than that frosty demeanor. Chu Feng had found a new target. Do not elevate the stakes. This has nothing to do with academic performance. Yi Tanxing replied, his gaze softening as it drifted to the nearby door, adding without making eye contact, but you are indeed childish. In Yi Tanxing's eyes, childishness equated to adorableness. He thought Chu Feng's antics with the toilet water were quite charming, reminiscent of a child. Childish? Chu Feng's temper flared, taken aback that Yi Tanxing dared to retort. Viewing it as a provocation, he advanced towards Yi Tanxing, his demeanor suggesting an impending confrontation. Is it unacceptable if I press the wrong button? Did it hit you? He seethed. Is the entire world only mature and reliable like you, Yi Tanxing? Chu Feng was seething, the frustration from the shirt crease incident bubbling to the surface. The embarrassment and grievance from that moment still fresh in his memory. He yearned to land a punch on Yi Tanxing's face, seeking retribution for his past self. What I do with my maturity is none of your concern. Who are you to comment? Chu Feng's tone was fierce. Yi Tanxing realized he had misspoken. He stood nearly 1.90 meters tall, standing straight in the corridor before the bathroom, watching as Chu Feng approached him with fervor. Chu Feng's eyes sparkled brilliantly, captivatingly beautiful. Ah, this is what one might call fiery eyes. If you do not apologize today. Chu Feng clenched his fists, poised to strike, as though he might act at any moment. Yi Tanxing interjected, sorry. Please don't be angry. Chu Feng was taken aback, as if the scene had been paused like a film. The atmosphere around the bathroom door suddenly fell silent. His anger remained frozen on his face. Yet Yi Tanxing had simply said sorry. Such an abrupt apology. Huh? Wasn't he supposed to glare at him coldly, adamantly refusing to apologize? What should he do now? How could he possibly strike Yi Tanxing? Goodness, his frustration only intensified. Just because you say sorry doesn't mean I have to forgive you, he retorted, pushing Yi Tanxing's chest, a provocative gesture before an impending fight, attempting to rekindle the tension. Yi Tanxing's damp black hair, freshly washed, fell haphazardly across his forehead. He glanced down at Chu Feng's hand, which was now caressing his chest. Memories flooded back, reminding him that this gesture was something Chu Feng desired. For no one else dared to touch him so boldly and intimately. Each time such contact occurred, there was no time to ponder why Chu Feng would suddenly want this. Yi Tanxing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He furrowed his brow. Can we go into your room? Not here. His tone carried a hint of shyness and unease. What do you need to go into my room for? Chu Feng shot him a cold glance. Is it really that complicated to throw a punch? Yi Tanxing turned to look down the corridor, feeling as if something were lodged in his throat. His voice hoarse and low. When Xiaoyan might come out at any moment, it wouldn't be good to be seen. Deep down, Yi Tanxing was rather conservative. He couldn't bring himself to undress in the hallway. So what? If someone sees us, he will just hold you down, Chu Feng replied dismissively, though a hint of confusion crept in. What do you mean by that? Do you really think you would retaliate? Yi Tanxing's face reflected shock. It seemed he was utterly unaware of the audacity of the 19-year-old Chu Feng. The corridor is off limits, Yi Tanxing repeated rigidly. It's truly not permissible. You're ridiculous. Does it really matter where? Chu Feng rolled his wrists, his gaze betraying a hint of eager curiosity. Since he had never struck Yi Tanxing before, he added, just be sure not to tell my dad or the school. A man should bear his own burdens. You provoked me first. I must land a punch today. It's for release. Why should the location matter? Yi Tanxing nervously stepped back, realizing that Chu Feng was determined to pursue this in the corridor. He knew he should refuse. Yet the boy before him, clad in bear-pattern pajamas, was rather endearing. Images of Chu Feng sitting in the bathtub from the previous night flickered through his mind. His newly dyed black hair, damp and clinging to his fair skin, glistened with transparent droplets that cascaded down his elongated neck, accentuating his hourglass figure and navel. At that moment, Yi Tanxing had deliberately avoided looking at the white underwear, believing that to gaze upon it would be an affront to Chu Feng. He had only glimpsed the upper body, but it was enough to imprint itself indelibly in his mind. Chu Feng possessed a lethal allure that Yi Tanxing had long since recognized. In the corridor, he gulped, staring at Chu Feng's face in an attempt to counsel him. Calm down. You need not be so eager all the time. Wasn't it you who called me childish? Why should I remain composed? Chu Feng cornered the man in the white shirt against the wall, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Yi Tanqing found himself with nowhere to hide, rapidly contemplating how to navigate this predicament. After a few moments of hesitation, he seemed to resolve himself, extending his arms to encircle Chu Feng's waist, clad in soft teddy bear pajamas, cradling him gently as one would a frightened creature. His movements were cautious, as if he were handling a barrel of explosives. The scent of warm, almond-scented body wash wafted from Chu Feng, and strands of his tousled hair brushed against Yi Tanqing's cheek. It was the first time he had taken the initiative to embrace Chu Feng. Nervous to the point of losing his voice, he tentatively attempted to explain the words that had angered Chu Feng. It was not name-calling. It was a compliment. He had merely said Chu Feng was adorable. Wasn't he at the praise for his charm that had prompted such feelings? Why the anger? Please, do not be upset. At 8:42 a.m., Chu Feng was convinced that Yi Tanqing had been possessed, or perhaps the world into which he had been reborn was merely a parallel universe, conjured from his imagination rather than reality. Otherwise, why would Yi Tanqing embrace him and call him cute while he was on the verge of striking him? Chu Feng felt a surge of emotion, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. This surely could not be a genuine rebirth. After plummeting off a cliff, he must have encountered some spectral barrier. Help me. Chapter 30. The Essence of Affection. Yi Tanqing's short-sleeved white shirt revealed faint arm hair, accentuating the prominent blue veins characteristic of a medical student's physique. Chu Feng gazed down at the hand Yi Tanqing had placed on his waist, fixating on it for a full 3 seconds before lifting his gaze to meet the other's impassive expression. Chu Feng heard himself inquire, "Are you Yi Tanqing?" Surely, he was but a mere NPC. Just as Yi Tanqing was about to respond, they heard the sound of a door opening from across the corridor. It was Wen Xiaoyan, who had just risen. Startled, Chu Feng abruptly pushed the other away, retreating several steps until his back met the wall of the corridor, inexplicably feeling guilty, urging himself to silence. Opposite him, Yi Tanqing's hand lingered in the air for a moment, slowly descending to his side. His fingertips curled involuntarily, as if still warmed by the embrace of youth, his fingers fidgeting aimlessly. He silently observed the person before him, as if unable to satiate his gaze. "Brother," Wen Xiaoyan yawned, shuffling his slippers, "what are you two up to? Do we really have to leave so early? Can't we go in the afternoon?" The stillness of the corridor was enlivened by his voice, dissipating the earlier awkward atmosphere. "No, we can't go in the afternoon. Stop dawdling and hurry up to wash up," Chu Feng replied, not casting another glance at Yi Tanqing as he turned and retreated to the bathroom. His hurried actions reflected his own confusion and anxiety, a reaction to the unexpected embrace. Yi Tanqing stood in the corridor for a few moments before suddenly turning to Wen Xiaoyan, his expression darkening. He coldly reminded, "Go back and put on proper clothes before washing up." "What about me?" Wen Xiaoyan glanced down at his tank top and shorts. "What's wrong with this outfit?" "It's perfectly fine for running on the playground," he mumbled. "Aren't we all entitled to our freedom of dress?" However, upon meeting Yi Shuaba's gaze, he dared not utter another word. Startled, he retracted his neck and hurried back to his room to change. Bang! The bathroom door on the right was shut by Chu Feng, severing any communication with Yi Tanqing. The corridor fell silent. Only then did Yi Tanqing return to his room. Once inside, he closed the door and stood behind it, glancing down at his palm. He had just touched Chu Feng's waist. His dark eyes lingered for a moment before he decided to heed his inner urge, lifting his hand to his nose and inhaling. There was a faint scent of Chu Feng. It was subtle, yet unmistakable. It seemed that when they were not together, a simple embrace did not prompt Chu Feng to utter words of separation or divorce, nor did it lead to a fallout that would drive him away. It was rather casual, and he let it slide. Yi Tanqing thought to himself, finding it quite marvelous that he had just embraced Chu Feng, as if in a dream. In the bathroom, Chu Feng listened as the footsteps in the corridor faded away, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He glanced down at his waist and touched it, noting the tingling sensation on both sides of his skin. The summer nightwear was thin, and Yi Tanqing's palm warmth distinctly transferred to him. It wasn't overly hot, but it was ticklish. Chu Feng faced the mirror and soon displayed a gesture of exasperation as he cradled his face. "Oh no, have I been sporting this bird's nest hairstyle all this time?" I haven't washed my face or brushed my teeth. There might still be sleep in my eyes. How could Yi Tianqing extend his hand to me? Isn't he a germaphobe? Goodness, this is absurd. I used to spend 2 or 3 hours cleaning myself from head to toe, dousing in expensive perfume, and wearing the most luxurious and alluring nightwear. Yet he wouldn't embrace me then. Why now? I hope there is no odor. I did wash my hair and body last night. Chu Feng lifted his nightwear to sniff it. 5 seconds later, he abruptly dropped his hand and stood up straight, nearly laughing in disbelief. He inhaled deeply, staring at the mirror. You are the one who is unwell. Why do you care about such trivial matters? After all, it's just this once. At 9:10, when leaving, he did not call for Yi Tianqing, although Yi Tianqing sat on the sofa with a bag in hand. Silently gazing at Chu Feng with a calm yet expectant look, Chu Feng did not call him either. He also halted when Xiaoyan from calling Yi Xueba to join them. Chu Feng took Wen Xiaoyan to the cafeteria for breakfast, feeling no guilt for leaving Yi Tianqing behind in the dormitory. After all, Yi Tianqing had often done the same to him in the past. It was merely a form of retribution. This was Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan's first visit to the cafeteria. Previously, they had always ordered takeout while living in the neighborhood. Wen Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Brother, do you want soup dumplings? They look delicious. Let us get some. How about egg fried rice or porridge? Who eats fried rice in the morning? Plain porridge sounds good. All right, I'll buy 2 portions." Wen Xiaoyan became increasingly intrigued as he explored, quietly commenting, "I thought the university cafeteria's food would be as poor as in high school, but it's nearly on par with a 5-star buffet. The presentation is quite impressive." Chu Feng, feeling somewhat disinterested, remarked, "This is Haida, a breeding ground for a multitude of technological prodigies. The dining options are certainly not lacking for those brilliant students," emphasizing both economic value and delectable taste. The cafeteria bustled with activity, as male and female students moved about with trays in hand, seeking a place to sit. Chu Feng, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage with skin so fair it seemed to reflect light, attracted attention with an impressive rate of return glances nearing 90%. After all, his presence was quite rare. Despite being a hot topic on forums for 3 months since enrollment, he was seldom seen on campus. Enough of this. Let us find a place to sit, Chu Feng urged, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of unfamiliar gazes, prompting Wen Xiaoyan to cease her wandering. The two were still in search of a seat with their trays in hand, when a familiar voice called out from behind, "Hey, Chu Feng." Turning around, Chu Feng saw a boy clad in a black t-shirt and denim vest, sporting a silver baseball cap. His handsome features accentuated by a charming smile as he approached them with determination. "Oh, it's the tall guy," when Xiaoyan recalled the international student. "Chu Feng Yin does it?" "Please don't refer to him that way. He has a name, Shun Chenglin." This was indeed the same boy who had accidentally hit Chu Feng with a basketball the day prior and had helped them carry their luggage. Yi Tianqing had even closed the dormitory door, not permitting Shun Chenglin to enter. Chu Feng held a favorable impression of Shun Chenglin, remembering the 10 million he had lent him in a previous life. He had intended to send a message to Shun Chenglin the day before, but had forgotten amidst the chaos of collecting books and dyeing his hair. "Your hair is black," Shun Chenglin remarked, his face illuminated with surprise and joy, his eyes sparkling as they met Chu Feng's. "Are you here for a meal as well?" "Chu Feng, not that. Just a casual bite. Why do you have so much food?" Shun Chenglin's tray was piled high with an assortment of snacks and pastries, nearly resembling a small mountain. "The cuisine here is fantastic. I've never encountered anything like it in Norway," Shun Chenglin confessed with a hint of embarrassment, smiling shyly. "May I join you? My roommate is still in bed." In truth, not only was his roommate still asleep, but he also insisted that Shun Chenglin finish his meal and pack some to bring back, with the condition of heartfelt declarations of gratitude. "All right, it seems there are not many available seats," Chu Feng replied as he located a corner table. It was a 4-person seat, with him and Wen Xiaoyan on one side and Shun Chenglin opposite them. After settling in, Chu Feng turned to Shun Chenglin. "I apologize for yesterday. I forgot to message you to say thank you. My new roommate is a bit odd. He doesn't allow strangers into the dorm." Shun Chenglin brushed it off. "It's quite all right. We can meet outside." Today, Chu Feng was dressed in a light pink oversized t-shirt and white casual pants, appearing increasingly attractive with each encounter. At least in Shun Qinglin's eyes. He truly admired Chu Feng, kind, gentle, and exceptionally beautiful. All right then, Chu Feng, feeling slightly flustered under Shun Qinglin's gaze, sought to initiate a conversation. What's your major? Shun Qinglin replied, like you too, I'm in business administration. Really? Chu Feng raised his eyes to meet Shun Qinglin's gaze. We're in the same major? How come I've never seen you before? Our first encounter was yesterday under the apple tree, when I accidentally struck you. Shun Qinglin hesitated. Perhaps it's because you too Haven T attended class. Not attending class and rarely coming to school. How could we possibly meet? Haha, which class are you in? Chu Feng attempted to alleviate the awkwardness. Shun Qinglin seemed to have been waiting for this question, revealing a bright smile. We are in the same class. Previously, we were not in the same class. But he had applied to transfer from Class 3 to Class 2, where Chu Feng was 2 months ago. Of course, Chu Feng was unaware of this. Same class. So, do you attend classes regularly? When Xiaoyan could not help but interject, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Shun Qinglin proudly replied, of course, I have not missed any classes. Chu Feng exchanged glances with Wen Xiaoyan, as if they had found a study partner. They were utterly clueless about the class schedule. If Shun Qinglin were to remind them of their lessons daily, it would be quite convenient. Today is Saturday, and Chu Feng, biting into a soup dumpling, asked Shun Qinglin if he had any activities planned. If he was free, he could join them at the library to record books. The dumpling's juice spilled a bit onto the corner of Chu Feng's lips. Shun Qinglin did not answer whether he had any activities. Instead, he looked at Chu Feng with anticipation, pulled out a few tissues, and handed them over. As Chu Feng reached out to take the tissues, Shun Qinglin spoke gently. If I could be with you, I would be very happy. What a statement. Chu Feng was taken aback. The steamed dumplings in Wen Xiaoyan's hands fell to the ground. This Norwegian exchange student had said yesterday, you are more important than playing basketball. Today, I would be happy to be with you. Wait, why is this guy acting so flamboyantly? Is it really that frightening? Chapter 31. Bro, please be quiet. So, Shun Qinglin. Chu Feng wiped his mouth with a tissue, contemplating how to phrase his reminder as he glanced at the dishes in front of Shun Qinglin. We usually do not express ourselves in such a manner. When conveying feelings and emotions, we tend to be a bit more reserved. Wen Xiaoyan nodded in agreement from the side. Yes. What do you mean by being more important, and I would be happy to be with you? If one didn't know better, they might think you were in a romantic relationship. It's too clingy. Shun Qinglin appeared somewhat anxious, cautiously gripping his fork. Did I use the wrong words? I merely wanted to say that I'm very willing to be with you. You can do whatever you want with me. The more he spoke, the stranger it became. Stop. Chu Feng raised his hand to halt him. How can this exchange student not understand? Regardless of what you think inside, it doesn't need to be verbalized. It's sufficient to keep it as a thought. Wait, that is not quite right. Wen Xiaoyan interjected. What my brother means is that you should express yourself through actions rather than words in the future. You don't need to say it out loud. For instance, if you want to hang out with us, just finish your meal and join us afterward. Is that right? Shun Qinglin turned to see Chu Feng's reaction, clearly more inclined to listen to advice. Correct. Chu Feng smiled, elbowing the young boy with the little dreadlocks playfully. Brother cares for you more than owning a puppy. Here, as a reward, a chicken wing. A braised chicken wing was placed onto Wen Xiaoyan's plate. Wen Xiaoyan beamed with pride. Of course. I am a thoughtful and understanding one here. His little braids swayed wildly. Silly boy. Chu Feng teasingly scolded him. Wen Xiaoyan happily munched on the chicken wing. While Shun Qinglin gazed at Chu Feng's smile, his gaze fixated once more. He paused, then shifted his attention to the boy who was savoring the chicken wing. Upon the handsome visage of the Norwegian exchange student, a gaze akin to the serene morning dew flickered momentarily, imbued with jealousy and discontent towards Wen Xiaoyan. Had it not been for Wen Xiaoyan, perhaps the warmth of Chu Feng's smile would have graced him instead. Shun Qinglin felt a constriction in his chest, akin to a balloon filled to the brim with orange juice, suddenly realizing the intensity of his possessiveness over Chu Feng. In merely 3 months, having interacted just a couple of times, he had reached a point where he could scarcely tolerate witnessing Chu Feng smile at another. Suppressing the urge to displace Wen Xiaoyan from Chu Feng's side, Shun Qinglin longed for a moment of solitude with his classmate. "Eat, why are you in a daze?" Chu Feng looked up at Shun Qinglin. Why did this exchange student constantly fixate on him? Surely, there were no handsome young men in Norway? Shun Qinglin nibbled on his meal, awkwardly stealing glances at Chu Feng. The desire to express his feelings was overwhelming, a yearning to deepen their relationship swiftly. With utmost seriousness, he contemplated his limited vocabulary. "Classmate Chu, your black hair is exceedingly handsome, reminiscent of a noble knight riding a steed in the west. Or perhaps a prince from ancient China. Indeed, a regal little prince, cherished by all his subjects. In your unparalleled handsomeness," his words flowed like a hesitant recitation of poetry. Stumbling yet determined. Chu Feng, taken aback, thought, is he jesting? A fit of laughter escaped when Xiaoyan, whose chest quivered with mirth, nearly collapsing into Chu Feng's shoulder. "Goodness, you are indeed excessively handsome. You must temper it a bit, lest you cause the exchange student to swoon." Chu Feng, shivering with distaste, pushed Wen Xiaoyan away. A considerable feat given the circumstances. He then offered Shun Qinglin a chicken wing. "Thank you for the compliment, Shun, but it is quite unnecessary. Please, focus on your meal." Thankfully, only Wen Xiaoyan was present. The thought of a more extensive audience made Chu Feng shudder. "Don't force the flattery, my friend. I wish to befriend you, yet you torment me so cruelly." Shun Qinglin, uncertain of his misstep, felt a flicker of disappointment. However, upon receiving a chicken wing from Chu Feng, his spirits soared, his eyes sparkling anew. It seemed the boy with the dreadlocks possessed something he did as well. Feeling a surge of balance, Shun Qinglin exclaimed, "Thank you, thank you. Please enjoy your meal. I appreciate your kindness." Chu Feng replied with a nod. "Very well." Shun Qinglin beamed with delight, gazing up at Chu Feng, and resumed his poetic recital. "I shall eat well. You must also take care of your health and eat to your fill. Meeting you has brought me immense joy. Classmate Chu, your character is so amiable. You are the most beautiful angel I have ever encountered." "Be quiet." Chu Feng could no longer contain himself. He seized a scallion roll, pinching Shun Qinglin's cheek with one hand while forcefully offering him the pastry with the other, a seamless motion conveying, "Brother, silence yourself. Eat this roll and calm down." A tempest of emotions swirled within Shun Qinglin's eyes, akin to a tranquil spring pool disturbed into tumultuous waves. As Chu Feng leaned in closer, her enchanting gaze fixated upon his lips, her delicate, fragrant hand gently grasped his jawline. With a sense of urgency, she fed him morsels of food. Never had anyone treated Shun Qinglin with such intimacy. At that moment, Shun Qinglin affirmed that Chu was indeed the most beautiful angel. A stunning angel? Goodness, what a foolish giant. When Xiaoyan was nearly collapsing beneath the table from laughter, Chu Feng persistently kicked him from under the table. Perhaps it would be better to switch partners for class. Shun Qinglin seemed somewhat, but considering that in a past life, he had unhesitatingly transferred 10 million to the bankrupt Chu Feng, she decided to observe Shun Qinglin a while longer. Perhaps once they became more acquainted, Shun Qinglin would not be so exuberantly affectionate. One could only hope. In the afternoon, they found themselves in the library. The library at High University spanned 5 expansive floors, featuring escalators akin to those in grand shopping malls, with the topmost level designated as a silent study area. Sunlight cascaded into the birch forest outside, casting dappled shadows of green leaves and branches that quietly permeated the room. The library was not entirely silent, yet it maintained a serene atmosphere, as everyone consciously moderated their footsteps and lowered their voices when conversing with peers. Each academic discipline had its own designated area, with dozens of islands of books, both large and small. Even though the locations of the books were recorded in a computer system, it still took time to locate the corresponding islands where USB drives could be recorded. In truth, many of these resources were available to other students, who could simply borrow a copy. For instance, Shun Qinglin had access to them. However, the class representative informed them that they needed to manually record each book in the library, and everyone had already formed groups to do so. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan fell into a cognitive trap, forgetting that they could borrow such USB resources from others. Meanwhile, Shun Qinglin observed them with a semblance of understanding. following along without revealing that he had the materials at hand, as he too struggled to grasp the complexities of the information. Thus, he resolved to assist them. The three somewhat dim-witted book-seeking squads navigated through the islands, shuttling up and down the escalators, utterly exhausted. As they gazed around, they found every floor adorned with identical reddish-brown bookshelves, with the arrangement of the islands remarkably similar as well. Wen Xiaoyan and Chu Feng, feeling dizzy from their relentless searching, collapsed onto a resting bench by the window on the third floor, panting heavily. "I need to get some water. Would you like any?" "Don't call me. I'm about to pass out," when Xiaoyan sprawled next to him. Just then, Shun Qinglin strolled by, holding a bottle of chilled water. "Is it all right if I drink this?" he asked, having the foresight to purchase water ahead of time. "Thank you," Chu Feng said, reaching out to accept it and gulping down several mouthfuls to recover. "How many more do we need?" Shun Qinglin sat beside Chu Feng and inquired with eagerness if he required a massage. As he spoke, his hand had already settled on Chu Feng's thigh. "Don't touch me." Chu Feng pushed him away. When Xiaoyan scoured his phone and suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "There are a total of 13 books, and we've only found 7 so far. We must have made over 20 trips. Goodness, that amount of exercise is enough for a marathon. Not an option." Chu Feng sighed in frustration, closing his eyes momentarily. "Let's make a call." When Xiaoyan, "Who should we call? How many of our classmates are even class? There are those who perform worse than us. Isn't there still one?" Chu Feng raised his hand to scratch his forehead. When Xiaoyan, Yi Shu Eba. Chapter 32. A sense of crisis on the third floor of the library, in a window-side lounge chair. Chu Feng held his phone, his upper body instinctively leaning away from Shun Qinglin, who sat too close, nearly pressing his knee against Chu Feng's leg. "Hello, this is Chu Feng." The voice on the other end was eerily quiet. Yi Tanqing's tone was consistently deep and indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Are you busy right now?" Chu Feng inquired, originally intending to ask if he was still in the dormitory. However, recalling his earlier decision to leave you behind, he felt hesitant about posing the question. "Speak." Though it was merely a single word, the voice resonating through the phone was rich and low, carrying a husky timbre that was hard to ignore. Just as a smile began to form at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, he was abruptly distracted by an unfamiliar face. It was Shun Qinglin, leaning in closely, his serious gaze fixed on the corner of Chu Feng's lips. "What's wrong with you?" Chu Feng, with indifference, waved Shun Qinglin away. Shifting slightly, he resumed his conversation on the phone. "When Xiaoyan and I are at the library, and we're having a bit of trouble. If you're not busy, could you come over? In return, we could treat you to dinner." There was a moment of silence on the other end. A few seconds prior, while on the call, Chu Feng found himself absent-mindedly fiddling with something in his hand. His gaze drifted to the denim vest adorning Shun Qinglin. The vest was adorned with an antique bronze chain that hung at an angle, exuding a sense of design. The chain swayed against Shun Qinglin's chest. "Is that all right?" Chu Feng continued speaking to Yi Tanqing, unconsciously reaching out to fiddle with the chain, his focus fixed upon it. "All right." Shun Qinglin nodded, visibly elated. He puffed out his well-toned chest, leaning toward Chu Feng's fingertips, his face a picture of eager hospitality. "Go ahead, touch it. I'm more than willing." Chu Feng's attention remained on the swaying chain, oblivious to Shun Qinglin's posture. He resembled a handsome, athletic figure, trying earnestly to showcase his physique. His expression a mix of joy, anticipation, and a hint of blush, nuzzling his chest against Chu Feng's fingers. "What the hell?" When Xiaoyan, inadvertently witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly blinding himself. This is the library on the third floor. Not to mention there are cameras, people are walking around everywhere. Strange glances were already being cast their way. Goodness, when Xiaoyan's mind exploded. He hurriedly seized Chu Feng's hand that was playing with the chain and forcefully pressed it down. With a swift motion, he pinned Shun Qinglin's shoulder, urging him away. The whole sequence of actions felt like a single breath. When Xiaoyan could feel the heat rising in his cheeks. "What are you doing?" When Xiaoyan exclaimed, desperately holding Shun Qinglin down. "This is the library. What are you thinking? Sit properly and stop leaning against him. Go sit over there." "Ah, how embarrassing." It was not the case. It was classmate Chu who first approached me. Shen Chenglin puffed out his chest, exhibiting generosity and friendliness as he shook his head, asserting that being touched by him was inconsequential and that there was no need for interference. That's not how it is. In our country, it is inappropriate to touch in public spaces, when Xiaoyan attempted to explain. This is not a gym. There are so many people watching. Your actions are a breach of decorum. Shen Chenglin responded, "What is oil lotion 7? Is it number 7 oil lotion?" He earnestly elaborated to Wen Xiaoyan, his smile charming and gentlemanly. "I do not apply oil when I dress, classmate Wen. Please do not meddle in my interactions with classmate Chu." Wen Xiaoyan promptly decided against engaging further with the international student and turned to ask Chu Feng, "Is Yi Shuaba coming? Hurry up and hang up the phone. This big oaf has nothing but mush in his head." Chu Feng, still oblivious to the unfolding events, urged on the phone, "Yi Tanqing, are you coming or not?" He looked up. Yi Tanqing's voice sounded colder. Behind the transparent glass railing on the 4th floor, a long row of wooden tables and chairs was arranged, illuminated by bright lights. Yi Tanqing sat at a study table with several classmates, their tablets and academic papers spread before them. He glanced at his phone towards the 3rd floor glass window and instructed Chu Feng to look up. Then he locked eyes with a bewildered Chu Feng. While Chu Feng and the others rushed down from the 13th floor, Yi Tanqing had remained seated the entire time. Despite Chu Feng's several attempts to look up, he had not noticed him. However, Yi Tanqing had observed everything that transpired. His chest had only ever been touched by Chu Feng. Yet, it seemed that Chu Feng could engage with anyone. He was not alone. Yi Tanqing had understood this notion long ago, yet witnessing it firsthand evoked a different sentiment. Initially believing that Chu Feng's white moonlight might be some school belle he had previously dated, it now appeared that the newly crowned campus heartthrob, an exchange student, also shared a certain connection with Chu Feng. Yi Tanqing did not know Shen Chenglin until he overheard the whispers and murmurs of the female classmates across from him, revealing that Shen Chenglin was a Norwegian exchange student. Furthermore, he had won the championship in the inaugural Basketball Association competition after joining the school, leading his team to victory against the music academy. Now, he commanded a following in the adjacent music academy, earning the title of the Norwegian Prince, as he fervently dominated the campus heartthrob rankings. The jersey he wore would be fervently snatched from the crowd. It was said that the national team had even extended an invitation to him, which Shen Chenglin declined in favor of prioritizing his studies. In Norway, Shen Chenglin had an exclusive broadcasting channel that frequently aired footage of his campus activities, ranking first on Norwegian television. The title of Norwegian Prince was not merely a moniker. Shen Chenglin was indeed a genuine Norwegian prince. The big oaf Wen Xiaoyan referred to was, in truth, a seemingly simple-minded golden being. On the day Shen Chenglin arrived at the university, he stood at the entrance of High University, utterly lost. This was part of a deliberately orchestrated event from Norway. Shen Chenglin's wealthy father wished to observe his son's reaction to being alone in a foreign land, intentionally creating a crisis that was resolved by a Chinese boy. Chu Feng's silhouette had also appeared on Norwegian television, praised by the Norwegian public as a friendly and kind-hearted Chinese boy. Certainly, these matters were unbeknownst to Chu Feng. Yi Tanqing, however, recalled the 2 words Norway and was reminded of a time when the Chu family was on the brink of collapse following their financial downfall. She had received an email from Norway expressing their willingness to invest and take over the Chu company, hoping to meet soon for detailed discussions. The secretary suspected it to be an overseas scam, reasoning that no sensible individual would invest in the Chu family under such precarious circumstances, as it would undoubtedly result in losses and potentially legal troubles. The secretary presented the email to Yi Tanqing, who pondered for a moment before deciding to respond politely, stating that the crisis facing the Chu family would soon be resolved and that they temporarily did not require external investment, expressing gratitude for their goodwill. At that time, the 619 Maritime Project was nearing success. After that, no further correspondence from Norway was received, and Yi Tanqing eventually forgot about the incident. Now, however, she found herself seated behind the glass railing on the 4th floor, intently observing the 3rd floor window. The handsome Shen Chenglin was half squatting beside Chu Feng, speaking softly, seemingly apologizing. His focused expression fixed on Chu Feng's face, even as Chu Feng impatiently pushed him away. Shun Qinglin maintained a good-natured smile, continuously apologizing and nodding. His arm rested on the armrest beside Chu Feng, creating a posture that seemed to form an enclosing circle. This very posture had once been seen in the dormitory dining hall, where Yi Tanqing had similarly placed her arm on the back of her chair, encircling Chu Feng, subtly asserting her claim in front of Wen Xiaoyan. At this moment, Wen Xiaoyan sat on a long bench, seemingly indifferent as she watched Shun Qinglin's virtual embrace of Chu Feng. She wished to remind Fengge, yet found herself at a loss for words, as the embrace appeared more symbolic than physical, with no actual contact. Oblivious to the scene unfolding, Chu Feng remained unaware. Yi Tanqing's heart sank slowly upon witnessing this tableau. In truth, the presence of those beautiful schoolgirls did not evoke a profound sense of crisis within her, for she possessed the confidence that, in this second life, she could ascend to heights greater than in her previous existence, achieving remarkable success. She envisioned providing Chu Feng with a life of utmost quality, dedicating herself entirely to him. Those schoolgirls could not compare. Furthermore, once she attained sufficient capability, she would shield Chu Feng from any romantic entanglements aside from herself. Ultimately, he would still belong to her. Yi Tanqing had meticulously planned her actions for this rebirth, but now, gazing at Shun Qinglin's presence, an acute sense of crisis enveloped her, akin to rising tides slowly drowning her. Her intuition warned her that, perhaps in the near future, Shun Qinglin could become her most formidable rival, or perhaps he already was. Yi Tanqing's phone vibrated silently twice. Chu Feng messaged, "Are you coming down or waiting for me to come up?" Chu Feng continued, "Wen Xiaoyan and I are about to collapse from exhaustion." The final message was sent by Wen Xiaoyan. "Yi Xueba, help us." Snapped back to reality, Yi Tanqing gathered her handbag and rose to descend the stairs. Fortunately, she still held some small utility for Chu Feng. Currently, in school and not yet in the workforce, she still had opportunities to compete. The surging sense of crisis was steadily consuming her. Chapter 33. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Holding her handbag, Yi Tanqing stood before the window on the third floor. Wen Xiaoyan handed over his phone screen, adorned with a smile that reflected a sense of disillusionment. "After all this running around for these books, we've made countless trips." Chu Feng gently nudged Wen Xiaoyan's arm. "He can see us from the fourth floor." "Huh?" When Xiaoyan hesitated, "Oh, well, that makes sense." Although Yi Xueba sat there observing their busyness, he and T made any effort to assist. Yet, it was not his obligation to offer help, especially considering that they had declined Yi Xueba's company to the library and hadn't even informed him before stepping out. His academic prowess was impressive. Shun Qinglin, standing beside him, curiously regarded Yi Tanqing, the legendary academic prodigy. Leaning closer to Chu Feng, he remarked, "He asked the representative for the freshmen. I've seen him give a speech on stage. Quite remarkable." "I know," Chu Feng replied, elbowing Shun Qinglin to maintain some personal space. This international student certainly lacked a sense of social distance, perhaps due to the warmth often exhibited by foreign friends. Shun Qinglin, delighted to find common ground, cheerfully inquired, "Did you listen to his speech? Do you like him, Chu Feng?" How was he to respond to such a question? Chu Feng caught Yi Tanqing's gaze directed at him and casually replied, "Why would I listen to that? I left early. The freshman representative speeches are usually mundane." In truth, Chu Feng had not attended that day, but later, while dating Yi Tanqing, he scoured the university website for footage of that freshman assembly, extracting Yi Tanqing's speech segment and replaying it frame by frame. It had at one point transformed into his lullaby, listened to 1,000 times over. He even became engrossed in observing Yi Tanqing's expressions and gestures, memorizing precisely where Yi Tanqing's gaze would drift at each moment of the audio playback, an odd kind of obsession that love often ignites. That speech was quite splendid, Shun Qinglin said with a friendly smile directed at Yi Tanqing. Wen Xiaoyan interjected to ease the tension, "We had something to attend to that day, so we left early." "It was really impressive, wasn't it? I'll revisit it with Brother Feng later." "Unnecessary," Yi Tanqing interjected, returning the phone to Wen Xiaoyan. As the clock edged towards 4 in the afternoon, he continued, "I have all the materials on my computer. I can upload them to your USB drive." It seemed that Lin had been somewhat negligent, failing to assist the class members in gathering the necessary textbooks. Although he had previously reminded Lin to pay closer attention to their classmates' academic progress and to prioritize collective honor after declining her invitation to dinner, he contemplated replacing her as class representative. It appeared that Lin might not be up to the task. Perhaps he would observe her performance for another month. Wen Xiaoyan abruptly turned to Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Indeed, surely, other classmates have stored their data on USB drives. What are they searching for here? Why go to such lengths?" Chu Feng, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, placed his hands on his hips, and turned halfway around. His gaze fell upon his classmate, Shun Chenglin, and a sudden realization struck him. "Hey, Shun Chenglin, you must have it, right? The data recorded on your USB drive." Shun Chenglin appeared bewildered. "Do I? All USB drives look alike, and I have numerous ones." As he spoke, comprehension dawned on him. He grinned widely. "That's splendid. Allow me to assist you in recording it. But I require some time. My written Chinese is still lacking, and it's challenging to recognize so many characters at a glance." His enthusiasm, however, was hindered by his limited capability. "You can stay put. We don't need you," Chu Feng thought to himself, feeling the absence of a reliable companion nearby. He needed someone who wouldn't make mistakes. Opposite him stood Yi Tanqing, tall and composed, clad in a white shirt that gleamed under the sun's rays streaming through the window, creating a dazzling glare. The sunlight filled the gaps of his tousled hair, casting a warm glow upon his impassive visage. Yet the warmth did little to soften his demeanor, which exuded an air of aloofness. "Yi Tanqing." Chu Feng's gaze flitted back to Wen Xiaoyan before settling on Yi Tanqing. He spoke in a somewhat awkward tone, ambiguous as to whether it was a request or a command. "Could you return to the dormitory and assist us with this? I'll treat you to dinner. We haven't had a chance to gather since moving in, if you're available." Chu Feng silently added, "If you're not free, it's no big deal. It's not imperative that we dine together." "Alright," Yi Tanqing nodded. Just a nod? Chu Feng couldn't help but scrutinize his expression. Was that an agreement to help, or simply an acknowledgement of the dinner invitation? He felt a pang of irritation, thinking, does saying a few more words truly exhaust you? "Well then, will you join us for dinner?" Chu Feng pressed, his tone impatient. "Yes or no. Please provide a straightforward answer. Don't leave us guessing." At that moment, Wen Xiaoyan, who was replying to a friend's message, overheard the tone and quickly interjected, "Let us eat. Shall we go? I'm utterly exhausted after running around all afternoon, and I've only managed to hold out since breakfast." Yi Tanqing regarded Chu Feng and nodded once more. In such circumstances, someone was needed to enliven the atmosphere, and it was evident that Wen Xiaoyan was the ideal candidate. He set off towards the exit, beckoning them. "Come on, let us head back to the dormitory to discuss what to eat. So what do you all fancy?" Chu Feng and Yi Tanqing followed suit, while Shun Chenglin appeared to be in a reverie, glancing aimlessly around. When his gaze met Chu Feng's inquisitive eyes, he beamed. "Dinner? Count me in. I'm up for anything. Wherever you go, Chu Feng, I will follow." He was quite clingy. Yi Tanqing turned his gaze towards Shun Chenglin, who remained blissfully unaware, returning a charming smile. Yi Tanqing, however, averted his eyes, thinking to himself that such incessant laughter was rather foolish. It was unlikely that Chu Feng would appreciate this behavior. The sense of urgency diminished, yet Chu Feng found Shun Chenglin's straightforwardness somewhat refreshing. He returned Shun Chenglin's smile, saying, "Just stick with me. I'll lead the way." He then cast a glance at Yi Tanqing, observed the clarity of others' intentions. In his past life, Chu Feng had spent an inordinate amount of time deciphering Yi Tanqing's thoughts, leaving him weary and disenchanted. Now, he finds solace in the straightforwardness of Wen Xiaoyan and Shun Chenglin, who require no guessing. "I'll accompany you," Shun Chenglin exclaimed, his joy palpable as he suddenly draped an arm over Chu Feng's shoulder. "You are truly wonderful, Chu Feng. Thank you for treating me to dinner." He bent slightly, his head brushing against Chu Feng's cheek, a gesture of friendly gratitude and affection. "You've been busy all afternoon, though you may not have contributed much. Your efforts are appreciated. Don't push me away." Chu Feng raised his arm to fend off Shun Chenglin, though his cheek still felt the gentle touch. Shun Chenglin seemed to possess a penchant for cleanliness, his scent a delightful blend of refined cologne mingled with invigorating minty body wash, exuding health and vitality, an aroma that was far from displeasing. Was this cheeky gesture a token of gratitude from a Norwegian friend? Chu Feng was uncertain, yet it mattered little. In a library elevator, Shun Chenglin, now pushed aside, observed Chu Feng's profile with a smile. Chu Feng was engaged in a discussion with Wen Xiaoyan about dinner plans. Meanwhile, Yi Tanqing, positioned at the rear of their trio, caught sight of Shun Chenglin's silent smile and frowned in response, sensing something amiss. He felt as though he had become a mere spectator in Wen Xiaoyan's narrative. Before Yi Tanqing could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed Shun Chenglin, after smiling, abruptly turned to face him. The foreign student's gaze lacked warmth and clarity. Instead, it was filled with a sense of boastfulness and provocation, a determination to prevail. Yi Tanqing's expression darkened, a surge of unease washing over him. This individual possessed a level of insight that allowed him to perceive Yi Tanqing's feelings for Chu Feng. Despite Yi Tanqing's reticence, having only glanced at Chu Feng a couple of times, those mere instances had been enough for Shun Chenglin to identify them as rivals. Thus, the earlier cheek brush served as a subtle challenge directed at Yi Tanqing. The strength of Shun Chenglin's observational skills was evident. Such acuity belied a mind devoid of strategy. Yi Tanqing was convinced Shun Chenglin approached Chu Feng with a method designed to lower his defenses. Chapter 34. Do you even deserve to speak of love? On the campus path, the sun, nearing dusk, still radiated considerable heat. The ginkgo trees lined the roadside stood tall and straight, vibrant in their greenery. As Chu Feng ambled along, he stole a glance at Yi Tanqing behind him, whose pristine white shirt remained dazzlingly bright, his stature reminiscent of the ginkgo trees, tall and elegant. Yi Tanqing walked leisurely behind them, akin to being in a separate realm, his aura suggesting he was not someone to mingle with the likes of them. Yet, he trailed quietly, his pace unhurried. Chu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, a slight smile gracing his lips as he appreciated Yi Tanqing's presence trailing behind him, instilling a sense of security. Ah, Shun Chenglin is shielding me from the sun. He noted, one should not gaze directly at the sun, for it can harm the eyes. The tall physique of the athlete effectively obscured his view, rendering Yi Tanqing invisible. Who would gaze at the sun? Am I a fool? He thought, retracting his gaze. Shun Chenglin beamed brightly. Feng, do you prefer summer or winter? Hey, Wen Xiaoyan. Eavesdropping from the side felt goosebumps rise. Isn't that a bit too cheesy, Shun? The three walked side by side, with Chu Feng in the middle. Shun Chenglin spoke with a tone of innocent sincerity. This expresses my affection for him. Oh, you're fond of him again. Wen Xiaoyan couldn't stop laughing, recalling the 2 segments of poetry recited in the cafeteria. Just call me Chu Feng. Chu Feng interjected. You seem to be a few months older than me, so I want to make you call me brother. He patted Wen Xiaoyan, signaling him to suppress his laughter. After spending the day together, they had grown slightly more familiar with Shun Chenglin, making their conversations much more natural. Shun Chenglin seized the moment. My birthday is in January. What about you? November. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, bored. Shun Chenglin counted on his fingers. That's just before winter break. Do you have any plans for summer vacation? Take me along. With less than 2 months until summer break, it was time to start thinking ahead. The three engaged in cheerful conversation. The dark blue checkered shirt complemented Chu Feng perfectly. His youthful, vibrant figure was even more radiant than the sun. Yi Tanqing gazed softly at Chu Feng's silhouette, finding it hard to believe he had once possessed him. Although their marriage had been a contractual agreement devoid of genuine feelings, Chu Feng had once been his legally recognized partner. Yi Tanqing often observed Chu Feng quietly like this. He yearned to walk alongside him, sharing carefree conversations about anything, just as Chu Feng did with Wen Xiaoyan. However, it was a challenging endeavor. The moment Chu Feng spotted him, his smile would vanish, replaced by an expression of impatience and disdain, often casting him sidelong glances, rarely meeting his eyes directly. Previously, Yi Tanqing had comforted himself with the notion that Chu Feng's character required familiarity for acceptance and playful interaction. Yet in this moment, he realized that what Shun Chenglin accomplished with ease was a feat he found nearly impossible. Shen Tinglin Wan Kanai beside Chu Feng, while Yi Tanqing had always believed that only when Xiaoyan could occupy that space. It dawned on him that three could walk together, that three could share joyful chatter. The distinction lay in his identity as Yi Tanqing. Anyone else could do so with Chu Feng, but he alone could not. This realization weighed heavily on Yi Tanqing's heart, as if suffocated by a layer of parchment, rendering him breathless. The laughter ahead echoed sharply, piercing his heart with clarity and discomfort. At last, in a moment of desperation, Yi Tanqing could no longer contain himself. The bitter jealousy and unbearable ache compelled him to hastily catch up and grasp Chu Feng's wrist. His breath quickened, and he implored, "Look at me, Chu Feng." When Xiaoyan and Shun Chenglin stood in stunned silence, unfazed by the gazes of others, Yi Tanqing held onto Chu Feng's wrist tightly. "Don't speak to them. You only need me. I will accompany you for meals, help you with your studies. Everything, just don't disregard me. Let go." Chu Feng frowned in surprise, disgust evident as he shook off Yi Tanqing's grip. "Your audacity is truly astounding, Yi Tanqing. What gives you the right to impose such demands upon me? I have no need for your company. If only you had the discernment to recognize that my companion, Chu Feng, does not require the presence of someone as dreadfully dull as you. My disdain for you is profound, and I implore you to distance yourself from me. You are merely a wild child from the mountains, bereft of parents, lineage, or background, and your sole talent lies in rote memorization. What merit do you possess to harbor feelings for me? Yi Tanqing, your arrogance is laughable. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. How dare you profess love for me?" Ding! Yi Tanqing stood in a daze, gazing at the retreating figures of the three ahead. Unbeknownst to him, he had halted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Was this a fusion of illusion and reality? It seemed that an early visit to a psychologist and medication was warranted. The mere presence of Shun Chenglin had triggered some cerebral agitation, exacerbating Yi Tanqing's anxiety and fear disorder prematurely. Such distress had only manifested during his third year of university in his previous life, leaving him utterly unprepared. Beneath the shade of a tree, Chu Feng turned to him. Impatience etched on his face. "Yi Tanqing, what are you doing? Can you not walk a bit faster? You scholars have such inflated egos." "Brother," when Xiaoyan tugged at him, hastily explaining to the reprimanded Yi, "It's too hot. Come on, let us return to the dorm and enjoy the air conditioning." Why was he constantly lagging behind, creating distance from him? Shun Chenglin stood nearby, a look of confusion crossing his features. "Feng Feng, why doesn't T classmate you wish to walk with us? Perhaps he finds us beneath his notice." Chu Feng replied coldly, scrutinizing Yi Tanqing's face. "Does walking closely with me embarrass you, Yi, the academic prodigy? That's not it." Yi Tanqing yearned to articulate his thoughts, to calmly explain his predicament, yet the fingers of his concealed hand trembled persistently. He fought against the overwhelming urge to rush forward, to grasp Chu Feng's hand tightly and whisk him away from everyone's gaze. He feared he might inadvertently harm Chu Feng. Losing control of his emotions was a terrifying prospect, one that could lead him to hurt even himself. He needed to remain perpetually vigilant. With his nails digging into his palm, the pain gradually brought clarity to his mind. After a few moments, Yi Tanqing gathered himself and approached. "I apologize. I was distracted by a project." Such is the essence of a scholar, capable of contemplating academic matters even while walking. Chu Feng remained stationary, waiting for Yi Tanqing to reach him before continuing on, awkwardly advising, "Be careful crossing the street. Do not get hit by a car." When Xiaoyan found this remark curiously strange, wondering why his brother was particularly harsh with Yi Tanqing, there was an unmistakable difference in his demeanor. After a brief silence, Yi Tanqing sincerely offered, "I'm sorry for making you wait." He instinctively positioned himself beside when Xiaoyan, taking the outermost spot, fully exposed to the sun's rays, while Shun Chenglin and Chu Feng walked in the shade. When Xiaoyan chuckled nervously, "No need to apologize. We haven't waited long. Yi, come a bit closer. It's too hot over there. Chenglin, let us go." Chu Feng suddenly tugged at Shun Chenglin's vest, urging him forward. Shen Qinglin looked at Chu Feng in surprise. Huh? In any case, the two hastily moved ahead, allowing Wen Xiaoyan and Yi Tanqing to step into the welcome shade. Brother Yi, what dishes do you enjoy? Feng asked me to inquire before we decide what to have for dinner tonight. Wen Xiaoyan remarked, noting Yi Tanqing's calm demeanor and amiable tone. Yi Tanqing raised his gaze towards the two individuals walking side by side. His voice, devoid of emotion, replied, anything is fine. Just ask Feng. Wen Xiaoyan mused that their responses were remarkably similar. Brother Feng stated that dinner was to express gratitude to Yi, the academic prodigy, hence they would consider Ye's preferences. Yet, Yi the scholar suggested that it depended on Brother Feng's desires. How amusing. Perhaps they should simply choose a restaurant they both adore? Wen Xiaoyan, unfazed, decided against overthinking. Chapter 35. The eternal legacy of divine imagery in the dormitory. Yi Tanqing stood behind the cold, gray kitchen bar, retrieving a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator. As he twisted the cap open, a crisp sound echoed. He swallowed a few times, the cool liquid soothing his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he consciously avoided looking at the sofa. Brother, Wen Xiaoyan called from the bedroom. It's recorded. Yi, your precision is remarkable. Had I known it would be this effortless, we could have left sooner. Where are you planning to go? Chu Feng reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a mobile game, navigating a rolling egg through an obstacle course. Wen Xiaoyan tightened his ponytail and leaned in to scrutinize Chu Feng's phone. It's a new place on Jinhu Road, Chuhan Xiaozhu, serving Zhejiang cuisine. I've heard the decor is quite delightful, and many have been flocking there. Huzi and the others just visited last night. They said it resembled an ancient prince's garden, with white cranes fluttering about. Send Shen Qinglin a WeChat message. Tell him to come downstairs. Chu Feng replied, his eyes glued to the screen, controlling the plump egg as it made a leap, only to fall again with a bite sound. Frustrated, he swiftly exited the game. Damn, I couldn't get past that level. It's too challenging. Why not let Brother Yi give a try? Perhaps the academic prodigy can excel at anything, Wen Xiaoyan suggested, glancing toward the kitchen, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere between the two. If one were to say they were unfamiliar, Brother Feng's attitude towards Yi was distinctly different. However, if one were to claim they were acquainted, it was evident that their conversations were minimal, and even eye contact was scarce. Wen Xiaoyan, perplexed, merely desired harmony among his roommates. Hey, Chu Feng said, playfully tapping Wen Xiaoyan while refraining from glancing toward the kitchen. Do you really think the academic prodigy would enjoy such games? They are rather juvenile. Notably, earlier that morning, Yi Tanqing had remarked upon the childishness of such activities. Chu Feng speculated that Yi Tanqing preferred sophisticated, mature women, emphasis on women, having previously attempted to attract him with a more alluring appearance to no avail. What of being juvenile? Should one forego such innocence until one is old and gray? Wen Xiaoyan was unaware that juvenile was a term coined by Yi Tanqing. He merely countered the notion that engaging in games was childish. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng stood, adjusting his jacket while his gaze lightly skimmed the open kitchen. Are we going or not? He inquired, directing his question towards Yi Tanqing. With his eyes lowered, Yi Tanqing secured the cap on his water bottle and nodded in that direction, only realizing after that Chu Feng could not see him. He then replied in a low voice, let's go. Yi Tanqing was typically quiet and compliant, seldom refusing Chu Feng's requests, save for in private moments. Brother Yi, aren't you going to change your clothes? Dressing in a shirt and leather shoes to go out? Wen Xiaoyan kindly suggested, it's hot outside. You must feel uncomfortable dressed like this. Chu Feng, with habitual sarcasm, retorted, what do you know? This is called showing off. Otherwise, how could he maintain his position at the top of the campus heartthrob rankings? Attracting attention comes at a cost. Show off, attract attention. Suddenly, a thought struck Wen Xiaoyan, and he lowered his voice, curious. Bro, why do you keep talking about him? It was unlikely anyone else could elicit such relentless mockery from Chu Feng. The depth of Chu Feng's sarcasm indicated he had paid careful attention to the individual's habits and attire. Wen Xiaoyan sensed something unusual. What is wrong with him? Chu Feng scoffed. Is it a crime to speak? If he has the ability, let him retort and argue with me. He was eager to engage in a quarrel with Yi Tanqing, having never done so before. I need a few minutes to change. Can you wait? Yi Tanqing inquired of the two, implying that if they couldn't wait, it was no matter. He was indifferent to what he wore, feeling neither hot nor uncomfortable. When Xiaoyan was about to nod in agreement, when Chu Feng suddenly moved, striding toward the kitchen bar. Leaning over the bar, elbows resting on the surface, Chu Feng's dark green shirt contrasted sharply against the cool gray countertop, accentuating his fair complexion and striking features. His gaze brazenly roamed over Yi Tanqing's form, lacking any semblance of respect or decorum. "Do you have anything besides a white shirt?" His tone dripped with mockery and malice, akin to a provocation. Yes, Yi Tanqing, under his scrutiny, barely reacted, though his face seemed to tighten. Chu Feng tapped his fingers on the countertop, a cold smirk dancing in his eyes as he tilted his head, clearly taunting. "Then show it to me. Let me witness your fury and rage. Broaden my horizons." Yi Tanqing's fingers curled slightly, and he raised his gaze to where when Xiaoyan was busy texting Shen Chenglin, responding in a voice tinged with dryness. He was neither angry nor furious, maintaining an expression of cool detachment, silently indulging Chu Feng's suggestive remarks. As Yi Tanqing retreated to his bedroom, his graceful figure departed from the bar, leaving behind a cold and solemn silhouette. Once he was out of sight, Chu Feng's expression soured, and he muttered a string of curses under his breath. He grabbed the half-empty bottle of ice water Yi Tanqing had left behind, tilted his head back, and gulped it down hastily before slamming the empty bottle into the trash can. He pulled out 2 tissues, hurriedly wiping his mouth, suppressing the fire that could easily arise at his age. It was no wonder Chu Feng was persistently drawn to Yi Tanqing. Yi Tanqing's demeanor seemed to convey, "You may bully me. Feel free to do whatever you wish. I won't resist. I will let you play with me." Such a lascivious attitude in a past life had ensnared Chu Feng, leaving him unable to extricate himself from the desire to lure him to bed. Yi Tanqing remained oblivious to the profound sexual attraction he elicited in Chu Feng. No, it wasn't he, just Chu Feng. Who wouldn't he wish to draw such a person into their depths? In simpler terms, Chu Feng yearned to be with him. Having faced the harsh reality of rejection and knowing Yi Tanqing was not interested in men, yet he still desired to be with him. He simply wished for it. Yi Tanqing should have removed those 2 shirt clips. The robust thighs, adorned with suggestive black lines, hung on the indifferent figure. Chu Feng could almost visualize the scene. The chill of the shirt clips and the warmth of that person had once touched him, making him acutely aware of their intensity. In such a situation, perhaps a little medication would suffice, he thought sadly, as he moved towards the refrigerator to fetch another bottle of ice water, gulping it down. How bothersome. Feng, he has taken candid shots of you. Wen Xiaoyan, sitting on the sofa, sent a message to a taxi service and inadvertently clicked into Shen Chenglin moments, where he saw it. It was a picture of Chu Feng in front of a library shelf, looking up for a book. In the photo, the boy's profile was exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly so. His dark green checkered shirt was unbuttoned, with sunlight dancing on the birch branches outside, casting a beam on his forehead and the reddish-brown bookshelf. The interplay of light and shadow rendered the boy even more tranquil than in reality, resembling a captivating painting. The photograph was well taken, the interplay of light and shadow creating a profound atmosphere. Shen Chenglin posted Chu Feng's side profile on his moments, captioned with, "The sunlight favors him. I wish to walk alongside him." This was followed by a small emoji for good friends, along with 2 clinking glasses and a smiling face, expressing camaraderie. When Xiaoyan clutched his phone, chuckling, "Wait, he captured you in such an artistic manner. Huh? You really can't speak up, can you?" Chu Feng's tone was always laid back, teasingly sarcastic. 7 out of 10 of his sentences were barbs. "What? Let me see." Chu Feng strode over to the sofa, his gaze landing on the phone screen, quickly revealing a look reminiscent of a subway elder. What is the purpose of him posting this? Wow, check the campus forum. When Xiaoyan had stumbled upon something sensational this time, nearly laughing so hard he would crash into the cushions. The forum was flooded with posts about Chu Feng. The sunlight favors him. The Norwegian prince posted about Chu Feng. What are they up to together? Suspected hands of the young master finally reaching out to the campus heartthrob. Come see. The princess' first moments is actually about him. Is there such sweetness in our school? I smell a CP vibe. Bromance radar activated. Beep, beep, beep. What? You're only finding out now. I saw him with a suitcase a couple of days ago. High-definition shot of Wu Ma by the library's third-floor window. Turns out it's those two. Chu Feng's fingers, Shun Chenglin's chest, my drool. Wait, can Chu Feng really attract both genders? Today's library's large-scale male-male gossip follow-up. Hurry over. Chu Feng pulled out his phone. Call Shin Chenglin and tell him to delete that post. Is there any point in deleting it now? Wen Xiaoyan laughed, doubling over. You two have already been captured in high definition at the library. It's gone viral. Chu Feng casually hooked his fingers around the chain, the light dancing upon it. Shun Chenglin, blushing with embarrassment, bowed his head, proudly puffing out his chest, seeking a touch. The two were stunningly attractive, creating an explosive visual. It was likely saved hundreds of times already. What use was deletion? Such iconic images would endure through time. Chapter 36. Love letter on the way to Chu Han's small lodge. The hour was 6 in the evening, and the streetlights flickered to life along the thoroughfare. Behind the wheel of a white convertible sports car, a modest purchase at over 300,000. Chu Feng reveled in the joy of owning his first vehicle as an adult. Despite its entry-level status, he cherished it dearly. What is this? Wen Xiaoyan exclaimed from the passenger seat, feeling something beneath his feet. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a small Neza figurine, overlooked during their recent move. Now nestled beneath the seat. Chu Feng tossed him a small packet of wet wipes. Clean it up and place it properly, right here. Why didn't you put it in the dorm? As they conversed, Yi Tanxing and Shun Chenglin settled into the back seat simultaneously. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Feng observed Yi Tanxing adjusting her headrest and seatbelt. Perhaps due to the heat, her alabaster skin flushed a delicate pink, invoking an almost irresistible urge to savor strawberries. Just as he was lost in thought, a ticklish sensation danced atop his head. Shun Chenglin had playfully touched it from behind. Hey! Chu Feng immediately recoiled, checking his hairstyle in the mirror. This was a sensitive topic for him, and his tone reflected his displeasure. Shin Chenglin, refrain from touching my hair. Rubbing my face and legs is one thing, but don't mess with my hair. If it happens again, I'll be furious. He had held his tongue for quite some time before finally voicing his irritation. Shun Chenglin needed to amend this habit. No matter how exuberant, boundaries must be respected. Yi Tanxing paused, casting a sidelong glance at Shun Chenglin's hand, her dark eyes narrowing with restrained indignation, tempted to break his fingers. Damn hands. Startled by Chu Feng's reaction, Shun Chenglin quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I promise not to touch your hair again. Is this a Chinese custom? I just thought your hairstyle was adorable. I'm really sorry. Huh. Shun Chenglin, you've stepped on a landmine, Wen Xiaoyan remarked, turning to the back seat and gesturing toward the driver's seat. This is my brother Feng's custom. Handsome guys are like this. Their hairstyles must remain intact. Chu Feng shot a glare at Wen Xiaoyan. Can anyone just mess with your hairstyle? Wen Xiaoyan immediately shielded his head. Absolutely not. I will defend my little braids with my life. Oh, I think Shin Chenglin is beginning to understand, he said, his tense expression softening slightly. In our country, one must not casually touch another's hair. I'll remember that. Chu Feng decided to let it go. Activate the navigation, Wen Xiaoyan. A mechanical female voice echoed in the car. Speed limit ahead. Please drive cautiously. The white sports car glided past the school gates, drawing the attention of onlookers. As it made its way toward the lively street illuminated by streetlights, heading for the restaurant Wen Xiaoyan had reserved. In the back seat, Shun Chenglin turned to the silent figure beside him, as if performing a magic trick, and produced a letter from his pocket. Crafted from pink and white stationery adorned with a red heart, he cheerfully extended it toward Yi Tanxing. Your letter. Yi Tanxing lowered her gaze, refraining from reaching for it. Wen Xiaoyan instantly noticed Shun Chenglin's gesture and gasped. What? Is it a love letter? Oh, who still writes by hand in this day and age? Who is it for? Chu Feng kept his focus on the road, avoiding a glance at the back seat, though his ears certainly perked up. Shun Chenglin chuckled with delight. You'll have to open to find out. 1T Yi? I 1T look, Yi Tanxing replied coolly, turning to gaze out the window. I was too disinterested to accept the envelope. Shen Qinglin nearly thrust the envelope into Yi Tanqing's face, his tone exceedingly enthusiastic. Take a look. It's from an exceptionally talented girl. Quite beautiful. Yi Tanqing frowned, turning back just before the envelope brushed against her cheek, fixating on the persistent international student. He repeated his insistence with greater emphasis. I do not wish to. Why not? Out of courtesy, you ought to at least glance at it. Shall I assist you in opening it? Shen Qinglin's fervor was overwhelming, seemingly oblivious to Yi Tanqing's reluctance as he attempted to help her unwrap the love letter. Wen Xiaoyan turned to kneel on the passenger seat, peering through the gap to catch a glimpse of the audacious individual who dared to write to the academic ace. However, he refrained from pressuring Yi Tanqing to read the letter. If it were opened, he would discreetly steal a glance, but if not, so be it. Listening to the commotion behind him, Chu Feng's expression darkened further. He called out to Wen Xiaoyan, "Could you please sit still? Why not lean over and take a look at the letter?" Wen Xiaoyan, in his good-natured way, chuckled. "You see, the girls at our school have an unspoken agreement. They believe Yi Gu doesn't seem like the type to engage in romantic relationships, fearing it might disrupt his studies. Thus, they have decided to observe for a few months before making any moves. Should a competition arise, Yi Tanqing's inbox would undoubtedly overflow with confessions, and his WeChat would be inundated as well. This is precisely why, despite his many admirable qualities, he rarely faces harassment from female peers. When confronted with their beloved idol, girls tend to adopt a protective stance rather than one of possession. They take pride in his achievements, finding satisfaction in his excellence. Unlike ordinary males, they lack the same aggressive desire to invade or disrupt. While Yi Tanqing is immensely popular, the high-quality admirers drawn to him instinctively safeguard his well-being, refraining from encroaching upon his academic pursuits, a behavior that would surely draw the ire of their peers. Hence, who has breached this peace agreement to pen such a letter to him? And how did it end up in Shen Qinglin's possession? Wen Xiaoyan was intrigued by this mystery. Yi Tanqing pressed down on Shen Qinglin's hand, halting his attempt to open the letter. His patience for anyone other than Chu Feng rarely exceeded 10 seconds. Yet, Shen Qinglin was an exception, earning him a patience rating of 0. Yi Tanqing's voice turned icy. If you take it upon yourself to receive it from me, then you shall be responsible for its disposition. Discard it. Return it. Do as you please. There is no need to open it. It certainly cannot be from the person I desire. The identity of the sender was inconsequential, but the sender seems quite sincere, Shen Qinglin remarked, his expression slightly awkward as he glanced at Chu Feng, who was focused on driving and could not engage him in conversation. Shen Qinglin then turned to Wen Xiaoyan, seeking his support. Just as Wen Xiaoyan was about to voice his curiosity, Chu Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes, exclaiming, "Damn it, can't you see? It's a one-way street." Wen Xiaoyan deflated. His subconscious advised him that it was best not to get involved. Straightening up, he assisted Chu Feng in observing the traffic. "No need to shout. Take it easy. We're not in a hurry. There is still plenty of time." Chu Feng lifted a hand to rub his nose, gazing into the rearview mirror. He locked eyes with Yi Tanqing's calm, obsidian gaze. Chu Feng swiftly diverted his attention, focusing intently on driving, indifferent, utterly unconcerned. The atmosphere within the car grew somewhat tense. Shen Qinglin clutched the pink and white love letter, unable to deliver it. Perhaps it should be put away. Yi Tanqing offered him an escape, turning to observe the flowing traffic outside. Yet, it was evident that Shen Qinglin remained undeterred. Chapter 37. Harassment. He did not stow the letter away. Instead, he brandished it openly. Occasionally, he curiously flipped the envelope, casting glances toward Yi Tanqing, or extending the letter toward Chu Feng whenever he glanced up at the traffic lights. He feigned an inquiry about the road conditions to Wen Xiaoyan. The love letter hovered between the driver and passenger seats. As Wen Xiaoyan responded about the traffic, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the letter, noting its fragrant allure. Shen Qinglin beamed, extending the letter toward Chu Feng's arm resting on the gear shift, seemingly conveying, "Look, many girls are vying for Yi Tanqing's attention. The choices for a girlfriend are abundant for her. Can you please put that away? It's quite nauseating." Chu Feng replied, his voice laced with impatience. "If you can't, just toss it out the window. It's distracting me while I drive." Shen Qinglin, caught in a dilemma, glanced at the envelope. It is not permissible to discard items on the road, and this is a letter entrusted to me by a girl. Disposing of it would be rather impolite, and I am at a loss regarding how to handle it. After speaking, he directed a reproachful gaze at Yi Tanqing, implying, "You are quite rude, disregarding the effort the girl put into writing you this letter, showing no gentlemanly demeanor whatsoever." Yi Tanqing remained silent, his expression icy, as if he did not comprehend Shen Chenglin's words. He had made his position clear. A refusal was a refusal. "Ohat, Chu Feng Zima." His eyes fixed on the road ahead, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. "Then keep it close to you, but refrain from waving it around near me. I have no desire to see this pink and white confession letter." Shen Chenglin sighed. "It is not meant for me. I am not suited to keep it close. It is Ye's place to do so. Is that so?" Chu Feng chuckled again, his fingers dancing lightly on the steering wheel. "So, who exactly asked you to deliver it?" Wen Xiaoyan turned to Shen Chenglin, curious not about the contents of the letter, but rather the identity of the sender. Yi Tanqing appeared to be oblivious to their conversation. Quietly lowering the window a crack to allow the outside air to dispel the lingering scent of perfume from the letter, as Chu Feng had expressed his distaste for it. It's a girl dressed in a white dress, with long hair, fair skin, slightly rosy cheeks, and large eyes, Shen Chenglin described with a somewhat limited vocabulary. Wen Xiaoyan, growing impatient, interjected, "I didn't ask what she looks like. A girl bold enough to pass a love letter to brother Yi cannot possibly be unattractive. I want to know who she is, what her name is. Is she from our school or another? Isn't she afraid of the other girls fighting over him?" Wen Xiaoyan relished in the drama, finding it immensely entertaining and always eager to join the fray. "I don't know. It should be written inside," Shen Chenglin replied honestly, shaking his head. Chu Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the profile of the person in the back seat. With a tone of casual curiosity, he inquired, "Yi Tanqing, aren't you going to take a look? Do you wish to see?" Yi Tanqing retorted, raising her gaze to the mirror, where she could discern Chu Feng's nose and lips. Chu Feng's fingers twitched slightly. "I have no preference," it isn't addressed to me. His tone conveyed a sense of indifference. "Yet, you must have received quite a few love letters," Yi Tanqing remarked, pausing for a moment, her voice taking on a more serious note. "Would you even consider opening one?" It was as if she were genuinely seeking advice on how to navigate such a situation. Chu Feng hesitated momentarily. "Oh," Wen Xiaoyan blinked, adding, "Whether we can see the contents of the letter depends on how Brother Feng responds." "Ahem. It would be prudent to take a look. What if the sender possesses remarkable qualities?" This was a subtle suggestion, encouraging Yi, the academic prodigy, to open the letter. "I have received no fewer than 800 love letters throughout my life," Chu Feng boasted, his tone somewhat arrogant, his gaze deepening. "However, letters passed along by others typically originate from individuals who are introverted, shy, and lacking in self-confidence. They are not my type." Yi Tanqing preferred those who were vibrant and expressive. There was no need to open this letter. Lowering her eyes, she reflected on the introverted, shy, and insecure nature of the sender. "Not my type." Suddenly, Shen Chenglin's eyes lit up. Feng, you don't fancy introverted individuals. You prefer lively and cheerful ones like me, right? I'm quite pleased. What does that have to do with you?" Chu Feng laughed at the antics of his foolish companion, raising a hand to lightly tap the backrest. "Could you please lean back a bit? Your presence near my head is rather uncomfortable." Shen Chenglin clung to the driver's seat, playfully pouting. "But you just said you dislike introverted people. Look at me. I am very extroverted. You should like me. Why do you keep saying that?" Wen Xiaoyan said, feeling goosebumps rise, half jokingly. "You aren't actually falling for our Feng, are you? He isn't interested in men." Wen Xiaoyan was well aware of Chu Feng's past relationships, having seen him with no fewer than 7 or 8 girlfriends. He understood Chu Feng's sexual orientation all too well. Shen Chenglin replied earnestly, "As long as I fit his taste, he could very well like me. Love knows no gender." Wen Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. "Are you serious?" Shen Chenglin nodded, his tone tinged with shyness and nervousness. "I wish to be closest to Chu, as I have feelings for him." He restrained the impulse to touch Chu Feng's hair, instead playfully poking his shoulder. "Wen Xiaoyan, Yi Tanqing raised her gaze. Is this a direct confession? Perhaps in the entire vehicle. Only Chu Feng remained unaffected. Don't touch me. I'm driving, Chu Feng replied, shifting his shoulder with a click of his tongue. Wen Xiaoyan stopped teasing him. You do realize his Chinese ISNT proficient, right? He merely means to express a desire for friendship. International students often fear loneliness in unfamiliar environments. This was quite normal. Bro, when Xiaoyan scratched his forehead, even if his Chinese isn't great, a normal international student wouldn't pursue someone with a line like "you should like me." Clearly, he's just a bit strange. I will strive to improve my Chinese, Shun Chenglin said, resting his chin on the back of Chu Feng's seat. Casting a proud glance at Yi Tanqing. Feng, do you wear perfume? You see, I can smell him. Yi Tanqing's hand resting on the seat gradually tightened into a fist, as if the clash of two contrasting forces, ice and fire, was subtly brewing. Can you sense the undercurrents of tension? Chu Feng remained oblivious to the atmosphere in the back seat, having used a rather potent fragrance before leaving. It was so strong that if you sit back and distance yourself from me, you would hardly catch a whiff of it, as it would dissipate after a while. It's quite all right, Shun Chenglin replied with a charming smile and a soothing voice. Your body has a delightful scent. I find it quite appealing. The other three occupants of the car were taken aback by his boldness. Is that something one can say? Wen Xiaoyan remarked, his baby-fat cheeks furrowed in disapproval. Hey, why don't you just sit back? If you can't find the right words, it's better to say less. It sounds rather off-putting, as if you're harassing my brother Feng. Certainly, one could not blame the foreign student for his lack of proficiency in Chinese. Yet, Chu Feng could hardly endure the situation. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and discomfort as he scolded, Yi Tanqing, have you lost your senses? Are you not going to pull him back? Goodness, I am also the son of your benefactor. How can you just ignore his nonsense? Even when Xiaoyan, who typically had little temperament, seemed inclined to help him out. Chu Feng's breathing became rapid, not due to the foreign student's faux pas, but rather from the hurt inflicted by Yi Tanqing's indifferent demeanor. Shun Chenglin stammered. Did I say something wrong again? I merely intended to compliment your perfume. Yi Tanqing grasped the hood of Shun Chenglin's sweatshirt, silently shoving him back into his seat with considerable force, the sound echoing ominously. Thud! Shun Chenglin's shoulder collided with the window frame, a sound that resonated with pain. Hey! Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan exchanged astonished glances. It was not as if Yi Tanqing was meant to resort to violence. Chu Feng nearly slammed the brakes, hastily glancing at the rearview mirror, only to find Yi Tanqing's face still shrouded in cold indifference as he calmly rubbed his wrist. What have you done to me? Shun Chenglin, after his initial shock, glared at Yi Tanqing with a darkened expression, as if ready to retaliate at any moment. Within the confines of the vehicle, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Chapter 38. Testing the waters. When Xiaoyan turned to glance backwards, whispering, that was terrifying. Ego, what are you doing? Did you lose control of your strength? How are you? The last question was directed at Shun Chenglin, who was gingerly cradling his shoulder. It hurts a bit. Shun Chenglin suppressed his anger and looked up at the concerned Wen Xiaoyan. Soon, a sharp intake of breath escaped him, and his expression grew increasingly despondent, appearing quite pitiful. The car fell silent for a few seconds. Shun Chenglin's tone was filled with sorrow and guilt, tinged with a hint of sadness. I'm sorry, Chu. If you're very upset, please pull over and let me out. You all go ahead and eat. I'll return to school first. Hey, it's not that serious, Chu Feng responded, glancing at Shun Chenglin's face through the rearview mirror. The boy, who usually wore a cheerful smile, now looked lost, his body radiating the awkwardness of having misspoken. The tension in the air was palpable. Chu Feng asked, how is your shoulder? Do you need to go to the hospital? No. Shun Chenglin adjusted his posture and shook his head. His response implied that it was nothing to worry about. He lowered his head and said, I am truly, deeply sorry. Since I arrived at Haida, I often misspeak, and they all laugh at me. I don't understand why. It seems to be the same in the dormitory. It appears that classmate Yi dislikes me a bit. Has the big guy taken to heart? No. When Xiaoyan chuckled awkwardly, haha, it's just that Yi Ge has a strong grip. Don't overthink it. I reckon he hasn't engaged in such physicality before. Perhaps my brother Feng startled him, causing him to lose his steadiness, right? Yi Tanqing possesses no temperament for fighting, so it must have been an accident. When Xiaoyan, not want to dwell on it, added, well, I hope you can understand my point. We bear you no ill will. That's for certain. After all, you are a foreign exchange student. A little more tolerance would be appreciated. No. Shun Chenglin shook his head again, his tone resigned. I know it is all my fault. My Chinese is poor, and my expressions are flawed. Chu Feng glanced towards Yi Tanqing, who maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, seemingly uninterested in his concerns. She met his gaze with calmness, showing no hint of remorse for inadvertently hurting Shun Chenglin. Such a powerful grip? Chu Feng discerned that Yi Tanqing indeed seemed to harbor disdain for Shun Chenglin. This was his first encounter witnessing her aggression, demonstrating considerable force. The reasons for her aversion to Shun Chenglin were evident, particularly linked to that letter. Yi Tanqing replied coolly, yes. Just ahead. We are merely 2 traffic lights away from the dining location. Chu Feng would never truly abandon Shun Chenglin over a trivial matter. Steadying his vehicle, he returned to the road en route to the restaurant. Yet, reflecting on the origins of the small conflict, he addressed Shun Chenglin with a casual tone. All right, as long as your shoulder is fine. You're still unfamiliar with the nuances of Chinese vocabulary and context, so I don't take your words to heart. You shouldn't either. Just learn more about the language. Do you understand? It was the first time Shun Chenglin heard such a lengthy statement from Chu Feng. While he didn't comprehend every single word, he grasped the overall meaning. Was this a form of consolation? Yes, I understand, he replied, unable to resist leaning closer to Chu Feng's seat. His sneaker was silently nudged by Yi Tanqing. Shun Chenglin halted mid-motion, turning to glare at Yi Tanqing. He can hear you even while sitting, Yi Tanqing said calmly. For everyone's safety, please refrain from excessive movement in the car. Having barely exited the campus for 10 minutes, Shun Chenglin had not settled down. He was quite boisterous. I'm listening to classmate Chu speak. What concern is it of yours? Shun Chenglin countered defiantly. Yi Tanqing gestured with her eyes, indicating that he could still hear while seated. There was no need to lean so close to Chu Feng. Shun Chenglin shot her a provocative look. As the atmosphere between them grew tense, the driver spoke up again. As long as you understand, Chu Feng said, catching sight of the restaurant sign and changing lanes to approach. There is one more matter. You took the letter meant for Yi Tanqing without permission. That letter is still in the back seat, placed between you and Yi Tanqing. Yi Tanqing was clad in a pure black hoodie and light gray sweatpants, with a striking pink envelope resting beside her leg. Shun Chenglin inhaled deeply. I thought passing this letter was a gesture of assistance. Oh, it certainly qualifies as help. You are quite the obliging one. Chu Feng chuckled, suddenly glancing at the rearview mirror. But you must understand, just because you took the letter for him doesn't mean he is obligated to accept it. Do you comprehend? Shun Chenglin could indeed perform a good deed by delivering the letter. That was unproblematic. Yi Tanqing's refusal to accept it posed no issue either. The real dilemma lay in the fact that Yi Tanqing had explicitly stated her disinterest. Why, then, must Shun Chenglin compel her to open it? Yi Tanqing had no desire to unveil its contents, and Chu Feng shared her sentiment. Thus, that letter should remain in your possession until you return it to the young lady. Do not leave it in my car, nor should you bring it out again. Chu Feng found an appropriate resting place for the burning confession letter. When Xiaoyan expressed regret, I wish to know who penned it. It should have originated from the music academy, Chu Feng replied. Didn't you mention that the girls from our school have a peace treaty? Moreover, to have it entrusted to Shun Chenglin must imply some previous acquaintance. Previously, Shun Chenglin had represented Haida University in a basketball social event, which naturally involved interactions with cheerleaders, making it quite normal to know a few girls from the music academy. If the letter were from a girl within their school, it would not be delivered by an international student with poor Chinese. Shun Chenglin beamed with delight. You are astute. Indeed, that girl plays the piano. She performed Claire de Lune before the game, the girl who played the piano at the basketball social's opening ceremony. When Xiaoyan searched her mind for relevant figures and suddenly exclaimed, Lin Xiaoshan, the most pure and reserved belle from next door, who has been pursued by Huzi for 3 months without even getting her WeChat. I heard her family background is quite respectable. She wrote a handwritten confession to Yiga. No wonder the love letter bore such a delightful scent. My goodness, she is a true socialite. Yiga, when Xiaoyan felt a twinge of jealousy, turning to gaze longingly at the letter. If this matter were to leak out, heaven forbid. Yi Tianqing, however, remained impassive, as if their discussion of the love letter bore no relevance to him. Hey, don't be so loud. Writing a letter implies a desire for privacy, right? She even specifically chose someone with poor Chinese to deliver it. Chu Feng casually remarked, just return it discreetly. If Yi Tianqing insists on rejecting it. But now that it was known the letter was from that exceptionally talented and graceful maiden, would Yi Tianqing perhaps regret his decision and wish to keep it? As Chu Feng parked the car, he turned to remind Shun Lin, don't forget to keep the letter safe. It's written by Lin Xiaoshan. Are you truly not considering a response? She is a girl without a single flaw. Even if Yi Tianqing had high standards, this was close enough. If he were to have feelings for a girl. Chu Feng was probing, eager to discern the type of girl Yi Tianqing truly favored. Chapter 39. Do not tempt him. Are you really not going to respond? Chu Feng's inquiry caught Yi Tianqing momentarily off guard as he opened the car door. When Xiaonian had already exited, and Chu Feng, seated in the driver's seat, hooked his finger around the seatbelt, turning to glance at the back seat with a somewhat ambiguous expression, posing the question with a hint of surprise. Shun Lin remained still beside him, seemingly waiting for Yi Tianqing to indicate that a response was permissible. He refrained from tucking the envelope away and handed it directly to Yi Tianqing. The parking lot's lights cast upon Yi Tianqing's deep, contemplative profile, while a sudden warm breeze swept through, lingering for a brief 2 or 3 seconds after Chu Feng's question hung in the air. What does it have to do with you? Yi Tianqing replied lightly, her cool, dark eyes resting on Chu Feng's face. Well said. Chu Feng chuckled, swiftly averting his gaze. Pulling out the key and stepping out of the car, pretending not to care as he muttered, as if I asked. His voice feigned indifference, as was customary. After shutting the car door, a cold smirk lingered on his lips, but as he turned away, a frost of emotion suddenly settled in his gaze, causing him to frown in vexation, discontented with himself. He detested his own subconscious urge to overstep boundaries. What business did he have meddling in Yi Tianqing's personal affairs? What warranted any questions at all? Why could he not rid himself of this inclination? Chu Feng took a slow, labored breath. The tightness in his throat ached. His fingertips pressed together, and he followed Wen Xiaonian into the restaurant with steady steps. He silently wished, if there were indeed a deity, to bestow upon him the power to profess dispassion when necessary. He desperately needed it. As Chu Feng's silhouette receded, Yi Tianqing's probing gaze solidified, extinguished, her eyelids sheltering the faint glimmer of impossible hope, returning to silence. Moments ago, she had entertained the notion that Chu Feng's inquiry might have hinted at a sliver of concern. The restaurant's backyard parking lot was relatively spacious. The doorman was engaging diners as Yi Tianqing exited the vehicle. The streetlight flickered over the white sports car that had just been silenced, its engine still warm. She silently glanced back at the vehicle, which, once the owner withdrew the key, would lose its momentum, awaiting use, its sole purpose. Yet, the key had always remained in Chu Feng's possession, and he had never shown interest in utilizing it. Thus, Yi Tianqing waited in quietude, silently loyal, confined within the invisible circle drawn by Chu Feng, built upon agreements and contracts. 6 years had passed in this manner. The prospect of rebirth after 6 years likely meant another 6 years of waiting, followed by potential cast-off like a worn-out garment. Yi Tianqing, what are you waiting for? He will never love you. Standing near the white supercar, the figure appeared so solitary that it seemed to meld into the night. Yi Tianqing gazed at the sports car, lost in thought. At that moment, Shun Lin was the last to alight from the vehicle, dressed in a vibrant purple designer hoodie and white denim cardigan. He radiated a relaxed, yet lively demeanor. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he approached under the streetlight, smiling as he scrutinized Yi Tianqing, noting her unremarkable student attire and her rather obscure status. The affluent lineage and charisma of the Norwegian prince were unmistakably evident, contrasting sharply with the innocent, sunny disposition he had displayed before Chu Feng. Shun Lin tilted his chin slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the sports car, his slow, lilting accent tinged with Norwegian condescension. Haven't you ever seen a car like this? You might never afford its price, so don't stare and stop dreaming. A mere 3 to 4 million. Shen Qinglin made it sound as if it were 3 to 4 billion, deliberately exaggerating to deliver a blow. Yet, it seemed he was commenting on more than just the car. He is indeed exceptional, yet I lack the capability to possess him. Yi Tanqing is not surprised by Shen Qinglin's duality. It was anticipated. He furrowed his brow and exhaled, revealing a faint smile as he turned to glance at Shen Qinglin, somewhat feigning strength. However, who can truly predict the future? Even if Chu Feng does not love him, if his mission is merely to wait and protect, then he shall do so until death, resolutely refusing to relent. Such steadfastness? You possess a blind and foolish obsession. My father despises individuals like you, and so do I. Shen Qinglin's gaze darkened as he smiled, fixing his eyes on Yi Tanqing. If I could predict accurately, would you believe me? Yi Tanqing blinked, allowing himself a longer look at Shen Qinglin before quickly losing interest. It matters not, he replied with a quiet yet resolute tone. I am sorry, but I trust no one. This is non-negotiable. Shen Qinglin's expression darkened considerably, likely tinged with fury. You lack the leverage to contest with me. I will make you regret it. Whatever, Yi Tanqing responded, turning towards the dining area, with Shen Qinglin following closely. He remarked, your tactics are rather rudimentary. At least from my perspective. Your efforts to manipulate me are futile. He is indifferent to my feelings. Indeed, he does not care for you. Shen Qinglin suddenly let out a dejected laugh, nodding slightly. It's evident. Chu Feng is not concerned about that love letter. He couldn't be bothered to even open it. Yi Tanqing pressed his lips together, silently accepting this disheartening reality. Yet, a flicker of solace emerged in his heart, for it appeared that Chu Feng harbored no feelings for Shen Qinglin either. Even in the car, Shen Qinglin's demeanor elicited no response from Chu Feng, clearly indicating a lack of emotion. Did Shen Qinglin still not grasp this? Yi Tanqing pondered. Thus, your adversary is not me. You should seek out those who matter to him. Who? Shen Qinglin could not restrain his curiosity, stepping through the doors of the dining area and lowering his voice to inquire. Who does Chu Feng care about? Do you know? When Xiaoyan's interactions with Chu Feng resembled those of siblings, devoid of any ambiguity, Shen Qinglin was uncertain from whom to approach to sever Chu Feng's other romantic entanglements. Not sure, Yi Tanqing replied, yet he offered a clear path. If you have the time, you might visit the campus forum. Many girls are vying for his attention. I cannot say which one. Let Shen Qinglin investigate for himself. Just to clarify, his indifference equates to disinterest. I advise you to give up sooner rather than later. You may choose not to surrender just yet, Shen Qinglin said in a half-threatening tone. But since you share a dormitory, you must not try to entice him. Fortunately, Yi Tanqing did not seem like the type to seduce. Shen Qinglin felt somewhat reassured. Entice? A bitter smile flickered across Yi Tanqing's eyes. Do I possess anything that could attract Chu Feng, let alone seduce him? Shen Qinglin is perhaps overestimating me. They exchanged glances, one serene and composed, the other brimming with determination. Each had their own plans. Inside the private room, the decor exuded the elegance of Song Dynasty aesthetics, refined and luxurious. The pale golden embroidered screen reflected the two vases of lotus flowers behind it, their shadows illuminated by spotlights. The ambience was undeniably pleasant. This meal was ostensibly a gesture of gratitude towards Yi Tanqing for assisting them with recording a book, as well as a first gathering for the small dormitory and friends. However, the dishes ordered were all favorites of Wen Xiaoyan. Yet, no one paid much attention to the food, as the atmosphere at the table was peculiar. The journey there had been marked by silence, and no one spoke. Are you all just going to play on your phones while eating? Wen Xiaoyan glanced from one person to another, perplexed by the lack of enthusiasm among the three at the table, all absorbed in their devices, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 40. The Dead Man's Head. The Chu Feng Xiaozhu is a restaurant steeped in traditional elegance. In the private room, a square table adorned in an antique style accommodates the four of them, each person seated at one side, although the table is not particularly spacious. To Wen Xiaoyan's left sits Chu Feng, who is currently engaged in a WeChat conversation with his father. Chu's father has been requesting lighter meals for his daily dining. But tonight he has expressed a desire to partake in a reunion with old friends, craving lamb spine. Chu Feng firmly declines his father's request, even preventing him from attending the gathering, as gatherings of middle-aged men inevitably involve drinking. Chu Jinyuan is still conversing with his son, while to Wen Xiaoyan's right is Yi Tanqing. Upon seating, Chu Feng deliberately rearranged the seating to avoid being next to Yi Tanqing, resulting in his current reluctance to lift his gaze. For a mere glance upward reveals Yi Tanqing's visage. This maneuver has proven to be a miscalculation. "Brother Yi, what are you doing?" Wen Xiaoyan inquired, biting on his chopsticks as he leaned forward to observe. Yi Tanqing did not shield his phone screen, allowing Wen Xiaoyan to glimpse the academic PowerPoint presentation displayed. He replied nonchalantly, "The professor asked me to assist him with this." Wen Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't that the PowerPoint for next week's course? He.S. having you, a freshman, help prepare for the class? My goodness, is there no fairness in the disparity of intellect among humans?" Wen Xiaoyan contemplated peering into Yi Tanqing's mind, wondering if it possessed more cerebral capacity than his own. Yi Tanqing ceased further conversation, his long fingers gliding steadily across the screen, occasionally making adjustments and typing out a flurry of English and mathematical symbols that left Wen Xiaoyan quite dazzled. "I give up," he finally declared. Turning his gaze to the opposite side, he noticed Shun Chenglin holding his phone upright, clearly occupied with something. "Are you taking photos again? You're not planning to secretly snap a picture of Brother Feng and post some sappy update on social media, are you?" It was their first gathering with close friends, and the setting was beautifully imbued with Eastern aesthetics. Shun Chenglin, radiating confidence with his strikingly handsome features, cheerfully responded, "I want to capture this moment and share it with my family." "Well, that seems reasonable," Wen Xiaoyan conceded, nodding in agreement. After surveying the table, he helped himself to some food, slurping soup in the stillness that enveloped the room. After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, Wen Xiaoyan could no longer contain himself. "I say, if you all aren't going to eat, let us just pack it up and head home. It's as if I'm the only one here dining." Though he bore a youthful, doll-like visage, his faux anger was not particularly fearsome, nor was he genuinely upset. "Apologies." Shun Chenglin was the first to set aside his phone, smiling good-naturedly. Soon, Chu Feng's fingers danced as he frowned and explained, "My father insists on dining out for lamb spine. Look, his weight is almost soaring to 200 pounds, yet he still chooses to indulge. Such a dish surely demands a fine white wine accompaniment. Why is he so obstinate?" When Xiaoyan peered over curiously, "Wow, my uncle seems quite prosperous." The photos on Chu Jinyuan's social media showcased him inspecting the construction site today. His blue shirt stretched taut like a roly-poly toy, a round figure of a father. Chu Feng was both annoyed and anxious. If he won't reply, I shall call him. Truly, his gluttony knows no bounds. In his previous life, his father's obesity led to an acute cerebral infarction. How did he end up with such a father? After several rings, the call finally connected. It was unclear what Chu's father was saying on the other end, but Chu Feng's expression instantly soured. "I can hear the navigation in the car, and you're claiming to be at home? Are you coming or not? Is it absolutely necessary to drink? Will not drinking be the end of you?" As he held the phone, Chu Feng's brow furrowed deeper, and he felt increasingly agitated, struggling to resist the urge to glance at the dining table across from him. It seemed no one was to his liking. His gluttonous father, the inflexible man, and that impenetrable brain of Yi Tanqing. Wen Xiaoyan and Shun Chenglin were at a loss for words. They felt ill-equipped to intervene in such matters. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Yi Tanqing rose from across Chu Feng, circled behind Wen Xiaoyan, and past Chu Feng, taking his phone with a steady and calm voice. Addressing the phone's microphone, "Uncle, this is Xiao Yi." He spoke while exiting the private room. At the dining table, Chu Feng's hand remained poised by his ear. Bewildered, "Where's my phone?" "Bro," Wen Xiaoyan nudged Chu Feng's arm. "It seems my uncle has a good relationship with Brother Yi." Chu Feng regained his senses and felt even more vexed. "I don't know. Perhaps. I have yet to meet your father." Shun Chenglin suddenly chimed in, his tone conveying a sense of grievance, as if he felt overshadowed by Yi Tanqing in this matter. Chu Feng did not lift his head. "What would you want to meet my father for? You two eat first. I'll step out to retrieve my phone." "Hey, please don't argue," Wen Xiaoyan cautioned in advance. uncertain whether he meant to prevent Chu Feng from arguing with his father or with Yi Tianqing. In any case, he wished to avoid any disputes. Chu Feng silently walked out. Shen Chenglin watched eagerly, contemplating following, yet fearing reprimand. Are they very close? Shen Chenglin inquired, prodding the egg custard with his spoon, seeking clarification from Wen Xiaoyan across the table. Wen Xiaoyan, busy enjoying his pineapple, replied, "Who? Are you referring to Uncle Chu and Brother Yi? Wait, as a sponsored student, isn't this a private matter? It's inappropriate to disclose." Therefore, when Xiaoyan deflected, "I'm not sure, perhaps. Uncle Chu has donated to the laboratory at school. And at that time, Brother Yi represented the students to present a banner. So they must have met then. You know how Chinese parents are. They favor good students." Shen Chenglin pouted in response. In the corridor's wooden sofa lounge, Chu Feng stepped outside and immediately spotted the figure with their back to the private room, engaged in a phone call. The bright light from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor illuminated the uniquely designed garden and the rockery pavilion outside. The relaxed gray trousers draped elegantly over his long, straight legs. The cropped black sweatshirt accentuated the extreme proportions of broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Yi Tianqing's slender figure, framed by the night, appeared serene and detached. An ice cube clutched Chu Feng's phone. As Chu Feng continued walking, Yi Tianqing turned to look at him upon hearing his footsteps, her expression calm, while faint laughter from Chu Feng's father echoed through the receiver. "Ha, little Yi, it's fine for him to stay in the dormitory, but you must keep an eye on his classes, all right?" Chu Feng, his expression cold, extended his hand demandingly. It was his phone, and he was on a call with his father. How dare Yi Tianqing take it without a word? It was utterly disrespectful. "Uncle, please rest assured. Now, you should turn around and refrain from going out for drinks." Yi Tianqing spoke quietly, her gaze resting on the fair palm of Chu Feng. She seemed akin to an elderly fortune teller, scrutinizing his fingerprints. Chu Feng, irritated, snapped, "What business is it of yours who I talked on the phone? Give me my phone back." He echoed her words defiantly. "How dare you speak to little Yi like that?" Chu Jinyuan's furious voice came from the other end, loud enough to be jarring. Yi Tianqing instinctively moved the phone away from her ear. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng lunged to grab it back. Regardless of his father's reaction, he accepted the reprimand in exchange for reclaiming his phone, unwilling to allow Yi Tianqing to hold it any longer. "You give it to me." Yi Tianqing attempted to placate him. "I'm trying to help you." "Help me? Who do you think you are?" Chu Feng retorted with a hint of aggression. In the midst of their back and forth, Chu Jinyuan continued his tirade on the phone, and the bustling noise of diners in the lobby added to the chaos. As Chu Feng reached out to snatch back his phone, Yi Tianqing instinctively stepped back. Believing she was trying to evade him, he lunged forward. However, at that moment, Yi Tianqing realized her mistake and leaned in to return the phone. Thus, it became nearly impossible for them to avoid colliding. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Chu Feng's vision as he collided with Yi Tianqing's black sweatshirt, feeling the firmness of her lean chest. The summer fabric was thin, and her body heat radiated instantly. His nose brushed against her cheek, and he lost control, causing his lips to crash against her jawline with a painful smack. The sound reverberated, leaving a sense of discomfort in its wake. Caught in the chaos of embarrassment and confusion, Chu Feng only registered the pain in his lips, his eyes welling up with tears. "Ouch," he murmured, feeling the sting. "Does it hurt?" Yi Tianqing, flustered and unsure, instinctively glanced down at him. Chu Feng had a delicate and handsome appearance, often described as a person sculpted from jade. His soft, rosy lower lip bore a bright red imprint, a result of the collision with his own teeth, already bleeding. Yi Tianqing's breath quickened as she furrowed her brow, speaking into the phone, "Uncle, goodbye." She promptly hung up and tucked the phone into the pocket of Chu Feng's jeans. Now she decided to return it? "Damn it," Chu Feng muttered, his lips still tinged with pain. "I'm sorry." Yi Tianqing hesitated for a brief moment before gently lifting Chu Feng's chin with her fingertip. The warmth of fingertips grazed the cool, soft flesh of the jaw, standing too close, almost cradled in each other's embrace, one bowing down, the other lifting up. In that fleeting moment, when their gazes met, both pairs of eyes clearly reflected one another's faces, stunned, simultaneously experiencing a fluttering heartbeat, then quickly averting their eyes, feigning indifference. The heartbeats, inaudible to the other, thudded like a drum. Chu Feng lowered his eyelids. Yi Tanqing furrowed her brow, her guilt unconsciously lowering her voice several degrees. Does it hurt? Do you need a Band-Aid? I can go buy one now. The distance between their noses was roughly the width of 2 fists, their breaths nearly mingling. The faint scent of lemon-scented tea wafted from Yi Tanqing's breath, imbued with warmth and an alluring quality unbeknownst to him. The angle at which Yi Tanqing tilted her head seemed to suggest a kiss was imminent. This made Chu Feng irritable. Get away. Can a Band-Aid even be applied to the mouth? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? He feigned impatience, swatting Yi Tanqing's hand away and quickly stepping back to widen the gap between them. What was the point of this pose when they couldn't even kiss? Foolish straight man. Foolish Yi Tanqing. Yi Tanqing wished to explain that it wasn't intentional, but was choked by her nervousness, her throat constricting as her Adam's apple bobbed several times. I'm sorry. Apologize, just apologize. That was all there was to it. Of course, you must say sorry. Just moments ago, Chu Feng stared at Yi Tanqing's innocent, bewildered expression, suddenly at a loss for words. He struggled for several seconds, unsure of what else to berate Yi Tanqing for. Were his own lips swelling? Why hadn't he managed to knock that enticing face of Yi Tanqing out of alignment? Chu Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, a storm of unexpressed anger brewing within the awkward atmosphere by the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was incomprehensible how their lips had collided so fortuitously, leaving him in a mortifying state of having blood drawn from his lips. How disgusting! Chu Feng muttered curses under his breath, casting a fierce glare at Yi Tanqing. Raising his hand to wipe his injured lips with a forceful motion, deliberately making it appear as if he was repulsed by the contact. He sought to salvage a shred of dignity. I warn you, don't touch my things in the future. My personal matters have nothing to do with you. Whether you open someone else's love letter is irrelevant to me. As you said, let us treat each other as strangers in the dorm from now on. Chu Feng's words tumbled out like a machine gun, and upon finishing, he intended to leave, almost sprinting away from this person. His mind was filled with the scent of aloe vera toner lingering on Yi Tanqing's face, an exceptionally clear and refreshing fragrance. Chu Feng was utterly exasperated with Yi Tanqing. Not only was she withholding from him, but she also kept flaunting herself before him, testing his resolve. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a soft question behind him. What if you can't do it? Yi Tanqing gazed at his retreating figure. Who was she asking? Chu Feng suppressed the urge to turn back and clarify, continuing his escape back to the private room. For if the question were directed at him, he could not provide an answer that would guarantee anything. It was best to pretend he hadn't heard. And so, Chu Feng departed. Yi Tanqing stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor, her eyes seemingly reflecting the boy's fervent attempt to wipe his lips, oblivious to the wounds upon them. Chu Feng was inherently averse to pain, a fact that underscored the depth of his disdain. Yi Tanqing, feeling a wave of despondency, lowered her gaze and gently touched her own cheek. What had transpired moments ago could scarcely be termed a kiss. Nonetheless, Chu Feng's lips had undeniably graced her presence. The warmth of his breath lingered upon her face, their proximity palpable, his tousled hair brushing against her ear, accompanied by the soft, husky sound of a muffled sigh. Every detail remained vividly etched in Yi Tanqing's mind, her senses heightened to an overwhelming degree. She let her hand fall, her slender fingers curling inward, and turned to gaze at the wooden door of the private room, which had just opened and closed. A faint expression of anguish and confusion flickered across her features. What was she to do? She yearned for a deeper connection with Chu Feng, perhaps for a longer duration. This longing felt akin to an unfathomable abyss, a boundless ocean of darkness, with relentless waves clamoring to engulf her. With each approach to Chu Feng, every fleeting touch only intensified this insatiable desire that threatened to consume her. Uncertain how long the effects of the medication would last, Yi Tanqing recognized the urgency of consulting a psychologist. The culmination of love should not result in destruction. Her cravings for Chu Feng were overwhelming, something he could scarcely endure. Should her impulses spiral out of control, it would resemble a wild beast claiming its own prey, an act impossible to halt, whether in bed or beyond. Yi Tanqing's possessiveness was excessively potent. She had long been enduring this, masquerading or feigning composure. She was not the type of man who could allow his partner the freedom to roam at will. Aware of the terrifying nature of her darker inclinations, she had never dared to relinquish control, compelling herself to remain lucid and rational at all times. She feared inflicting harm upon Chu Feng, lest he cast her aside once more. Yet now, faced with Chu Feng, who had previously abandoned her, his sweet allure dancing before her, his captivating eyes glaring at her, sharp-tongued as he declared his desire to sever ties and become strangers. All of this could be construed as a form of seduction. Chu Feng's rejection was, in fact, a provocation for Yi Tanqing to lose her composure. Yi Tanqing acutely sensed her tenuous grasp on sanity slipping away, praying fervently that such a day would never arrive. She would take her medication punctually. She would persevere. How could she confess to you that she was unhinged, afraid of your departure, yet equally terrified of your staying? Chapter 42. Half a bottle of water returning to the private room. They continued their meal. During the gathering, Chu Feng engaged in casual banter with Wen Xiaoyan, his peripheral vision occasionally drifting toward the individual across from him. Yet, outwardly, it was impossible to discern Yi Tanqing's thoughts. Chu Feng suppressed his chaotic musings, feigning as though nothing had transpired. "Oh, this is delicious. The stewed quail has a sweet flavor. You should try it," Wen Xiaoyan urged, placing a piece onto Chu Feng's plate. Across the table, Shun Chenglin inquired, "Tomorrow is Sunday. Will you all be going out?" "I'm not going anywhere," Wen Xiaoyan replied, shaking his head. "I plan to sleep until the afternoon and then paint. I'll be working on a draft to the horse ferry. Classes would officially commence on Monday." Chu Feng remained silent, his head bowed as he continued to eat. Yet, as time passed, his lips began to swell, the small wound becoming increasingly conspicuous. Soon, it was noticed by Shun Chenglin. Shun Chenglin widened his eyes in astonishment, fixating on the corner of Chu Feng's lips. He then glanced at Yi Tanqing, who was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere beside him. Shun Chenglin was bewildered. Chu Feng had only stepped out for a moment, and upon his return, his lips bore a noticeable change. The only person who had accompanied him was Yi Tanqing. Could it be that something intimate had transpired? He yearned to inquire of Chu Feng, but found no suitable opportunity, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot stove, beads of sweat forming on his brow. For a moment, the atmosphere at the dining table grew even more silent. Later, around 8 in the evening, when Xiaoyan approached the bar to settle the bill, turning back to call out to Chu Feng and the others, "You don't have to wait for me. You can head to the car first." "We'll wait for you. Hurry up." Chu Feng stood beneath the glass awning at the back door of the restaurant, the night having deepened into darkness. He gazed out, taking in the city skyline adorned with the dazzling lights of various buildings. A few steps away, Yi Tanqing stood like a statue. Chu Feng stole a glance at him, but quickly averted his gaze, feigning complete indifference. "Chu Feng, Feng." Shun Chenglin could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned closer to Chu Feng's shoulder. "What happened to you?" Chu Feng, feigning ignorance, asked, "What do you mean?" As Shun Chenglin raised his hand to gesture towards Chu Feng's lips, both he and Yi Tanqing felt an inexplicable tension. It wasn't so much anxiety, rather, their hearts fluttered simultaneously. Yi Tanqing was reminded of the intimate scene, while Chu Feng internally cursed, thinking, "Don't ask. Yi Tanqing can hear you. This is so awkward." However, Shun Chenglin remained oblivious to Chu Feng's current feelings. He observed the ambiguous mark on Chu Feng's lips and asked, somewhat hesitantly, "Did you bump your lips, or?" Obviously, Chu Feng understood Shun Chenlin's implication and shot him an irritated glare. "Am I likely to kiss someone at the restaurant and end up like this? Are you out of your mind?" Other than a bump, there was no other explanation, though the object in question was Yi Tanqing's face, a thought he would never voice aloud. "Oh." Shun Chenglin let out a deep sigh of relief, a smile finally returning to his face. He inquired with genuine concern, "How did you hurt them? Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. It was my phone that bumped into them," Chu Feng replied, wishing to steer clear of the topic. He casually ran his fingers through his hair and changed the subject. "What are you doing tomorrow?" "Me?" Shun Chenglin was a bit surprised, thinking Chu Feng wanted to invite him somewhere. "I'm free. I don't have any plans." Chu Feng nodded. Then you can just sleep in the dorm for the day. Shun Chenglin was taken aback, feeling as if he had misunderstood the invitation. On the way back to school, when Xiaoyan leaned back in his seat, rubbing his belly, and suddenly remarked, "Bro, I think I saw someone just now." Who? Chu Feng, focused on driving, kept his eyes on the road. Wei Xiaonian bolted. Shighui. He was just at the bar, settling his bill, and I saw him with a few guys, hands in their pockets, sauntering into a private room in the hall, laughing and joking quite merrily. Xing Rue, tall and noticeable among the crowd, was surrounded by both boys and girls, the latter seemingly from the music academy, stylishly dressed and discussing plans to head to a bar after dinner. It appeared their nightlife was quite vibrant, a stark contrast to Wen Xiaoyan's current lack of it, leaving him feeling a twinge of envy. Seeing it, Chu Feng paid it no mind, but he cautioned Wen Xiaoyan, "If he insults you, give him a retort. If he dares to bully you, just let me know." Wen Xiaoyan bristled. "Does he even dare to bully me? It's already quite commendable that I Haven T retaliated against him." Retaliation. The incident in the bar where he was forcibly kissed weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, Wen Xiaoyan covered his mouth in shock. His doe-like eyes widened, his messy braids tensing up. He cast a furtive glance, fearing that Chu Feng might inquire about his desire for vengeance against Xing Rue. After a few seconds, confirming that his brother Feng did not press for details, Wen Xiaoyan finally relaxed. He wished to keep the incident of the forced kiss a secret, feeling utterly embarrassed. Any retaliation against Xing Rue would be conducted discreetly. Wen Xiaoyan pondered a plan. "Don't let anyone bully you without speaking up, coward." Chu Feng's tone was casual. He wouldn't expose Wen Xiaoyan's secret in front of Yi Tanxing and Shun Chenglin in the back seat. He aimed to protect the little fool's privacy. "I'm not a coward," Wen Xiaoyan thought, unaware that Chu Feng already knew his little secret. With a stubbornness born of unspoken suffering, he insisted he wouldn't be bullied. His fingers picked at the car window, betraying his inner turmoil. Whenever he lied, he needed to fidget with something. The glass emitted a sharp scratching sound. Chu Feng remained silent, recalling a time in a past life when someone, inebriated, had curled up on his balcony, weeping as if mourning a lost husband. Cowardly Wen Xiaoyan. "Hey!" Shun Chenglin leaned forward, addressing Wen Xiaoyan. "Did you just mention Xing Rue? Is he the one known as Da Rue?" Wen Xiaoyan was taken aback. "Yes. That's his name. I'm not sure about his nickname. How do you know him?" "It seems I do. Da Rue lives on the 9th floor, right?" Shun Chenglin recounted. "He is a member of the school basketball team. We played together the night before last." "The night before last?" Wen Xiaoyan recalled that it was the day he encountered Xing Rue in the elevator after shopping with Brother Feng. "Oh, so Xing Rue was heading down to play basketball with you. What a small world." Suddenly, Wen Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. "So, do you guys play together every night?" "That would make it easier to find someone if I wanted to pull a little trick on Xing Rue. After all, Xing Rue hardly attended classes, making him elusive in the classroom." When Xiaoyan had been troubled, but now an opportunity presented itself. "Not necessarily. It depends on everyone's availability," Shun Chenglin replied, adding, "We have a group chat where we notify each other before playing. Those who are free can meet at the court." "Brother Lin, next time you play, could you send me a message on WeChat?" When Xiaoyan's smile radiated warmth. Shun Chenglin asked curiously, "Do you like playing basketball?" No. When Xiaoyan feigned interest in sports. "Fiddling with the window. I particularly enjoy watching others play basketball. Just remember to invite me." At that moment, he envisioned slipping something into Xing Rue's water bottle. "All right," Shun Chenglin readily agreed, then turned a glance at Chu Feng's profile, his tone hopeful. Feng, would you like to come watch me play basketball?" Chu Feng retorted, "Am I that bored? Who wants to go to the playground to feed mosquitoes? I'm really good at basketball." Shun Chenglin warmly invited him. "Would you come to see me? When are you free?" Chu Feng, feeling impatient, replied, "Sit tight. I'm driving." This Shin classmate certainly had a lot to say. "Goodbye." Outside the elevator on the 8th floor, Shun Chenglin waved at 3 individuals heading to the 9th floor, casting a longing gaze towards Chu Feng, somewhat dejected for not being able to invite him to the playground to watch him play basketball. The little Norwegian prince's confidence was somewhat shaken. "Bye." Only when Xiaoyan raised a hand in response. As the elevator doors closed, Chu Feng and Yi Tanxing each leaned against opposite walls, with Wen Xiaoyan nestled between them, neither exchanging a glance. Upon returning to the dormitory, they entered and changed shoes. Wen Xiaoyan headed for a shower first. Chu Feng settled on the sofa, retrieving his phone to see a location coordinate sent by his father, indicating he had arrived home. He licked his lips, feeling a sharp pain from a small wound. After replying to the message, he looked up and saw Yi Tanxing leaning quietly against the kitchen bar, sipping from a half-empty bottle of purified water. Chu Feng recognized that bottle. It was the one he had left on the bar before departing. Why was Yi Tanxing drinking from his bottle? There were plenty of other water bottles in the fridge. Hey, you're not allowed to drink that, Chu Feng exclaimed without thinking. Yi Tanxing posed, his swallowing motion frozen as he slowly turned to face the sofa. Was he not even allowed to drink water? Did Chu Feng truly despise him to such an extent? In Chapter 43, the faint sounds of Wen Xiaoyan showering echoed from the bathroom, with the occasional splash of water. The dormitory had decent soundproofing. However, the living room was enveloped in a profound silence due to Chu Feng's loud voice. Yi Tanxing stood behind the kitchen bar, his expression one of confusion, as he gradually lowered his right hand holding the water, watching Chu Feng approach from the sofa. He did not comprehend why Chu Feng had called for him to stop, yet he knew he must comply. However, it was already too late. The half bottle did not contain much. It had already been consumed, and there were plenty of other bottles in the fridge. Lowering his voice to avoid being overheard by Wen Xiaoyan, Chu Feng walked a few steps to the bar, standing across the cold, gray surface from Yi Tanxing. Do you want some? Yi Tanxing inquired, glancing at the refrigerator door, perhaps suggesting he should fetch a new bottle. Yi Tanxing's chiseled profile fell into shadow under the light, enhancing his handsome and profound features, his expression tinged with a hint of fatigue. And the curve of his prominent Adam's apple was particularly alluring. Chu Feng stared at the overly calm profile before him, a mischievous thought bubbling up within him. Without hesitation, he bluntly stated, Yi Tanxing, you just drank from my water. The bottle's rim has been licked by me. I truly did lick it. Chu Feng watched Yi Tanxing with a playful glint in his eyes, eager to witness his reaction. Would he freeze, hastily grab a tissue to wipe his mouth, and then discard the water bottle into the trash, just as Yi Tanxing had done when he shattered the couple mugs Wen Xiaoyan had gifted them? Chu Feng believed that in the presence of the studious Yi, he resembled a virus, something utterly detestable to be contaminated by. However, Yi Tanxing had not anticipated this remark from Chu Feng. He shook his head, looking at the water bottle with indifference as he explained. I opened a bottle of water earlier this evening and left half of it here. Thus, this is the water he left behind, not that of Chu Feng. Why can't you comprehend? Chu Feng leaned forward impatiently, snatching the empty bottle from Yi Tanxing's grasp and slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. I consumed half a bottle earlier this evening and subsequently opened another, leaving half of it here. This is mine. Do you understand now? He glared at Yi Tanxing, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Yi Tanxing remained silent, her gaze drifting over the transparent plastic bottle on the table, meeting Chu Feng's face, which was evidently intent on framing her and creating trouble. How should I express this? If you wish to criticize me, there is no need for pretexts. Chu Feng paused momentarily, still fixated on her with his narrow, alluring eyes, his expression both arrogant and captivating. Yi Tanxing Sikit. I indeed have half a bottle of water here. That bottle does not belong to you. Scholars possess excellent memories. Yi Tanxing would never waste water. After taking a sip, she would take it home to finish. This is a commendable habit of conserving water resources. How can it not be mine? I am certain that half a bottle is indeed mine. As we left the dormitory after you changed, Chu Feng clutched the bottle, his brow furrowing as an unsettling premonition flickered in his mind. Something seemed amiss. Lost in thought, he noticed Yi Tanxing lifting her eyelids, her deep gaze fixed upon him. With a tone of certainty, Yi Tanxing stated, You drain my water. I have licked the bottle's opening. The words reverberated back. Chu Feng's heart raced violently, rendering him momentarily frozen in shock. A failed attempt at thievery had led to his own misfortune. The truth was that earlier, Yi Tanxing had left half a bottle of water after drinking. Chu Feng, in a moment of mischief, had consumed the remaining half, feeling parched, and opened a new bottle, leaving half of it behind. This resulted in Yi Tianqing mistakenly believing the leftover bottle was hers when she returned. In front of Chu Feng, she finished the contents, unaware of the irony before him. Oh, the gods! How could I be so foolish? Under the warm, bright lights of the restaurant, Chu Feng's green striped shirt lay carelessly on the sofa, leaving him clad only in a white short-sleeved shirt that exposed his neck and arms. The lighting obscured the faint blush that colored his cheeks and neck, making it less noticeable. In a state of distress, he pondered his next move. Speak up. Say something. Chu Feng stood rigidly, unable to meet the gaze of the one across from him, his heart racing almost audibly. Am I to discard this empty bottle? Ye Tanjing inwided. After a few seconds of silence without a response from Chu Feng, she reached over and took the empty bottle from his hands, tossing it into the trash can. Regarding the unintentional exchange of saliva between the two, Yi Tianqing appeared far more composed than Chu Feng. No, Chu Feng shouted internally. He could not remain in this awkward silence. It would be profoundly embarrassing. With a tight voice, he mockingly challenged Yi Tianqing. What about your cleanliness obsession? You're touching a bottle I've licked. What about your cleanliness? Yi Tianqing seemed momentarily taken aback, followed by a soft sigh. So faint it could have been a figment of Chu Feng's imagination. In any case, before Yi Tianqing turned to leave the bar, she posed a question to Chu Feng. Don't you have any cleanliness obsession? Her rhetorical inquiry tossed the question back at him. Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had been the one to drink from Yi Tianqing's leftover water. Inside the bar, the aloof man asked his question and, without awaiting a response, turned and walked away, leaving Chu Feng standing alone at the bar for a few brief seconds. His face flushed with frustration. He longed to chase after her to explain that he hadn't realized it was Yi Tianqing's leftover water. What was the fuss over half a bottle of water? Yet, he soon deemed it unnecessary. He had already consumed it, and truth be told, he had been the one to initiate the banter. Ah, how exasperating. I did not look down on her. Chu Feng typed awkwardly in a message to his father on WeChat. The dialogue box between the father and son was filled with a series of little red dots, all consisting of Chu Jinyuan's voice messages peppered with expletives. He was likely expressing his discontent after overhearing Chu Feng's phone call in a restaurant, berating Yi Tianqing for being meddlesome, questioning whether Chu Feng thought he could disregard someone like Little Yi just because he had some family background. Did he truly look down upon Little Yi, who came from the mountains and had a modest background? Chu Jinyuan reminded him that the Chu family had also risen from the mountains, with both sets of grandparents being humble farmers, insisting that one must never forget their roots. He warned Chu Feng not to become arrogant simply because of a little wealth. In short, he continuously scolded Chu Feng, suspecting him of harboring disdain for Yi Tianqing. He even threatened that if Chu Feng dared to bully Yi Tianqing, he would storm into the school, tie Chu Feng to a tree, and whip him with a belt. Then see who would be humiliated. After listening to the voice messages, Chu Feng's sense of frustration surged to new heights. How could he possibly look down on Yi Tianqing? In reality, it was he, the academic underachiever, who was overlooked by the brilliant Yi. His father's concerns were utterly unwarranted. As he walked back to his room, his phone continued to buzz incessantly with more messages from his father scolding him. Fed up, Chu Feng shouted back a voice message. Little Yi, Little Yi. Every day, it's Little Yi. Are you his illegitimate child? The reply came swiftly. You finally discovered it? Chu Feng was left bewildered. Where on earth did his father learn to say he? Is he really so adept at sarcasm? The next day was Sunday, when Xiaoyan truly slept until noon before rising. Clad in light blue shorts and a sleep shirt, with her messy hair tied in a low ponytail, she rubbed her eyes and stepped out of her bedroom, only to be stunned by the sight in the living room. There stood her brother, vacuuming the floor. When Xiaoyan blinked, rubbed her eyes again, and looked once more, still in disbelief. Brother, are you vacuuming? Having lived in the spacious off-campus apartment for 3 months, she had never seen her brother phone clean before. This was a first, and it was quite refreshing. Too lazy to hit the gym, he was treating vacuuming as a form of exercise. Chu Feng pushed the cylindrical vacuum cleaner across the cool gray floor with enthusiasm, his entire being radiating vitality. Lacking experience, he had tangled the vacuum's cord all over the floor, resembling a spider weaving its web. dressed in a loose black and white tank top paired with black athletic shorts. He was a sight to behold. The shorts rested just above the thighs, while on his feet were the same pair of casual flip-flops. Sport? When Xiaoyan scrutinized the living room, the floor, coffee table, sofa, along with the surface and the large glass window, appeared to have been meticulously cleaned, the glass gleaming with clarity. How impressive. I truly admire your ability to maintain discipline, he thought, somewhat dazed, as he cautiously stepped over the electric wires towards the bathroom. During this process, he glanced at the door across from him. Is Yi Shuba not home? The door to Yi Tanqing's room was firmly shut, and no sound emanated from within. When Xiaoyan instinctively inquired about the other members of the dormitory. No idea. Chu Feng hadn't seen Yi Tanqing since he woke up at 9. Perhaps she had already left? After all, it was evident that Yi Tanqing was not one to indulge in slothful mornings. She simply lacked the genes for such behavior. Retiring at 10:30 in the evening, she would rise promptly at 6:30 in the morning, her routine unwavering. Damn it, why do I even remember this? The schedules of others are of no concern to me. Chu Feng felt vexed with himself for not being able to entirely forget the past. Shaking his head, he urged Wen Xiaoyan, "Hurry and freshen up. Should we order takeout or head to the cafeteria? It's nearly lunchtime." It was just past noon, the temperature outside at its peak for the day. The sunlight streaming through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows was almost blistering. "Let's order takeout. I'll go fetch it later. I'm craving a lychee smoothie." Wen Xiaoyan willingly took on the responsibility of retrieving the food, standing before the bathroom cabinet to squeeze toothpaste. "All right, let us add 2 servings of fruit salad. 2 servings of coconut milk double-skim milk. I'll have orange juice while you take the smoothie, and let us include 2 portions of mashed potatoes and squid balls. Is the meat floss and seaweed sushi sufficient?" "I'll place the order now," Chu Feng said, observing that the floor was nearly tidy. He bent down to tidy up the vacuum cleaner cord, preparing for takeout. Wen Xiaoyan chuckled from the bathroom. "Brother, didn't you adamantly proclaim that we should maintain a healthy diet? No staple foods or stir-fried dishes. When they combined forces, they merely treated snacks as meals. It was unavoidable. During summer afternoons, appetite waned. Tomorrow, we'll eat healthily." Chu Feng laughed as well. "It doesn't matter for these 2 days. When you head downstairs, take the trash out. It's just 2 bags. I left them by the door." Wen Xiaoyan replied loudly, "Sure. You see, without Yi Tanqing around, Chu Feng can still manage his life well. One day, he would grow accustomed to it." Half an hour later, in the dormitory's living room, a lively variety show played on the television, with the host dramatically exclaiming over the guest performances, a cacophony serving as background noise. Chu Feng nestled on the sofa, flipping through the course materials for the next day, preparing for a preview. Although he understood little of it, he felt a pressing need to catch up on 3 months' worth of missed lessons. Perhaps he could enroll in a summer camp for business studies, to venture out and enjoy the scenery, while also meeting peers of a similar age. Chu Feng believed that the more acquaintances he made, the more his attention would be diverted, thus reducing his constant thoughts of Yi Tanqing. Click. Wen Xiaoyan returned with the takeout, his face flushed. Chu Feng turned to him. "Is it that hot outside? Why is your face so red?" He stood up, preparing to dine, but sitting in the dining area only allowed him to see half of the television screen. "Don't move," Wen Xiaoyan said, carrying the takeout towards the coffee table in a dejected tone. "Let's just sit on the sofa. I don't feel like going to the dining table." "Anzai, Chu Feng Ziplit," settling down and glancing at Wen Xiaoyan. "What happened? Did the old man in the security room scold you?" The school's security office forbids students from ordering takeout. If caught, they would still be released, but not without a few stern words. Wen Xiaoyan shook his head no. They sat on the carpet between the coffee table and the sofa, together unboxing the takeout. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling window, filtered by the sheer curtains. Chu Feng paused in his efforts, raising an eyebrow at Wen Xiaoyan. "So, it wasn't the old man from the security office who reprimanded you. What is the matter then?" With his lashes lowered, Wen Xiaoyan pouted slightly. "I just ran into Xing Rue in the elevator." "Is that all?" Chu Feng was puzzled as to why encountering Xing Rue would be significant. They both lived on the 9th floor, so they would surely bump into each other frequently. He wondered if Wen Xiaoyan was feeling a bit down, but it was too early to assume he had developed feelings for Xing Rue. He felt uncertain and hesitant to ask. When Xiaoyan's expression was one of indignation as he gripped the dessert spoon and cursed Xing Rue, that bastard has such a comfortable life. He only just left the entertainment club at noon, and the elevator reeked of alcohol from him. How did I not choke? Oh, brother, I want to go to a bar and have some fun, too. Well, you can go, as long as you attend class with me on time. Before summer break. I'll take you to a bar, Chu Feng mused, contemplating the balance between work and play. It was he indulging in the bar scene, after all, when Xiaoyan pondered the timeline, lamenting that is still 2 months away. He longed to have fun now, completely uninterested in attending classes. What do you want to do? Chu Feng sensed the unusual tone in his voice, turning to glare at him. If you dare sneak off to a bar without me. When Xiaoyan recoiled, quickly conceding, I definitely want to go alone, all right? 2 months is just 2 months. Eat up. Here's your orange juice. Although Feng Gu insisted he attend classes punctually, when Xiaoyan felt that it was for his own good. Strangely, he found no resentment towards Feng Ji's guidance. If it were anyone else, even his mother, he would feel a rebellious streak. Perhaps it was the aura between people. When one is willing to spend time with another, it doesn't matter whether it's for fun or study. As long as they can be companions, that suffices. Ouch, that is hot. Chu Feng blew on the freshly cooked octopus balls, casually teasing when Xiaoyan. If one didn't know better, they'd think you were going to the bar for some grand performance, sipping on low-alcohol cocktails while watching others dance, sitting there like a fool. What is the difference between going to a bar and watching TV at home? I might as well show you a documentary about bars. It would feel exactly the same and save you the cover charge. I was just hoping for a romantic encounter, when Xiaoyan replied, indulging in his daydreams as he crushed the slush and savored it. What if a fair-skinned, beautiful, adorably naive girl walked into the bar, noticed my fruity cocktail, and want to be friends? I would find love on the spot. How tragic would it be to go through college without a romance? Chu Feng asked. You like the cute and clumsy type? When Xiaoyan nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Chu Feng chuckled, remarking on the peculiar pairing of 2 foolish individuals heading to a bar for an exuberant juice-drinking spree. Juice assassins, both adorably clueless, he mused. Do not challenge me, one Xiaoyan retorted, pulling out his phone in defiance. I'm not deceiving you. Tiger is indeed in the bar, engrossed in romance. I witnessed him flaunting his affection on social media, and I shall show you. Not interested, and do not disrupt my meal, Chu Feng replied dismissively. I will have you see, when Xiaoyan insisted, persistently scrolling through his social media feed. At a particular moment, he paused for 2 seconds, wide-eyed, before resuming his scrolling. Brother, you must see what I have discovered. Just an hour ago. Who is this? Chu Feng sai im ba din di. No wonder Yi goes out and about on weekends. It seems he is on a date. One Xiaoyan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in amusement as he presented his phone to Chu Feng. Look at the milk tea shop by the school gate. He is sitting across from a girl, sipping tea. At first, Chu Feng found it hard to believe, as he was under the impression that Yi Tanqing had no fondness for sweets. However, upon glancing at the phone screen, he was convinced. When Xiaoyan had added several female classmates on WeChat, the girl enjoyed frequenting the area near the school on weekends, taking photos to share on social media. The backdrop of the picture was a milk tea shop, where Yi Tanqing was not only accompanying a stranger, but was also sharing a drink with her. 1 cup of milk tea, 2 straws, their knees touching as they sat close together. Yi Tanqing wore a subtle smile, quietly listening to the girl speak. The girl, dressed in a simple denim dress, with bangs framing her face and long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders, radiated a cheerful and vibrant presence. If this were not enough evidence of their date, a pearl-white chain handbag hung casually from Yi Tanqing's shoulder, which he appeared to be carrying for her, portraying the image of a devoted boyfriend. Wen Xiaoyan mused. No wonder Yi Ge did not dismiss the confession letter from the school bell next door. Does he already have a girlfriend? Otherwise, it is unimaginable for a studious character like him to carry a girlless bag, right? Suddenly, a squid ball slipped from Chu Feng's hand, landing on his thigh. The scalding ball rolled a few times before leaving a sizable red mark on his skin. Yet, he felt no pain, merely pressing his lips together, as the small wound on his lip had only recently begun to heal. His gaze remained fixed on the phone screen, contemplating whether Yi Tanqing had indeed experienced love during college. Had he threatened Yi Tanqing to be with him in a past life? Had Yi Tanqing ended a relationship with that girl? It was no wonder he harbored such animosity towards him. Why had he concealed the existence of his girlfriend? Chu Feng did not require him to feign a romantic relationship. Brother, when Xianyan inadvertently caught sight of the ball that had fallen onto Chu Feng's thigh, startled, as he had just set down a piece that was too hot to handle. Chu Feng snapped back to reality at when Xianyan's exclamation, glancing down at his leg. What are you staring at? Does the leg not hurt? When Xianyan quickly retrieved several tissues, picking up the squid ball and tossing it into the trash. Chu Feng's skin was fair, particularly on his legs, now marked with a red imprint the size of a ping-pong ball. He wondered if it would blister. The temperature has not yet reached the point of bubbling, yet after it turns red, a few days of dark marks must remain. Chu Feng remained silent, gazing at his legs. He used a tissue to wipe away the remnants of the sauce. It truly hurt. I'll get some ice cubes, no? You should go wash up in the bathroom. Remember to use cool water, at least for 5 or 6 minutes, when Xianyan advised, drawing from his experience with burns. Out of sheer greed, he had often insisted on taking freshly fried snacks from his grandmother's kitchen, enduring burns 3 or 4 times in a single year. Oh, Chu Feng's upper body stiffened slightly as he propped himself up on the sofa and walked toward the bathroom, his eyes clouded with confusion, resembling a wandering spirit. When Xianyan sipped his ice smoothie, straining to listen, puzzled. Hey, why isn't there any sound of the shower? Brother? Feng Yi. He got up and followed into the bathroom, only to find Chu Feng seated cross-legged on the unflushed toilet. His usually bright eyes were now dim and lowered, fingers unconsciously twisting and intertwining, knuckles slightly pale, his silhouette exuding an aura of desolation and solitude. He stared quietly at the warm yellow, floral tiles on the floor, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Er, what is wrong? When Xianyan stood helplessly at the bathroom doorway, taken aback. Feng Ge looked so downcast. He had never seen him like this before. Where was the fearless Chu Xiao? What had he encountered? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Chu Feng was indeed lost in contemplation, his mind filled with images of Yi Tanqing sharing milk tea with another girl. The photograph was static, yet the two sipping tea appeared vividly before him, one beaming with a sweet smile, the other listening intently. Deep down, he knew the truth and had resolved not to look back. Yet, that feeling lingered. He had always believed that Yi Tanqing belonged to him. A mindset cultivated over 6 years is not easily altered. Thus, when he saw them together, a pang of discomfort struck him. But who could he blame? If one were to delve into their past, it would be evident that in his youthful arrogance, Chu Feng had used power and favor to coercively claim Yi Tanqing for 6 years. Those 6 years were not only Chu Feng's youth, but also Yi Tanqing's most beautiful adolescence, which had been forcibly stalled alongside him. He had seized her, not out of her own volition. Consequently, he could not fault Yi Tanqing for her indifference after marriage. Otherwise, he would cause a scene back then. Rather than enduring 2 years of neglect and silence, fully aware of his own shortcomings, he had chosen to muddle through life, believing that as long as Yi Tanqing was by his side, it sufficed. At that time, Chu Feng thought he could forever hold on to her, binding her to his life, without needing her love in return. The outcome proved that forced affection begets retribution. At the slightest sign of weakness, one would flee. That which does not belong to you, even if forcibly claimed, will eventually be lost. It took Chu Feng 6 years to grasp these truths. Thus, the discomfort and resentment he felt at this moment were entirely self-inflicted. Yi Tanqing had no ties to him. She was free to pursue her university life and relationships without any wrongdoing. He sat in the bathroom, enveloped in a self-imposed misery. Was he lamenting the fact that he had not continued to force love throughout this life? His mind, like a thick paste, was in a chaotic turmoil, seemingly intent on drowning himself in this futile sorrow. He understood the reasoning behind it. His words flowed like a beautiful tapestry, yet the discomfort remained insurmountable. One must pay the price for their own mistakes, mustn't they? In a voice as dry as desert air, Chu Feng spoke intermittently, uttering something inexplicable. Brother, Wen Xiaoyan listened. Bewildered, swallowing hard, what are you saying? What have you done wrong? Is it something significant? He He was taken aback by Chu Feng's state. The boy seated on the toilet appeared particularly pale, as if he had just encountered ghost. Chu Feng bowed his head, shaking it slightly, at a loss for words. When Xiaoyan's expression stiffened as he braced himself against the porcelain sink, mentally preparing himself. Have you gotten involved with something you shouldn't have? Something forbidden? Yi Tanqing, perhaps? Chu Feng nodded vacantly, yes. When Xiaoyan erupted. Why? What is it? Is it gambling or something else? How come I didn't know? He jumped up, his voice piercing like the shrill cries of cicadas in summer, reverberating throughout the bathroom, as if it could lift the ceiling. A barrage of questions escaped his lips before Chu Feng could respond. Bent over, clutching his knees, when Xiaoyan's expression was on the verge of tears. Don't scare me. Don't say such things. I'll call the police. No matter what you've gotten into, I have to report it for your sake. Determined, he turned to rush into the living room for his phone, took 2 steps, then pivoted back, squatting beside the toilet, gripping Chu Feng's arm, still in disbelief. You must tell me what's happening. Who got you involved? What is it? He needed to remain calm to assist his brother. Xiaoyan, Chu Feng called hoarsely, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled the boy with the cherubic face into his embrace, holding him gently. When Xiaoyan felt warm and soft, the scent of double-skinned milk wafting from his breath, Chu Feng could do nothing but hold him. One Xiaoyan bent over in front of the toilet, his arms rigid like mechanical appendages, eventually wrapped them around Chu Feng, soothingly patting his back, yet feeling an icy chill within. This time, when Xiaoyan was truly on the brink of tears. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm scared too. Just tell me, I can handle it really. I have a bit of money. If we can manage it ourselves without alarming the family, it would be best. I am here for you. Just tell me. Focus on your studies. Chu Feng grasped when Xiaoyan's soft cotton shirt, his nose tinged with an unbearable ache. We will both achieve great success. Wealth and prosperity await us. All right? When Xiaoyan could only nod, yes, all right. But what had he gotten involved with? You go out. I need to wash my face. Chu Feng, with his head bowed, gently ushered the bewildered when Xiaoyan out of the bathroom. After a full 10 minutes, he finally returned to the living room, rejuvenated. One Xiaoyan sat stiffly behind the coffee table, his eyes tinged with red. Brother, what exactly did you get yourself into? Please tell me. I got caught on a mouse trap. Chu Feng chuckled as he playfully tapped when Xiaoyan's head, laughing as if nothing had transpired. When Xiaoyan, have you lost your mind? I've been with you every day. I know what you've done. What are you imagining? Creatives like you have such vivid imaginations. It's quite absurd. At most, you might drink a few bottles of foreign liquor. What else could you possibly do? Oh my, you nearly scared me to death. One Xiaoyan exclaimed, suddenly springing up like a startled top, spinning around incessantly. No, were you just joking with me? You gave me such a fright. Chu Feng covered his ears, watching when Xiaoyan yelled, as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. A sudden series of knocks echoed at the dormitory door. Chapter 46. Then he is remarkable. When Xiaoyan headed towards the entrance, pondering, who could be knocking at this hour? Brother, it can't be the police come to arrest you, can it? You're insane. Chu Feng replied, lounging on the sofa, his sunburned thigh casually stretched. He poured ice water over several paper towels, applying the damp cloths to the burned area for a simple cooling remedy. It appeared that there would be no blisters. The injury was not too severe. Surprise. The lively sound of Shun Chenglin resonated from the hallway. What brings you here? One Xiaoyan exclaimed as he opened the door to reveal Shun Chenglin's beaming face. The tall boy, clad in a blue and white tank top and light gray sweatpants, radiated enthusiasm, bearing 2 large bags filled to the brim. Within were the latest gaming console, a bag of snacks, sparkling wine, blockbuster DVDs, playing cards, and a few textbooks. Shun Chenglin was exceptionally well prepared today. Regardless of what Chu Feng and the others were engaged in, he seamlessly integrated with his own equipment. Sorry to interrupt, but my roommate isn't around. I'm quite bored by myself. What are you all up to? May I join? You only asked to join after arriving? When Xiaoyan stepped aside, extending his hands to assist Shun Chenglin with the 2 hefty bags. What's the trouble? There are no outsiders here. It's just me and Brother Feng. Is it just the 2 of you? What about ye? Shun Chenglin inquired, handing Wen Xiaoyan his belongings and slipping into disposable slippers. It seems he went out on a date with his girlfriend, Wen Xiaoyan replied. Oh, that's splendid. Shen Qinglin's smile brightened even more. Has Yi Tanqing voluntarily given up so soon? That is quite the good news. Chu Feng bit into a now cool meatball, his gaze fixed on the television, which continued to play a variety show, seemingly oblivious to the exchange between Wen Xiaoyan and Shen Qinglin. Shen Qinglin adjusted his outfit and tousled his hair before gracefully approaching the sofa. It was nearly impossible not to glance at Chu Feng's legs, which were strikingly fair, straight, and long, an attention-grabbing sight. Chu Feng possessed not only remarkable looks, but also a commendable disposition, making it easy for Shen Qinglin to grow fonder with each passing moment. What is this? He noticed the damp tissue affixed to Chu Feng's thigh and, with genuine concern, speculated, Are you touching up your tattoo? Another foolish remark. Chu Feng was nearly amused to the point of irritation. Have you ever seen a tattoo that is applied with a heated tool? He lifted the tissue to show Shen Qinglin, hoping to quell the incessant inquiries. I just burned myself a little while eating meatballs. Burned yourself? Shen Qinglin's pupils dilated, and he swiftly crouched between the sofa and the coffee table, scrutinizing the slight red mark on Chu Feng's thigh, his breath becoming shallow with tension. Is it a burn? You must be in pain. It's nothing, hardly hurts. You must be in agony. Hey, Wen Xiaoyan approached, tossing her bag onto the floor beside her. Qinglin, shift a bit, don't knock over my smoothie. Is it really that alarming? Oh. Shen Qinglin shifted closer to Chu Feng's leg, his brow furrowing in concern. He hesitated to reach out, lifting his hand a few times before letting it fall again, unsure about touching the injury on such a sensitive area. Last night in the car, he found Chu Feng adorable and couldn't resist running his fingers through his hair, only to be met with Chu Feng's evident displeasure. Now, he was reluctant to act impulsively. Shen Qinglin, visibly anxious, declared, I will go to the school infirmary to get iodine and burn ointment. Wait here for me. I will be back shortly. I'll run. Goodness. This foreign student was as warm-hearted as ever. So kind-hearted. No need, just stay put. Chu Feng grasped his arm, feeling a hint of gratitude, his tone softening considerably. I could just ice it for a bit. It really doesn't hurt much. There's no need for iodine or ointment. No, that won't do, Shen Qinglin insisted, intent on seeking out the school nurse. Burns are painful, and if you don't apply ointment, it might leave a scar. Hey, you need to take your injuries seriously. He was adamant about going downstairs to procure medication. Hey, Shen, my friend, Chu Feng chuckled, mimicking Shen Qinglin's tone. It's merely a bit red, nowhere near the severity of a burn. Just take a seat. He firmly pulled Shen Qinglin down beside him, redirecting the conversation. What are those two hefty bags for? Bringing gifts for a casual visit? How polite. Shen Qinglin, glancing at the damp tissue once more, finally responded, No, I just wanted to hang out with you. Not with them, but with you. Well, if you want to come, then just come, Chu Feng said, observing Shen Qinglin seated comfortably on the sofa. He recalled Yi Tanqing's obsessive cleanliness and her aversion to outsiders entering her space. Thus, Chu Feng smiled and told Shen Qinglin, In the future, if you wish to find me, just come up any time. You need not bring anything. Why should he adhere to Yi Tanqing's dislikes? The dormitory rules were established by her, and if he chose not to abide by them, so be it. Let her try to evict him. He could always arrange for Wen Xiaoyan to swap dorms or return to the spacious apartment. Who cared about living with Yi Tanqing? Really? The surprise is too sudden. Shen Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a rush of excitement and a bit flustered. Then, what can I do to help you? Being granted permission to visit Chu Feng filled Shen Qinglin with a sense of purpose. He felt compelled to do something to repay this rare kindness. As Chu Feng watched television, he shook his head while nibbling on a fishball. There's nothing you need to assist me with. By the way, do you eat fishballs? Shen Qinglin glanced at the table, noting the modest fare from a roadside stall he would typically avoid. Is this all you're having for lunch? Feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me. He presumed that Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan were experiencing some financial difficulties, unable to afford a proper meal. Are you trying to show off in front of me? Shen? Chu Feng seemed unfazed, turning to Wen Xiaoyan. Is there anything you wish to eat? Someone is eager to treat us. Wen Xiaoyan declined. No, thank you. I just ordered what I wanted. In truth, there was a decent spread on the table, a salad platter, onion rings, 3 varieties of sushi, as well as fish balls and egg tarts. One needn't consume it all to feel satisfied. Next time, Chu Feng smiled at Shun Chunglin. I'll give you a chance to flaunt your generosity. Shun Chunglin beamed. Thank you. I feel so fortunate. How naive, Chu Feng thought, shaking his head in confusion. Is it truly such a delight to treat others? As Yi Tanxing entered, holding a cup of honey persimmon drink, she observed Chu Feng, who was engrossed in his television show, while savoring a bowl of fruit salad. He wore black athletic shorts that were slightly short, his fair, smooth legs lazily stretched next to Shun Chunglin. Is it cool enough? Are you comfortable? Shun Chunglin held a bottle of ice water, pouring it over the napkin on Chu Feng's leg, attempting to keep it cool to soothe the burning sensation. Chu Feng's gaze remained fixed on the screen, seemingly oblivious to Yi Tanxing's entrance. It's cool enough. You've worked hard. Shun Chunglin replied with a sweet smile. Just a little. It's not hard at all. No. Chu Feng corrected him. What? It's not hard. It's not hard. Feng, your Chinese is excellent. You're so impressive. Wen Xiaoyan, seated beside the sofa with headphones on, was absorbed in his game. Overall, the atmosphere in the living room was exceptionally harmonious. Yi Tanxing stood in the entrance, frowning at the scene before her. She had only been gone for the morning. How had Shun Chunglin managed to infiltrate the dormitory? This individual was truly unpredictable. Chapter 47. Persimmon Honey Drink. Yi Tanxing wore a simple white shirt paired with dark blue jeans, a black leather belt accentuating his lean waist. He had just removed his white sneakers and slipped into wooden slippers for home. The outfit, minimalist to the point of being somewhat rustic, exuded a refreshing aura when worn by him. Upon seeing him, Wen Xiaoyan felt as though the air conditioning had grown cooler. Yi Tanxing placed the cream-colored luxury item packaging and the sweet persimmon drink on the kitchen counter, then walked to the sink, his dark eyes still cast in the direction of the sofa. He reached for the faucet, washing his hands with disinfectant. His neck was the only part of him that moved, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sofa. Hi, Yiga, you're back. Wen Xiaoyan, situated between the kitchen and the sofa, felt the chill of Yi Tanxing's icy stare, prompting him to greet him. How was your date today, Yiga? Chu Feng was busy changing channels with the remote, changing to one unappealing option and then to another that is equally unattractive. His fingertips, pale with tension, pressed the buttons on the remote. Shun Chunglin, perplexed, inquired, What show do you wish to watch? I can subscribe. No need, Chu Feng promptly replied. At the bar next to the entrance, Yi Tanxing hesitated for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to Wen Xiaoyan's face. A date? Wen Xiaoyan nodded. Weren't you at the milk tea shop by the school gate? Someone captured a photo of you two and posted on social media. This isn't mere gossip. Many have seen it, and your romantic involvement is not something I've spread. Yi Tanxing lowered his eyes, wiping his hands with a tissue, his mood sour. How tedious. It was unclear whether he referred to Wen Xiaoyan or those intrigued by his romantic affairs. Oh, can't one even ask? Wen Xiaoyan recoiled slightly, unfazed, and continued navigating the game interface. Thus, the discussion about the date came to an abrupt end, as the involved party was unwilling to disclose further details. Chu Feng smirked lightly, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Shun Chunglin quickly noticed, Do you enjoy this? A food program. Do you like cooking? Chu Feng was disinclined to respond. Behind the kitchen bar, Yi Tanxing, with lowered eyelids, meticulously dried each finger, his naturally pale fingers reddening slightly from his compulsive wiping, the knuckles taking on a pink hue. This process lingered for what felt like an eternity, as if he were grappling with the decision to undertake a significant endeavor, contemplating how to commence, what to articulate, and the manner in which to proceed in order to avoid disfavor. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tanxing finally moved, extending his hand toward the cool gray bar, carefully sidestepping an extravagant cream-white packaging. He grasped the cup of persimmon honey drink nearby and ambled toward the living room. Chu Feng lounged, his head turned toward the floor-to-ceiling window, half reclined, engrossed in his phone while watching television, his legs sprawled across the sofa, with Shun Chunglin seated at his ankles. Uncertain of the potential consequences of his actions, Yi Tanxing felt tension gripping his throat. Clad in a white shirt, he ambled past the television screen, stiffly holding the still-cooling beverage, positioning himself beside the armrest of the sofa where Chu Feng reclined. He stood firm, straightening his posture. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chu Feng, who had yet to direct his gaze toward Yi Tanqing, was compelled to look up, as Yi Tanqing's arm obstructed a small portion of the screen. "Hey." Chu Feng's voice was frigid, laced with his customary nonchalance and disdain. "Would you mind moving your foot? We're watching television." With an icy expression, he stood there like a utility pole. The drink in his hand, undoubtedly from that milk tea shop, bore an identical logo. Was he attempting to flaunt his recent date? Chu Feng was disinclined to see him. Shun Chenglin echoed the sentiment, waving his hand in dismissal. "Move aside. Quickly disappear from my phone baby-s sight." Yi Tanqing's hairstyle, evidently styled with intent, and even set with gel, was unmistakable to Shun Chenglin, who discerned the effort put into his appearance. This realization only heightened Shun Chenglin's awareness of his potential rival's undeniable attractiveness. Yi Tanqing, regardless of what attire he dons or the tasks he undertakes, embodies an unwavering perfectionism, leaving no room for even the slightest flaw. Shun Chenglin hesitates to label Yi Tanqing as a perfect man, yet the reality is undeniable. Thus, such an extraordinary individual ought not to constantly linger before Chu Feng, as if to tempt him. Although it may appear that Chu Feng harbors a strong aversion towards Yi Tanqing, Shun Chenglin remains uneasy, knowing the opponent is formidable. Yi Tanqing disregards Shun Chenglin's provocations, lowering his gaze to retrieve a paper cup filled with a beverage. With his freshly washed, slender fingers, he expertly unwrapped the straw, placing it seamlessly into the cup's opening. Then he bent down, under Chu Feng's suddenly astonished gaze. Yi Tanqing's expression stiffened with tension as he extended the drink towards Chu Feng, who was reclined on the sofa, indicating for him to drink. To his surprise, Chu Feng instinctively turned his head away, avoiding the straw, wearing an expression that suggested he suspected Yi Tanqing had been possessed. Shun Chenglin, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Why is Yi behaving like an old-fashioned butler from the last century, bowing while offering a drink to a noble master? What does this mean?" With one hand holding the drink and the other clasped behind his back, Yi Tanqing's nails almost dug into his palm as he restrained his speech from faltering. He avoided direct eye contact with Chu Feng, his gaze resting on the armrest of the sofa. In a hushed tone, he introduced, "This is a persimmon honey beverage, made from the seasonal Golden Heart persimmons. I purchased it for you after noticing the new offerings at the tea shop." Chu Feng had always relished Golden Heart persimmons since childhood, often making a mess at the dining table and playfully licking his fingers in front of Yi Tanqing, a gesture he found endearingly charming. This time, he hoped not to be reprimanded. Yi Tanqing contemplated that this was his first initiative to do something for Chu Feng without being asked, wishing not to be met with disdain. Chapter 48. An indirect kiss indeed. Chu Feng had a long-standing affection for persimmons. Every season, his family would procure them by the boxful. He consumed so many that he had to take medication to prevent kidney stones. In his previous life during college, Chu Jinyuan had even asked Yi Tanqing to supervise Chu Feng's intake of medication. Yet, that was a matter of the past. How could the current Yi Tanqing know of Chu Feng's fondness for persimmons? For a fleeting moment, confusion flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. It must have been his father who informed Yi Tanqing about the need to supervise his medication. Nonetheless, his enjoyment of persimmons was his own concern. Yi Tanqing had gone out on a date with a girl, returning with a drink to feed him. What did that signify? Who would cherish drinking the remnants of their beverage? Moreover, it had been a long time since Chu Feng had consumed persimmons, haunted by unpleasant memories associated with them. Such as the time he had lowered his guard and acted flirtatiously at the dining table during the day. Yi Tanqing's indifference to his reaction prompted him to dismiss the thought. "Remove it," Chu Feng said, his brows furrowing with agitation as he pushed away Yi Tanqing's slender, pale wrist with the back of his hand. "You didn't finish your drink at the tea shop. Keep it for yourself." His words, though relatively courteous, were accompanied by a tone and demeanor that were decidedly aloof. His heart raced as if it were about to cease beating, akin to a death sentence being pronounced. The hope that had recently blossomed extinguished as anticipated. The corners of Yi Tanqing's eyes drooped slightly, betraying no change in expression. Yet the fingers gripping the cup trembled slightly, and his voice was parched to the extreme. The attendant remarked, "The persimmons are very sweet. If they're sweet, drink a few more cups. I'll buy my own." Chu Feng replied, his gaze fixating on the television screen, partially obscured, as his fingertip pressed the remote control firmly. He had effectively paused the variety show. He simply could not fathom why Yi Tanqing had brought him a drink. Why? Was it an attempt to curry favor because he had discovered that he disliked him? If that were the case, what was the purpose of such flattery? Chu Feng, do not expend any more thought on his actions. Do not speculate. Do not concern yourself with him. The former Chu Feng admonished himself. The living room was filled only with the sound of the television, while Shen Qinglin watched the unfolding drama with a smirk, revealing his canine teeth. Wen Xiaoyan remained engrossed in his game, oblivious to their conversation. Chu Feng continued to watch the television, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. Yi Tanqing was at a loss for what to do or say next. His rehearsed lines were limited to those few he had just uttered. He had anticipated that Chu Feng might refuse, and it had turned out as he expected. Chu Feng was unwilling to drink what he had purchased. A light sheen of sweat threatened to break out on Yi Tanqing's forehead. His expression stiffened as he slowly straightened up, pausing momentarily before bending down again to place the drink at the very edge of the coffee table, in a small corner. Let it be here, should Chu Feng wish to drink it later. Yi Tanqing was seldom rebuffed, aware that his existence often posed a hassle. He had learned to suppress his desires, rarely expressing his needs to anyone, even when he longed for something. He feared burdening others, those kind souls who had come to care for him. He could not impose further requests that might inconvenience them. Today, he had effectively troubled Chu Feng by hoping to share the drink he had bought, an act that required considerable courage. The rejection he faced now had crossed his mind earlier while washing his hands. After placing the drink down, he straightened up and could not help but glance at Chu Feng again, his gaze fleetingly skimming over Chu Feng's thigh, where a few damp tissues lay, their purpose unclear. Just as Yi Tanqing contemplated inquiring about the tissue's use, Chu Feng suddenly lifted his gaze to fixate on him with a disdainful glance, directing his attention to the table. "Take your things away. If you said you weren't drinking, why leave it here? It's an eyesore." Chu Feng's voice, though soft, struck Yi Tanqing's heart like a heavy blow. His throat felt constricted, and he yearned to speak, to plead once more, yet no words emerged. The laughter from the variety show echoed in his ears, jarring in the silence that enveloped them. Yi Tanqing feigned calmness. "If you truly don't wish to drink it, it can be discarded. You are an utter nuisance," he added. Chu Feng cast a glance at Yi Tanqing, who stood awkwardly, her barely perceptible tremor suggesting a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Regardless, he leaned forward to grasp the beverage. Yi Tanqing's eyes sparkled, and her fingers, which were clasped behind her back, involuntarily curled. The moment his hand enveloped the drink, he presented it along with a straw to Shen Qinglin's lips. Impatiently, Chu Feng urged, "Drink up. If you don't, he'll linger here indefinitely." What else with this? Casually bringing a cup of water after a date? Forcing them to drink? He internally lamented, feeling exasperated, yet he found himself unable to resolutely dismiss the situation. "Just drink it." Shen Qinglin blinked in surprise, the suddenness of it all catching him off guard. He reluctantly took a sip, offering his verdict, "It's overly sweet." In truth, it was a refreshing sweetness, but Shen Qinglin had long been abstaining from sugar due to his fitness regimen, making him particularly sensitive to sweetness. Yi Tanqing watched in dismay as Shen Qinglin consumed the drink, feeling even more uncomfortable than before. Had he known this would transpire, he would have abstained from drinking altogether and left the room earlier. He felt out of place in this scenario. Overly sweet? Chu Feng mocked with a smirk, lifting his gaze to Yi Tanqing. "Doesn't this prove that the love life of our academic prodigy is indeed sweet and wonderful?" Was this a new form of sarcasm? Yi Tanqing swallowed hard, his throat tightening. "My love life is not sweet. It is bitter. Whatever sweetness it may hold is irrelevant." Chu Feng chuckled softly, his gaze fixated on the television. "Thus, there is indeed a love life." Suddenly, Shen Qinglin exclaimed, "Hey, there are little round bits at the bottom of the cup. They're delightful to chew. Want to get a try? He extended the drink, which he had just sipped, towards Chu Feng, seemingly oblivious to the fact that a straw should not be shared between two individuals. Just as Chu Feng was about to express his disdain and decline the offer, a thought struck him as he noticed Yi Tanqing's apparent intention to leave. Before he could second-guess himself, he blurted out, "I'll give it a try." If Yi Tanqing could share a straw with someone else, why couldn't he? Although he did feel a twinge of distaste towards the straw that Shun Chenglin had bitten, he reasoned that such a retaliation was unwarranted, like a petty act of defiance. It would only reveal his concern over Yi Tanqing's actions. Yet, Chu Feng found himself unable to resist this rather foolish impulse, clinging to the memories of those 6 years. It was maddening. Could Yi Tanqing not hover before him? Why all this commotion? No. As Chu Feng leaned closer to the straw, his nostrils flared with the urge to weep. He fought to suppress the tears, holding his breath. The white straw loomed before him, and just as his lips were about to make contact, a flash of white caught his peripheral vision. No! Above the drink that Shun Chenglin held, a hand descended to cover the straw, halting Chu Feng's intended action. The owner of that hand was none other than Yi Tanqing. "What are you doing?" Shun Chenglin exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Feng nearly brushed his lips against the back of her hand. The warmth of his breath met Yi Tanqing's skin before returning to his own senses, leaving Chu Feng momentarily stunned as he instinctively recoiled. As Yi Tanqing's expression stiffened in the moment Chu Feng withdrew, he snatched the drink cup from Shun Chenglin's grasp. Subsequently, he turned and walked past the trash bin, unhesitatingly tossing the drink into it. A resounding crash echoed. When Xiaoyan, startled, removed his headphones and glanced at the trio. "What is happening?" Chu Feng, without receiving a reply, heard Yi Tanqing's voice, his hand hanging limply by his trouser leg. "If you dislike it, then do not drink it." He had not consumed it earlier, yet now it had been sipped by Shun Chenglin. Just refrain from drinking it again. Such an action is akin to an indirect kiss. Yi Tanqing, comprehend it. Chapter 49. Do not speak recklessly, dislike it, and do not drink. Yi Tanqing's words now seemed hypocritical given his earlier actions. "If you refuse to let me drink, why purchase it in the first place?" Chu Feng had endured for far too long. All his repressed emotions surged forth, culminating in an uncontrollable shout. Simultaneously, he hurled the remote control directly towards the trash bin, as if aiming for Yi Tanqing's leg. However, the remote soared past Yi Tanqing's leg and struck the bin with a forceful thud, dislodging 2 batteries in the process, producing a considerable noise. When Xiaoyan, having only just removed his headphones, could no longer remain seated upon witnessing the scene, he rushed over to restrain Chu Feng. "Do not resort to violence. Can we not speak amicably?" This was yet another instance of Chu Feng's old habit of throwing things in frustration. Chu Feng had no intention of resorting to violence. He shook off when Xiaoyan's grip irritably and demanded, "What do you mean by this? You took it upon yourself to buy a drink, yet only 1 cup, which you handed to me alone. Who are you trying to irritate? Are you unaware that both when Xiaoyan and I reside in the dormitory? Is this a direct affront towards me? Only 1 cup? Moreover, it was purchased from the tea shop we just visited. Is this an attempt to curry favor, or an act of showiness?" Chu Feng could not refrain from overthinking. Upon Yi Tanqing's return, he insisted that Chu Feng drink the beverage, which Chu Feng had begrudgingly accepted, suppressing his irritation as he initially offered it to the guest. Yet, after Shun Chenglin had taken a sip, Yi Tanqing's sudden frenzy to reclaim it and discard it was beyond rationality. Was his conduct befitting a normal person? Shun Chenglin was, after all, a guest visiting the dormitory for the first time. Was this truly Yi Tanqing's approach to hospitality? He was acutely aware that Shun Chenglin was a new friend of Chu Feng's. Was this a deliberate act to undermine him? If it were the previous incarnation of Chu Feng, witnessing Yi Tanqing discard the milk tea into the trash might have led him to endure the slight. He would have waited for Yi Tanqing to depart, feigning indifference while explaining to his friends that Yi Tanqing's actions stemmed from excessive work pressure. He would have concocted lies to obscure their discord, maintaining a facade that Yi Tanqing was madly in love with him. Then, he could simply reorder a few drinks to smooth things over. For once there was a conflict, to resolve it would inevitably involve one party being wronged. However, reborn Chu Feng was unwilling to be wronged any longer. Why should he indulge Yi Tanqing's peculiar temperament? Today, you would demand clarity. Speak. What does it mean that you only bought one cup? Chu Feng, it's Gong Li. Standing in the space between the living room and the corridor, Yi Tanqing faced them sideways. Clad in a white shirt and deep blue jeans, his posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding an air of serene detachment. In truth, his heart had long since withered. Upon hearing Chu Feng speak to him, Yi Tanqing reluctantly turned around. His expression was one of bewilderment. As he pressed his lips together and lowered his gaze to the ground, then instinctively bent down to retrieve the remote control. He picked up the batteries scattered on the floor, reassembled the remote, and placed it back on the table. He casually grabbed a tissue and once again crouched down, his tall, rigid form beginning to clean up the plastic shards of the remote's casing. He was meticulous, utterly absorbed in his task. Disregarding Chu Feng's questions and the earlier incident where Chu Feng nearly hurled something at him, he accepted everything Chu Feng did with a dispassionate calmness, resembling a machine. Shun Chenglin, observing from the side, felt a surge of impatience. Yi, hurry and respond. Why did you throw away the drink I had? He wished for a quarrel, a scuffle to unfold, allowing him the opportunity to assist Chu Feng in overpowering Yi Tanqing, thus creating a rift between them. Perhaps he could seize the chance to oust Yi Tanqing and move in with Chu Feng himself. Oh, how he anticipated that. Chu Feng, meanwhile, watched Yi Tanqing diligently gathering the remnants, seemingly deaf to the reprimands about the necessity of reporting and compensating for damaged dormitory items, with serious consequences, including potential credit deductions. This is a dormitory, not your home. Yi Tanqing formally assured, I will not purchase beverages for you in the future. My apologies. Having cleaned up and offered his apologies, he prepared to leave. Hold on. What mess this is? Chu Feng's frustration intensified. Why did you only buy one cup? Is it so difficult to provide an answer? If it weren't for Wen Xiaoyan restraining him from behind the sofa, he would have rushed over, seized Yi Tanqing by the ear, and shouted his inquiries. You can't just walk away without clarifying. Does avoiding the issue resolve anything? Yi Tanqing obediently halted, refraining from departing further, yet he pursed his lips in silence, pondering whether he could articulate his thoughts. Chu Feng's relentless questioning weighed heavily upon him. However, he feared that speaking up would only exacerbate Chu Feng's anger. Yi Tanqing's eyes flickered with distress, his stern visage unconsciously tightening as he glanced at Wen Xiaoyan. He spoke candidly and directly, his tone precise. I do not wish to spend money on Wen Xiaoyan. Is it so hard to comprehend that I only bought one cup? Every cent in his account was hard-earned, derived from the scholarships bestowed upon him, not to be squandered recklessly. Was this a fault? His relationship with Wen Xiaoyan wasn't particularly close, and Wen Xiaoyan hadn't explicitly requested him to buy 2 cups. Yi Tanqing saw no issue in his actions. What's wrong with that? A sudden silence enveloped the living room. None had anticipated such a response. After all, the 3 individuals present had never experienced poverty. They could not fathom that Yi Tanqing's reluctance to purchase an additional cup stemmed from his desire to conserve funds. My goodness, Wen Xiaoyan behind the sofa gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. Yi, you've received a scholarship of 99,000 upon your admission, yet you can't spare the expense for a cup of milk tea for me? How frugal can you be? It's one thing to be thrifty, but to express it so bluntly. Yi Tanqing felt no remorse as she gazed at Wen Xiaoyan. Had you informed me in advance, I might have considered treating you to bubble tea. Perhaps, but not necessarily. This is contingent upon the fact that you genuinely care for Chu Feng. However, it would require you to take the initiative to request a cup. I would never be the one to offer. Wen Xiaoyan was fuming, her braids swaying wildly, yet she lacked the courage to confront directly. I could buy my own drink. Who is short on money for bubble tea? Yi Tanqing nodded in satisfaction. That would be ideal. I am not particularly inclined to spend my money on others. Therefore, if you purchase me a cup, I should express my gratitude for your expenditure of 20 yuan. Chu Feng felt he was missing the crux of the conversation. His mind clouded with frustration, unsure of what to inquire. Suddenly, Wen Xiaoyan's voice rang out from behind the sofa, Brother Yi, so you prioritize romantic interests over friendships. You can treat a girl to bubble tea, yet I must submit a request to have one. I have never treated anyone to bubble tea, Yi Tanqing retorted. dispelling any notions of his generosity. One must know when to save and when to spend. When Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, do you really make the girl pay for her drink on dates? That's quite peculiar. Yi Tanqing, growing impatient, pursed his lips. I did not consume any. Therefore, why should I pay? Should I be responsible for the entire clientele of the tea shop? He turned to head toward the bathroom, but paused, glancing back at Wen Xiaoyan. Why do you persist in suggesting that I go on dates? What purpose would I have in a bubble tea shop? Only Chu Feng knows the truth. Please refrain from making baseless assumptions. Yi Tanqing had little patience for gossip. Wen Xiaoyan was the first to dare approach him so openly, prompting a warning. Do not speak carelessly. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan exchanged perplexed looks, while Xun Qinglin appeared equally bewildered. What does that mean? They chorused in confusion. Wen Xiaoyan turned to Chu Feng. Do you know what Yi Shuaba does in bubble tea shops? I have no idea, Chu Feng replied, exasperated, crumpling a wet tissue and tossing it aside. His aim was impeccable, the ball landing straight in the wastebasket. Why did Yi Tanqing speak in such cryptic terms? Was it not a date? This question remained unanswered. Chu Feng, burdened with uncertainty and determined to suppress it, chose to ignore Yi Tanqing's contradictory nature as he lay languidly on the sofa. After an hour had passed, Yi Tanqing remained in his room, and at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Feng and Xun Qinglin began to peruse the textbooks required for their upcoming classes. Brothers, you stay here. I am heading back to my room, Wen Xiaoyan announced punctually, closing his game interface and rising from the sofa, ready to work. This afternoon, he planned to illustrate his cherished character, Ma Xiantong. The process of creating sketches occurred weekly and would extend into the night, with no fixed end time. Chu Feng had grown accustomed to Wen Xiaoyan's weekly routine, nodding in response. If you get hungry, message me in advance, and I will order takeout. Wen Xiaoyan began to gather his headphones and charging cables, his slender frame conveying a sense of youthful innocence, devoid of any rebelliousness, a tender boy in his teenage years. Holding his headphones, he straightened his back and gazed into the kitchen. Brother, it seems there is a pot. We can hot pot some vegetables. Would you like to eat? I'll make a note to order 2 servings of chicken soup for the cooking. Chu Feng agreed, even though it was summer. Memories nestled within his mind would occasionally resurface. In his previous life, after marrying Wen Xiaoyan, he had suggested cooking hot pot in their villa during a snowy day, enjoying the warmth it brought. However, Chu Feng had declined, fearing the smell might displease Yi Tanqing. That day was bitterly cold, with the wind swirling snow as he and Wen Xiaoyan, bundled in down jackets, drove to a hot pot restaurant. The icy roads led to an unexpected rear-end collision. They sat shivering on the roadside, necks drawn in against the biting wind while waiting for the insurance adjuster. After finally resolving the car accident, they hastily found a restaurant and had 2 bowls of crab roe noodles before Wen Xiaoyan returned home. Then came spring, summer, and by autumn, Chu Feng tragically perished in a car crash. He never had the chance to enjoy hot pot with Wen Xiaoyan. Let us eat, Chu Feng murmured, deliberately steeling himself, disregarding whether that person would approve. He and Wen Xiaoyan wished to dine together, and so they would. Wen Xiaoyan had already retreated to the bedroom. Xun Qinglin set down his textbook, full of anticipation. Hot pot. I've heard it's delightful. May I join? You probably won't enjoy it. It's quite spicy. Chu Feng declined, for he yearned only to share a quiet meal with Wen Xiaoyan to compensate for the missed opportunity. I want to take a nap, Chu Feng said as he curled up with a pillow on the sofa. By the way, don't take what happened earlier to heart. I'll treat you to the finest bubble tea another day, the 60 yuan a cup kind. Who would want Yi Tanqing's mediocre bubble tea? Fine, Xun Qinglin replied, wanting to say more, but Chu Feng closed his eyes, feigning sleep, signaling his disinterest in conversation. Even Xun Qinglin, with all his naivety, understood the dismissal. Then I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow morning. They shared a classroom at 8:30 the next day. Chu Feng, eyes still shut, replied, be downstairs by 7:30. We'll have breakfast before heading to class. As Xun Qinglin prepared to leave, he suddenly paused, recalling something. He crouched beside the sofa, eyeing Chu Feng's leg. Does it still hurt? He asked, pointing to the red mark on Chu Feng's thigh, though it was obscured by the pillow. It doesn't hurt anymore. Chu Feng lazily opened his eyes. Just walk steadily. Shun Chunlin hesitated, particularly captivated by the boy casually lounging on the sofa, his lazy demeanor exuding an inexplicable charm, a blend of sexiness and unawareness that drew him in. Crouching beside the sofa, Shun Chunlin nervously fidgeted with the fabric, boldly yet cautiously asking, "Actually, I could sit here and watch you sleep. I wouldn't disturb you. Are you out of your mind?" Chu Feng pretended to kick him. "Get lost." The motion of kicking inadvertently created an intimate atmosphere in the area concealed by the pillow, although to an onlooker, it would seem trivial. In the eyes of Shun Chunlin, at his youthful age filled with vigor, his gaze darkened instantly. He desperately resisted the impulse to grasp Chu Feng's ankle, as an alarm rang out in his heart, warning him that should he dare to seize that ankle, their friendship would likely be irreparably damaged. For reasons unknown, Shun Chunlin harbored this ominous premonition. He reminded himself to remain patient, to pursue steadily and develop love gradually. He would allow Chu Feng the time to accept him, and he would do so earnestly. "I'm leaving," Shun Chunlin said, turning back thrice as he departed from the ninth-floor dormitory. His affection for Chu Feng was profound. The moment the tall, athletic boy stepped outside, Chu Feng gently opened his eyes, gazing at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. He had no habit of taking afternoon naps. He simply wished to avoid solitary interaction with Shun Chunlin, as they were not yet familiar enough, which felt exhausting. He preferred to lie alone. "Are you free later?" A voice suddenly echoed in the silent living room, clear and deep. Chu Feng jumped, looking up to see Tanxing, arms crossed over his chest, silently leaning against the television. When did he arrive?" Chu Feng was taken aback. Shun Chunlin had barely left 5 minutes ago, and Yi Tanxing had already emerged. Was he monitoring the living room? "Mind your own business," Chu Feng replied, clutching a pillow to his chest and shifting from lying flat to sleeping on his side, shutting his eyes to avoid looking at Yi Tanxing's face. "If you have something to say, just say it. I may not even help you." Yi Tanxing's tone clearly indicated he sought assistance. "Why not ask that girl you were drinking milk tea with for help? I'm busy. I still plan to have hot pot tonight." The disdain for Yi Tanxing was palpable. Chapter 51. Sending a package, could you do me a favor? Yi Tanxing leaned against the television, his gaze swiftly scanning the sofa, deliberately avoiding lingering on Chu Feng's bare legs, before turning to the entrance. On the bar counter of the open kitchen lay a luxurious cream-white packaging box, which Yi Tanxing had placed there alongside his drink upon returning. He knew Chu Feng had no habit of napping. He was merely being lazy. "Let us discuss this." Yi Tanxing approached the sofa, adopting a pleading tone. "I need to step out for a bit. I'm pressed for time to send a parcel. I've already scheduled a courier to pick it up at the school gate in half an hour. Could you send the gift box for me?" "Sorry, but I'm not available," Chu Feng rejected outright. Yet, the frown beneath the pillow was evident. "A gift box for whom? Where is it going?" It seemed Yi Tanxing had no relatives, nor had he mentioned any friends. The only possibilities were either a girlfriend or another girlfriend. "Oh, and there was that girl named Anna overseas. Who exactly are you sending it to?" "I really don't have time." Yi Tanxing expressed a hint of disappointment, sensing that Chu Feng might be deliberately making things difficult for him. "Could you get up? Just send the package." The tall, imposing figure beside the sofa fixed his gaze upon him, relentlessly demanding assistance. Chu Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under that scrutiny, his irritation mounting. With a swift motion, he sat upright, legs crossed, and addressed Yi Tanxing. "Where do you intend to send this?" "Yi Tanxing, have you begun to order me around now? Do you presume upon my father as support?" They had just quarreled, or rather, he had perceived it as such. Their relationship was evidently strained. Did Yi Tanxing truly have such pressing matters that he could not seek help elsewhere? "Internationally," he replied. Yi Tanxing's pupils constricted slightly, shaking his head to indicate that he was not trying to order him about. His tones softened, and his expression grew more rigid. "Please help me send it. I'll help you with nothing." Chu Feng replied, a lazy smirk on his face, deliberately letting the unrefined words slip into Yi Tanxing's ears, his tone laced with impatience. "Just vanish from my sight. I want to sleep. What nonsense is this about sending a package? Go away." Yi Tanxing listened to the foul language without feeling any aversion, for it was not the first time he had heard it. Instead, it felt like a gentle scratching at the tip of his heart, akin to a kitten's paw, eliciting a peculiar itch. A bittersweet sensation welled within him, a mixture of difficulty and disappointment. "Stop delaying my rest. Consider this a favor," Yi Tanqing insisted, unable to find a way to counter Chu Feng's stubbornness. "I have an urgent matter and no time to send it myself. Enough already. Are you never satisfied? Why must you trouble me with your affairs? Don't you have other friends?" Chu Feng grumbled under his breath. Yet, he still rose from the sofa, not out of a desire to assist Yi Tanqing, but out of curiosity about what lay within the gift box and to whom it was addressed. Yi Tanqing lowered his gaze as he observed Chu Feng slip on his slippers, remaining silent in response to Chu Feng's complaints. He followed Chu Feng quietly toward the kitchen bar. "It's this," Yi Tanqing pointed. They stood at the bar, and Chu Feng reached out to prod the packaging. It was a creamy white square box. Chu Feng feigned impatience, asking, "What is this?" "A handbag," Yi Tanqing replied. "Open the box. The courier will verify it shortly. Just display it to him like this and retain the tracking number." As the box opened, Chu Feng's expression darkened. Inside lay a pearl chain handbag, one he had recently seen in a photograph, slung over Yi Tanqing's shoulder. It seemed to belong to that girl. Wait a moment. If the bag belongs to her, can't you just give it back directly? Who are you sending it to? To someone overseas. Anna? Chu Feng's gaze cooled slightly as he pointed at the bag's logo. Feigning nonchalance. "This brand is rather expensive. Is your scholarship sufficient for this? You wouldn't even spare enough for a cup of milk tea. Yet, you're willing to buy an extravagant bag for your first love? With such wealth, why rely on Chu Jinyuan as support? Live on your own. Not enough." Yi Tanqing lowered his eyes, feeling disheartened by Chu Feng's words. He pressed his lips together, as if assuring Chu Feng, "I will work hard to earn money." Earning money to buy bags? "Ha, you truly have great aspirations," Chu Feng thought, feeling a suffocating weight in his chest. The furious heartbeat resonated like distant thunder, each thump entwined with uneven breaths. He yearned to hurl the bag along with its packaging out the door. "Damn you, Yi Tanqing! How could you possibly exist? Spending your scholarship on a bag for some woman, and even going so far as to send it overseas. You engage in such antics, and still expect my assistance in shipping it. Ah, how I wish to rid the world of Yi Tanqing." Chu Feng felt on the verge of explosion. "You know the address. I shall take my leave now." Yi Tanqing instructed Chu Feng on how to send the parcel, preparing to change her shoes before stepping out. By the entrance, the dormitory regulations were posted, forbidding entry of opposite-gender classmates into the dorm. Both Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan had agreed to this during the signing. Yet, Chu Feng did not abide by it. Yi Tanqing found herself in a grim mood. She did not wish to encounter Shin Chenglin in the dormitory, fully aware of his feelings for Chu Feng. She was even less inclined to witness their interactions. Yi Tanqing felt suffocated, yet she hesitated to demand that Chu Feng adhere to the rules. "So be it. Stop right there." Chu Feng, engulfed in rage, was interrupted by Yi Tanqing's remark about the address. He turned, bewildered, to see Yi Tanqing changing her shoes and questioned, "What do you mean, the address I know? Who is it for?" "You don't know?" Yi Tanqing responded, perplexed, her voice flat as she uttered, "Your mother." Chu Feng exploded, "Your mother? Who are you cursing?" When had Yi Tanqing learned such profanity? No, that was wrong. "What the? Huh?" Once she had finished changing her shoes, Yi Tanqing asked in an almost conciliatory tone, "May I add you on WeChat? I can send you the purchase receipt, and if you're unaware of the hotel address in the Maldives, I can provide that as well." "Oh sure, go ahead," Chu Feng replied, momentarily stunned as he pulled out his phone and opened his email, which he had neglected to check for days. He found several emails from his mother sent yesterday. "Son, have you been busy lately? Here's a glimpse of the moon in the Maldives. The seaside islands are stunning. You should come travel here with your classmates during your break. Remember to pick up the package at the door tomorrow morning for inspection. The current purchases are rife with fakes. Take a photo of it on your back to show me. Love you. Son, why aren't you replying? I can't reach you by phone. The purchasing agent is already en route to your school." Chu Feng's phone automatically blocked unfamiliar calls. He could not even receive domestic calls, let alone international ones. Unable to contact her son, Chu's mother resorted to an irate call to Chu's father, who instructed Yi Tanqing to wake Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng was still asleep. Yi Tanqing stood before his door, contemplating. but ultimately decided against waking him and took it upon herself to run an errand for him. In the sweltering heat, Yi Tianqing sat in a milk tea shop, listening to the purchasing staff discuss women's bags, a subject she knew little about, her expression blank as the salesgirl explained the materials and designs. Following Chu's mother's instructions, she slung the bag over her shoulder for the agent to photograph, ensuring the bag was in good condition for a successful handover. While posing for the picture, Yi Tianqing managed to muster a polite smile for the camera, intended for Chu's mother. Finally, he presented a cup of persimmon beverage to Chu Feng, believing that his assistance would be appreciated and that Chu Feng would not disdain the drink he had purchased. However, upon returning to the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of Shun Qinglin also present. Shun Qinglin was playfully nestled against Chu Feng's thigh. At that moment, Yi Tianqing assumed that after waking up, Chu Feng would check his emails or receive countless calls from his mother, thus understanding his visit to the milk tea shop. He had gone to help Chu Feng retrieve a bag for his mother, so it could hardly be deemed a date. Yet, when Xiaoyan insisted it was indeed a date, and Chu Feng joined in the teasing, he was unwilling to drink the beverage Yi Tianqing had bought, instead offering it to Shun Qinglin and venting his frustration by hurling the remote control. Yi Tianqing found nothing particularly alarming about these actions. He believed enduring such moments was a matter of course. This included Chu Feng's earlier remark about sending the package being a favor. Yi Tianqing thought that by voluntarily taking on this task, he was responsible for its completion. Now, having to step out to consult a professor was indeed his own oversight, causing inconvenience to Chu Feng. In any case, Yi Tianqing maintained his usual expression, added Chu Feng on WeChat, and sent him the receipt and address all at once. Finally, he picked up some academic materials and, with an aloof demeanor, addressed Chu Feng. "I'm stepping out for a moment. I apologize for the trouble." Yi Tianqing, while informing Chu Feng about sending items to his own mother, expressed his apologies. Chu Feng felt as though Yi Tianqing was being sarcastic. Yet he understood that was not her intention. No, it couldn't be. Chu Feng felt suffocated by the situation. How could things have turned out this way? He had not even seen his mother's emails. Why didn't Yi Tianqing take the initiative to inform him? Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng called out to Yi Tianqing, pulling her by the collar of her white shirt and pushing her against the bar, exclaiming, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Feng shouted, both fierce and impatient. Yi Tianqing's gaze fell despondently, her eyes lowered. "I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong." She offered her apology. Chapter 52. Acting on impulse at 2:30 in the afternoon, blinding sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, filtered by the half-drawn white sheer curtains, transforming into a soft glow that illuminated the vicinity of the open kitchen. The ambient light was warm, yet the atmosphere remained tense. Before the cold gray-black bar counter, Yi Tianqing murmured an apology in a hushed tone, perhaps the only comforting words she could muster. Clad in a white shirt, her slender waist pressed against the unforgiving stone edge, she attempted to lean back, seeking to evade the boy who had firmly grasped her collar. The boy was visibly angry, seemingly on the verge of reprimanding her. The indoor air conditioning was pleasantly cool, yet the proximity of their bodies generated a warmth that quickly enveloped them, affecting their already uneven breaths. Chu Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his breathing erratic, clearly agitated. "Can you please let go of me?" Yi Tianqing asked. With her collar firmly gripped, she could only quickly lift her chin and turn her face away, striving to maintain a distance from Chu Feng's countenance. Daring not to meet his gaze. "You want to help me get something for my mother? Why didn't you tell me? Is your mouth merely for show?" Chu Feng found it difficult to comprehend this matter. "Would it not have been prudent for you to inform me beforehand that you would assist me?" Even if Yi Tianqing had merely given him a heads up, he would not have misinterpreted that photograph, nor would he have suffered a burn on his leg. Additionally, regarding the milk tea with 2 straws on that table, why did Yi Tianqing not clarify that he had not consumed it? It seems rather unjust. How could one explain such a situation? No one had inquired with Yi Tianqing about the 2 straws. Only by asking would he respond. Yet, why could Yi Tianqing not take the initiative to mention it? Upon returning to the dormitory, why could he not simply state that he had not drank from that cup of milk tea? It was not a date. It was merely a trip to retrieve a package from a purchasing agent. Could he not have stood in the living room and informed them? Chu Feng was vexed by this, even though he had no valid reason to be angry, nor any grounds to demand an explanation from Yi Tanqing. In summary, his thoughts were a tumultuous mess. Chu Feng remained irate. Thus, he grasped Yi Tanqing's collar and, in an accusatory tone, shouted at him. He blamed Yi Tanqing for having no business assisting him. From his perspective, the pronounced Adam's apple above the white shirt collar exhibited a striking definition, slowly and rhythmically rolling under his somewhat fierce gaze, as though the owner of that Adam's apple were anxious. At that moment, Yi Tanqing's gaze had nowhere to rest as he had been asleep, drifting for a few seconds until it landed on an A4 sheet at the entrance. Uncle Chu called me, and I want to fetch it for you. I apologize. The paper detailed the dormitory regulations with clarity, diverting Yi Tanqing's attention from Chu Feng's smooth knee, which was pressing against the inner thigh of Yi Tanqing as if to prevent him from leaving, forcibly pinning him in place. Yet, the proximity was excessive. It was so close that Yi Tanqing could perceive the faintly sweet aroma of double-skinned milk lingering at the corner of Chu Feng's lips. The closeness made it difficult for Yi Tanqing to breathe, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to retreat. His self-control was not as formidable as Chu Feng presumed. He feared that he might succumb to temptation and desire to taste the double-skinned milk. No, he must not. Yi Tanqing furrowed his brow, causing Chu Feng to slightly withdraw. Nevertheless, his grip on the white shirt remained unyielding. His fingers could faintly sense the warmth emanating from beneath the shirt, which was more intense than Yi Tanqing's usual body temperature. Chu Feng did not dwell on why Yi Tanqing was so warm. His mind was preoccupied with the events of the day. Why did my father call you, and why did you not inform me? We share the same dormitory. Is it too taxing for you to take a couple of steps to my door and knock? You were asleep. Yi Tanqing responded promptly, reiterating what he had just said. He turned his face away, exposing his neck beneath Chu Feng's watchful eyes, showcasing his taut, pristine skin and clear veins, a vampire's delight. But what of it? Chu Feng averted his gaze, refusing to fixate on Yi Tanqing's neck, his voice still laden with frustration. What does your sleeping have to do with knocking on my door? Should I be concerned that you might disturb my slumber? Chu Feng's gaze shifted upwards, fixated on Yi Tanqing's profile, awaiting a response that would trickle out as if squeezed from a tube of toothpaste. Each inquiry elicited only a few words, exasperating. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yi Tanqing remained silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Chu Feng felt a surge of pent-up frustration, his tone as sharp as a chili pepper. You took it upon yourself to act on my behalf without even informing me. Why do you meddle in my family's affairs? Who do you think you are to me? I'm sorry, Yi Tanqing replied, her voice muffled with regret for her presumptuousness. I wanted to talk to you, but I don't have your WeChat. I was also afraid you might be asleep, so I didn't dare to call. It seemed that no matter what she did, it would only provoke Chu Feng's anger. Soon, Yi Tanqing pinpointed the crux of the matter and made a solemn promise. Her tone was both earnest and formal. In the future, if anything concerning your family arises, I will inform you at once and will refrain from acting on my own accord, provided you don't remove me from your WeChat. Yi Tanqing thought to herself that she should also say, I won't meddle in your family matters any longer. Please do not be upset. However, she refrained from uttering those words. After all these years, having lost her parents and lacking relatives or friends, she was deeply indebted to the Chu family for their support. Uncle Chu had treated her with profound kindness and care, and even more so, she could not bear to detach herself from Chu Feng. She felt compelled to involve herself in the affairs of the Chu family. Yi Tanqing lowered her gaze, contemplating, but if Uncle Chu calls me again, I will still assist him. I'm sorry, I cannot refrain from getting involved. Oh, you are helping me today, because Chu Feng's feverish thoughts were suddenly doused with icy clarity, and he paused, bewildered, asking, is it because of my father? After his rebirth, he had resolved to suppress any expectations of Yi Tanqing and refrain from caring whether she had a boyfriend. Yet today, just moments ago, he inexplicably found himself unable to resist that foolish yearning to be favored by her. He pondered why she had bought him a drink, why she had knocked on his door to wake him. He fiddled with 2 straws, scrutinized the pearl chain bag, and was foolish enough to burn his own leg. Questions swirled in his mind, incessantly probing. In that instant, those unwarranted expectations transformed into a barbed boomerang, piercing sharply into Chu Feng's heart, awakening him to a painful realization. Yi Tianqing remained silent, as if lost in thought. Consequently, Chu Feng gazed at the quiet figure before him, his throat dry and hoarse. You didn't knock to wake me because you had no intention of considering my feelings. You simply did whatever my father asked you to do. Is that right? Am I nothing more than a tool for you to repay my father's kindness? Yi Tianqing, you truly are remarkable. Chu Feng inhaled sharply, stepping back, his gaze fixed intently on her face. Is your mind consumed by gratitude? Are you genuinely appreciative of my father and me? You must answer me. This was a question Chu Feng had long wished to ask in his previous life, and he was only now finding the courage to voice it. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianqing nodded. As Chu Feng took a step back, she adjusted her white shirt. I am indeed grateful to you both. In truth, you need not feel burdened by my assistance. It is my duty. If you lose your temper with me, it matters not. If you enjoy breaking things, I will gladly help you pick them up. She was willing to do anything for Chu Feng. Yi Tianqing spoke with utmost seriousness, her tone meticulous. I will do anything you need. I will assist in supervising Uncle Chu regarding his healthy diet and regular checkups. He will help take care of Father Chu, ensuring he does not fall ill again. Everything has been meticulously planned. Yi Tianqing is also learning to express her loyalty to Chu Feng, needing to articulate her feelings. It's perfectly fine to date, and marriage is also acceptable. Even if there is indifference for 2 years afterward, that is all right, isn't it, Yi Tianqing? Scoundrel, you wretch. Chu Feng's lips trembled, his heart gripped by an overwhelming force, feeling as if he could scarcely breathe. What should I do? I cannot shed tears. He bit his teeth, lowering his head as he pushed Yi Tianqing toward the door. Leave. Quickly, get out. Confused by Chu Feng's sudden outburst, Yi Tianqing sought to apologize earnestly. I promise I will tell you next time. Get out. Chu Feng insisted, continuously urging her outside. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. Chu Feng, like a dying fish, leaned against the door, burying his head in his arms, gasping for breath, holding back tears until his eyes turned crimson, desperately blinking. Soon, he bit down on his knuckles to regain composure, soothing himself inwardly. It's all right, it's over now. Yi Tianqing is gone. Everything is fine. It was only when pain radiated from his bitten fingers that he realized he must not harm himself. He reached for a decorative vase on the entrance cabinet, restraining himself, truly exercising restraint. 5 seconds later, he hurled it at the door. The loud crash of shattering glass echoed through the air. He struck with fervor, a familiar scene replaying as if it had occurred countless times before. Outside, Yi Tianqing stood rigidly, her back turned, repeating I'm sorry, in a mechanical rhythm, cold sweat beading on her pale forehead. She was at a loss, unsure how to avoid inciting Chu Feng's anger and disdain. Yi Tianqing felt a deep loathing for herself, yet she was perplexed by the challenge of appeasing Chu Feng. It seemed nearly impossible. What she said wrong? She had no clue, utterly devoid of direction. Inside and outside the door, their bodies were merely a threshold apart, yet their hearts felt worlds apart. One stood rigidly, repeatedly uttering apologies, while the other slid down against the shoe cabinet, one hand shielding her eyes, head bowed, shoulders trembling as she struggled to process the suffocating emotions that made her wish for death. In the campus of High University, numerous ginkgo trees curled under the relentless sun, the heat overwhelming them. They were drowning in this disjointed silence. Chapter 54, Selection International Package. Is your family over there having fun? The delivery man chatted cheerfully. Dressed in sunglasses, Chu Feng handed over the box, lacking the mood for conversation. Once the shipping procedures were completed, he turned to head back. On the way, he stopped by the supermarket to buy 2 bags of ice, carrying them back to the dormitory. The sun scorched his head, making his hair feel as if it were burning. At the dormitory elevator entrance, the sweltering heat outside dissipated significantly as one entered the dormitory lobby. The supervisor, an older gentleman, was leisurely enjoying a slice of watermelon while watching television, the background noise dominated by the sounds of a war drama. punctuated by gunfire and shouts of the 2nd Battalion commander, is surrounded. A few bespectacled male students awaited the elevator, wiping away beads of sweat and engaging in casual conversation. Chu Feng, clad in a black and white tank top beneath a white windbreaker, stood out against the reflective steel of the elevator entrance. His oversized black sunglasses obscuring half his face, which only amplified his imposing presence. The others at the elevator glanced at him before resuming their chatter, subtly granting him more space. It was palpable. The boy in the sunglasses emanated an air of low pressure, making it clear that any provocation might lead to confrontation. Raising a hand to adjust his sunglasses, Chu Feng could overhear snippets of their conversation. How many spots are available? Does it add credits? Of course. Those selected for the shoot will at least gain some recognition among the tech elite of Haicheng, making it easier to secure a job post-graduation. I heard this selection process doesn't consider academic performance. It's all about height and looks. Stop talking nonsense. For promotional video with the maritime industry, being on camera is essential. The requirements are clearly outlined on the website. A height of over 180 centimeters, a pleasing appearance that showcases the spirit of Haida University students, and a certain level of language and performance skills to cooperate with the educational video production. There's even a chance to receive an award on stage at the tech hall. Isn't that quite a public display? Do you think I can manage it? Look at me. You should give a rest. When is the selection process? Is it too late for me to get cosmetic surgery? You don't even stand at 175 meters. Surgery wouldn't suffice. You need to lengthen your legs significantly. Wow. Are you really that harsh on your friends? Haicheng, as a burgeoning maritime city, has increasingly prioritized research and development in maritime technology, receiving substantial backing from higher authorities. In a past life, Chu Feng hadn't paid much attention to such matters. However, he was aware that under the guidance and support of organizations, Haicheng was poised to become a pinnacle in maritime technology, attracting a multitude of elite teams and producing advanced vessels like the N6, which played a crucial role in safeguarding and defending the nation's maritime territory. Yi Tanqing's primary research focus lay in maritime technology, holding dual degrees in chemical and physical sciences. It was rumored that he had been mandated to pursue a doctorate, meaning he would be 30 upon graduation. In his previous life, Chu Feng had not pursued further studies after completing his undergraduate degree. At that time, Yi Tanqing was still a graduate student, constantly shuttling between the university, the laboratory, the Chu Corporation, and his family villa, perpetually busy. Subsequently, he established his own research team, tackling complex issues. Chu Feng could not grasp the nature of Yi Tanqing's incessant work. He only knew that Yi Tanqing was extraordinarily busy. Occasionally, Yi Tanqing would bring work home, with documents and his computer occupying the study desk, often remaining awake late into the night, engrossed in his screen. It was said that the contents of his computer were not to be viewed casually. Initially, Chu Feng had been curious about what kept Yi Tanqing so occupied. One night, he stealthily approached the study, standing beside Yi Tanqing's desk. Yi Tanqing shifted her gaze from the screen, directing her attention to the boy in pajamas seated beside her. And in a steady tone, she inquired, "Is there something you need? Just going for a walk. Why do you care?" Chu Feng ziplit non jialen. I mean, you're just building a boat, right? There are countless people crowded around, studying it. I just want to see what kind of boat it is. Yi Tanqing generously displayed the screen to him, revealing an array of advanced mathematical symbols and intricate physical formulas, a document spanning several hundred pages, interspersed with both Chinese and English. After less than 3 seconds of perusal, Chu Feng, bewildered, asked, "Where's the boat?" It was nothing like the vessel he had envisioned. Why aren't there any pictures? Chu Feng's major was business administration, and his textbooks at least contained Chinese characters. This document was incomprehensible, akin to celestial scriptures. There isn't one. This is just a small component, Yi Tanqing replied, her long fingers curling slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the question, her voice lowering. There are still some issues that prevent us from constructing it at the moment. A small component? Is that why it's taken so long to research? It seems you're not as clever as you think, he retorted. Apologies, I will strive to improve. Yi Tanqing took his words seriously. Chu Feng gazed at her, contemplating whether to offer some words of encouragement. He realized he should indeed say something supportive. Building a ship was evidently no simple task. It was officially termed as an aircraft carrier. He scratched his forehead and turned to leave the study, unable to muster any encouraging words due to his lack of understanding. Conversing more would only reveal his ignorance. Yet, that evening, Yi Tanxing was brimming with enthusiasm for her work, fearful that Chu Feng might regard her as inept. He was right. It was rather pathetic to have spent so long on such a trivial issue. Yi Tanxing dedicated 2 days each month to fulfill the marriage contract that Chu Feng had her sign, spending a night in the villa every fortnight. She dared not request to stay longer, yet she also could not bear the thought of staying less. Their meetings were stable, occurring once every 2 weeks. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing Chu Feng, clad in sunglasses and carrying a bag of ice. Is this for the maritime promotional video selection? Will you get to meet a lot of tech luminaries? The future of the Chu Corporation appeared to be confined within the realm of maritime logistics, which was a primary reason for its singular focus. Having been reborn, Chu Feng was certain that in the coming years, maritime technology would experience a significant and sustained rise, bolstered by government support. If he could become involved in the maritime manufacturing sector, preparing to ride the wave of maritime technology, perhaps he could elevate the Chu Corporation to new heights. In his previous life, his father had displayed foresight by funding Yi Tanxing's education, which was indirectly an investment in maritime technology. Unfortunately, his sudden demise, due to a stroke, meant he never reaped the rewards of that substantial investment. This time, Chu Feng was determined not to merely pursue mineral logistics and shipping. He aspired to explore the possibility of participating in the production of maritime components. For instance, if the Chu Corporation could secure early bids to manufacture small components designed by tech giants, it could establish itself as a modest supplier in the increasingly prosperous maritime technology sector. One should not underestimate the significance of such a small role. It could yield substantial rewards. That evening, at 8:30, the lingering aroma of hot pot filled the air. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan had already disposed of the trash downstairs. Upon returning, a strong aroma of hot pot lingered in the dormitory. It was uncertain how their other roommate would react upon returning. Yi Tanxing had yet to arrive, but no one seemed to mind. Wen Xiaoyan bent down to mop the floor near the dining table, repeatedly confirming with the person wiping the table, "Bro, are you really going to participate in the selection? How boring. Filming a promotional video in this sweltering heat? I heard we might have to stay by the seaside for a week because there will be shots taken on water. Isn't that just asking to be roasted under the sun? I'll give it a try," Chu Feng thought, his mindset having shifted from being troubled by love to striving for something greater. Indeed, one must possess higher aspirations to divert their attention. He cautioned Wen Xiaoyan, "There's no guarantee I'll be selected, so don't mention it to anyone yet. It would be embarrassing if I don't make the cut." "My brother," Wen Xiaoyan chuckled, "this is a selection based on looks. If you don't get chosen, how many from our school do you think will?" In the campus of High University, most of the engineering students donned black-rimmed glasses and plaid shirts, their faces etched with the burdens of academic toil, their foreheads slightly yellowed. Figures like Yi, the academic prodigy, who excelled both in studies and appearance, were rare. Do you think a second one will emerge? If you decide to participate, you'll definitely be selected, Wen Xiaoyan assured him confidently. Chapter 55, Embarrassment after they finished cleaning. It was already 9 in the evening. Wen Xiaoyan, clutching a change of clothes, intended to take a shower. Passing through the living room, he noticed his brother Chu Feng seated on the sofa. A black laptop rested on the coffee table. "Huh?" Wen Xiaoyan approached for a closer look. The screen displayed the casting page for the promotional video. "When does the selection begin?" "The preliminary round is on Wednesday, with rounds on Thursday and Friday, totaling 3 rounds. If I perform well, I could advance to the pending group." Chu Feng perused the schedule. The screen's light illuminated his slightly swollen eyelids, accentuating the depth of his double eyelid creases. He had just told Wen Xiaoyan that the soup base was too spicy, and the little fool believed him. As Chu Feng's cursor hovered over the registration button, he decisively clicked it. "I'll sign up. I'll participate on Wednesday." "Are you truly determined to go?" Wen Xiaoyan asked, now taking it seriously upon seeing him register. If you get selected, you'll have a shoot by the seaside for a week. What is the point? It's such a hassle. The crucial matter was that once his brother left, he would have to attend classes alone. When Xiaoyan had never been fond of classes, and now, just after moving in, his brother would be gone for a week, leaving him with that other person? Oh no, please don't go. I'm scared of Yi Tianqi. When Xiaoyan was unaware that participating in this promotional video could aid Chu Feng's future career, he presumed Chu Feng was whimsically seeking a good time, which is why he urged him not to go. Chu Feng had no intention of elaborating on his career plans to win Xiaoyan, as he himself was still uncertain. One step at a time. Then, a solution struck Chu Feng. If I get selected, I'll take you with me to the seaside. You could take a week off from classes. All right, not attending classes sounds good. When Xiaoyan grinned, happily heading off for a shower. Hey, Chu Feng, dispel your lingering hopes. You need to join me for a makeup class. Tomorrow is Monday, and I will wake you up at 7 in the morning to ensure you arrive at the classroom on time. He had already arranged to meet Shen Chenlin. They would gather downstairs in the morning. When Xiaoyan felt as if the sky had collapsed once more. Oh, we have classes tomorrow. Although he would obediently comply, a part of him still dreaded attending. How unfortunate. Not long after the bathroom door had closed, Chu Feng rose from the sofa. He approached the full-length mirror beside the entrance, switched on all the lights, and scrutinized his reflection. At 19, his complexion was fair, and his features were well-defined. He possessed a slender frame, though not excessively so. His hair was dark, meeting the selection criteria perfectly. He lifted the hem of his tank top to examine his waist and abdomen in the mirror. There was no excess fat, yet muscle definition was scarce. His abdomen was flat. Surely, they wouldn't expect him to have abs. The promotional video required him to wear a naval uniform throughout, posing near ship equipment for photographs. As he was adjusting his attire before the mirror, the door suddenly clicked open. Chu Feng turned in surprise and locked eyes with the intruder. Yi Tianqi stood at the threshold, holding a phone and a document pouch, her entrance frozen in place. Clearly, she had not anticipated this scene. The bright cylindrical lights illuminated Chu Feng, who was tugging at the hem of his black and white tank top, revealing a glimpse of his youthful, firm waist. The slender line distinctly visible. His skin glowed with a warm, pearlescent white under the harsh light. The brightness was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for Yi Tianqi to look away, though she managed to divert her gaze after barely 2 seconds, attempting to escape the awkward situation. However, the confined space of the entrance offered little room for retreat, and their eyes inadvertently met once more. It was difficult to describe. Their gazes seemed to possess a tangible weight, silently colliding and sending a jolt to both their hearts. In a heartbeat, they both turned their faces away as if scorched by fire. Damn it, Chu Feng fumbled to adjust his tank top, turning his face aside while mentally cursing. Feeling utterly mortified, he had been caught while admiring himself in the mirror, his abdomen fully exposed. The embarrassment was palpable. Chu Feng wanted to declare that he wasn't a pervert, merely checking his reflection, but what was the point of explaining himself to her? The air around them grew thick with tension, both parties ensnared in an uncomfortable silence. Suddenly, with a firm motion, Yi Tianqi closed the door behind her, swiftly locking it. The nature of the dormitory's door, swinging outward, prevented Chu Feng from covering himself in time, even as he heard the sound of the lock engaging. A wave of frustration washed over him. He should have installed a mirror in his room instead of standing at the entrance to check his appearance. The bathroom had a mirror, but when Xiaoyan was showering. How exasperating. After a few seconds of awkward stillness, Yi Tianqi pursed her lips, her face taut, as she bent down to open the shoe cabinet and began changing her shoes. Out of the corner of her eye, she confirmed that Chu Feng had not yet departed. He stood less than 3 meters away to his left, and neither of them spoke. The faint sound of water splashing from the bathroom indicated that when Xiaoyan was taking a shower. Yi Tianqi wanted to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was accustomed to waiting for Chu Feng to initiate the conversation, fearing that his own words might ruin their relationship. As the brief seconds ticked by in silence, Yi Tianqi felt as though he was suffocating. Clearly, this time, Chu Feng had no intention of speaking to him. After a moment of mental blankness, Chu Feng turned and walked away. A pair of light purple flip-flops were dragged along by the boy's fare, clean feet. Swiftly moving away from the entrance cabinet and further distancing himself from Yi Tanqing. Yi Tanqing's breath became even more stifled. His heartbeat slowed. Chu Feng ignored him, enveloped in a state of disregard. This was a stark contrast to the past. Even when Chu Feng was angry with him, throwing things or cursing, he had never resorted to silence. Yi Tanqing had spent the afternoon discussing competition details with the professor, sensing that Chu Feng might be quite upset. He was unsure how to appease him. Returning to the dormitory in a despondent mood, he found Chu Feng still sulking, refusing to acknowledge him. Should he apologize? What else could he do? What to do now? Chu Feng was seated on the sofa in the living room. Yi Tanqing pretended to drink water in the kitchen, stealing glances at Chu Feng. On the sofa, Chu Feng's fingers gripped the mouse, repeatedly refreshing the page. The screen's glow illuminated his reddened face, his brows knitted in irritation, with hints of annoyance and exasperation evident in his eyes. He was waiting for Yi Tanqing to leave the living room first. Otherwise, if he stood up to return to his room, he would have to pass by Yi Tanqing, which would be a miscalculation. He should have gone straight to his room from the entrance. Why had he lingered by the sofa? He thought about the computer still being on. Yi Tanqing drank water for 3 minutes. Chu Feng's finger on the refresh button began to cramp. Suddenly, the sound of the refrigerator opening from the kitchen caught Chu Feng off guard. What did that mean? Was one bottle not enough? Was Yi Tanqing a water buffalo? Soon, Chu Feng realized as Yi Tanqing approached the sofa, holding a bottle of pure water. The sound of Chu Feng swallowing was barely audible. The sofa soon sank as Yi Tanqing sat beside him, the distance between them less than a meter. Almost instantly, Chu Feng snapped his laptop shut and stood up to leave. Wait, Yi Tanqing called out, looking up to stop him. Chu Feng did not pause. Instead, he tightened his wrist. The large, warm hand, slightly slick from the cool water droplets on the bottle, pressed against Chu Feng's wrist. The warmth of his palm mingled awkwardly with the coolness of the water droplets, creating a stark contrast that Chu Feng could distinctly feel. What are you doing? He felt as if he had been caught off guard, and abruptly shook off Yi Tanqing's touch. With one hand, he clutched the notebook as if he could hurl it at Yi Tanqing's forehead. Yi Tanqing was taken aback by his reaction, feeling increasingly anxious. Do you want some water? At a loss for words, she inquired about his desire for a drink. No. Chu Feng's breathing was uneven as he held the notebook and prepared to leave. He truly wished to avoid lingering with this benevolent student who had come to repay a debt of gratitude. There was nothing to discuss, only a sense of irritation. Wait. Yi Tanqing's heart raced, and she rose to her feet, her voice low and hoarse, almost revealing her labored breaths. I have something to say to you. She stepped in front of Chu Feng, blocking his path. After a moment's thought, she sidestepped, fearing her obstruction would only infuriate him further. Speak. Chu Feng, already somewhat impatient, found Yi Tanqing's deliberate and slow demeanor exasperating. Yet, he had witnessed her in countless speeches where she was renowned for her decisiveness and efficiency. The Yi Tanqing he encountered in the professional realm was a stark contrast to the one before him. The disparity in her character was overwhelming. Chu Feng was frustrated, utterly perplexed about the source of his irritation. He wasn't even certain which version of Yi Tanqing was authentic, nor did he know how to interact with her. It felt as if there was an insurmountable barrier to communication between them, even for the simplest exchanges. Yi Tanqing struggled for over 10 seconds, her gaze intensely fixed on Chu Feng's face, her lips unable to articulate the words, "Please do not be angry with me." A multitude of emotions condensed into those 3 words, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing those words, Chu Feng felt as though his ears were growing calloused. He should have walked away, avoiding conversation with someone who left him feeling helpless and suffocated. Yet, he could not restrain himself that evening. He shifted his posture, leaning against the armrest of the black leather sofa. The drawstring of his athletic shorts hung excessively long, swaying between his parted legs. He inquired of Yi Tanqing, "So, what exactly do you believe you owe me an apology for? Why do you always say you're sorry? If you recognize your wrongs, can you not rectify them?" Yi Tanqing faltered again, uncertain about what she had done to offend Chu Feng. All she knew was that he was upset, and her voice was hoarse with resignation. Unable to meet the gaze of his strikingly beautiful eyes, she lowered her eyelids, unconsciously fixating on the two drawstrings swaying between his legs. If you are angry, it is my fault. The drawstrings continue to sway. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, Yi Tanxing wore a simple, pristine white shirt, her demeanor cold and serious. Regarded as a prodigy by both peers and professors alike. She stood beneath the warm light, positioned before Chu Feng, who was casually seated with legs apart. The juxtaposition of her formal attire against his casual shorts created an oddly discordant tableau, as if their garments were as mismatched as their personalities. In a voice devoid of emotion, Yi Tanxing repeated, "So, I am sorry. Do you not realize how much I detest hearing you say that?" Chu Feng placed the laptop on one leg, the other leg prominently displayed. Yi Tanxing's gaze fell upon the boy's skin, reddened from the burn caused by the fish balls. His eyes momentarily froze. It was indeed a burn, a fact he recognized instantly. Your attitude in admitting your mistake is commendable, even when you are not at fault. On the surface, it may appear as though you are yielding to me, but in reality, you are merely exploiting me, aren't you? Chu Feng articulated, drawing a rational analysis from past events regarding Yi Tanxing's ulterior motives. You seek my cooperation to repay my father, making him happy, which in turn brings you joy, ultimately leading me to express my profound gratitude for your selfless care. You become the dutiful benefactor, while I am left as the tool in your scheme. What about me? Well, my own identity. Why should I serve as your instrument? Don't move, Yi Tanxing suddenly exclaimed, fixing his gaze upon Chu Feng's thigh. Hey, what are you looking at? Chu Feng retorted, baffled. You never paid me any attention before. What's with the scrutiny now? Not only did he look, but Yi Tanxing also knelt beside him, his palm hovering just above the skin of Chu Feng's leg, intently observing the nearly faded, light brown burn. How did you burn yourself? Yi Tanxing asked, his brow furrowing as he lifted his gaze, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The source of his ire stemmed from his utter ignorance of when Chu Feng had sustained the injury. Memories of the day flooded back. Shun Qinglin had been sitting on the couch, pouring water onto Chu Feng's leg. So, was he attempting to cool the burn at that moment? Chu Feng had always had a low tolerance for pain. Yi Tanxing was aware of this. Yet today, Chu Feng had burned himself and failed to inform him, and evidently, there were no signs of ointment being applied. Yi Tanxing's expression grew cold, his eyes sharp as he questioned Chu Feng with an intense stare. You clearly do not require my care. This is how you look after yourself. What is wrong with you? Chu Feng found Yi Tanxing's behavior baffling. The dutiful benefactor was once again playing his role, seeking opportunities to perform. He pushed Yi Tanxing's shoulder with his empty hand. What I do is none of your business. Stop pretending to care. He nearly lifted his foot to kick Yi Tanxing in the chest, but restrained himself. He could not bring himself to harm that face. Wait for me, Yi Tanxing said hurriedly, standing up with a pace much quicker than usual. He walked straight to the second drawer beneath the television cabinet and pulled out a household medicine box. This was a standard supply in every dormitory, though neither Chu Feng nor Wen Xiaoyan were aware of it. Chu Feng, witnessing Yi Tanxing approach with ointment in hand, felt increasingly irritated and helpless. Did you even hear what I just said? Why are you ignoring me to fetch some ointment? Is this really about the medicine? And your frantic search for it is still because you are the son of Chu Jinyuan. He thought to himself, utterly fed up with Yi Tanxing's hypocritical facade of disdain masked as concern. Let all come to ruin. Chapter 57. Bedwetting beside the sofa. Yi Tanxing meticulously opened the burn ointment with his slender, articulate fingers. Chu Feng, no longer wishing to engage, stood up with his notebook in hand and departed towards his room. If there was nothing left to say, then silence was preferable. Enough was enough. As I turned back to my room, my feet swiftly clad in flip-flops, I was about to close the door when suddenly, a hand intruded through the narrowing gap. Yi Tanxing pressed his hand against the doorframe. Hey, I exclaimed, startled, beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead. Had I hesitated for even a second longer, his deft right hand, accustomed to precision instruments, could have been severely injured. This person truly exhibits a peculiar disposition. I yanked the door open forcefully, pushing Yi Tanxing aside. Are you out of your mind? Daring to use your hand to prop the door? Apply the ointment and then sleep. Yi Tanxing replied indifferently. not even meeting my gaze as he stood rigidly, clutching a tube of brownish burn ointment. My irritation surged to the point where I felt I could lift the roof of the dormitory in frustration. I don't need your help, do you understand? I'm about to take a shower. What good is applying ointment now? Was Yi Tianqing's mind not functioning properly? It seemed he was lost in his own world, entirely ignoring my words. Selective deafness, perhaps? I'll come back later, he noted, pursing his lips, turning to leave the corridor. Stop, I shouted in exasperation. He halted, casting a glance at my face with a silent expression that I couldn't decipher. My handsome visage was marred by disdain and impatience. Yi Tianqing's eyes dimmed, yet he complied. Standing still. Do you need me to apply the ointment for you to cease your pestering? I queried, immediately extending my hand. Hand it over. Go do what you need to do. I can apply it myself. I would want you fretting over the scars on my leg and my father blaming you for not keeping an eye on me. I chuckled bitterly, my eyes reddening. You truly care so much, Yi Tianqing. He shook his head, resisting the urge to relinquish the ointment. Knowing my character, even after showering, I would be too apathetic to touch that tube. Yi Tianqing was acutely aware of this. My impatience was palpable, my heart feeling as though it were ensconced within a suffocating leather sack, thumping erratically. I tossed my laptop onto the fluffy end of my bed and approached Yi Tianqing along the corridor, encroaching upon him step by step. Once again, I reiterated, my affairs have nothing to do with you. As I spoke, I attempted to snatch the ointment from his grasp, forcefully taking it away. This would ensure he ceased to bother me with the medicine. No, Yi Tianqing insisted, gripping the tube tightly, engaging in a futile struggle, his gaze lowered, his voice barely above a whisper. It does matter, can it not? My attempt to seize the ointment faltered momentarily as I processed his fragmented words. I was uncertain if they were two separate phrases or one continuous thought, yet I could not muster the energy to inquire further. I covered his slender hand, intending to pry his fingers away from the tube. Yi Tianqing furrowed his brow, exerting effort to maintain his hold, unwilling to release it. Thus, our fingers intertwined under the warm glow of the corridor lights, the warmth of our fingertips dispersing in all directions, both of us exerting our strength. Our hearts and breaths became a chaotic mess. My eyes were tinged with a dull red, growing more agitated with each attempt to seize the ointment, while Yi Tianqing's gaze shattered like scattered stars. The two did not exchange glances, silently lowering their heads to seize the ointment. An inexplicable contest of strength ensued. It hurts. Chu Feng uttered a single word, as Yi Tianqing's fingernail pressed against the midsection of his ring finger. The impact of this word was immense. Upon hearing it, Yi Tianqing immediately relaxed, defeated and resigned, allowing the ointment to be taken from him, now clasped tightly in Chu Feng's palm. Do not speak to me again, Chu Feng declared victoriously, turning away to return to his own room, not even sparing a glance at Yi Tianqing, who remained standing in the corridor. There is to be no further dialogue or interaction. They would remain as strangers. The ointment had been seized. Chu Feng insisted that his matters were none of Yi Tianqing's concern and declared he should never speak to him again. Yi Tianqing stood in the corridor, his heart racing, uncertain of how to forge a connection with Chu Feng. In the silence, he continued to indulge in futile fantasies. The night was relatively quiet. Yi Tianqing was the last to shower, as the water seemed to linger with the warmth of Chu Feng's palm. After a hasty wash, he found himself standing at Chu Feng's door, contemplating a knock, yet hesitating. Did Chu Feng apply the ointment? In the dimly lit corridor, a tall figure stood silently before a door, fixated on the door panel for an extended period, an aura of desolation and solitude surrounding him, evoking a sense of dread. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the dormitory corridor. Otherwise, the scene would resemble a horror film. Chu Feng, are you asleep? In this world, no one paid him any mind. It was eerily quiet. At 6:50 in the morning, Chu Feng, bleary-eyed, knocked on Wen Xiaoyan's door. Get up. Bang, bang. Rise and shine. Wen Xiaoyan moaned in protest, always howling from beneath his covers whenever called to rise. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. Chu Feng, clad in pajamas, made his way to the bathroom. The wash basin was a single-user space, and presently, Yi Tianqing stood there. Chu Feng paused in the corridor. Why was it that no matter what time he awoke, he would always find Yi Tianxing at the sink, shaving? Did this man possess an abundance of facial hair? Typically, he could wait, but at this moment, he urgently needed to relieve himself. However, Yi Tianxing's chin was lathered in white foam, making it evident that exiting the bathroom was not feasible. If it had been when Xiaoyan shaving, Chu Feng could have simply drawn the shower curtain and gone about his business, feeling no pressure even in front of Wen Xiaoyan. But with Yi Tianxing watching, it was a different matter entirely. It felt awkward, rendering him unable to urinate. Leaning against the corridor wall, Chu Feng's mind wandered. Inside the bathroom, Yi Tianxing had finished shaving and was now washing his face. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Chu Feng, growing impatient, stared at the ceiling. Could you hurry up? If you dawdle any longer, I might just wet your bed. A playful scare. He wouldn't genuinely wet the bed. Wetting the bed, huh? Yi Tianxing lifted his face from the faucet, glancing at the mirror. In the reflection, the figure in the corridor could be seen. I can, he replied, turning the water to cold and splashing his face with a handful of cold water. Can what? It was not until Yi Tianxing grabbed a towel to dry his face and returned to his room to change that Chu Feng, puzzled, watched Yi Tianxing's retreating figure, still processing the moment. When he finally stood before the toilet to relieve himself, the flow abruptly ceased. Chu Feng was taken aback. Wetting the bed is quite the endurance, isn't it? To repay kindness is commendable, yet one must not endure excessive limits. How outrageous! Early in the morning, the irritation brewed within Chu Feng's heart. This feeling of vexation persisted until he dragged Wen Xiaoyan into the elevator, only to hear footsteps behind him. Yi Tianxing had also entered the elevator. Perhaps the word also should not be used, for Yi Tianxing needed to attend class as well. Standing over there, Chu Feng pushed Wen Xiaoyan to the center and reached out to press the elevator button. Yi Tianxing stood on the opposite side, clutching a black leather briefcase. Brother Yi, which classroom are you headed to? Wen Xiaoyan, donned in a purple hooded sweatshirt and looking quite drowsy, inquired. Building 3, Professor Zhao's class, Yi Tianxing replied. We're also in Building 3, Wen Xiaoyan remarked, pulling out his phone. The class schedule was sent by our class monitor, He Lin, last night. She just tagged everyone. Our instructor's surname is Li. Professor Li for the business course. Yi Tianxing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then, we are in adjacent classrooms. Although we may not see each other during class, Chu Feng is merely a wall away from him. Yi Tianxing's gaze is softened as he glimpsed the reflection in the elevator, catching sight of Chu Feng's somewhat tousled hair under the white denim jacket. He dared not linger his gaze and swiftly diverted his eyes. Brother Feng, since we have no classes this afternoon, can we go to play? Play? What nonsense! We should find a few classmates to study, came the response. Ding! The elevator doors opened. There stood Shun Chenglin, a handsome figure clad in a black windbreaker, waiting for Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan to descend. Upon turning around and spotting them, he flashed a dazzling smile. Good morning, Chu classmate. Oh, looking sharp, Wen Xiaoyan exclaimed. Brother Lin, are you off to fashion show? You even styled your hair. Do you need to be so formal for class? Isn't it a bit excessive? Just a touch of innate handsomeness, Shun Chenglin humbly replied, casting a glance at Yi Tianxing's casually tousled hairstyle and his impeccably groomed chin. He firmly believed that Yi Tianxing dressed with deliberate care each day. The silent rivalry had begun. In terms of appearance, he resolutely refused to be outdone by Yi. Chu Feng, walking alongside him and pushing Yi Tianxing to the back, raising an eyebrow with self-satisfaction as he turned back. As long as I am present, you shall not approach Chu Feng. You are utterly tiresome, Yi Tianxing coldly retorted, striding past the three of them towards the teaching building. Wen Xiaoyan, bewildered, asked, Hey, why did brother you leave? Isn't he going to the cafeteria for breakfast? Who cares? Let him starve himself into a stomachache, Chu Feng muttered under his breath. He couldn't help but steal glances at the slender and delicate figure of Yi Tianxing. In his past life, Yi Tianxing had suffered from a stomach ailment and had even been hospitalized due to it. Why do you concern yourself with his well-being? He scolded himself. That cold-hearted person could starve 10 times over and still be unscathed. If he were to perish, it would serve him right. The former Chu Feng was once again chastising the present Chu Feng. Chapter 58. How ruthless ye God. Microeconomics, the elements contributing to market equilibrium and market failure. Professor Lee, clad in a sky blue shirt and wearing a headset, spoke with a hint of a Sichuan or Hunan accent. He was currently illustrating several well-known brand marketing cases with a lively and humorous narrative. The classroom was bathed in the gentle light of dawn, and the students seated by the window began to instinctively draw the curtains. The sounds of flipping pages and twirling pens filled the air in the tiered classroom. Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan occupied the rear rows. As Chu Feng perused his brand-new textbook, he found the material not particularly challenging. Yet it slipped away as soon as it entered his ears, rendering him unable to retain anything. Must we memorize all of this? He scratched his forehead with his pen and turned to Wen Xiaoyan, who appeared to be asleep. Hey! Chu Feng nudged the slumbering figure with his elbow. Wen Xiaoyan, struggling to open his eyes, murmured, What did you say? Calling you to class, and you're already dozing off? Chu Feng's face was etched with exasperation. Wen Xiaoyan replied with a hint of grievance. What is the difference between sleeping and being awake? I can't comprehend what the lecturer is saying. It's too hypnotic. In reality, Professor Lee's lecture was quite accessible. It was merely certain foundational terms that sounded unfamiliar. We must catch up on these. We ought to start with the terminology of economics, Chu Feng mumbled, glancing to his left at Shun Chenglin. Shun Chenglin sat upright, his face alight with interest as he attentively followed Professor Lee's discourse, occasionally smiling and nodding at the professor. Chu Feng, taken aback, couldn't he help but compliment him. Impressive. You actually understand all of this? Your coursework as an international student is commendable. He then inquired, what was that bop dragon the lecturer mentioned? What dragon? Shun Chenglin leaned closer, carrying the scent of a sophisticated cologne, and Chu Feng was left bewildered. What dragon? Wasn't he discussing the closure of Kowloon Soda? Did I mishear the internal marketing slogan of the group? I distinctly heard it. Shun Chenglin began to weave grand fantasies, nodding with admiration towards the professor, exuding warmth, charm, and politeness. Indeed, the mystical East harbors dragons. Chu Feng could not fathom what Shun Chenglin was pondering, but it was clear that his thoughts were far from the lecture. Among the three of them, only he was genuinely striving to absorb the material. The class ended in a state of confusion. Pack your things, Chu Feng said, as he and Wen Xiaoyan prepared to leave. They discussed what to have for lunch, planning to study at the library afterward. Wait for me at the stairway, Shun Chenglin requested, as he intended to seek out Professor Lee to clarify his earlier confusion. It was said that shortly after Shun Chenglin posed his question, an announcement was made in the lecturer group. Professors are prohibited from disregarding oral norms during lectures. Ultimately, Shun Chenglin remained perplexed about the so-called Baopi dragon, as the professor chose not to elaborate. As they exited the classroom, the adjacent room had yet to dismiss its students. Chu Feng's silhouette passed by the glass window. Within Tianhua Chemical Enterprises, one could observe that the mechanical equipment for chemical unit operations was fully equipped with a high level of automation and instrumentation. Yi Tanxing, standing at the podium, paused for a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of that figure. He lowered his gaze with indifference before resuming his speech. The internal management processes were also relatively advanced, evaluated from multiple perspectives. Tianhua Chemical's principles are worthy of being the primary benchmark in calibration and stand as an excellent model in the mechanization of the industry in Haicheng, in my opinion. Professor Zhao Yuping nodded in appreciation and gestured for everyone to take a seat. I believe that Yi Tanqing's perspective will inspire you all. After class, do engage in discussions with him. Tomorrow afternoon, we will hold a small debate in room 6. Feel free to form your own teams. I shall sit in to observe. The classmates gazed at Yi Tanqing with an expression akin to that of awestruck deities as he calmly took his seat. In a state of despair, the freshman, having only been in college for a little over 3 months, struggled to grasp the intricacies of large-scale chemical engineering. Yet, Yi Tanqing seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of the chemical enterprises in Haicheng. Isn't he too formidable? They thought. How can we possibly compete in the debate? Finding compelling arguments is a daunting task. It felt as if a single Yi Tanqing could outshine the entire class. Their fate seemed grim. especially for those who shared the same major as Yi Tianqing. Their assignments had tripled in volume. The atmosphere was thick with resentment, as countless glances filled with unspoken grievances were directed at Yi Tianqing. Oblivious to their stares, he quietly organized his belongings, placing them into a plain black tote bag. Professor Zhao adjusted his glasses and announced, "Class dismissed. Yi Tianqing, please stay behind." Recently, the school had initiated a promotional video project in collaboration with the Maritime Department, offering 8 spots, 4 for men and 4 for women. Professor Zhao wished for Yi Tianqing to participate, assuring him that there would be no selection process. He could join directly once filming commenced. Such an opportunity could greatly benefit his future. Naturally, Professor Zhao favored his most cherished student, feeling that having nurtured someone like him was worth a lifetime of effort. However, he was aware that this young man had a stubborn disposition, and it remained uncertain whether he would be willing to go. Lunch was taken in the cafeteria, where students were bustling about, arranging the neatly placed tables and chairs. Chu Feng and his companions found a vacant spot and settled in. As soon as they sat down, Shen Qinglin began serving food onto Chu Feng's plate. "This one's delicious," he insisted. "You eat it," with a lack of appetite. Chu Feng hesitated, but ultimately ended up with a generous portion. When Xiaoyan, engrossed in devouring ribs, sighed contentedly. Attending class is truly exhausting." Chu Feng shot him a disbelieving glare. What is so tiring about sleeping through the morning? Surely, it was not as relaxing as staying in the dormitory. Enough chatter. This afternoon, we're heading to the library to look up terminology. Chu Feng had marked all the concepts he didn't understand that day, determined to unravel each one. He resolved to study diligently this time, refusing to let his efforts go to waste. Chapter 59. The Curious Nature of Possessiveness on a Bustling Monday. Chu Feng had never perceived the campus of Haida as expansive until today. Since morning, he had been on the move, departing his dormitory for breakfast in the cafeteria, then rushing to Building 3 for classes, returning to the cafeteria for lunch, and making a brief return to his dormitory. After a half-hour of rest, he hurried off to the library to study, leading Wen Xiaoyan and Shen Qinglin in a swift dash. The asphalt road, scorched under the blazing sun, felt hot even through their shoes. Eventually, they settled in the 4th-floor study hall of the library, clutching their notebooks, meticulously extracting and researching terminology. They spent over 4 hours transcribing and memorizing, absorbed in their studies. As evening approached, around 5 or 6 o'clock, the sun gradually descended in the west. The rosy glow illuminated the birch trees outside the library, casting a faint orange hue through the forest as the sun set. It was only then that he lifted his gaze from his handwritten notes, weary, rubbing his eyes. His hand felt as if it might break. The water brush in Wen Xiaoyan's hand had already diminished to less than half its capacity. Not only was Chu Feng engaged in his own research and writing, but he also insisted that Wen Xiaoyan transcribe his notes. Wen Xiaoyan dared not disobey, and with a pained expression, he diligently accompanied him throughout the afternoon. It was not in vain. He had managed to master 60% of the foundational vocabulary. After all, it had only been 3 months since the new semester began, and he had not fallen too far behind. The remaining terms would be reinforced as the lessons progressed. "Have you finished?" Shen Qinglin, who had been quietly playing a game beside them, glanced up at the two. He had initially hoped that sharing classes with Chu Feng would provide an opportunity for casual conversation and the nurturing of camaraderie. However, to his dismay, the total time Chu Feng's gaze lingered on his face throughout the day could not have exceeded 10 seconds. All his efforts to style his hair handsomely seemed wasted. "Are you done?" Chu Feng cast a cursory glance at Shen Qinglin's game screen, which appeared to just have started. "We can wait for you a moment." Ideally, they should have included Shen Qinglin in their study session. Yet, Shen Qinglin struggled even with recognizing Chinese characters, leading them to abandon the idea. Moreover, Shen Qinglin was not Wen Xiaoyan. While Chu Feng could compel Wen Xiaoyan to study, he would not impose similar pressure on Shen Qinglin, as their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. For Chu Feng, Shen Qinglin was merely a potential friend from past life, one whose character seemed quite amiable. The three of them sat conspicuously in the study hall, drawing the attention of passing classmates. "Well, I'll close it," Shun Chunlin declared, decisively shutting down the game, showing no inclination towards indulgence. He turned to Chu Feng, his face beaming with a radiant smile. What would you like to eat tonight? Should we head to the cafeteria? In truth, Shun Chunlin wished to dine out with Chu Feng alone at any restaurant of their choosing, the key being that it would be just the two of them, without Wen Xiaoyan. Shun Qinglin increasingly felt that Wen Xiaoyan was an unwanted third wheel. Yet he was at a loss as to how to subtly suggest that Wen Xiaoyan refrained from following Chu Feng so closely as if they were siblings. He had learned that Chu Feng was an only child. Uncertain, Chu Feng turned to Wen Xiaoyan. You've worked hard alongside me today, little silly. What do you feel like eating? He inquired, as Chu Feng's appetite was rather minimal. Wen Xiaoyan had higher standards when it came to food. Let us just grab something at the cafeteria and head back, he replied, utterly exhausted, feeling drained and wanting nothing more than a lie in bed. The study hall was filled with wooden chairs, leaving those seated with aching backs and cramped legs. Shen Chenglin sensed an opportunity. With a cheerful demeanor, he suggested, why don't you eat at the cafeteria and then return to the dormitory for some rest? Huh? What are you two going to do? Wen Xiaoyan was quite attached to his Gige, older brother, Chu Feng. Moreover, he needed to face Yi, the academic overachiever, alone upon his return. No, Chu Feng, busy organizing his study materials, failed to grasp Shun Chenglin's meaning and looked up at him, puzzled. Shun Chenglin chuckled lightly, proclaiming, indeed. I've heard that there's a steakhouse nearby renowned for its exquisite steaks. Shall we get a try? He directed this remark towards Chu Feng. Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng inquired, do you even eat steak? Wen Xiaoyan candidly replied, I'm not fond of steak, but if you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Despite feeling quite fatigued, he was willing to endure it if it pleased Chu Feng. While Chu Feng pondered his decision, Shun Chenglin, eager to speak, interjected, no, you can rest in the dormitory. I can go with Chu classmate alone. He intended to go to the steakhouse without Wen Xiaoyan. A moment of silence enveloped the wooden study desk. Wen Xiaoyan began to grasp Shen Chenglin's implication, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Who was this newcomer to act so brazenly? Attempting to steal his chance with Chu Feng? With a slight pout, Wen Xiaoyan turned to Chu Feng, stating, I prefer to have the vermicelli soup from the cafeteria. Let us see if you accompany me or him. Such peculiar possessiveness stirred within him. All right, Chu Feng chuckled, as he too was reluctant to venture off campus. He turned to Shen Chenglin and remarked, aren't you tired after a long day? Let us discuss this over the weekend. Shall we? Shen Chenglin's expression faltered for a moment before he quickly donned a bright, innocent smile. Okay. Alternatively, you can invite your dorm mates, Chu Feng suggested. I suspect I'll be busy this weekend, but if you're eager to taste that steak, it doesn't matter whom you go with. It does matter. How could dining with anyone be the same? Shun Chenglin suppressed his inner urgency, stifling the strong desire to deepen his relationship with Chu Feng. I'll wait until you're free. I wish to accompany you. This was his subtle way of testing the waters of ambiguity. Regrettably, Chu Feng had no interest in deciphering anyone's intentions, having spent 6 years guessing the mind of another. He was weary now. He didn't even bother to contemplate the meaning behind Shun Chenglin's words, simply responding, let us wait until Wen Xiaoyan has regained his strength. Just look at him. He is utterly exhausted from studying. Don't disparage me like that. Wen Xiaoyan retorted, irritated. Who do you think I'm exhausting myself for? It's to accompany you in your studies. Chu Feng playfully tapped his head with a pen, teasing, are you studying for my sake? Ouch. That's a lie my mother would say, Wen Xiaoyan replied, gathering a few books from the desk and bouncing toward the elevator. Chu Feng smiled at Shun Chenglin, picking up the phones belonging to him and Wen Xiaoyan. Come on, Shun Chenglin. Having observed the dynamic between Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan, Shun Chenglin felt a twinge of annoyance towards Wen Xiaoyan, even though he was close to Chu Feng. It paled in comparison to the bond Chu Feng shared with Wen Xiaoyan. I'll join you at the cafeteria for the vermicelli soup, Shun Chenglin declared, trailing behind Chu Feng while adjusting his expression and tone. He appeared radiant under the sunlight, his smile infectious. Chu Feng glanced back at him and replied, sure. Let us go together. Besides me and Chu Feng, haven't you made any friends at school? Wen Xiaoyan inquired as they ascended the long escalator. Shun Chenglin smiled amiably. Perhaps it's because I am an international student, I lack engaging topics, and everyone seldom includes me in their activities. Really? Wen Xiaoyan inquired, slightly puzzled as he turned a glance at Shen Chenglin. With such a considerable fan base in the neighboring college, and given that the basketball team here would surely welcome you, how could you possibly be overlooked? After all, your skills in basketball are indeed impressive. Who wouldn't want to play with you? How could you be so unfortunate as to have no one to socialize with? Make sure to hold onto the handrail in the elevator. Chu Feng reminded Wen Xiaoyan to stay steady while in the lift, also turning to observe Shen Chenglin. Since they were waiting in the elevator, it was a perfect opportunity to listen to Shen Chenglin's response to Wen Xiaoyan. Could it be that he has faced bullying? The notion of being excluded from playdates seemed troubling. Shen Chenglin felt anxious under the scrutiny of Wen Xiaoyan, who merely expressed curiosity rather than suspicion. Nevertheless, Shen Chenglin was visibly tense. Chapter 60. A lack of chivalry. Above the escalator hung a pendant light 2 meters high. The light reflected in Shen Chenglin's eyes as he stammered, attempting to maintain composure. Making friends is certainly a matter of fate. Isn't this place all about destiny? I find a connection with you both. Here, he referred to his home country, implying that perhaps someone might wish to include him in their activities. Yet, he yearned to spend time with Chu Feng more than anyone else. Ah, I see. When Xiaoyan nodded in understanding, the trace of hostility in his gaze, which had been sparked by a sense of territoriality, diminished significantly. He murmured softly, studying abroad is quite a challenge. When Xiaoyan resolved that henceforth, when Shen Chenglin felt lonely, he might allow a slight share of Chu Feng's attention, no more than 10%, so that this unfortunate international student could experience a modicum of warmth, especially in a foreign land. Wen Xiaoyan harbored a sense of possessiveness towards Chu Feng, having regarded him as a protective older brother ever since their initial encounter at the convenience store, where Chu Feng had helped him fend off some delinquents. Their personalities aligned well, with Chu Feng's assertiveness fostering a sense of dependence in the more indecisive Wen Xiaoyan, akin to a follower's mentality. Seeing Shen Chenglin attempt to intrude and divert Chu Feng's friendship and attention, Wen Xiaoyan felt an instinctive urge to defend his status as Chu Feng's most loyal companion. Yet, his innate kindness softened his heart upon witnessing Shen Chenglin's loneliness. Thus, he was willing to share a fraction of Chu Feng's companionship, even though the prospect of their friendship evolving into a trio stirred discomfort within him. For instance, during lunch at the cafeteria, when it came time to collect utensils, Wen Xiaoyan would typically gather 2 sets for himself and Chu Feng. Now, however, it was Shen Chenglin who took 2 sets while Wen Xiaoyan was left to fetch his own. Chu Feng insisted he would serve himself, while Shen Chenglin graciously claimed he had already gathered his own. Consequently, Chu Feng and Shen Chenglin proceeded to queue for their meals together. Wen Xiaoyan looked up at the 2 of them, then down at his solitary plate, feeling a twinge of irritation. Just then, Chu Feng called out to Wen Xiaoyan, urging him to hurry. Wen Xiaoyan pouted and sauntered over, positioning himself behind Shen Chenglin in line. During their previous dining experiences, regardless of where they ate, Wen Xiaoyan would invariably find himself seated beside Chu Feng. However, today, Shen Chenglin took a seat directly beside him. The restaurant's small tables accommodated pairs, so after Shen Chenglin settled in, Wen Xiaoyan had to navigate around the table, carrying his plate, and ended up facing the 2 of them throughout the meal. He observed Shen Chenglin attentively serving condiments and napkins to Chu Feng, tasks that had once been his own, as the fragrant soup slurped. Wen Xiaoyan's heart ached with an inexplicable bitterness. It felt as though he had graciously accepted Shen Chenglin, yet Shen Chenglin had dominantly excluded him, leaving him entirely aside. A foreign student devoid of chivalry. After their meal, they contemplated purchasing orange juice. Wen Xiaoyan had a habit of enjoying orange juice in the evenings. With the refrigerator's fresh supply depleted, he decided to stop by the campus convenience store on his way back to the dormitory. I need to buy 2 bottles of orange juice, he announced. You go ahead. We'll head back first. Shen Chenglin replied hastily, giving his arm a gentle push. Angered, Wen Xiaoyan rubbed his sore arm and stormed into the store. When he emerged, he noticed that Fengge had not followed Shen Chenglin back to the dorm, but instead waited patiently at the store's entrance. However, Wen Xiaoyan's mood had soured considerably, leaving him with an indescribable feeling of discontent. As they entered the dormitory's entrance hall, the dorm supervisor was still engrossed in a television show. Ding! The three of them stepped into the elevator together. Shun Chenglin beamed, encircling Chu Feng. Tomorrow, our first class is at 8 in the morning, and we have another in the afternoon. I've already checked the schedule. I'll wait for you. Oh, all right, Chu Feng nodded. After studying in a library for so long, you must be exhausted. Do you need me to help massage your shoulders? I have a fascia gun. No need. Chu Feng quickly declined. Don't worry about me. Just get some rest. Shun Chenglin smiled brightly. Are you showing concern for me? Chu Feng awkwardly scratched his forehead. Shun Chenglin continued. What time do you go to bed at night? Can I message you on WeChat? Better not. I'll just sleep when I get back. Chu Feng frowned, feeling overwhelmed by the conversation. What do you want for lunch tomorrow? Shun Chenglin persisted, prompting a volley of exchanges that diminished when Xiaoyan smiled. As Shun Chenglin departed on the 8th floor, the moment the elevator doors closed, when Xiaoyan's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Chu Feng, asking with a hint of firmness, what are your intentions? Do you plan to abandon me? Leaning against the elevator, Chu Feng replied with a yawn. What nonsense are you talking about? When Xiaoyan's bravado dissipated under Chu Feng's gaze, his tone softening considerably. Yet, the underlying acidity in his heart remained, tinged with a sense of grievance. Is it that you find Shun Chenglin superior in every way? He is taller, and his face isn't too shabby either. Taking him out seems to carry more prestige than when you're with me, doesn't he it? Brother, it's not like you, and I are the best in the world. When Xiaoyan's sorrow was palpable, evident for all to see. Are you serious? Look at your petty demeanor, Chu Feng remarked, his teasing tone eliciting a hint of moisture in Wen Xiaoyan's eyes. Taken aback, Chu Feng exclaimed, Hey, are you really going to shed tears over such trivial matters? If you dare to cry, I will give you a thrashing. His words only fueled Wen Xiaoyan's irritation further. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing the peculiar scene once more, with Xing Rue and his companions, clutching basketballs, standing outside. When Xiaoyan gasped, Shi Hui, clad in a black tank top and loose shorts, displayed his muscular arms and legs, his short, spiky hair exuding an aura of rugged masculinity. He casually dribbled a basketball at the entrance, immediately noticing the two delicate-looking boys bickering inside the elevator. With a playful whistle, he quipped, Hey, are you two fighting? Chickens pecking at each other. Laughter erupted from his three athletic roommates, each of them towering over 6 feet tall, radiating a formidable presence. Chu Feng, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, felt relatively at ease, but the pressure weighed heavily on Wen Xiaoyan. At that moment, he no longer wished to continue the quarrel with Chu Feng. Let's head back to the dormitory, he suggested, fearing the prospect of being beaten. Who are you calling a chicken? Chu Feng retorted as he exited the elevator, casting a disdainful glance at the basketball spinning on Xing Rue's fingertip. Shi Hui, with a nonchalant expression and chewing gum, provocatively remarked, I'm talking about you too. Not convinced? It was evident that he was eager for a confrontation with Chu Feng, intent on proving his superiority through brute force, as was customary for the notorious Xing family. How juvenile, Chu Feng thought, scanning Xing Rue with a look of disdain. He raised the study materials he had diligently compiled during the afternoon at the library. Addressing the boisterous figure before him, he declared, Fighting at school will lead to disciplinary action, you fool. If you truly wish to impress me, bring something of substance to the table. This is university, not middle or high school. We don't settle disputes with violence here. You're reckless. Step aside. Who's the Real chicken, engaging in such gangster antics? A single disciplinary officer could put you in your place. With that, Chu Feng ignored them, pulling Wen Xiaoyan away down the corridor. Wen Xiaoyan turned back. We're heading to class today. What about you guys? He spat. How childish. As Chu Feng's figure receded, Xing Rue and his friends were left in a state of bewilderment. Was it really that sudden? Chu Feng was attending class? Chapter 61. The burden of uncertainty. Xing Rue ushered his friends into the elevator, squinting to watch the corridor for a few more seconds. Hey, you've been keeping an eye on that Chu fellow these past couple of days, he remarked. Why are you watching him? One of his friends queried. Know thyself and know your enemy, and you shall never be defeated, Xing Rue replied. The Xing family, as a long-standing local business in Haicheng, viewed the Chu family, newcomers to the area, as rivals. However, they found themselves unable to compete with the Chu family's mining transport contracts. Having heard his father, the formidable Xing patriarch, speak disparagingly of Chu Jinyuan, Xing Rue was determined to assert his dominance over Chu Feng at school, fueled by his father's disdain. As the dormitory door swung open, Wen Xiaoyan, still feeling low-spirited as he changed into his slippers, recalled the earlier scene when Shun Chenglin had been so affectionate with Chu Feng, completely disregarding him. A hint of grievance bubbled forth from his heart, accompanied by a slight pursing of his lips and a rigid expression, his small braids behind him remaining still. As they stepped through the threshold, a faint aroma of fried eggs wafted through the air, largely absorbed by the range hood of the integrated stove, leaving only a trace of its fragrance, subtle yet inviting. Soon, they spotted a figure in the open kitchen. Yi Tanqing was preparing noodles. Clad in a simple white short-sleeved shirt and light gray loungewear, he appeared tall and slender, yet his typically stern demeanor softened in the warmth of his culinary task. There was an undeniable charm in a man who cooks with such dedication. Yi Tanqing focused intently on the economic news playing on the tablet before him, chopsticks in hand, standing behind a cool gray stone bar. Upon hearing the door open, he instinctively glanced at Chu Feng and the other person, but within 3 seconds, he returned his gaze to the screen. The noodles in the small pot bubbled vigorously in the boiling water, releasing wisps of steam that were promptly whisked away by the range hood, which emitted a low, droning hum as it operated. Chu Feng's gaze passed over Yi Tanqing's profile with indifference as he bent down to change his shoes. "Yigo, haven't you eaten yet?" Despite his lack of enthusiasm, when Xiaoyan greeted the man cooking, Yi Tanqing turned to them once more, his voice low and calm. "Oh, do you want some?" Even as he asked, he knew they would decline. The dish was a light fried egg noodle, accompanied by 3 blanched greens. "We've already eaten," when Xiaoyan replied, irritation flickering in her eyes at the mention of the cafeteria, casting a sulky glance at Chu Feng before continuing her conversation with Yi Tanqing. "Yige, why didn't you say earlier? We could have brought you a bowl instead of cooking for yourself." In Wen Xiaoyan's perspective, if one could enjoy a meal outside, there was no reason to prepare one at home. It was both a matter of laziness and time consumption, not to mention that homemade food rarely matched the taste of what could be found elsewhere. Yi Tanqing then switched off the stove, and an immediate silence enveloped the living room. He, with his back to the entrance, served himself noodles, content to eat alone, for it was sufficient to fill his stomach. There was no need for 2 people to share, nor did he require a meticulously planned nutritional regimen to be saved for the housekeeper, Aunt Shun, who was to prepare daily meals for someone residing in the villa. Aunt Shun often complained about being reprimanded from both ends, the male head of the household scolding her for the lack of oil and salt in her dishes, while the external master criticized her for his meager portions. "Why does he eat so little? You should prepare fewer cold dishes. Traditional Chinese cuisine is better for the stomach." Daily, Aunt Shun contemplated resigning, yet her commitment lingered due to financial necessity. In essence, when Yi Tanqing cooked for himself, his only goal was to satisfy his hunger. Eating alone sufficed. Did this sentiment carry a tinge of melancholy? Chu Feng had anticipated Yi Tanqing expressing such thoughts. This was a man who thrived in solitude. Did he truly desire companionship at the dining table? Chu Feng scoffed, dismissing the notion as he carried his documents toward the sofa. "Xiaoyan, could you grab me a bottle of water when you come over?" The noodle soup turned out a bit salty. The refrigerator stood beside Yi Tanqing, and he had no inclination to retrieve it. "Oh." Wen Xiaoyan stood at the entrance, quite near the kitchen, his mind preoccupied with the words of the studious Yi. He marched into the kitchen, muttering, "Yi, you're right. When eating alone, it's sufficient to fill one's stomach. For no one truly cares whether one is satiated or not, nor do they inquire. Just like when I had the noodle soup earlier. Phone didn't he bother to ask if I was full, only inquired about Shun Chenglin." "Huh." Yi Tanqing glanced at Wen Xiaoyan, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. "You seem particularly insightful today, don't you?" Wen Xiaoyan, for the first time receiving praise from the scholarly Yi, felt invigorated. He raised his voice intentionally for Chu Feng, who was lounging on the sofa. Alas, As a student lacking any remarkable qualities, I am often abandoned by my good friends, plagued by insecurity. I can never measure up to others who have a plethora of superior friends around them, always ready to discard me for someone taller and more handsome. Tell me, in this world, where can one find eternal brotherhood, unchanging emotions, lifelong friendships? Just listen to it, right? Oh, Yi. As he spoke, Wan Xiaoyan dutifully brought a bottle of mineral water to the sofa. In the kitchen, Yi Tanqing stood, for the first time deeply resonating with Wan Xiaoyan's words. The abundance of alternatives breeds insecurity, an astute observation. Chu Feng paused his hand on the remote, perplexed. Wan Xiaoyan, what has gotten into you? Why the sarcasm? Chapter 62. A quarrel. Yi Tanqing ladled the cooked noodles into a bowl, balancing it with a tablet in hand. Clad in loose, light gray pants made from soft fabric, and a fitted white short-sleeved shirt that accentuated his slim waist, he quietly approached the dining table. He maintained a composed demeanor while eating, a habit cultivated over years of dining at others' homes, ensuring he did not become bothersome. The dining table was positioned just behind the sofa, allowing Yi Tanqing to catch a glimpse of the two individuals seated there. His gaze briefly passed over a mop-like braid and landed upon the dark-haired youth, who wore an expression of confusion and surprise, questioning Wan Xiaoyan about his sudden quarrel. Lowering his eyes, Yi Tanqing slowly began to eat his noodles, his ears attentive. Wan Xiaoyan lounged on the sofa, his right leg draped over his left knee. Yes, I'm indeed petty and prone to whims, lacking in every possible way. How can I compare to those international students from Norway? They are so warm and generous, and you all get along splendidly, as if you've known each other forever. He spoke while shaking his leg, imitating Chu Feng's mannerisms. In frustration, Chu Feng slapped his denim-clad thigh. Speak properly. What is the matter with you? Chu Feng was genuinely puzzled. Ouch, Wan Xiaoyan yelped, dropping his leg and rubbing it sulkily. If Shen Chenglin were here, you wouldn't dare hit him so hard. Chu Feng, nearly speechless with exasperation, retorted, Why do you keep bringing up Shen Chenglin? Are you going to say something or not? If not, I'm going to shower and sleep. His implication was for Wan Xiaoyan to stop dilly-dallying and express himself directly. Wan Xiaoyan widened his eyes in disbelief. Did I mention Shen Chenglin? Is that considered talking behind his back? You're defending him now. What nonsense is this? Chu Feng shot a glance at the person behind him, who was quietly eating noodles, unwilling to quarrel with Wan Xiaoyan in front of Yi Tanqing. Wan Xiaoyan's chest heaved with indignation. Unable to remain seated on the couch, he sprang to his feet, gesturing animatedly. Just now, in the cafeteria, I took a tray myself, and there I was, watching the two of you in line. I stood at the end, and you asked him if he wanted pumpkin cakes. Did you even ask me? Wan Xiaoyan struggled to convey the feeling of that moment. However, articulating such emotions proved elusive. It was challenging to encapsulate his state of mind. In any case, he trembled with urgency, feeling utterly wronged. It seemed that all your attention was on Shen Chenglin, while you and he were in such high spirits, neglecting to inquire about my wishes. I truly believe you are unwell today, Chu Feng irritably retorted. I know you dislike pumpkin. Why should I ask you? I'm aware you don't eat pumpkin cakes. Yet you never asked me if I wanted chicken cakes. Wan Xiaoyan was fuming. It was not merely a matter of inquiry. He did not genuinely wish for Chu Feng to ask whether he desired cakes. It was simply, he could not articulate it. Chu Feng replied, If you love to eat, then fetch it yourself. Should I inquire about every dish at each stall? How precious your time must be to demand I feed you. In truth, Chu Feng felt a bit flustered. He was at a loss for how to soothe someone. His attempts to comfort were hampered by his own inability to control his tongue, and he often found himself resorting to harsh words when feeling most helpless. It seemed that such bravado offered a veneer of strength, shielding his vulnerabilities. He was anxious to assuage Wan Xiaoyan's anger, but his actions devolved into an impatient wave of his hand. Do as you please. Tomorrow, I shall hire someone to stand at the stall and ask you daily. Is that what you want? What a hassle. Can one not even eat in peace at the cafeteria? Wan Xiaoyan felt his temper flare, clutching his bright purple hoodie in frustration. I'm a troublesome one, am I? Even now, you continue to berate me. You simply do not wish to play with me anymore, do you? Fine. Tomorrow, have Shen Chenglin accompany you to class. Don't call for me. I want to go. Enjoy your time with him. He fought valiantly against the tears threatening to spill as he stormed back to his room, slamming the door behind him. Hey, Chu Feng called after him, rising from the couch. Why the rush? Can't we discuss this calmly? Suddenly, laughter erupted from the people at the dining table. Chu Feng's fury ignited as he glared in their direction. What are you laughing at? Is it amusing to watch him and Wen Xiaoyan quarrel? Are you courting death? Yi Tanxing? Nothing, Yi Tanxing replied, standing with a bowl of noodles, expressionless as he passed behind the couch toward the kitchen. He understood the situation. Wen Xiaoyan perceived himself as overlooked, feeling neglected as he witnessed Chu Feng and Shun Chenglin so engrossed in each other as company. When Wen Xiaoyan expressed his sentiments to Chu Feng, the response was simply that he was being troublesome. Even someone as significant as Wen Xiaoyan in Chu Feng's life could be treated in such a manner. What hope was there for anyone else? Yi Tanxing suddenly felt grateful that he had never confided in Chu Feng. Otherwise, he might have been driven away by irritation long ago. As he walked past the couch, his tone carried a hint of resignation. It appears you also understand the importance of communication. Believing that Chu Feng lacked awareness, he was met with confusion. Yi Tanxing walked into the kitchen to wash the dishes, pulling a paper towel to dry her hands. After glancing at Chu Feng and sharing a brief moment of eye contact, she sensed his displeasure towards Wen Xiaoyan and understood he had no intention of speaking further. With that, she turned and retreated to her room. Her tall and slender figure moved gracefully down the corridor, the white t-shirt adorned with natural cotton and linen creases accentuating her broad shoulders, exuding an aura of safety that made one want to embrace her from behind. Chu Feng's eyes reddened, his lips pressed tightly together as he watched her retreating silhouette. Within his gaze lay the thought that if Yi Tanxing truly cared for him, she would not have walked away, especially after witnessing his quarrel with a close friend. She would have come over to offer a few comforting words, providing silent and gentle companionship, rather than departing so abruptly. Frustrated, he lamented the obliviousness of the straight man, Yi Tanxing, and the foolishness of Wen Xiaoyan. Standing alone in the living room, he glanced at the closed doors of both Wen Xiaoyan and Yi Tanxing's rooms, feeling neglected and ignored. With a sudden burst of anger, he kicked over the trash can beside the coffee table, exclaiming loudly in distress, "Are you all insane?" The trash can was nearly empty, as Yi Tanxing had just tidied up moments before. The sound of his outburst echoed harshly in the quiet dormitory. Meanwhile, Wen Xiaoyan, still in his pajamas, was curled up in a beanbag at the foot of his bed, his eyes red and clenching two damp tissues. Startled by the noise outside, he trembled, tears welling up once more. He perceived Chu Feng's anger directed at him, feeling as if the trash can had been thrown at him. The loud crash resonating ominously against the floor, filled with frustration and force. Overwhelmed by fear and a sense of injustice, he hesitated to venture out. In the living room, after his futile attempt to garner attention by smashing the trash can, Chu Feng hung his head, forcing a faint smile to prevent the tears from spilling over. It seemed no one cared for him. He contemplated destroying the entire living room in a fit of rage. Ultimately, he refrained from further destruction. The sheer curtains at the half-open window fluttered in the night breeze, reminiscent of spirits from a haunting tale, threatening to invade the living space. The night had fully descended, enveloping everything in a cloak of anxiety. Sitting on the carpet between the coffee table and the sofa, Chu Feng leaned against the couch, clutching a pack of tissues. He pulled out the tissues one by one, expressionless, crumpling them in his palm before tossing them to the floor. The remnants littered the area, despite Yi Tanxing's recent cleaning efforts, as the paper balls rolled across the cold, gray floor, disrupting the previously tidy surroundings. In his reckless behavior, he sought some semblance of attention, hoping someone would come to clean up the mess and acknowledge him. Yet tonight, he had exhausted the entire pack of tissues. Still alone in the living room. "Have you all perished?" Chu Feng called out hoarsely toward the rooms in the corridor, but no response came. Deep down, he harbored a profound disdain for the coldness of silent treatment. Yet he remains oblivious. The emotional turmoil he endures is largely of his own making. Nevertheless, even amidst this, he exhibits no signs of awakening or remorse. He does not require anyone's concern. It matters little. He is quite fine on his own. Chu Feng furrowed his brow as he rummaged through his pockets, initially intending to retrieve a cigarette. However, in the days following his rebirth, he had not purchased any. His suitcase had not contained any when he moved into the dormitory. He sat silently on the carpet, head bowed, listening to the night wind stirring the curtains, creating a rustling sound. It was the gentle tapping of the ceramic leaves upon the glass window. Suddenly, the living room lights extinguished. Only the shoe-changing spotlight by the entrance remained illuminated. The warm yellow glow instantly enveloped the living room, casting the black leather sofa into the guise of a monstrous creature. Chu Feng lifted his damp lashes to gaze at the crystal chandelier above, which had just dimmed. The filaments still flickered faintly, but it was undeniably extinguished. Even the lights seemed to disregard him. In the dimness, the sound of steady footsteps echoed down the hallway. Upon realizing who was approaching, Chu Feng's expression shifted from despondency to fury, fixating on the corridor's entrance as he impatiently growled, "What do you want? Who told you to turn off the lights? Can't you see someone is still in the living room?" A tall figure appeared beside the television wall. It was Yi Tianxing. He paused in front of the toppled black and gold trash can, glanced down, and bent to right it. His tone lacked any reproach towards Chu Feng as he remarked, "The place is quite messy. I prefer it to be in utter disarray. It's none of your business." Chu Feng retorted, his mood sour, his harsh tone a mere facade. "Hurry back to your room. Stop meddling. Your presence only annoys me more." "None of your business. Meddling," he repeated, his irritation palpable. Yi Tianxing remained silent, quietly crouching down to gather the crumpled paper balls that Chu Feng had carelessly discarded, depositing them into the black and gold trash can. "Are you deaf?" Chu Feng's anger intensified at Yi Tianxing's silence, unleashing a torrent of profanities, his mind clouded with thoughts of gratitude. "Who invited you to clean up? Are you playing the role of a male housekeeper now? You truly relish picking up trash, don't you? It's utterly repulsive." Chu Feng realized that Yi Tianxing genuinely took pleasure in tidying up, frequently appearing at the scenes of his chaos. He would bend down to right various toppled items, silently working without uttering a word. This had been the case in their previous life, and now it remained unchanged. One moment he was righting the trash can, the next he was retrieving the remote control, patiently gathering the scattered paper balls into the trash can. Yet, what Chu Feng craved was an embrace, not a housekeeper. His lips could not articulate the request, "Will you hold me?" All he knew was that he found Yi Tianxing exceedingly irksome. Why could Yi Tianxing not be proactive, assertive, and resolutely embrace him? A hug that could not be broken free from. In Chu Feng's perception, lack of assertiveness equated to a lack of love. Yi Tianxing was but a stone, capable only of cold indifference. "You insufferable straight man, get lost. Your heart is made of stone. Don't flaunt it in front of me." Chu Feng seized a cushion and violently hurled it at the person picking up paper balls. The cushion was far more accurate than the remote control. Thud! The cushion struck Yi Tianxing's shoulder with force, causing the crumpled paper in his hand to slip away and fall to the floor. It seemed that Yi Tianxing's patience had reached its breaking point after enduring 6 years of identical torment. This cannot continue, can it? In the dim light of the living room, Yi Tianxing's expression was obscured from Chu Feng's view, but it was evident that he was brooding, angered. He rose to his feet, facing Chu Feng, who sat on the carpet, and advanced step by step. "What are you doing?" Chu Feng looked up, his delicate eyes, slightly narrowed in fury, betraying an innocent redness. In his mind, he thought that if he were to be scolded, so be it. Yi Tianxing would not dare to strike him. If he did, he would cease to be Yi Tianxing. Yi Tianxing did not strike Chu Feng. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Chu Feng's eyes for 2 or 3 seconds before suddenly bending down. His warm, dry palms clasped around Chu Feng's waist, pulling him towards his own chest with an undeniable force that left no room for resistance. Chu Feng was taken by surprise, his face colliding with the warm fabric of a cotton white t-shirt, his nostrils instantly filled with a deep, rich woody fragrance that momentarily stole his breath. Almost immediately, he felt the painful grip at his side as Yi Tianxing's hand actively embraced him. "Hey!" Chu Feng was bewildered, the sensation of weightlessness causing him to instinctively clutch Yi Tianxing's clothing, his helpless fingers sinking into the soft white fabric at the man's slender waist. The skin beneath was taut and firm, with the faintest hint of muscle definition. In the dim light, the outline of his fingers was barely visible, unsure of where to settle. This could not be deemed a proper embrace. It was merely a fleeting touch. Yi Tanqing's hold on his waist was but a means to lift him off the floor and deposit him on the black leather sofa. As one might lift a mere trash bin, the sofa reacted to their combined weight, bouncing slightly as they settled. "You." Chu Feng was about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted. "I must correct you." Yi Tanqing, with one knee pressed against Chu Feng's side, held his wrist just inches from Chu Feng's cheek, resting it against the back of the sofa. His dark eyes bore into Chu Feng's, his voice heavy. "In this world, no one's heart is made of stone. Who do you think possesses a heart of stone?" Chu Feng. The two faces drew closer. When Yi Tanqing had placed Chu Feng on the sofa, the momentum could have sent him crashing down upon Chu Feng had he not supported himself against the backrest. With a careful balance, he hovered just above Chu Feng, speaking earnestly. He attempted to convey to Chu Feng that everyone experiences injustice and heartache. For instance, Yi Tanqing felt great pain at that moment. The words exchanged earlier had truly hurt him. He did not relish picking up the pieces. He merely followed behind the one he loved, who had a penchant for creating chaos. What else could he do? Yi Tanqing felt aggrieved, yet knowing that Chu Feng was indifferent, he refrained from voicing his feelings. To do so would only breed further annoyance, much like the case with Wen Xiaoyan. "Do not speak nonsense," Chu Feng remarked. Meeting Yi Tanqing's gaze that was uncomfortably close, his voice hoarse as he hesitated before asking, "Is your posture suggesting you wish to kiss me?" Despite the dim lighting surrounding them, it was evident that both their eyes reflected a hint of crimson. In Chapter 64, the standoff continued. When Chu Feng posed his question, his heart felt as if it had frozen in time, his breath nearly ceasing. Yi Tanqing, too, was not at ease. An unprecedented tension had gripped him, his throat taut. In the dimly lit living room, the night breeze stirred the sheer curtains, causing them to sway gently. The delicate ceramic leaves continued to tap against the glass window, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Clink, clink, clink. His voice was low, sending a wave of anxiety through Chu Feng. "If that were the case, would you shy away?" Chu Feng's fingers curled slightly at his side, as if in hesitation. Should he push Yi Tanqing away or embrace him? The atmosphere was inexplicably fervent and thick with tension. At that moment, his heart raced as if it might burst forth. Chu Feng had anticipated that after his reminder, Yi Tanqing would realize their proximity and hastily withdraw to maintain a conventional social distance. To his surprise, Yi Tanqing retorted, "Would you shy away if I intended to kiss you?" Chu Feng's mind momentarily faltered, pausing for 3 or 4 seconds. His long, dark eyelashes cast shadows on Yi Tanqing's thigh, which was kneeling beside him. The light gray sweatpants were quite apparent, yet the darkness obscured the details. "Do you dare?" Chu Feng heard the tremor in his own breath, swallowing hard. "It's not about whether I would shy away, Yi Tanqing. It's about whether you dare to kiss me." A silent tug-of-war unfolded between them, encapsulated in a few terse exchanges. Both were remarkably resilient, locked in a gaze that felt electric. Their breaths were almost intertwined, their lips merely a fist's distance apart. Yi Tanqing, feeling the heat of the moment, averted his gaze first. "I have no such intentions. If you dislike having me trailing behind to pick up the trash, do not sully it. Do not be reckless and tarnish everything in one breath." The leather cushion of the sofa suddenly felt lighter as someone hastily departed, akin to fleeing for their life. Fresh air once more filled Chu Feng's lungs, the absence of the woodsy sandalwood scent clearing his mind. Upon looking up, he found Yi Tanqing had already left. After sitting in silence for a few seconds, a self-deprecating smile crept across Chu Feng's face. He nearly forgot that this Yi Tanqing was not the person from his past life. The two of them were not pretending to be in a romantic relationship. He had never shared any emotional entanglement with Yi Tanqing. Thus, how could a kiss ever transpire? Yet, Chu Feng felt utterly defeated. His heart raced uncontrollably. Not only was his heart in disarray, but he had nearly reached out to embrace Yi Tanqing's waist, wanted to draw near and press his lips against his. It was a mere hair's breadth away, too perilous. Reclining on the sofa, Chu Feng was engulfed by memories of their heated breaths, Yi Tanqing's waist and back, and the leg that pressed against him. Online, some say that a man's love and desire can be separated. Chu Feng had no desire to ponder whether he still loved Yi Tanqing. However, he undeniably yearned for Yi Tanqing. The time they spent together was fleeting. Chu Feng relished the sensation of being embraced by Yi Tanqing, a thought most unworthy. He understood well that in this world, countless handsome men and beautiful women existed, and should one prove unappreciative, replacements were readily available. Given his lineage and appearance, many would eagerly vie for his affection, treating him with the utmost reverence. Why, then, should he cling to Yi Tanqing like a barnacle? The logic was clear to Chu Feng. Yet, how could he help himself? No matter how attractive or charming others might be, they could never compare to Yi Tanqing. Chu Feng felt utterly lost. He could not shake the allure she held over him. This was certainly not love, for he did not love Yi Tanqing. He would never again fall for a straight man. Seated on the sofa, Chu Feng's thoughts were in turmoil, his mind and body at odds, each embodying a distinct persona. One urged him to burst into Yi Tanqing's room, to coerce and seduce her, suggesting that even if she did not love him, the act would still provide some semblance of satisfaction. The other voice implored him to maintain a shred of dignity, reminding him of the wall he had already collided with. Why subject himself to a forced affection? Was it not beneath him? A sudden noise from the bathroom caught his attention. It seemed Yi Tanqing was bathing. Slowly, Chu Feng straightened up and slapped himself across the face, the impact jolting him into clarity. He rose from the sofa, his gaze landing on the orange juice Wen Xiaoyan had purchased from the supermarket. He took it to the kitchen, washed his hands, and poured himself a glass. With the orange juice in hand, he approached Wen Xiaoyan's door, knocking insistently. "Open the door. Open up. It's not locked," came Wen Xiaoyan's muffled reply from within. The door had indeed been ajar. Chu Feng merely had to twist the handle to enter. "If it's not locked, you could at least mention it," he muttered, holding the juice as though it were a bomb. "Here, I brought you orange juice. Care for a sip?" "Just take it to Shun Chenglin," Wen Xiaoyan retorted, reclining with his legs crossed on a sandbag. However, upon seeing Chu Feng's cheerful demeanor as he entered with the juice, Wen Xiaoyan's irritation began to dissipate. After all, he had never truly been angry with Chu Feng. Having spent so much time together, he was well aware of Chu Feng's temperament. He simply tended to speak in haste. His heart, however, remained soft. At the foot of the bed lay a deep brown burlap sandbag. Chu Feng sat cross-legged, leaning affectionately against Wen Xiaoyan's shoulder. "I want tea portion Chenglin any orange juice. He can drink or not as he pleases." Wen Xiaoyan pouted, shaking his shoulder free. "I wonder who it was that fed the drink with a straw to Shun Chenglin as if I were too engrossed in my game of notice." This referred to the persimmon beverage Yi Tanqing had bought, which Chu Feng had handed to Shun Chenglin. That was simply me deliberately undermining Yi Tanqing's authority. Can't you see that? Foolishness at its finest. Chu Feng adjusted the straw in the orange juice, holding it with both hands and bringing it to Wen Xiaoyan's lips. "This is the one I specially prepared for you. Now drink up." With apparent reluctance, Wen Xiaoyan took a sip, quickly turning his face away afterward. The flutter of his eyelashes betrayed his inner turmoil, his tone still heavy with melancholy. "No matter what you say, it is of no consequence. My heart is already in tatters. How can your heart remain unscathed?" Chu Feng lightly nudged Wen Xiaoyan's shoulder, leaning in to observe his expression. If he smiled, it would indicate that he was no longer upset. Wen Xiaoyan struggled to contain a smile. "Well, I want to attend class tomorrow. You can go to the early class with Shun Chenglin while I sleep. This will somewhat compensate for the hurt I've endured. Just a few quarrels." And he believed he could evade the early class. Such was Wen Xiaoyan's cunning plan. Not a chance. Attendance was non-negotiable. Chu Feng disagreed. Wen Xiaoyan turned to glare at him. "You're still yelling at me?" His eyes instantly glistened with tears. "I'm not yelling." Chu Feng shook his head, staring into Wen Xiaoyan's eyes. "Didn't we agree that wherever I go, you go too? If you have any activities, I'll accompany you. If I attend class, you must join me as well. A few arguments should not disrupt our studies. That was our previous agreement. Things are different now." Wen Xiaoyan pouted, pushing Chu Feng away slightly. mimicking the languid grace of a concubine. His wrist was soft, lacking true force. What is different? Chu Feng, this? I see you getting along well with Shun Qinglin, when Xiaoyan mumbled, fiddling with the drawstring of his sweatshirt, his voice barely audible. Whether I'm there or not makes no difference to you, right? Shun Qinglin is enough for you. Chapter 65. In Wealth and Honor. Do not forget each other. How can you say that? Chu Feng was astonished that when Xiaoyan felt this way. You are my closest brother. I regard you as family. They shared a profound bond, even contemplating formalizing their brotherhood in the future. When Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Chu Feng, feeling increasingly wronged. When we went to the supermarket, I walked behind you too, and you didn't even notice me. In the cafeteria, you let him sit beside you while I had to navigate around to face you. By then, I had lost my appetite. Tonight's noodle soup was bitter. So much for being family. You only care about Shun Qinglin. Realizing the root of when Xiaoyan's discontent, Chu Feng finally grasped the situation. He had been oblivious to when Xiaoyan's feelings at the time. I promise it won't happen again, all right? I don't believe you. When Xiaoyan turned the sandbag, gazing at Chu Feng. What if Shun Qinglin insists on sitting beside you, crying and clinging to you? Chu Feng nearly laughed. Is it really that dramatic? You think he would cry and cling just to sit next to me? Do you think I'm that appealing? I want to listen. You must tell me what you would do about it first, when Xiaoyan insisted, wanting to consider the scenario before deciding whether to forgive him. One must admit, while when Xiaoyan might not seem particularly astute, he possessed a wisdom that belied his apparent simplicity. After all, his parents were successful in business, indicating they were no fools. Such traits inevitably influenced their offspring. When Xiaoyan was gentle and kind, and though not overly clever, he was certainly not foolish. Otherwise, he could not have crafted a narrative-rich long comic. For instance, he adeptly understood Chu Feng's temperament, indicating that when Xiaoyan navigated social interactions with a certain finesse, he possesses an exceptional talent for engaging with individuals of varying temperaments, effortlessly enlivening the atmosphere and creating a cozy environment for himself. He can strike up conversations with anyone, skillfully navigating topics with a sense of propriety that ensures the other party does not feel discomfort. Even someone as aloof as Yi Tanqing seldom disregards when Xiaoyan completely, as when Xiaoyan always present conversation starters that are perfectly timed. Their exchanges are neither overly formal nor excessively familiar. When Xiaoyan is adept at reading the room, and when Chu Feng attempts to console him, he can deftly steer the conversation to address the issue concerning Shun Qinglin in one fell swoop, thereby avoiding future awkwardness. All right, Chu Feng concedes to Wen Xiaoyan. I'll think about it. Next time, if he sits next to me first, I'll make a move, or I'll rise and take a seat beside you. When Xiaoyan casts a skeptical glance, I don't believe you. A person as prideful as you could actually force an exchange student to vacate his seat? In such a scenario, you would likely suggest that I bear with it a little longer. Chu Feng would certainly feel uncomfortable asking Shun Qinglin to leave. Furthermore, directly moving to sit beside Wen Xiaoyan would imply that they are ostracizing Shun Qinglin. Chu Feng is quite conscious of his image and would not be inclined to act so brazenly. He is merely placating Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan perceives this and calls it out directly. So what do you propose we do? Chu Feng, now somewhat irritable, is not frustrated with Wen Xiaoyan, but rather at a loss for a solution, leading him to contemplate avoidance. Wen Xiaoyan provides a straightforward directive. Next time, you shouldn't wait for me. Once I've taken my seat, you should sit beside me, preventing Shun Qinglin from hastily occupying your space. He instructs Chu Feng on the necessary actions rather than leaving him to figure it out independently. Chu Feng, being somewhat impatient, finds it vexing when he cannot think of a solution, leading him to abandon the issue altogether. This tendency to deflect blame onto others is a flaw that Wen Xiaoyan is all too familiar with. While walking, keep an eye on me. Especially don't let Shun Qinglin lead the way. Why should he pull you along? I'm not holding on to you. It's quite difficult for me to follow behind you both. He adds, when he offers you the tray, you should pass it back to me. You cannot eat from the tray he provides. When Xiaoyan contemplates how Shun Qinglin might continue to isolate him with just 2 trays. All right, that is straightforward. Chu Feng nods confidently. I'll remember everything. Next time, I'll walk with you and collect the meals together, watching where you choose to sit. I'll simply sit beside you. Moreover, When Xiaoyan reflects, deciding to voice his thoughts. Shen Qinglin pushed me today outside the supermarket. You must speak to him tomorrow, making it clear that he cannot push me away just because he wishes to be close to you. His demeanor was almost as if he intended to kick me aside. Chu Feng is taken aback. He dared. At that moment, Shen Qinglin had indeed shoved Wen Xiaoyan, which Chu Feng witnessed, though Wen Xiaoyan did not cry out in pain, causing Chu Feng to overlook it. In any case, it seems he is not particularly interested in associating with me. He certainly exerted force when he pushed me. Wen Xiaoyan adds, contemplating a clarification, though it's also possible that he simply has too much strength and did not intend any malice. It is essential not to harbor ill thoughts towards others, even if Wen Xiaoyan perceives that Shen Qinglin dislikes him. Chu Feng places great importance on the matter. Do not concern yourself with it. I shall find an opportunity to inquire tomorrow. If he does not wish to associate with you, then I shall refrain from calling upon him in the future. Indeed, Shen Qinglin had lent him money in a previous life, but a promissory note was drawn up. Thus, following Chu Feng's unexpected fall from a cliff, the substantial insurance compensation will be settled by his lawyer, ensuring all debts are cleared. The debt owed to Shen Qinglin should have been repaid after his demise. Should Shen Qinglin prefer not to engage with Wen Xiaoyan, then Chu Feng will cease his own interactions with Shen Qinglin. Thus, it is a delightful resolution, my brother. Wen Xiaoyan formed a fist-bumping gesture, instantly immersing himself in the role, declaring, though I may be simple-minded, my loyalty is unwavering. I am eternally grateful and shall serve you faithfully in the future. Hey, Chu Feng quickly reciprocated, lifting Wen Xiaoyan's wrist in a gesture of camaraderie. Cats are wealthy. Dogs do not yield. Wen Xiaoyan paused, perplexed. What are you saying? That phrase is incorrect. How does it go? Brother, shall we consult the dictionary? Oh, I was just getting into character, and you faltered too soon. Chu Feng, feeling dejected for not connecting with the performance, replied, It's that saying. What was it about cats and dogs? This orange juice is excessively sweet. Tomorrow I shall purchase freshly squeezed juice. Wen Xiaoyan picked up the orange juice. Shall we go to the gym after class tomorrow? I'm too tired. I want to go, Wen Xiaoyan replied lazily. Chu Feng pondered, today. Xing Rei remarked that we are weaklings, so we ought to train our muscles or something. But what is the point of practicing if we are not going to fight? Our competition lies in intellect. Wen Xiaoyan tapped his forehead. Do you possess any intellect? Ah, and yet you dare to criticize me? Oh no, the orange juice has spilled. Tissues. Yet Tan Qing, who had just emerged from the bathroom, paused momentarily as he passed by Wen Xiaoyan's room. He tilted his ear to listen for a few seconds, furrowing his brow in confusion. Laughter and commotion emanated from within, yet had not those two just quarreled? Chu Feng's temper was notoriously volatile and difficult to placate. It typically took several days before he would dare speak to Chu Feng after a dispute. How did Wen Xiaoyan manage to reconcile so swiftly? Chapter 66. The imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Tuesday's schedule consisted of classes from 8 in the morning until 7 in the evening. Arriving at the classroom at 8, the students enjoyed a 2-hour lunch break before resuming lessons until dusk. Among today's courses was one taught by instructor Li, microeconomics. With the vocabulary accumulated from the library yesterday, Chu Feng found himself no longer adrift in confusion. He could even keep pace with the instructor's lecture. He collaborated with Wen Xiaoyan to complete the classroom assignments. Even the class representative, Chen Dohua, was taken aback, astonished that the two had attended class punctually and managed to submit their assignments. Impressive. You two are truly writing, Chen Dohua remarked, standing beside Chu Feng's desk, examining the assignments of both Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan. She was a round-faced girl with a carefree personality, excelling academically and conducting herself with grace. Responsible for the collection and distribution of assignments, as well as tracking grades and distributing textbooks, her real name was Chen Dodo. However, she disliked the repetitive name, as people often remarked that their pet cats and dogs were also named Dodo. Chen Dodo had a fondness for coconut milk pudding, which led her classmates to affectionately call her Dohua. This nickname is rather endearing, and it shall be used henceforth. However, she must not be referred to as Sister Dohua. You think so? Chu Feng leaned back in his chair, effortlessly twirling a pen with one hand, his eyebrows raised in a mischievous manner. I have indeed studied diligently. Clearly, Chen Dohua nodded in affirmation, not concealing her thoughts. To be honest, we observed your serious writing earlier and presumed your notebook would be a chaotic mess. She had just flipped to Wen Xiaoyan's notebook, which featured a few lines of writing at the top and 2 drawings of Saint Seiya at the bottom. Wen Xiaoyan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Hee. It's not that I can't write. I simply lost interest midway. As Chen Dohua turned to walk away, Chu Feng nudged Wen Xiaoyan's arm, urging him to write properly next time without doodling. The habit of neglecting studies cannot be altered overnight. It requires gradual guidance for Wen Xiaoyan. For the sake of their future prospects, they truly cannot afford to squander time. Chu Feng whispered, ensuring he did not disturb their classmates. Wen Xiaoyan bobbed his head vigorously. Yes, I will write properly next time. Just then, Wen Xiaoyan's phone vibrated. Chen Dohua, I heard there was a minor conflict with the monitor on the day you collected your textbooks. The matter of the textbooks should have been my responsibility, but I was on leave those days and just returned today. The monitor has been quite busy lately. Several classmates' materials were only given today upon my return. Henceforth, if you require any study materials, feel free to contact me directly. 2 diligent little yellow faces. So that's how it is. No wonder the monitor, Lin, mentioned they had caused her some trouble. Essentially, they were outside her scope of work. They had not inquired properly about who to approach for the textbooks and directly messaged the monitor for supplies. Yet, it seems reasonable, with the study committee member on leave. The monitor would naturally assume the responsibility of distributing study materials. Thus, it falls within her duties as well. Moreover, several classmates had not received the necessary materials. Therefore, while the monitor ostensibly took over Chen Dohua's responsibilities, it seems she merely postponed matters, waiting for Chen Dohua's return to handle everything herself. That feels somewhat amiss. No wonder there was continuous pushing. It was only after much delay that they were finally led to collect their textbooks. It appears that this was done out of consideration for Chu Feng. Materials required by ordinary students had been delayed for several days, only to be distributed upon Chen Dohua's return today. Quite a small grievance indeed. Wen Xiaoyan scrolled through a small group on his phone, which did not include any class committee members. A dozen classmates were conversing about this very issue. It turns out they were not the victims after all. They were relatively fortunate, at least having managed to collect their materials. Meanwhile, sitting across from Chu Feng was Shun Qinglin, clad in a white t-shirt. Shun Qinglin's handwriting in Chinese was crooked and nearly illegible, resembling a haphazard scrawl, and no one collected his assignments. After all, he was an exchange student. In just over a year, he would be returning to Norway. Chu Feng and Shun Qinglin were playing with Chu Feng's ballpoint pen, which he had stealthily taken earlier. Chu Feng turned his head, The way Shun Qinglin pronounced his name sounded almost like a call for mischief. This morning, upon first hearing it, he found it rather jarring. While queuing for food at the stall that morning, Shun Qinglin suddenly called out to him, Feng Feng, causing several classmates nearby to freeze momentarily, their eyes sparkling as they glanced between Chu Feng and the tall, handsome athletic exchange student. It seems there is a hint of voyeurism regarding gossip. Rumor has it that a discussion group about the Maple Forest CP has emerged on the school forum. Chu Feng, having not logged into the forum, remains oblivious to this development. He feels as though he is being scrutinized by unfamiliar classmates, akin to a social death. Once seated in the cafeteria, he insisted that Shun Qinglin call him by his name, forbidding any further use of Feng Feng, threatening to sever ties otherwise. Chu Feng, do you fancy using a fountain pen? Shun Qinglin inquired, playfully shaking a dark green ballpoint pen, attempting to curry favor. I wish to buy you a beautiful fountain pen. Gift-giving, after all, rarely leads astray. Chu Feng shook his head, not particularly. Fountain pens require ink refills and maintenance, which is rather troublesome. What do you prefer, then? Shun Qinglin pressed, resting a hand on his cheek, smiling gently at Chu Feng. The scene was undeniably pleasing to the eye, as Shun Qinglin's face and demeanor were quite charming. His features striking and deep-set. It appeared that someone nearby had taken out their phone to snap a picture, and Shun Qinglin glanced in that direction, smiling for the camera. Whatever I like, I will purchase for myself, Chu Feng replied, resting his wrist against his forehead, evading the lens. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt as though they were being photographed. When he asked Wen Xiaoyan, the latter felt no such sensation. It seemed the camera focused solely on him, or perhaps on Shen Chenglin. He had inquired with Shun Chenglin, who also expressed ignorance. Perhaps they were being photographed for that discussion group? Chu Feng contemplated the necessity of managing the posts on the campus forum. As every entry seemed intent on tarnishing his reputation, there was not a shred of positivity to be found. Shall we dine at an off-campus restaurant for lunch? Shen Chenglin asked Chu Feng. Chu Feng declined. I cannot. I have classes in the afternoon. I will eat a bite in the cafeteria and then retreat to my dormitory for a rest. Sitting in class all morning is exhausting. What about tonight? Shen Chenglin persisted. He genuinely wished to invite Chu Feng to dinner alone. If that proved impossible, he was willing to include Wen Xiaoyan. As the heir of a Norwegian family, Shen Chenglin was experiencing repeated setbacks. Even a simple dinner invitation was proving to be a formidable challenge. Yet, he felt compelled to make Chu Feng fall for him swiftly. For once the exchange student period concluded, he would have to return to Norway. Shen Chenglin's plan was to win Chu Feng's affection within 3 months, nurturing their relationship over the course of a year. By the time the exchange program ended, he intended to assist Chu Feng with his study abroad application, bringing him back to Norway to live together thereafter. The vision was idyllic, yet the reality was harsh. Since they added each other on WeChat, they had exchanged no more than 10 sentences. They had dined together several times, yet never in private. Shen Chenglin had never encountered such difficulty in pursuing love before. Typically, it involved gifting, indulging in luxury items, sharing meals, and participating in leisure activities, ensuring a romantic relationship blossomed within 2 months. Chu Feng, however, was proving to be elusive. Nevertheless, Shen Chenglin had no intention of surrendering. Tonight is not possible. I have commitments tomorrow, Chu Feng explained, and he was not being dismissive. He genuinely had obligations. Tomorrow, he was to participate in the preliminary selection for a sailing promotional video. Shen Chenglin's eyes sparkled. Tomorrow we have no classes. Would you like to go out? How splendid. Spending time together outside the confines of the classroom would surely foster their relationship. At long last, an opportunity arose, not for leisure, but for Chu Feng to retrieve his beloved ballpoint pen, spinning it on his fingertip. There was a small selection competition approaching, and he was certain that many would witness it tomorrow. There was no need to conceal this from Shen Chenglin, as the news would soon be common knowledge. Oh, the selection competition, Shen Chenglin mused thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. They continued their midday repast in the cafeteria, much like that morning. Chu Feng took his seat next to Wen Xiaoyan. Shen Chenglin paused momentarily before opting to sit across from them, his expression radiating the same brightness. His gaze filled with affection for Chu Feng. Suddenly, Wen Xiaoyan stood up, proclaiming, I'm going to get some juice. Would you like any? Pomegranate juice. I'll have some. Chu Feng replied. Shen Chenglin shook his head, indicating he did not wish for any. Wen Xiaoyan made his way to a distant beverage cabinet. Surrounding them were fellow students dining, some occasionally glancing over at Chu Feng and the foreign student. Today, Chu Feng donned a new white tank top, paired with a cool, silky black satin kimono, its minimalist design revealing a glimpse of his fair, smooth wrist. His hands were pale enough to reveal the veins beneath, with long, slender fingers. His ordinary features became extraordinary under the charm of his mid-parted black hair, which gracefully cascaded near his cheekbones, exuding an air of both elegance and nonchalance. After a morning full of classes, a hint of languor graced his brows, rendering him uniquely beautiful. A porcelain complexion framed his delicate face, with narrow, elongated eyes and soft pink lips. The black attire complemented him impeccably. Shen Chenlin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such rare moments alone with Chu Feng were precious. He felt a tinge of shyness as he remarked, You're truly stunning. The sincerity of his words was unmistakable. With a light chuckle, Chu Feng awkwardly stirred his mashed potatoes with a spoon before suddenly looking up. Hey, there's something I want to ask you. With Wen Xiaoyan away, he saw this as an opportune moment to inquire whether Shen Chenglin was averse to spending time with Wen Xiaoyan. How should he approach this question? Should he be direct? Go ahead and ask. I'm willing to answer anything, Shen Chenglin replied eagerly, nodding his head. Chu Feng was indeed seeking to understand him, wasn't he? The cafeteria buzzed with noise. Chu Feng leaned forward, lowering his voice slightly. What do you think of Wen Xiaoyan's personality? Oh, Shun Qinglin exclaimed, surprised by the question. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, smiling warmly. Wen is quite amiable. Why do you ask? Indeed, I perceive him to be quite wonderful. Yes, my best friend. Chu Feng responded suggestively, twirling a strand of hair with his index finger, implying a protective stance akin to that of a brother. Shun Qinglin blinked, a flicker of possessiveness and urgency emerging in his gaze. He yearned to convey to Chu Feng that there was no need to engage with Wen Xiaoyan. He would provide ample companionship. Yet, it seemed he must first secure Chu Feng's promise to be with him. They had yet to even confess their feelings to one another. Should he seek an opportunity to declare his affections? But they had only been acquainted for less than a week. Perhaps it was prudent to wait a little longer. Wen Xiaoyan donned a pair of loose denim overalls. Her small braids tied up in a bouncing ponytail at the back of her head, her complexion remarkably fair. While it is unnecessary to elaborate on the other features of her delicate face, her large, doe-like eyes brimmed with a sparkling innocence captured one's attention. A few freckles adorned her petite nose, and a fine layer of downy hair lightly veiled her skin, rendering her cheeks particularly youthful. At first glance, one might perceive her hairstyle as intimidating, yet a closer inspection reveals a youthful charm. Her bright and clear eyes evoke a sense of purity, complemented by her artistic inclinations and affinity for the world of comics, which lends her an aura markedly different from that of her peers, imbued with a unique vivacity, despite her occasional bouts of eccentric behavior. Indeed, her alabaster complexion is quite captivating. Chu Feng found himself particularly drawn to Wen Xiaoyan, likening her to a fluffy cotton candy, or more grandly, a cloud, soft in disposition, yet possessing the courage to navigate the skies, embodying a resilient softness. When in her company, he appeared more mature, though often it was Wen Xiaoyan who extended her understanding and tolerance towards him. In his previous life, Chu Feng had been rather immature, quick-tempered, and somewhat self-centered. However, upon being reborn with 6 years of memories from his past, he realized the importance of considering the feelings of those around him. The events of the previous night would not recur. He would not raise his voice at Wen Xiaoyan again, nor would he resort to scolding her. For any relationship to endure, mutual tolerance is essential. With a sigh, Chu Feng accepted a glass of pomegranate juice. Wen Xiaoyan, let's skip the gym tonight. I'll tutor you in the knowledge we covered today once we return to the dormitory, he proposed, hoping to alleviate his guilt towards her. Wen Xiaoyan responded with disbelief. Is this dreadful news truly so sudden? I wanted to play video games tonight. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Qinglin quietly inquired, May I join you for the tutoring session in your dorm? Do you comprehend Chinese characters and terminology? Chu Feng asked. Shun Qinglin nodded affirmatively. Then why did you submit your classwork in such disarray? Chu Feng question, get the goal. Why not draft another piece of classwork tonight? Simply transcribing it would suffice. If Shun Qinglin wished to partake in the study session, he needed to demonstrate a commitment. Shun Qinglin chuckled. I just remembered that I have basketball practice tonight. You all can study. I'll head to the court. He preferred pursuing romance over transcribing assignments, choosing to play basketball instead. As the school bell rang at 7, the once lethargic school building erupted with life as students poured out, infusing the atmosphere with vitality. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the ginkgo trees, their leaves swaying gently in the evening breeze. Walk a bit faster, Chu Feng urged, tossing his empty water bottle into a nearby trash bin, as Wen Xiaoyan lagged behind. Dragging her feet, Wen Xiaoyan lamented, Can we not skip the tutoring, Teacher Chu? Perhaps we could go to the gym instead? On the ginkgo tree-lined path, Shun Qinglin trailed alongside Chu Feng, intending to join him and Wen Xiaoyan for dinner in the cafeteria. Our progress has always lagged behind the others, and what we learn now may prove useful in the family business later. It's certainly better than facing financial data with a blank mind. Chu Feng reassured both Wen Xiaoyan and himself, encouraging perseverance, reminding them that this was merely the beginning, and that life would ease in their second year. Shun Qinglin remarked that the executive assistant would help us accomplish our tasks, eliminating the need for learning. We could simply employ top students as our intellectual laborers. His words ring with a stark reality. This is how society functions. If high-achieving students do not venture into entrepreneurship, they inevitably find themselves in various corporate conglomerates. The notion of hiring classmates as intellectual workers may seem unpalatable, yet when Xiaoyan concurs with this sentiment. If we possess all the necessary skills, why employ subordinates? Please spare me. You are more intimidating than my own mother. If one can afford to hire others to perform tasks, then enduring the rigors of self-study becomes unnecessary. However, one should not rely entirely on others. Chu Feng has learned from experience that lacking knowledge can lead to being easily deceived by subordinates, who might exploit one's ignorance, leading to unforeseen pitfalls. Wasn't this the very fate that befell Chu Jinyuan in a past life? Thus, it is evident that second-generation wealthy individuals must exert significant effort to preserve their family fortunes. Idly consuming resources is simply untenable, unless one is exceptionally fortunate and never faces betrayal. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Chu Feng stated, "Wealth that does not match one's intellect will inevitably return to the market in various forms, a principle rooted in microeconomics." The magnitude of loss can range from Chu Jinyuan being swindled out of millions, causing delays in corporate orders and stock market crashes, to minor scams such as fraudulent beggars on the street, online shopping scams, and telecommunications fraud. Any wealth that can be deceived is, by definition, wealth that lacks intellectual compatibility and will return to the market in myriad ways. Chu Feng may not be exceptionally astute. He is simply someone who has encountered setbacks and learned from them, striving to be a savvy businessman. As for matters of the heart, he aspires to be equally astute, aiming for timely disengagement from detrimental relationships. However, humans are inherently emotional beings, and emotions often inhibit intellect, commonly referred to as love-struck. Once known as infatuation, his brother, Wen Xiaoyan, suddenly called out as they three searched for a seat with their trays. "Is Yi Shueba in the cafeteria?" Yi Tanqing is indeed here for dinner today. In Chapter 68, titled Prohibiting Scoundrels from Corrupting the Scholar Yi, Yi Tanqing occupies a four-person table by a pillar. Clearly, she has just finished her meal, with steaming rice and several dishes before her, including cucumber, sautéed baby bok choy, steamed ribs, and 2 pieces of perch. The balance of meat and vegetables appears meticulously arranged, as if weighed beforehand. Nearby, a bottle of mineral water and a bowl of mung bean and lotus root soup sit close at hand. She wears a simple short-sleeved white shirt, slightly different from her classroom attire. In the heat, she has loosened 2 buttons, revealing her Adam's apple and a small section of her collarbone. It is often said that one's appearance is enhanced by attire, yet sometimes, clothing is elevated by the individual wearing it. After all, many boys nearby don similar wholesale cotton white shirts, yet none wear them as beautifully as Yi Tanqing. This sentiment resonates not only with Chu Feng, but with everyone present. Centered around Yi Tanqing's position, the cafeteria appears crowded elsewhere, but the seats nearby are noticeably sparse, occupied by classmates who, in a daze, mechanically shove food into their mouths. When Xiaoyan concluded, "Yi Shueba is indeed in the cafeteria," Chu Feng instinctively lifted his gaze. Yet before he could discern Yi Tanqing's countenance, he noticed 2 girls passing by her. As they walked, they glanced back, feigning the search for someone, only to repeat their passage. They did not disturb Yi Tanqing. They merely stole furtive glances. After all, it was a rare sight. Yi Shun was undeniably handsome, not solely in appearance, but his academic allure and the austere, serene aura he exuded eclipsed the mere charm of his looks, adding to his appeal manifold. For intelligent girls recognize that true worth in a man lies in substance. He, rather fortuitously, possessed both beauty and depth. Mediocre, handsome fellows abound on the internet. And while a pleasing visage is not particularly astonishing, it suffices to garner a fleeting glance. However, a figure of such scholarly prowess warrants a more reverent admiration. After graduation, opportunities to encounter him would dwindle, for he eschews the virtual realm. Ah, how striking he is! Now, if only diligent study could afford the chance to share a research institute with such a luminary. Alas, how one regrets not having studied harder. He is breathtaking. Not only the girls, but also several bespectacled male classmates were surreptitiously admiring Yi Tanqing, the academic prodigy, the Titan. How astonishing. It appeared even Titans partake in meals. What delicacies does he indulge in? Steamed base, sold out. Steamed pork ribs, sold out. Cucumber salad, sold out. Baby cabbage, sold out. Mung bean soup, sold out. Chu Feng cast a disdainful glance at Yi Tanqing and turned away, as if he had not seen him. Was he not one to bemoan the dining hall? Why occupy such a conspicuous spot when he could simply return to his dormitory and prepare noodles? Let's seek out Brother Yi. Surely, he must feel somewhat uncomfortable sitting there alone. When Xiaoyan, being observant, noted that Yi Tanqing seated in the cafeteria seemed isolated amidst the throng. Being scrutinized while dining must be quite disconcerting. One could comprehend why the scholarly Yi seldom frequented the dining hall, preferring instead to procure his own meals and cook in his dormitory. To be candid, Chu Feng was reluctant to go. In his previous life, he relished monopolizing Yi Tanqing in public settings, commanding him to serve his meals, fetching water after basketball games, tossing his jersey to Yi Tanqing for laundering, and collapsing breathlessly into Yi Tanqing's embrace after long-distance races. He would even stuff his damp swim trunks into Yi Tanqing's backpack. On one occasion, he feigned illness, compelling Yi Tanqing to scale walls at midnight to procure medicine for him. That incident ignited a frenzy on the campus forum for 3 days, with whispers of Yi Shun having gone mad, sneaking out at night to seek his boyfriend. In KTV, he would deliberately incite others to jeer, affectionately perching himself upon Yi Tanqing's lap. Indeed, a plethora of foolish antics to assert his claim. Chu Feng had committed many such acts. He had grown accustomed to Yi Tanqing being the focus of attention among peers and teachers alike, and walking beside him inevitably cast him into the limelight. Initially, these childish reasons led him to cling to Yi Tanqing, but gradually his affection deepened. However now, Chu Feng furrowed his brow and dismissed Wen Xiaoyan's suggestion. I do not wish to share a table with him. He sought to establish a boundary. The dormitory was the dormitory. Outside, he could eliminate any contact with Yi Tanqing. Thus, under Chu Feng's insistence, Wen Xiaoyan turned to glance at the solitary Yi Shuaba side, and with her tray in hand, made her way over. They settled into the seats directly in front of Yi Tanqing, not sharing a table. Wen Xiaoyan turned to greet Yi Tanqing in a hushed tone, mindful of the many classmates around. Yi Go, will you return to the dorm after your meal? We could go back together. Yi Tanqing replied briefly. He then lifted his tray, his gaze unwaveringly downcast, and stood to switch tables, even making a trip to fetch bottled water in his handbag. Ultimately, Yi Tanqing took a seat directly across from Chu Feng, their knees nearly touching. This was the spot that Shun Chenglin had not yet occupied. Shun Chenglin, holding his tray, was momentarily stunned. But it wasn't just Shun Chenglin who was taken aback. Chu Feng was also caught off guard. When he looked up, he met Yi Tanqing's serene, dark eyes. Yi Tanqing's voice was steady, if you don't mind. I would like to sit here. Externally composed. Internally, his fingers gripping the water bottle beneath the table, turned pale, fearing rejection from Chu Feng. Soon, the entire dining hall erupted in a flurry of whispers. Yi Shun has taken the initiative to sit with that playboy Chu Feng. What is happening? I heard they are roommates. Is Yi Shun beginning to make friends? With someone like Chu Feng? No, they must not become friends. We cannot allow that scoundrel to corrupt Yi Shueshan. Absolutely not. If it continues like this, we might as well call the police. No. Chapter 69. Pork ribs. Listening to the collective gasps and the many disapproving glances in the cafeteria, Chu Feng felt somewhat embarrassed, practically restless. What was going on with Yi Tanqing today? Suit yourself. He paused for 4 or 5 seconds before responding, as the other had already taken a seat. He considered that perhaps what Wen Xiaoyan suggested earlier was true. Yi Tanqing felt uncomfortable eating alone under scrutiny, hence the decision to sit with his roommate. Well, it was inconsequential. Chu Feng restrained himself from looking at Yi Tanqing and called out to Shun Chenglin. What are you dazed about? Sit down. Shun Chenglin, still in disbelief, looked from Yi Tanqing to Chu Feng. Yi classmate, he placed his tray beside Yi Tanqing as it was the only remaining spot. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "You are quite bold," implying disapproval of Yi Tanqing's abrupt occupation of what was intended to be Shun Chenglin's position. Why should Yi Tanqing intrude? It was an unethical ambush. Shen Chenglin began to harbor resentment towards Yi Tanqing. While Chu Feng chatted casually with Wen Xiaoyan, he lowered his head to eat, carefully picking out the ginger slices from the sweet and sour ribs and discarding them onto some napkins to be thrown away later. Wen Xiaoyan was enjoying her chicken and cheese-baked rice, stretching the cheese to the ceiling. "Is that so?" Yi Tanqing cast a cold glance at Shen Chenglin. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an unspoken hostility and tension crackled between them, palpable and ready to ignite. Yi Tanqing remarked, "Shun is quite persistent, always clinging to Chu Feng. How shameless can Shen Chenglin be? This method of pursuit exceeds my understanding. Is it truly possible to chase someone in such a manner?" Yi Tanqing harbored no affection for Shen Chenglin and certainly did not wish for him to attach himself to Chu Feng, whose intentions were rather transparent. Yet paradoxically, Chu Feng seemed oblivious. Perhaps he was aware, but chose to remain silent about the budding connection between them. In mere seconds, several scenarios unfolded in Yi Tanqing's mind as she analyzed the most plausible possibilities. When Xiaoyan was engaged in a futile negotiation with Chu Feng, pleading for a reprieve from evening classes, but there was no room for compromise. Chu Feng placed 2 shrimp on Wen Xiaoyan's plate, which she eagerly desired. Though the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, unbeknownst to both of them, suddenly, Shen Chenglin made his move. He picked up a pair of unused chopsticks and selected a piece of smoked chicken that was absent from Chu Feng's bowl, extending his arm to place it on Chu Feng's plate. With a gentle smile, Shen Chenglin said, "Why don't you try this? It looks a bit odd, but that lady assured me it's delicious." Yi Tanqing cast a sidelong glance, her eyes momentarily flickering towards the chicken before she averted her gaze. It mattered not. She had no desire to taste it. Was it smoked chicken or cured meat? Chu Feng scrutinized the meat, initially considering discarding it, but ultimately deciding to spare Shen Chenglin's feelings. He retrieved the piece and returned it to Shen Chenglin's plate, stating, "You may have it. I have no interest in it." Chu Feng had an aversion to smoked or cured meats, always perceiving an odd flavor. He preferred only fresh meat. Yi Tanqing recalled a time when a friend of Chu's father had gifted them 2 hams and half a slab of cured ribs, exquisite quality that was hard to come by. Chu's father had proclaimed it to be a nutritional treasure and had the driver deliver it to their villa. When Chef Chun prepared it and served it at the table, Chu Feng merely sampled the broth and felt nauseated for the remainder of the day, delivering a scathing critique that it tasted of zombie. Upon hearing this, Chu's father chastised his son for being overly finicky, remarking that wild boars could not be pampered with fine food, and insisted that the cured ribs were intended for Yi Tanqing, not Chu Feng. Fuming, Chu Feng protested, "Why let me see something meant for him? Go away. Let him take those stinking ribs to you. One ungrateful soul." Chu's father, equally incensed, instructed Yi Tanqing to take the ribs back to Shen Chenglin and even cook them on the spot, while urging Yi Tanqing to join him for a couple of drinks. Of course, Yi Tanqing abstained from alcohol, while Chu's father relished the pairing of liquor with cured ribs, merrily drinking while berating Chu Feng for being a debtor. What use is a son like this? Unthoughtful and unfilial, merely indulging in frivolities. Yi Tanqing vividly remembered that day when, after indulging, Chu's father grasped her hand and lamented, "If only you were my biological child. Sometimes I truly wonder if you have lost your senses to be enamored with that scoundrel Chu Feng." Chu Feng had always been oblivious to such sentiments. Should Yi Tanqing be reluctant to marry, even if a knife were drawn against her throat? The notion of marriage would remain non-existent. There was no coercion in the matter. Even Chu's father understood the dynamics of their relationship. Yi Tanqing was indeed quite willing. Memories of the past were stirred by a piece of smoked meat, allowing a hint of sweetness to emerge amidst a heap of bitterness. Though the bitterness was predominant, it still evoked a sense of nostalgia for Yi Tanqing. That was the home he once possessed, filled with love and the presence of his father. As Yi Tanqing selected vegetables from his plate and brought them to his mouth, he caught a glimpse of the person sitting across from him. This individual was no longer his lawful partner. He had been discarded. Moreover, An annoying exchange student surnamed Shun was eyeing his potential companion. Shin Qinglin observed the smoked meat being returned to his own bowl, undeterred, and continued to inquire with Chu Feng. Don't you enjoy smoked chicken? Would you like fish? I can help you remove the bones. My skills in deboning fish are exceptional. What nonsense! Chu Feng was about to refuse when Yi Tanqing interjected softly. Do you often deb one fish for others? You seem quite skilled at it. Shin Qinglin gritted his teeth. It seemed that the person surnamed Yi had also learned to play underhanded games. Not eating? I have fish. Chu Feng was indifferent to their conversation. Shin Qinglin noticed his lack of interest, but still wished to clarify. There is a scene near my home, which has made me quite adept at eating fish. I don't often help others with deboning. I rarely take care of my friends. So you are quite special. Shin Qinglin aimed to convey this sentiment. Oh, Chu Feng ziplit, pu dao, no ding. He did not understand why Shin Qinglin felt compelled to share such things. Perhaps it was a longing for his hometown. Then you should eat more fish. Wait, isn't this freshwater fish? Carp? When Xiaoyan recognized it, red carp with a hint of green, chuckling at his own words. Chu Feng's lips formed the words, fool. Oh, the baked rice in the cafeteria is quite good. Would you like to try some? When Xiaoyan offered a spoon to feed Chu Feng, enthusiastically sharing his food, Chu Feng felt as though the spoon was coated in Xiaoyan's saliva and leaned back. Get away, I don't want any. I'll eat it then. When Xiaoyan buried his head in his meal, with Xiaoyan's lively interjections, the atmosphere at the table became considerably more relaxed. At least Chu Feng felt his tension easing somewhat. Yes, with Yi Tanqing sitting across from him. Chu Feng felt a bit uneasy, unable to refrain from stealing glances at Yi Tanqing again and again. Yi Tanqing was quietly eating, his expression serene, resembling a sloth nibbling on fruit high in a tree. What Chu Feng was unaware of was that the tranquility was merely a facade, as beneath the table, an unspeakable act was unfolding. The incident began when Shin Qinglin attempted to offer smoked chicken, which failed, and then sought to offer fish, but was also rebuffed. Undeterred, he devised a new scheme, initiating a fresh round of flirtation. At the four-person table, although devoid of a tablecloth, a pillar nearby provided some cover. Shin Qinglin's foot was restless, seeking contact with Chu Feng's ankle beneath the table. He cautiously maneuvered around when Xiaoyan's leg, stealthily inching closer to Chu Feng's leg. Yi Tanqing, seated directly opposite, immediately sensed Shin Qinglin's intentions. Thus, without a change in expression, he subtly shifted his leg to block the space between Shin Qinglin and Chu Feng's calves. Shin Qinglin tentatively nudged twice, realizing that Chu Feng did not withdraw. His ears flushed with excitement, and he shyly smiled at Chu Feng. You like me, don't you? You must like me. What was he inexplicably laughing about? Chu Feng paid no heed to Shin Qinglin's foolish grin, having grown accustomed to Xiaoyan's antics. Shin Qinglin, feeling smug, raised an eyebrow at Yi Tanqing, anxious that she might not be aware of his antics under the table. Everything transpired in silence. The attention of their classmates was fixated on the tabletop, not on Yi Shun's face, only occasionally glancing at Yi Shun's elegant manner of eating, oblivious to the four legs beneath the table. As Shin Qinglin reveled in his triumph, he suddenly caught Yi Tanqing glancing at him. Her eyes flashed with disdain and mockery. Shin Qinglin instinctively lowered his gaze, realizing that the leg he had brushed against was not Chu Feng's, but rather Yi Tanqing's. A buzzing sensation enveloped his mind as he felt a wave of revulsion surging within him, prompting him to knee Yi Tanqing with force, almost repulsed. The sudden retaliation caught Yi Tanqing off guard. She hadn't anticipated such a bold response. Unable to control the force of her leg, she collided with Chu Feng's shin. Their limbs, slender and unyielding, struck against one another with a painful thud. Yi Tanqing gasped, while Chu Feng stifled a grunt, frowning as his spoon wobbled, causing some shrimp and vegetable fried rice to tumble from his bowl. He looked up in bewilderment at Yi Tanqing. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kick my leg? Yi Tanqing, clad in deep blue jeans that were lightweight for summer, had inadvertently struck Chu Feng, who wore white casual trousers. The warmth from their legs mingled in an inexplicable manner, causing her heart to race. In a moment of panic, Yi Tianxing stuttered. I didn't mean to intending to explain that it was Shun Chenglin's doing, but her mouth outran her mind. Apologizing seemed prudent, especially since she had never dared to provoke Chu Feng. Bending down to peer under the table, Chu Feng caught sight of Shun Chenglin rapidly retracting his legs, feigning indifference. Hey, it's not that cramped under here. How could you possibly kick me unless it was intentional? Wen Xiaoyan leaned in to look as well, reassured that Yi Tianxing's jeans remained clean. He understood his brother well enough. The absence of stains on his white pants would reduce his anger significantly. However, when Xiaoyan failed to grasp the nuances of human emotions, anger levels differ. Did you do that on purpose? Chu Feng assessed, his brows furrowed and eyes sharp. You intended to kick me, didn't you, Yi Tianxing? No wonder you came over here with that tray. Was this an act of revenge for my reprimand last night? Yi Tianxing shook her head, her heart sinking despondently. No, it was an accident. Truly an accident. Shin Chenglin did it on purpose. Chu Feng remained unconvinced. Acting faster than thought, he shifted his leg under the table, retaliating against Yi Tianxing with 2 deliberate bumps, vowing to repay the slight. Bang, bang. Yi Tianxing lowered her gaze, her eyelids fluttering. The arm holding her chopsticks trembled slightly. The pain was not unbearable, yet Chu Feng's unhesitating retaliation stung her heart. She contemplated apologizing or saying something to alleviate his anger, yet he truly did not know how to articulate his feelings. Thus, while waiting for Chu Feng to finish his meal, he lowered his head in silence, humbly and lightly brushing against Chu Feng's ankle, attempting to convey his apology and offer solace. Chu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the fried rice. His heartbeat momentarily halted. What was this sensation? Was it merely an illusion? Yi Tianxing was clandestinely nudging his ankle beneath the table, wasn't she? Unbeknownst to her, this gesture held a significant meaning. If they were in a bar, such an action would suggest, "Darling, may I accompany you tonight?" Chapter 71. A cold shower. Yi Tianxing's eyes, strikingly distinct in their black and white, glanced up at Chu Feng, oblivious to the underlying implications. It was evident that she did not share the same romantic notions that occupied Chu Feng's mind. Cursing himself for overthinking, Chu Feng also berated Yi Tianxing for her naivete, ultimately refraining from returning the gesture. He drew his leg back, evading her touch, apprehensive that if he reciprocated, she might continue to nudge him with greater intensity. He could somewhat comprehend that Yi Tianxing desired to make contact but feared his father's disapproval, hence her gentle nudging. Frustrated, Chu Feng pressed his ankle against the table leg, suppressing the tingling sensations that arose, for at his age, even the sight of a shampoo bottle could spark excitement. It was challenging to maintain a state of purity amidst external stimuli. He had been stifling a burning desire for 6 years, longing for companionship. Yet he was reluctant to engage with just anyone. He had never contemplated what kind of boyfriend he would seek, excluding Yi Tianxing, or what kind of loyal partner he might desire. Perhaps he would ponder this further at another time. Chu Feng yearned for connection. Yet he dismissed the thought of Yi Tianxing, for she did not desire him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Feng opted for a shower, lingering longer than usual, the sound of rushing water echoing loudly. Meanwhile, when Xiaoyan nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, waiting for Chu Feng to emerge before resuming his studies. It was still early, not yet 8 o'clock. Yi Tianxing sat nearby at the dining table, diligently working on her academic materials due to a sudden assignment from a professor, which required her participation in a promotional video shoot, likely consuming a week of her time. This was reminiscent of her first year in her previous life, where a similar event occurred. However, at that time, Yi Tianxing had just agreed to pretend to be Chu Feng's girlfriend, and he had prohibited her from participating. Thus, when the professor proposed the project, she had declined on the spot, missing the chance to meet her mentor in advance. This time, after careful consideration, Yi Tianxing readily accepted the professor's request, driven by the prospect of encountering her mentor, Zhou Songbai, at the technology hall following the event. Zhou was a distinguished figure in maritime technology, recognized by the state, who had led multiple research teams and achieved remarkable feats in maritime projects. 8 out of 10 academic papers authored by her group were penned by the esteemed Zhou, a veritable titan in contemporary maritime exploration. Yi Tanqing longed to familiarize herself with him, though the opportunity to formally join Zhou's tutelage seemed exceedingly unlikely. He had just entered his freshman year. However, it was quite advantageous to familiarize himself with the environment ahead of time. Everyone has their idols, and Yi Tanqing's idol happened to be Mr. Zhou. Unfortunately, his participation in the maritime filming meant he would not see Chu Feng for at least a week. Yi Tanqing furrowed his brows and glanced towards the bathroom, feeling an acute sense of concern that once he left, Shun Qinglin might draw closer to Chu Feng. It wasn't just a slight worry, it was profound anxiety. On the sofa, Wen Xiaoyan remained engrossed in his game. Ahem, Yi Tanqing cleared his throat. Would you like some water? He inquired of Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan responded with surprise. Who, me? He paused his game, astonished or perhaps delighted, as he looked at Yi Tanqing, clearly taken aback. I don't want any. Thank you. Haha, Yiga, you seem particularly amiable today. Well, do drink, Yi Tanqing replied, retrieving a bottle of water from the refrigerator. He approached the sofa and handed it to Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan hurriedly extended his hands, feeling grateful. Thank you, Yiga. You've really come through for me. Look at you, Wen Xiaoyan. You've made quite the progress. Yi Shen personally fetched you water. How impressive. Oh dear, I must remain composed and steady. One must display a certain depth around such individuals, rather than behaving like those classmates who, upon merely exchanging glances with Yi Shen, act as if they've never encountered the world. Wen Xiaoyan, you must maintain your calm. Sitting upright, Wen Xiaoyan held the water bottle with poise. Reminiscent of that day, when they first arrived at the dormitory for a small meeting, he discreetly muted his phone, concealing his gaming activity from view. Yiga, did you need something from me? Wen Xiaoyan deduced, recognizing that Yi Tanqing's presence at the sofa implied a matter of importance. Yi Tanqing hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. I may need to leave for a week. Could you keep an eye on Shun Qinglin and ensure he doesn't bother Chu Feng? It was a difficult sentiment to express, given his unfamiliarity with Wen Xiaoyan. They were not well acquainted, especially considering the events of his previous life. Just days prior, he had stood in this very spot, declaring that he did not wish to spend money on Wen Xiaoyan. Ah, karma had indeed arrived. You're leaving for a week? I believe I am as well. Wen Xiaoyan remarked casually. Yi Tanqing was taken aback. Where are you going? Brother Feng intends to participate in that maritime filming. He is going to the selection competition tomorrow. Wen Xiaoyan explained. Given his looks, he is bound to be selected. I heard they're shooting by the seaside, and I plan to tag along for a few days. I meant to inform you once things were confirmed. They're leaving for a week, so of course, I should let my roommate know. Yi Tanqing fell silent, and Wen Xiaoyan, curious, asked, Yiga, where are you off to this week? To see, Yi Tanqing thought, realizing that if Chu Feng were to find out he would also be present, he might choose not to participate in the selection. Thus, he opted for silence, altering his intended response to, It's nothing, you may continue. He gestured for Wen Xiaoyan to resume his game, as he no longer had anything that required his attention. Indeed, Wen Xiaoyan was not mistaken. As long as Chu Feng participated in the selection, he would undoubtedly be chosen. Chu Feng possessed striking looks, rendering him photogenic. Wen Xiaoyan remarked, Yiga seems rather peculiar today. Just as he was about to resume his gaming, he noticed Yi Tanqing turning back from behind the sofa. With a steady voice, he inquired of Wen Xiaoyan, will Shun Qinglin also participate in the selection? Shun Qinglin? I doubt it, Wen Xiaoyan mused, uncertain. I haven't heard him mention his intention to go. However, the promotional video requires memorizing lines and participating in interviews, along with extensive nautical knowledge presentations. I can't imagine he could manage that. Reciting it all would be challenging. Thus, even if Shun Qinglin were to enter the competition, his chances of selection seemed slim. All right. Yi Tanqing nodded at Wen Xiaoyan, expressing gratitude before returning to the dining table to continue his studies. A sense of relief washed over Wen Xiaoyan. Yi Shen is gradually displaying a sense of humanity, he thought, pleased with the development of their camaraderie. It was indeed a positive situation, conducive to dormitory harmony. After a brief interval, the bathroom door finally swung open. Wen Xiaoyan, how much have you memorized? Chu Feng, with his hair half-dried, stood at the mirror applying some moisturizer. The air conditioning made the room excessively dry. Wen Xiaoyan's voice emanated from the living room. Brother, I've been memorizing, but I was waiting for you to teach me. Don't be ridiculous. You haven't memorized anything at all, have you? Chu Feng applied the remaining moisturizer to his neck and wrists. In the mirror, he noticed a slight, unnatural flush from his cheeks to his ears, possibly due to the hot shower. Before leaving the bathroom, he meticulously checked the floor, ensuring it was spotless, with no traces of water left behind, and that the window was open for ventilation. Only then did he make his way to the living room to commence their study session. Wen Xiaoyan sat on the sofa, feeling compelled to engage despite his earlier apathy. He quickly memorized 10 terms and 2 summaries of knowledge. Their mutual questioning proceeded relatively smoothly. While they were immersed in their studies, Yi Tanqing retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Twice, Chu Feng glanced towards the bathroom. Although he was confident that he had cleaned thoroughly, he couldn't entirely dismiss the notion that some scent might linger in the steam. Surely not, he reasoned. The windows were open. Yi Tanqing wouldn't be so abnormal as to detect any traces of his bathing. This minor worry lingered until Yi Tanqing emerged from the shower. Having spent approximately 20 minutes inside, Chu Feng avoided making eye contact, instead focusing on his study materials, discreetly glancing up as he flipped the pages. Yi Tanqing was clad in a black bathrobe that reached his calves, making his way to the kitchen to brew some herbal tea intended to promote restful sleep. Chu Feng couldn't discern whether Yi Tanqing had noticed anything amiss. Forget it, he decided. At this age, such matters are quite normal. Even if he finds out what I did in the bathroom, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Eventually, their study session concluded, and it was Wen Xiaoyan's turn to shower. Chu Feng retreated to his room to tidy up and prepare for sleep, unaware that Wen Xiaoyan was conversing with Yi Tanqing in the corridor. Wen Xiaoyan inquired, Brother Yi, did you just take a shower with cold water? The bathroom is immaculate, devoid of any warmth or mist. It's astonishingly pristine. At the selection venue on Wednesday, the next participant was announced, Class 2 of the Business Department, Chu Feng. In the office, several teachers and staff from the Maritime Department were seated behind their desks, perusing the profiles of the participating students. A mere 70 individuals were vying for selection, suggesting that most students were quite aware of their own appearance, while some deemed the photo shoot excessively dull. Ultimately, only 4 boys and 4 girls would be chosen, with selections conducted separately for each gender. As Chu Feng prepared to enter, he turned around and was startled to see an unexpected figure. What are you doing here? This chapter's update is graciously presented by the reader, Floating Dream in Eternal Sleep. Thank you to the esteemed benefactor for the generous reward. The update is hereby delivered. See you tomorrow, dear ones, with affection. Chapter 72, Tugging on the Pigtails, Xing Rue. Indeed, it was Xing Rue. What are you doing here? Chu Feng scrutinized Xing Rue from head to toe. Today, he was dressed quite sharply in a deep blue windbreaker and black cargo pants, sporting black Dr. Martens boots in the sweltering heat. One might think he was more concerned with style than comfort. In the entire corridor, only Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan maintained their composure. The other boys attending the selection felt a chill as Xing Rue approached, his commanding presence and solid physique casting doubt on their chances. With a figure like Xing Rue's, it seemed he was born to wear that naval uniform. One could already envision how well it would suit him even before he donned it. With a simple crew cut and sharp, resolute features, he usually appeared a bit roguish and carefree, but when he approached with such a serious demeanor, one could finally discern the essence of a privileged upbringing. Am I not 8 streets more handsome than you? Xing Rue arrogantly lifted his chin, surveying the corridor filled with lesser beings, finally fixing his gaze on Chu Feng, clad in a similar black windbreaker, and Wen Xiaoyan in a blue and white striped t-shirt. He struck a pose, challenging Chu Feng. Previously, he had instructed his close companion to follow Chu Feng and monitor his movements, adhering to the adage of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in every battle. When his companion reported that Chu Feng would be participating in the selection, Shi Hui scoffed. Did he truly believe that there were no handsome young men in Haichen? Did Chu Feng, a weakling, actually expect to represent the maritime force? Lacking muscle, was he merely a face in uniform? Thus, Xing Rue intentionally dressed in a manner befitting a man, arriving flamboyantly to showcase to the selection committee what a natural military bearing looked like. Now is the time to overshadow Chu Feng. Foolish boy. Chu Feng brushed his hair aside and straightened his back as he entered the office. After approximately 3 or 4 minutes, he emerged. Wen Xiaoyan, eyes wide with anticipation. Approach him, brother, how did it go? Xing Rui is watching. You must succeed. Chu Feng remained silent. Inside, the teacher called out from the list, next, Class 2 of the business department. Xing Rui. Xing Rui was taken aback by the teacher's laughter, his expression momentarily stiffening with a hint of anxiety. He disdainfully glanced at Chu Feng and strode into the office with his head held high. Wen Xiaoyan and Chu Feng stood not far from the door, awaiting any sounds from Xing Rui within. In less than 20 seconds, a man's voice emerged from inside. Who is this ruffian? How dare you run for the publicity position? Get out. Xing Rui, you cannot do this. Xing Rui's uncle, an instructor from the Hainan army, often chastised him at home, claiming he was unproductive. At that moment, Chu Feng comprehended why the teacher had laughed earlier. It was upon seeing Xing Rui's name. He turned to glance at Xing Rui's uncle, and when Xiaoyan chuckled, it seems Xing Rui is about to be expelled from the room. What a delightful spectacle. Clearly, Xing Rui was aware that Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan were outside, relishing the commotion, and he was resolute in not allowing himself to be ousted. Thus, he resorted to petulance inside, asserting his familiarity with maritime knowledge. He claimed to possess foundational experience in on-camera appearances, script memorization, and rehearsal filming, vowing to execute the filming process smoothly and not hinder the school's event. He absolutely could not afford to be eliminated. That would be utterly humiliating. Regardless of your elaborate words, get out. Xing Rui's uncle was well aware of his reckless nephew, who had barely read any serious texts and dreamt daily of becoming a national hero. Did he assume heroism was so easily attained? Such naivety. In the corridor, numerous students participating in the selection stood and peered inside, curious about the apparent altercation. Chu Feng and the others could not see Xing Rui, but could hear his voice resonating within. Xing Rui declared emphatically, "The selection of candidates is not solely at your discretion. I meet all the criteria. Why should I be dismissed? You think your mediocre grades matter in this selection? If grades were the criteria, what accomplishments does Chu Feng possess?" Chu Feng scoffed quietly, realizing the underlying message. Xing Rui was not only frustrated about his own potential disqualification, but also intent on ensuring Chu Feng faced the same fate. How absurd! This scoundrel lacks integrity. When Xiaoyan expressed concern, "What should we do if they truly eliminate you?" Chu Feng reassured himself, recalling the announcement that only appearance and eloquence would be evaluated, not grades. If grades were the focus, he would not risk humiliation. After a brief pause, the commotion seemed to subside, likely due to several teachers urging Xing Rui's uncle to remain calm and act impartially, without personal vendettas. After a few more minutes, Xing Rui emerged, chest puffed out like a victorious rooster, his windbreaker rustling as he walked. He turned to Chu Feng and declared, "Just wait. If I don't get selected, neither will you." In terms of appearance, he held no less than Chu Feng. If he were to be dismissed, it would surely indicate foul play. Such injustice must be protested. Frustrated, Chu Feng felt a surge of anger and suppressed his voice to mutter, "What are you even doing here? This is ridiculous." After graduation, Xing Rui had no intention of pursuing a path in technology, yet insisted on participating in the selection, evidently aiming to create trouble for Chu Feng. Such immaturity was infuriating. Xing Rui leaned against the wall beside Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan, turning his head to glance at them. Tilting his chin upward, "Admit defeat and call me dad, and I shall cease my pursuits. Have you ever encountered someone more despicable than yourself?" Chu Feng chose to ignore him. Wen Xiaoyan craned her neck to peek into the office, her ponytail swaying in midair, the colorful hair ties dancing playfully in the sunlight. Xing Rui's chest brushed against the edge of the door. Suddenly, he raised his hand and tugged at Wen Xiaoyan's two braids, looking at Chu Feng defiantly. "I am indeed despicable. What can you do about it? What are you doing?" Wen Xiaoyan gasped in pain, grabbing Xing Rui's wrist, which was too thick for her small hands to grasp. The tugging on her braids was quite painful. Yet, Xing Rui did not relent. What's wrong with having a bit of fun? A few braids can't hurt me. Besides, men can have long hair too. In truth, he hadn't even touched him. Just swayed them slightly against his chest. If you have issues, direct them at me. Why torment him? Chu Feng said impatiently, stepping in to intervene. Was Xing Rui the type to bully the weak? Always fixated on tormenting Wen Xiaoyan. As Chu Feng reached out to twist Xing Rui's hand to rescue Wen Xiaoyan, Xing Rui let go at the very moment. Why should I care about your hair? You don't even have any, he retorted. Although Wen Xiaoyan was cursing Xing Rui, her voice sounded weak and timid to him, lacking any semblance of aggression. Xing Rui couldn't help but laugh at her, lifting his hand to touch his not-too-short buzz cut, feeling its roughness compared to the softness of her braids. Wen Xiaoyan, holding her somewhat loose ponytail, tightened it at the roots and quickly moved to stand beside Chu Feng, distancing herself from Xing Rui and the door. Through Chu Feng's shoulder, she cautiously stole glances at Xing Rui, her round eyes sparkling in the sunlight. You uncultured bumpkin, if you've never seen a man with long hair, you should go out more. Chu Feng shielded Wen Xiaoyan to his left, retorting, your ancestor also had long hair and adorned it with pink flowers. What a foolish and utterly despicable person Xing Rui was, resorting to physical teasing when he couldn't engage in proper conversation. Chu Feng pondered whether Wen Xiaoyan might be infatuated with such a person. What was so commendable about Xing Rui? Was it truly worth shedding tears over his demise? Moreover, should he disclose to Xing Rui that he had once kissed Wen Xiaoyan? In their previous life, Wen Xiaoyan had been too timid to break the ice. Should he assist her in doing so this time? Chapter 73. The Chaste Hero Fine. Let us discuss ancient figures. I wish you the best of luck in becoming the first generation of scholarly family. Xing Rui shot back at Chu Feng regarding his ancestor's long hair. Chu Feng initially intended to disregard him, but after half a minute, he realized something was amiss. Was this a jab at his father, Chu Jinyuan, for lacking education? Xing Rui, do you find it impossible to contain your urge to provoke me when I get angry? Xing Rui raised both hands, implying that if the corridor's surveillance caught a fight, it would be portrayed as Chu Feng initiating it. Wen Xiaoyan quickly interjected, let it go. We should await the outcome. There were teachers and leaders from the aviation authority all around, and it was crucial to avoid conflict. Furthermore, Xing Rui's uncle was still inside. Wen Xiaoyan murmured, I'm also annoyed with him, but we cannot resort to violence. We cannot win against him and would only face punishment. We must outsmart him. Chu Feng shot a glare at Xing Rui's infuriating face. Very well. He resolved not to divulge the entanglement between Xing Rui and Wen Xiaoyan. He would prevent Wen Xiaoyan from associating with Xing Rui, ensuring that in this lifetime, Wen Xiaoyan would not develop feelings for him, thus altering the course of his tumultuous romantic journey. He would find a gentle and suitable partner for Wen Xiaoyan and first seek to ascertain his sexual orientation. Yes, that is the plan. While Wen Xiaoyan has yet to fall for that scoundrel Xing Rui, there is still time. He would certainly not push Wen Xiaoyan into that inferno. As Chu Feng focused on altering Wen Xiaoyan's fate, which had been marred for 6 long years, he overlooked the significance of Wen Xiaoyan's words, outsmart. This term signified Wen Xiaoyan's scheme for retribution against Xing Rui, which was already in motion. Chu Feng was utterly incapable of halting the interactions and entanglements between Wen Xiaoyan and Xing Rui. Perhaps some matters are simply fated by the heavens. No matter how many times one might start anew, certain outcomes remain impervious to human intervention. After approximately half an hour, a female teacher emerged from the office, announcing that the preliminary selection results had been released. Chu Feng, Xing Rui, and 5 or 6 other male classmates had been chosen. They were required to return the following day to try on military uniforms and assess their demeanor and physique, after which the final selection would be confirmed. As Chu Feng departed with Wen Xiaoyan, Xing Rui approached them to walk together. The 3 descended the staircase in succession. Hey, Chu Feng, Xing Rui called. We have a week left for our bet. If you cannot win over Yi Tanqing, you'll still have to concede. Chu Feng initially contemplated declaring the bet void, but he realized that delaying it for another day was still advantageous. If he announced its invalidity now, Xing Rui would undoubtedly persist in the matter. Isn't it still too early? Chu Feng's gulp. Why the rush? Xing Rue laughed heartily. You truly are relentless. Even at the brink, you refuse to relent. Do you really think Yi Tanxing would ever date a guy like you? From the very beginning, you were deceived, weren't you? Xing Rue was convinced that Yi Tanxing could never be interested in Chu Feng, having lived next door to her for 3 months and having encountered her in the elevator. He was well aware of her aloof demeanor. Thus, he had set this bet to ensnare Chu Feng, ensuring that he would ultimately have to admit defeat. Chu Feng was not foolish. He knew it was impossible. In his past life, he had not pursued Yi Tanxing. Instead, he had chosen to throw money at the issue to maintain his pride in front of Xing Rue. Now, with a calm demeanor, he teased Xing Rue. How can you be so certain? What if I spend the night in her bed? Can you really stop me? We share a dormitory. Xing Rue raised an eyebrow. Do you dare to force yourself upon her? Aren't you afraid she might take drastic measures? Chu Feng found little amusement in the banter. The staircase wound long and spiraled downwards, and while they descended, Xing Rue continued to prattle on. I see through someone like Yi Tanxing. She is the epitome of chastity. If she is unwilling, no amount of coercion will suffice. Even if you were to corner her, she would rather perish than yield. Are you quite familiar with her? Chu Feng Vito Dits Misin. Past experiences informed him that Yi Tanxing was not virtuous enough to that extent, nor would it be laughable for her to end her life by headlong collision. Instead, she would likely maintain a cold demeanor, reluctantly undressing to appease him. If only Yi Tanxing could be more decisive in her refusals, Chu Feng would not have been ensnared for so long. Yi Tanxing resembled a Siri, ever responsive to inquiries, dutifully listening to Chu Feng out of gratitude. However, a Siri does not proactively seek to cultivate a relationship. She remains polite, devoid of emotional attachment. Currently, if Chu Feng were to coerce Yi Tanxing into feigning a romantic relationship with him to humiliate Xing Rue, it would undoubtedly succeed, as she would not refuse him. Yet, he found no desire to pursue such a course of action, deeming it utterly pointless. Unfamiliar with the situation, Xing Rue honestly shook his head and remarked, I sense he is the type who would not be easily coerced. He certainly would not yield to the oppressive might of the Chu family, nor would he submit to any intimidation from Chu Feng. Upon reaching the base of the office building, Chu Feng parted ways with Wen Xiaoyan, leaving Xing Rue behind. Before departing, he turned back with confidence and disdain, uttering a cutting remark. Your intuition is quite poor. Yi Tanxing has indeed succumbed to his coercion. It is a matter of record. Xing Rue felt he had misjudged the situation. As Chu Feng and his companion departed, he stood beneath the apple tree, scratching his head. Could it be that I mistook him? Surely not. Yi Tanxing truly capitulated to the Chu family's tyranny? To serve the eldest son of the Chu family in a subservient manner? Perhaps this wager should be reconsidered for another day. If all else fails, I could simply back out. After all, I have no shame. Meanwhile, he observed the youth named Wen Xiaoyan, who from a distance appeared in a blue and white striped t-shirt, sporting a hairstyle that resembled neither American dreadlocks nor traditional Mongolian styles. The short ponytail bounced playfully at shoulder length, adorned with vibrant hair ties. Xing Rue fixated on the lively, diminutive figure. Noticing the braids, he recalled having tugged at them earlier without detecting the sweet aroma of lychee milk. Today he had not caught a whiff. Could it be that his previous perception at the elevator was merely an illusion? Cursed be the source of that delightful scent. He found it quite appealing. Perhaps he could inquire about it next time they met. If Wen Xiaoyan remained silent, he would take it upon himself to confront him, as it seemed far easier to intimidate Wen Xiaoyan than Chu Feng. A good thrashing would certainly reduce him to tears. At 7 in the evening, on the 9th floor in the dormitory, Chu Feng admonished Wen Xiaoyan as he pinned him to the sofa. From now on, keep your distance from Xing Rue. Avoid being alone with him, speak to him as little as possible, and turn away the moment you see him. Do you understand? Wen Xiaoyan, bewildered, replied, Brother, are you afraid he will hit me? Why the sudden caution? Chu Feng hesitated, stammering, It's not that I'm afraid he'll hit you. It's just that if he did, you might come to like him. Chu Feng was utterly unaware of what it was about Xing Rue that captivated Wen Xiaoyan, or what had sparked his affection in the first place. He cannot directly express that you will eventually come to like Xing Rue, that he has passed away, and that you should guard his grave and remain solitary in love. My heart aches for you, which is why I wish to distance you from him now, to prevent you from becoming emotionally attached. Alas, such matters are difficult to articulate. Chapter 74. The Delusion of Rape, as Chu Feng contemplated maliciously slandering Xing Rue as a violent man who strikes at anyone he encounters. The sound of a door opening and a faint cough echoed through the corridor. Wen Xiaoyan, are you in the dormitory? We thought you weren't back. Yi Ji's voice emerged, heavy with nasal tones, tinged with a hoarse lethargy. He appeared in a black loungewear, his footsteps heavy as he made his way to the kitchen, his hair disheveled and a fever patch adorning his forehead. He clutched an empty transparent cup, the kettle devoid of water, leaving him unable to drink cold water. Yi Tanjing, somewhat dazed, searched for a water kettle around the bar. Chu Feng turned to observe Yi Tanjing's condition and instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Yigo, are you running a fever? Wen Xiaoyan stood, moving towards the kitchen. Why didn't you inform us? We could have returned earlier. Have you taken your medicine? I took it this morning, Yi Tanjing replied. I've been sleeping since then, only waking at noon to deal with some documents. I've been busy until now. I wanted some water, but there's none left. This morning, Wen Xiaoyan approached, picking up the empty kettle. Why don't you sit on the sofa? I'll boil some water for you. It'll only take a few minutes. Thank you, Yi Tanjing replied, though he disliked troubling others. Yet, feeling slightly dizzy and nauseous, likely from taking fever medicine on an empty stomach that morning, he found himself in need of assistance. As he pondered his situation, he turned towards the sofa, only to see Chu Feng seated there. Their eyes met, and Chu Feng remained silent. Yi Tanjing hesitated, then raised a hand to smooth his hair, lowering his gaze after 2 seconds and redirecting his steps toward the dining table behind the sofa. He settled into the cold, hard wooden chair, bowing his head in quiet anticipation of the hot water. He hadn't bothered to fix his hair today, perhaps appearing a bit unkempt, and his loungewear was somewhat wrinkled. Most importantly, he was aware that a fever could spread germs, so it was best to keep his distance from Chu Feng. You are quite amusing, Yi Tanjing, Chu Feng observed as he witnessed Yi Tanjing laboriously dragging his ailing body, opting to sit at the dining chair to avoid proximity. He felt an urge to laugh. Hearing Chu Feng call his name, Yi Tanjing's mind buzzed. What is it? Could you be a little less narcissistic? Do you think anyone would have improper thoughts, seeing your flushed face? Why go so far as to avoid me? What could I possibly do to you? Why not just sit in the corridor? You're quite mad. Do you suffer from delusions of rape? It's truly absurd. Chu Feng stood and made his way toward the bathroom, passing by the kitchen bar. What are you doing? Wen Xiaoyan asked softly from the bar. Stop scolding him. He is sick. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, declaring that it was none of his business and that the other had brought trouble upon himself. He had no intention of treating a patient with any severity. Yet, Yi Tanjing was indeed quite self-absorbed. He was not particularly captivating. It was merely that his face appeared slightly flushed and his collar was a tad loose. Chu Feng felt utterly disinterested, unable to comprehend what warranted such avoidance. With a resounding thud, the bathroom door slammed shut. Wen Xiaoyan looked bewilderingly at the closed door, then at the figure seated at the dining chair. What is wrong with Fengge? Did you just scold him, Yigo? He was in the kitchen, so he couldn't have heard you, right? I don't know, Yi Tanjing replied, his confusion palpable. After a moment of silent contemplation, he dragged his ailing body back to his room, deliberately avoiding any spot where Chu Feng might see him. Don't you want hot water? It will be ready soon, Wen Xiaoyan called after him. No, thank you, Yi Tanjing replied, seeking refuge. He was currently unwell and felt quite disheveled, not wishing to be seen by Chu Feng. Aren't you taking your medicine? Have you eaten? Wen Xiaoyan pursued, stepping out from behind the bar. There were no signs of food preparation in the kitchen, nor any evidence of takeout being ordered. Wen Xiaoyan was taken aback. Could it be that Yexing had gone without food since morning? Huh? Yi Tanjing's door had already closed, offering no further response. Chu Feng splashed cold water on his face, regaining his composure before stepping out, though he was still seething with anger. Yi Tanjing was so pretentious. What was so remarkable about him? Was he narcissistic enough to consider himself a celestial being? Wen Xiaoyan, why are you loitering in the corridor? Shouldn't you be studying? Wen Xiaoyan hesitated. Glancing at Yi Tanjing's door as he spoke in a hushed tone, He seems to have been ill since morning and hasn't tea eaten. He refuses his medicine and just now mentioned wanting hot water, but now he doesn't tea want that either. I can hear the sound of typing, running a fever and neglecting food, water, and medicine, yet still clutching his computer to study. Wen Xiaoyan's expression was one of shock as he nodded repeatedly. Incredible. No wonder he is considered a genius. Who in the entire school could manage such a feat in this condition? Oh my, I feel compelled to admire him. Truly relentless. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, trying to comprehend what Wen Xiaoyan was saying. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is he trying to kill himself, Yitanking? Without a shred of hesitation, Chu Feng rushed to Yitanking's door, pounding furiously. Open the door, come out. Hurry up. He was on the verge of breaking down the door, if necessary. See you tomorrow, when the two of them will be sweet together. Chapter 75. The Red Mole Bang. Bang, bang. After Chu Feng had pounded on the door 7 or 8 times, the lock emitted a crisp click. Yitanking, as if guarding against an intruder, opened the door only a crack, just wide enough to reveal a few errant strands of hair peeking from beneath a brand-new white N95 mask. His narrow, hazy eyes peered through the gap at the two figures in the corridor. The fever-reducing patch had been discarded into the trash, deemed too unsightly by its owner. Had he known Chu Feng was in the living room, he would have tidied himself up before stepping out. Yitanking's hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask. I'm ill. Open the door. Chu Feng gestured for him to move aside. Yitanking lowered his eyelids, avoiding a clear view of Chu Feng, pausing momentarily before hesitantly stating, I cannot. There are pathogens that could spread through the air. Yitanking is a toxic spore. At present, he embodies this toxicity. His voice was feeble, yearning for Chu Feng to depart swiftly, to distance himself from the viral vicinity. You need not concern yourself with me. I apologize. Once again, uttering apologies? Chu Feng's anger surged 100-fold, raising his wrist to forcefully push against the door. His wrist throbbed painfully. Why the hell are you apologizing for being sick? Why must one apologize, even in illness? Yes, Yitanking's palm firmly gripped the doorframe, preventing Chu Feng from entering his room. He stifled a cough, attempting to explain. There are viruses in the air. They can be transmitted. Cough. His throat was excessively hoarse, and speaking inevitably triggered cough he could no longer suppress. Yitanking quickly turned his face aside, even with a mask on, refraining from coughing in Chu Feng's direction. Chu Feng could glimpse half of Yitanking's face through the door crack, the masked cheek obscured from view. However, he could see a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead, indicating a severe illness. You really are. Chu Feng suppressed his curse, instead thrusting his shoulder against the door to barge in, fiercely declaring, the virus must have invaded your brain. He could never comprehend Yitanking's train of thought. Was it the mindset of a top student to quietly succumb to illness? What utter foolishness. Chu Feng felt surrounded by individuals devoid of rationality. Yitanking persistently resisted. Yet his illness rendered him weak, and within moments he succumbed. Chu Feng forcibly pushed the door open and stormed into his room. Yitanking began to stagger backward, raising his arm in an attempt to halt Chu Feng's advance. Covering his mouth with his mask, he implored, do not come closer. This high fever. The bacteria are contagious. Wen Xiaoyan, fetch the medicine box. Chu Feng, ignoring Yitanking's protests, called out behind him. It should be in the second drawer beneath the TV cabinet. Hurry. He advanced a few steps, shoving Yitanking's shoulder, forcing him to retreat in a straight line. The force of Chu Feng's push sent Yitanking sprawling onto the bed. Bang! Though it was an act of rescue, the commotion resembled a quarrel. Outside the door, the sound of Wen Xiaoyan's footsteps hastily retreating toward the living room echoed. Ah! Yitanking was abruptly thrust onto the bed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's movements were anything but gentle, jolting Yitanking's stomach and nearly causing him to retch, confusion and panic flickering in his gaze. He lay back on the bed, panting, fingers clutching the blanket. Chu Feng, clad in a pure black satin loungewear top, had the hem right up as he lay down, revealing a small patch of Yitanking's fair abdomen and a faint glimpse of his navel. His bewilderment stemmed from Chu Feng leaping onto the bed beside him, kneeling and leaning forward, intently staring at him. The refreshing scent of mint from Chu Feng intermingled with the air, infiltrating Yi Tanqing's muddled mind. The stillness of the room was disrupted by Chu Feng's presence. Yi Tanqing's thoughts became even more chaotic, resembling a dream. In dreams, Chu Feng frequently appeared beside him. In the bedroom, in the living room, in the bathroom or kitchen. Sometimes even aboard a ship on the sea, or in serene fields or bustling streets. In dreams, Yi Tanqing possessed a very small boat. The white sail, though diminutive, occasionally assumes the shape of Chu Feng's undergarments. They navigate through the vast, boundless ocean, buffeted by the relentless waves that push them deeper into the sea's embrace, where the surging tides often obscure the sun, leaving them in prolonged darkness. The cabin is devoid of any personal belongings, save for Chu Feng, who is engulfed in a tempest of irritation and fury. He finds himself weeping, unable to find solace, as he clings to the one who trembles closely against him, sometimes crying out in anguish, sometimes uttering fragmented sobs, hurling venomous insults into his ear until mercy is sought. Yet, all is well, everything is just fine. On a certain day, as Yi Tanqing sails into the deep sea, Chu Feng becomes a necessity, a burden he must carry away. The tumultuous waves threaten to engulf him along with his sole treasure. The sea is a deep, ominous black. Yi Tanqing lies in a daze upon the deck, also sprawled across the pale, gray-checkered sheets. A chill creeps into his abdomen. Was he calling out? Chu Feng hears Yi Tanqing murmuring his name. He refrains from peering into Yi Tanqing's garments, instead tugging at the hem to smooth it over, covering the belly of the feverish individual. There is no need for a thermometer. It is evident that he is burning with fever. Chu Feng gazes down at him, imposing and stern. I've tucked you in nicely, now be quiet. I didn't peek. As he smooths the fabric, his fingers casually and gently glide over Yi Tanqing's lower abdomen, an act devoid of any male apprehension, a mere commonplace gesture. No, Yi Tanqing's body tensed, abruptly regaining awareness. Curled on his side, he attempts to rise, desperate to escape this provocative position. Chu Feng's touch, akin to a kitten's paw, sends a tingling sensation through him. Do not do that. Just as Yi Tanqing prepares to turn, Chu Feng swiftly shifts his leg. What are you doing? He kneels, pressing his knee against Yi Tanqing's chest, not applying excessive force for fear of harming him. Why are you running away? Does it hurt? Chu Feng scowled, glaring down at the individual beneath him, exasperated, placing his palm beneath his knee to alleviate the pressure on Yi Tanqing's sternum. Damn it, you're as mute as a fish. He knows well that Yi Tanqing would remain silent even if in pain. Fustet, Chu Feng et Golim. There should be a thermometer in the medicine box. Be compliant. He insists on checking the severity of the fever. No, I don't need it, Yi Tanqing replies, his strength in pushing Chu Feng's thigh akin to a caress, simultaneously wanting to push him away, yet desiring his presence. Yi Tanqing is acutely aware of his high temperature. He is indeed feverish. His mind is muddled, particularly as he observes Chu Feng in deep blue denim, thrusting his hips towards him, his knee pressing against Yi Tanqing's chest. Yi Tanqing dares not raise his gaze to meet Chu Feng's eyes, feeling as if smoke is rising from his throat. The pale gray-checkered sheets are rumpled by Yi Tanqing's restless movements. I have no intention of doing anything to you. What are you so worried about? Chu Feng, in his confusion and agitation, insists. I don't want you to perish in the dormitory. Stop moving. His right hand rests firmly beneath his knee, through the thin satin fabric. He can feel Yi Tanqing's erratic heartbeat and the overwhelming heat radiating from him. It is truly scorching, almost searing his palm. Surely, he cannot be on the brink of death. No, it is merely a fever. Fever is a common ailment, one that is generally easily treated. Yi Tanqing turned her head, her breath warm. She caught sight of Chu Feng, clad in white socks, his feet resting on her bed linens, her gaze fixated on the delicate, bony contours of his ankle. On the inner side of his ankle, there lay a tiny, red mole reminiscent of a grain of rice. That red mole. Yi Tanqing had once kissed it, while Chu Feng was lost in slumber. She had never dared to steal a kiss upon his face. Instead, kneeling at the foot of his bed, gently lifting the corner of the blanket, leaning down, holding her breath, and planting a kiss upon that red mole on his ankle. On numerous occasions, when Chu Feng was awake, she had refrained from such intimacy. At that moment, Chu Feng turned to call out to Wen Xiaoyan, urging him to stop fiddling with the medicine box and to bring it over instead. Suddenly, he felt warmth enveloping his ankle. He glanced down, only to see Yi Tanqing's slender fingers near his ankle, her index finger deliberately, yet unconsciously, pressing and massaging that little red mole. Yi Tanqing's gentle touch was a source of great affection for her. In Chu Feng's eyes, it seemed as if she was inadvertently requesting him to move his ankle away. "Do not move," he thought, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he gritted his teeth and steadied himself, grasping Yi Tanqing's wrist to pull her hand away from his ankle. "My feet are clean. I disinfected the sheets." Yi Tanqing was fastidious and might not tolerate her feet upon his bed. However, in the urgency of the moment, Chu Feng had not given it much thought. Now that he had stepped upon the sheets, what could he do? Changing the linens was one option, or perhaps purchasing a new set. He quickly withdrew his ankle, thinking it best to endure the disdain. His feet were clean, after all, clad in new socks. Yi Tanqing's hand was released, preventing her from continuing to caress that small red mole. She could not comprehend what Chu Feng was saying. A hint of sorrow crept in her gaze as she looked into his face, her expression conveying an indescribable sense of grievance and hurt. The pain lay in her inability to articulate her feelings. Yi Tanqing fancied she heard Chu Feng berating her, saying her hand was unworthy of resting upon his ankle, that she was unworthy of touching him. Yi Tanqing's vision began to dim. "I'm sorry. Do not say you are sorry. It irritates me to hear it." Chu Feng's voice was low, halting just a moment before Wen Xiaoyan approached. He held a strong aversion to the phrase "I'm sorry." Beneath his palm, Yi Tanqing's heartbeat raced, her skin burning with warmth. Chapter 76. Help. How does one open this box? Wen Xiaoyan approached the bed, clutching the medicine box, intending to place it at the foot of the bed. Chu Feng stopped him. "Do not place it on the bed. He does not want items up there. Set on the floor to open it. First, pull up the button and then turn it sideways." That night, when Yi Tanqing used the burn ointment, she did it this way. Chu Feng had witnessed it. Wen Xiaoyan crouched by the bed, attempting to open the box. No wonder he had struggled with it earlier. "The thermometer, here. If it's too high, we should head to the infirmary." The medical facilities at High University were comprehensive, with doctors on duty around the clock. Ding, beep, beep. The thermometer emitted a high-temperature alarm. Wen Xiaoyan glanced at it, his eyes widening. 39.6. It's nearing 40 degrees. This is serious. Typically, a person with such a fever would be on the verge of fainting. Yi Tanqing was remarkable. Just moments ago, she had been immersed in her research, typing away at the keyboard. As the moment of slumber enveloped him, Wen Xiaoyan was taken aback. Had Yigu truly lost consciousness? The figure on the bed lay with closed eyes and a pallidly flushed face. In a frenzy, he dialed the infirmary. Chu Feng's voice crackled through, frantic and hurried, expressing a tightening sensation in his throat. He implored Wen Xiaoyan to summon Xing Rue and his companions from the opposite dormitory to assist in carrying Yi Tanqing to seek medical attention, swiftly, urgently. Despite not being overweight, Yi Tanqing stood nearly 6 feet tall. Both Chu Feng and Wen Xiaoyan, lacking physical prowess, found themselves at a loss. The walk from their dormitory to the infirmary would require at least 15 to 20 minutes. They were unable to hastily transport Yi Tanqing and thus resorted to calling for aid from the athletes in the adjacent room. It appeared that Yi Tanqing had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. "Help! Yi Tanqing! Yi Tanqing! Yi Tanqing!" Chu Feng exclaimed, gently patting Yi Tanqing's face as he shifted to sit beside him. His hands trembled as he removed the mask. Was he dead? At this critical juncture, he chastised his brother. "Should I knock on the door?" Wen Xiaoyan's breath quickened. He knocked and shouted for Xing Rue. Yet without hesitation, he dashed outside. The urgency of the situation compelled him. While running, he fished out his phone. "I will knock on the door right now. Let me call first. Hello? Is this the infirmary?" Seated beside Yi Tanqing, Chu Feng's pupils dilated, his expression frozen, limbs stiffening. "You won't die on me. Yi Tanxing, will you? Not suddenly like Dad. After 3 or 4 agonizing seconds, he pressed his palm to Yi Tanxing's chest, filled with suspicion. Thump, thump, there was a heartbeat. A wave of cold sweat cascaded down Chu Feng's brow as he leaned closer to listen once more. The heartbeat was strong and steady, gradually calming. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the sound of knocking echoed. Shighui, Shighui. When Xiaoyan had ended his call to the infirmary and rapped on the door of the dormitory across the hall. Inside, the unmistakable sounds of a gaming group reverberated, punctuated by expletives. To be candid, when Xiaoyan felt a twinge of fear towards them, intimidated by the imposing, athletic male contingent. Yet, in such dire circumstances, fear had to be set aside. "Who is it?" came a voice laden with impatience from within, seemingly not belonging to Xing Rue. "We're in the middle of a game. Who is it?" When Xiaoyan's face paled as he stared at the door that swung open. Before him stood a young man with vibrant, curly orange-red hair, tall and robust, clearly part of the basketball team. "You? From across the hall, what do you want?" the boy inquired. I'm looking for Xing Rue," when Xiaoyan stammered, quickly changing his words. "No, it's not necessary to find Xing Rue. Yi Shuaba has collapsed in the dormitory. Could you assist in taking him to the infirmary? We cannot move him. Should that not be feasible, he would resort to the 8th floor to call for help." However, when Xiaoyan could finish his sentence, the irritable boy, evidently vexed from gaming, spun around and shouted, "Stop playing. Get over here now. What's going on? Why the shouting?" 3 boys inside stood up, startled, when Xiaoyan instinctively recoiled in fear. Xing Rue, cigarette in hand, sauntered towards the door with a nonchalant demeanor. "Dejiang, what is he here for? To fight?" The youth at the door, still clad in a blue and white striped t-shirt, resembled the moment they had parted under the apple tree. "The academic prodigy across the hall has fainted. We must swiftly carry him to the infirmary." A boy with curly hair named Dajiang quickly donned his sneakers, bustling with urgency. No more than 30 seconds after when Xiaoyan knocked on the door, the 4 boys from room 901 hastily shut off their games and followed him into room 902. Ironically, when Xiaoyan became the slowest runner among them, he trailed behind, somewhat at a loss. That room. "Chu Feng, step aside. Can you even carry him for 200 meters? Don't drop him." Despite his brash demeanor, Xing Rue acted with remarkable speed, collaborating with the red-haired boy, Dajiang, to hoist Yi Tanxing and rush outside. "How can I carry him?" Chu Feng grumbled, knowing he could manage, but not for long. He hurried to catch up with the athletic group. Xing Rue did not look back. "You're just putting on a brave face. If you could really carry him, would you need to call us for help?" Their relationship was strained, often leading to confrontations. Frustrated, Chu Feng fell silent. Had he retained even a modicum of rationality, he would have sent when Xiaoyan downstairs to summon assistance from the 8th floor. He resolved to let it go for now. Xing Rue's performance was adequate this evening, so he refrained from scolding him. "Get in the elevator, hurry," Chu Feng urged, when Xiaoyan followed closely behind, shutting the doors to the 2 dormitories. A group of them rushed into the elevator, taking turns carrying Yi Tanxing towards the infirmary, their shadows cast by the streetlights radiating youth and vigor. Observing their determined strides and the beads of sweat adorning their foreheads, when Xiaoyan thought, perhaps they aren't so bad after all, these seemingly fierce and robust delinquents. In the infirmary, Chapter 77, a cold shower. He has a fever. A good night's sleep will suffice. Measure his temperature again in 2 hours. You really don't need so many people here. Just one can stay to watch over him while he receives his 4. He still has classes tomorrow. The middle-aged doctor remained composed, expertly measuring the students' temperatures and inserting an 4 needle into Yi Tanxing's hand. At the door behind, several boys stood, drenched in sweat, peering into the ward. "Hey," Xing Rue inquired of the 2 boys sharing a dorm with the academic achiever. "Which of you will stay to care for him? We can't expect the boys from room 901 to do it. They have no interest in looking after the sick. Just getting him here was quite an achievement." Chu Feng tugged at his windbreaker, languidly leaning against the doorframe, lips pursed in silence. Well, when Xiaoyan glanced at his brother Feng, "I'll stay. Someone needs to administer his medication, monitor his 4, and check his temperature throughout the night. It will be quite a hassle." It was evident that his brother Feng lacked the patience for tending to the ill. "Look," Xing Rui seized every opportunity to tease Chu Feng, casually placing a hand on Wen Xiaoyan's shoulder as he addressed Chu Feng. This is what it means to be united and caring. He shows far more responsibility than you do. Startled by the shoulder touch, Wen Xiaoyan jumped aside. Xing Rui, taken aback, withdrew his hand and mocked Wen Xiaoyan. Really? Is it that shocking? We're all boys. Can't even lend a shoulder? Xing Rui remarked. You're being quite dramatic, little shrimp, referring to Wen Xiaoyan. To minimize frustration. Chu Feng was disinclined to engage in a verbal altercation with Xing Rui. He acknowledged that tonight, Yi Tanqing owed them a favor, and thus he decided to leave. In truth, there was a flicker of gratitude in Chu Feng's heart towards them, albeit unexpressed, for he was not a relative of Yi Tanqing. Oh, young Master Chu, are you abandoning us after the grind? Joquet de Jiang, you think you're a donkey? Xing Rui playfully slapped the back of De Jiang's head. Foolish child, berating oneself. Having completed their good deeds, there was little more to be said. Xing Rui led the three of them back to their dormitory, their backs radiating a certain swagger. In the corridor, Wen Xiaoyan urged, you should head back too. Get some rest. Tomorrow afternoon is the second round of selections, right? Indeed. The following day was Thursday, when the selections for naval photography would take place in the afternoon. They would need to change clothes and position themselves for the camera. Chu Feng raised a hand to scratch his forehead, took a couple of steps, then suddenly retreated without making eye contact with Wen Xiaoyan. You should go back and sleep, he said, implying that he would remain. What? Wen Xiaoyan was taken aback, doubting his hearing. Quick, go. I'm worried you'll sleep soundly and not even notice the foredrip. Chu Feng lowered his head, pushing Wen Xiaoyan towards the exit while mumbling excuses. Wen Xiaoyan suddenly understood. Oh, actually, I won tea. I'll definitely pay attention. Let us go. Chu Feng waved him off, expressing his unease. He felt compelled to keep an eye on Yi Tanqing. All right, Wen Xiaoyan acquiesced, pleased to have a respite from caring for the patient. He glanced into the ward and casually remarked, Bro, I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. You should be fever-free by then. Honestly, why take a cold shower? Just because it's summer doesn't mean one can be careless. Chu Feng nodded and, after a brief pause, suddenly lifted his gaze. You took a cold shower? When? Last night, Wen Xiaoyan replied. After he showered, it was my turn. When I entered the bathroom, there was no steam on the walls, and the hot water gauge was full. It definitely wasn't tea hot water. Last night, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his heart plummeting. He suspected that Yi Tanqing had learned of his presence in the bathroom. But if he knew, why would he take a cold shower? Before he could ponder this perplexity further, a sudden thought struck Chu Feng. The absence of steam, the lack of condensation on the walls, the full hot water gauge, all these indicated that the previous occupant had indeed taken a cold shower. But in his previous life, during their bi-weekly encounters at the villa, each time after Yi Tanqing had used the bathroom, there had been no warmth lingering in the air. Cold showers. His heart raced like a ship's horn, echoing through him, igniting a tempest of emotions. An overwhelming realization flooded his mind. Did Yi Tanqing, after their encounters, wash for 2 hours with cold water? Would anyone take cold showers regardless of the season? For 2 hours? Yi Tanqing could fall ill from a cold shower, suggesting he did not possess the habit or constitution for such. So why, after being close to him, did he always resort to cold showers? Why? Chu Feng stood frozen in place, paralyzed in the corridor, his mind blank. Lost in confusion and disbelief, he turned his gaze directly towards the hospital bed. Yi Tanqing remained in a deep slumber. Brother? I've returned to the dormitory, when Xiaoyan glanced at his brother Feng, then turned to head back towards the dorm, contemplating what breakfast to buy the following morning. He needed to set an alarm to rise early. The corridor fell silent for 10 seconds. Inside, the doctor called out, Student, please come in for a moment. With a sigh, Chu Feng turned and entered the ward. These 2 medications are to be taken twice at once, and these others just once. Take this now, and in 2 hours consume only this powder, dissolving 2 packets. Tomorrow morning, take these medications again, 3 times daily. Tomorrow night, have him return for 2 more bottles of anti-inflammatory 4 fluids. I notice his conjunctiva appears somewhat inflamed. Perhaps he has been under stress lately? The doctor systematically handed out boxes of medication, providing instructions to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, feeling overwhelmed, diligently noted the information. Regarding the Dr. S inquiry, he was unsure whether Yi Tianqing had been under stress. With a neutral tone, he replied, "I suppose so. After all, Yi Tianqing is quite preoccupied with his studies." "You two are roommates?" At this age, it's rare to see such a handsome young man under stress. The middle-aged doctor, with a hint of traditional medicinal knowledge, remarked humorously. It was a veiled suggestion that Yi Tianqing was too naive for his age, implying that he should have learned to manage his stress by now. A little physical activity would alleviate the tension. No need for stress relief medications. Chapter 78, Touching the Cheek. After a few moments of realization, Chu Feng understood the Dr. S implication, feeling a bit embarrassed as he forced a smile. "Just a reminder, my friend, you seem much more perceptive than him. Your complexion appears quite healthy," the doctor joked, perhaps to lighten the monotony of the night shift. After dispensing the medications and checking the foredrip, the doctor finally exited, instructing Chu Feng to call him once the infusion was complete to remove the needle. The infirmary at Haida occupies 3 floors of an office building, with private rooms featuring a bed for the patient and one for a caregiver. The 2 beds were positioned quite closely, and Chu Feng sat on the caregiver's bed, his knees nearly touching the edge of Yi Tianqing's bed. The sheets were not white, but a gentle blue. The infirmary's decor differed from that of a hospital, designed to make ill students feel the warmth of home. A small television hung on the wall, while the cabinet beside it contained sanitized blankets and pillowcases. Chu Feng grabbed the pillowcase, too lazy to fit it properly, simply laying it atop the pillow. He also fetched 2 light summer blankets, tossing one onto the caregiver's bed and bending down to cover Yi Tianqing with the other. His long legs nearly failed to cover Yi Tianqing's feet. The satin pajama pants appeared loose while standing, but when lying flat, the fabric clung and sagged, creating an awkward bulge. Chu Feng nearly slapped himself in frustration. He truly despised this side of himself, feeling perverse or inexperienced with men, though that wasn't entirely accurate. After all, he was only drawn to Yi Tianqing's physique. Perhaps it stemmed from a lack of nourishment, hence his fixation. In any case, he felt like a lecher. Yet, it was certainly not an intentional gaze. The attraction was undeniably apparent. With a heart burdened by self-loathing for his lack of ambition, he proceeded to wash his hands in the restroom attached to the ward. He exited to fetch a cup of steaming hot water, intending to let it cool before waking Yi Tianqing to administer his medication. After completing these tasks, he set the steaming paper cup on the bedside table and began to observe Yi Tianqing. The face of Yi Tianqing, eyes closed, bore an unyielding coldness, devoid of any softness, as if he had never relaxed, even in slumber, maintaining his usual tense demeanor. Chu Feng felt a tumult of conflicting emotions, glancing between the sickly Yi Tianqing and the forlorn figure of himself, who had dedicated himself to caregiving. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Having been reborn, he ought to have ignored the foolishly earnest Yi Tianqing, focusing instead on his studies by day and seeking out other attractive companions by night. Immersing himself in new romances would allow him to sever ties with the heart-wrenching past. He had once resolutely declared that letting go of a tree would reveal a forest beyond the window. But was it truly that simple? The nature of affection is not something one can simply dismiss at will. It incessantly plays with one's psyche. Today, he might resolve to forget. Yet tomorrow he finds himself ensnared once more, making it nearly impossible to halt abruptly, especially when it comes to someone like Yi Tianqing, who is perfect in every regard, save for his lack of love for him. How could one forget such a person? Could Chu Feng not feel despair? Faced with a scoundrel who had been indifferent to him for 2 years post-marriage, he still found himself lost in reverie. And one of those cold showers. Damn it, why was he still entangled in such thoughts? Let it all be obliterated. Frustrated, Chu Feng tugged at his hair. It was pure despair and melancholy. Suddenly, a grumble emerged from his stomach. He pulled out his phone. The screen displayed 9 o'clock in the evening. He had yet to have dinner. No, it was not just him. It seemed Yi Tianqing had not eaten since morning. How could he have forgotten such a matter? The infirmary was conveniently located near the school gate, making it easy to order takeout. Chu Feng selected a Cantonese tea house that offered congee. ordering 2 portions of vegetable and shredded meat congee, along with 5 or 6 exquisite small dishes and noodles, before clicking to place the order. Just as he completed the order, he heard Yi Tanqing's breath quicken. Chu Feng, Chu Feng, in a low, husky murmur reminiscent of dreamlike whispers. Chu Feng was astonished that he would appear in Yi Tanqing's dreams. How intriguing! The infirmary door was closed, and the room was quite tranquil. What are you saying? Yi Tanqing, Chu Feng whispered softly, akin to a thief. He wanted Yi Tanqing to hear him, yet he also wished for him not to. He was unsure of what he was feeling guilty about. He quietly shifted from the accompanying bed to the side of Yi Tanqing's bed, moving with deliberate care, though the thin, somewhat stiff fabric of his black jacket rustled softly. Chu Feng quickly stilled his movements, settling quietly beside Yi Tanqing. He gazed at Yi Tanqing's face from a close distance. It was a rare opportunity to observe him while he slept, including their previous lives. The times they had shared a bed were few and far between. On those rare occasions, they had always turned off the lights, with Chu Feng's sleeping position invariably facing away from Yi Tanqing. He felt awkward about facing each other, as their breaths would intertwine. Surely, Yi Tanqing must have felt the same discomfort. After all, every time they shared the same bed, he had never heard Yi Tanqing's breath. He could occasionally hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. This left Chu Feng in a state of uncertainty regarding whether the other was asleep, intensifying his anxiety. Yet, amidst this tension, he would eventually succumb to slumber. Upon awakening, he would find Yi Tanqing already risen. Thus he had never beheld the serene visage of Yi Tanqing while asleep. However, that moment had arrived. Yi Tanqing lay quietly beside him, not coldly or deliberately avoiding him. His brows, sharp and defined, appeared clean and resolute, even slightly furrowed in dreams. Chu Feng noticed the fluttering of his eyelids and the quivering of his lips, piquing his curiosity about the nature of Yi Tanqing's dreams. Unable to resist, he leaned closer, placing his ear near Yi Tanqing's mouth. "Shower, disinfect," murmured Yi Tanqing in his sleep. Chu Feng thought, how absurd, even in dreams, he finds me filthy. Does he want me to disinfect myself? Irritated, he mused, what s with the rage? The latter part of that word seems to imply fury. He estimated that the water in the paper cup had nearly reached a suitable temperature. With a decisive motion, Chu Feng grasped Yi Tanqing's chin, gently pinching the flesh of his cheek, swaying it back and forth at a steady pace. "What have I done to provoke you to scold me in your dreams?" Chu Feng's voice was cold and tinged with displeasure. "Who are you scolding him?" His gaze fell upon Yi Tanqing's cheek, and as he raised his eyes slightly, he found Yi Tanqing's eyes had unexpectedly opened. Those eyes, slightly reddened, held a bewildered and dazed expression. How pure the look was, so innocent. Chu Feng silently released his hold on Yi Tanqing's chin. Yet, Yi Tanqing suddenly grasped Chu Feng's hand, guiding it back to his own cool, firm jaw, desiring to be caressed once more. No one had ever performed such an action for Yi Tanqing. Chu Feng's palm felt warm against him. "Wait, you haven't 4 in your hand." Before Chu Feng could fully process Yi Tanqing's gesture, he noticed the 4-needle beginning to draw back blood, the crimson liquid flowing back into the transparent tube. He instinctively grasped Yi Tanqing's wrist, flattening it against the hospital bed, bending down to inspect the needle for any issues. In a state of urgency, Chu Feng scolded him. "Don't move that hand. Stay still, or you'll have to endure another prick, and it will be quite painful." "What are you doing?" Yi Tanqing's voice was still somewhat faint. As Chu Feng spoke and pressed his hand against Yi Tanqing's wrist, his consciousness gradually returned. Yi Tanqing surveyed his surroundings and recognized that he was in the infirmary. Likely realizing he had fallen ill. "You nearly died in your room. We brought you to the infirmary," Chu Feng said. "I'm here watching over you. Not out of care, but because no one else would tend to you. Do you understand?" His implication was clear. He was reluctantly staying to oversee Yi Tanqing's 4, not out of personal desire to care for him. "Don't misunderstand," he added. "I understand," Yi Tanqing replied after a moment of silence. His tone softer than Chu Feng had anticipated, even imbued with an inexplicable gentleness, perhaps due to his weakened state. "Aside from you, no one cares for me." Yi Tanqing echoed Chu Feng's words, resembling an emotionless parrot. In that moment, Chu Feng felt somewhat speechless. The repetition rendered the words strange to his ears. Chapter 79. Save me, save me. As long as you are awake, it's fine. This saves me the trouble of figuring out how to feed you medicine. You can drink water, just sit up and eat by yourself. He left the edge of Yi Tanqing's bed and returned to his own cot. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Yi Tanqing continuously watching him. Ah, such stillness. Stifling. Chu Feng fumbled to pick up his phone, opening the delivery app to check the progress. The meal would arrive in 5 minutes, and Yi Tanqing was still gazing at him. Why not watch some television? Chu Feng took the remote and turned on the small television mounted on the wall. The screen immediately displayed a movie channel, with the school broadcasting patriotic films around the clock, responding to the call of the party, adhering to its disciplines, fulfilling the soldier's mission. Yi Tanqing continued to observe him. Goodness, how bothersome. Chu Feng, irritated, turned to glare at Yi Tanqing. What are you staring at? He refused to budge to sit up and take his medicine. Was he to be carried up? I'm sorry, Yi Tanqing said in a half-hearted tone, slowly turning his head away, apologizing softly, causing you trouble. Chu Feng insisted he should not stare. Then I won tea. Another damned apology. Suppressing the urge to curse, Chu Feng picked up his phone and headed outside. I'm going to get the delivery. Don't take your medicine until I return. Upon his return, he would instruct Yi Tanqing on how to take the medicine. I don't want to take medicine, Yi Tanqing replied, his eyes void of life, as if suffering from a high fever and still not fully conscious. His tone coldly uttering, when I'm ill, you will be here. When I recover, you will leave. Then let me die with you here. As Chu Feng took a few steps, his heart inexplicably leaped at those words. He halted and stepped back, standing imposingly at the side of Yi Tanqing's bed, staring at his face. Chu Feng asked, It sounds as if you wish for my presence. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by? When I'm ill, you will be here. You. Yi Tanqing realized he had nearly revealed his feelings for Chu Feng. He did not want to be scolded by Chu Feng and then sent away. He wished to stay with him. Currently, Chu Feng retained those 6 years of memories. Prior to the incident, they were already embroiled in divorce, and his attitude reflected a complete weariness of him. After his rebirth, Chu Feng firmly intended to draw a clear line between them. There would be no pretense of being a couple, nor would there be a sham marriage. Chu Feng had long grown tired of him. Thus, Yi Tanqing understood that to win Chu Feng's heart, he must first reside beside him in a reasonable and enduring manner, gradually alleviating Chu Feng's disdain for him, thereby nurturing their feelings. A relationship must begin with a confession, but now is not the time for such declarations. Chu Feng evidently felt nothing but aversion and resistance towards him. The consequences of a confession were all too predictable. Yi Tanqing planned to wait until Chu Feng harbored a slight fondness for him before attempting to confess. This seemed more prudent. At the very least, being rejected would not result in being forcefully cast aside. Yi Tanqing was not skilled at deceit. He felt cold sweat trickling down as he struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, with a stiffened expression, he uttered, President Chu said he would cover my university expenses. If you were here, you would help me with the medical bills, right? He immediately regretted that statement, feeling a rush of anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he considered feigning unconsciousness to escape the situation. Yes, avoidance seemed the safest path to secure his position as a roommate and prevent being cast aside by Chu Feng. He would take one step at a time from there. Each passing second filled him with trepidation. Medical expenses, that was the implication. Huh, Chu Feng, you foolish fool. He chastised himself inwardly. Then he turned his ire towards Yi Tanqing. Is your scholarship so meager that you cannot even cover your medical bills? It makes sense, considering how stingy you are with every single drink. You're a miser. How dare you ask me for a few dozen yuan for medical expenses? You idiot. You truly infuriate me. His frustration escalated to the point where he envisioned tying Yi Tanqing up and dangling him from a helicopter for 3 days over a crocodile pit, forcing him to leap onto the heads of the crocodiles, dragging him by the waist into a cesspool for a few spins, and finally tossing him into the sea to wash clean, only to sandwich him between Siberian tigers as if he were a sandwich. The crunch upon biting would surely shatter teeth, because Yi Tanqing was as stubborn as a rock. Fool, a miser. How could someone live a lifetime without ever seeing money? How have you not gone bankrupt? Chu Feng kicked Yi Tanqing's hospital bed in frustration. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. For instance, Yi Tanqing had just stated, "If I fall ill, you would be here, rather than if I fall ill, you would pay." The subject was incorrect. Was he hoping for Chu Feng's presence because he was unwell, or was he feigning illness to ensure Chu Feng would stay? Chu Feng, do not overthink his words. The voice of his former self echoed sharply in his mind, halting his spiraling thoughts. What was there to ponder? Yi Tanqing had clearly mentioned the medical expenses. He was after your money. What more was there to deliberate? Yi Tanqing lay silently on the bed, listening to Chu Feng berating him for being a miser. Chu Feng kicked the wooden bed, making it rattle violently, visibly frustrated. Yi Tanqing felt the vibrations in his back, but he was powerless to change the situation. All he could do was desperately placate Chu Feng. "Please don't be angry. I promise to repay you those funds after graduation, and I will return you much more. Please stop kicking the bed. It will alert the doctors outside. Your foot will hurt." Chu Feng replied, "I'm sorry for you," before turning away and leaving without a glance back, feeling utterly despondent. He longed to hurl the takeout he had brought at Yi Tanqing's face and retreat to his dormitory to sleep. Yet, had he not grown accustomed to Yi Tanqing's behavior? It was impossible to force love. He should not harbor any further hope. As a student supported by the Chu family, Yi Tanqing had every right to claim reimbursement for living expenses during his studies, including medical fees, and had promised to repay them in double after graduation. There was nothing wrong with that, right? It had long since become a habit. Yet Chu Feng felt an unbearable ache in his heart, a familiar sense of suffocation. How could he calmly accept that the one he cherished did not return his feelings? How could he turn the page completely or break free from this cycle? "Help me. Save me," he whispered in despair. "Who can rescue me?" Chu Feng felt as though he were suffocating. He clutched the takeout in his hands, crouched beside the dimly lit flower bed outside the infirmary, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of torment and guilt. He despised himself for being unable to let go of such a trivial matter. After all, it had merely been 6 years. He loathed himself even more for still harboring feelings for Yi Tanqing. Would he truly be incapable of excelling in other endeavors if this persisted? Could he genuinely alter the course of his family's impending bankruptcy? A flicker of self-doubt crept into Chu Feng's mind. In his previous life, interacting with Yi Tanqing made him feel utterly worthless. He fell short in his career compared to her, and despite exerting all his efforts, he could never win her affection. Even his father favored the younger Yi. Chu Feng found it impossible to quell his anxiety. His hand ached. The skin on the back of it had been broken by his own nails. "Chu Feng." A gentle voice called his name, an unexpected presence approaching from a nearby path. Who could it be? At 9:30 in the evening, outside the infirmary of High University, a flower bed adorned with pale pink roses glimmered under the warm yellow glow of the streetlights. Shun Qinglin, with his phone flashlight illuminating the way, directed the beam onto Chu Feng's face as he approached. The boy, crouching beside the rose bushes, had his hood pulled over his head, casting a shadow that obscured half of his face, leaving only his porcelain white, slender chin exposed. "What are you doing here?" Shun Qinglin swiftly turned off the flashlight. The light flickered near Chu Feng's chin, revealing a hint of brilliance. "I just wanted some fresh air. I was looking for a cigarette, but couldn't find one." Chu Feng replied lazily, pulling his hood down with a quick motion, inadvertently brushing his elbow against his cheek. "Did you come here to get lost?" Shun Qinglin, dressed in knee-length denim shorts and a loose, hand-painted white t-shirt, stood before Chu Feng in a pair of trendy silver and purple shoes. He tucked his phone into his pocket, knelt on one knee, and tilted his head to scrutinize Chu Feng's expression. His tone lacked its usual cheerful exuberance, sounding remarkably composed. "I was in the elevator when one told me you were here, so I came to find you. It must be exhausting staying up to care for patients. And I thought I could keep you company." The streetlights loomed high, casting a dim glow that obscured Chu Feng's features. Yet, Shun Qinglin could sense that Chu Feng was in a poor state of mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be crouched in the flower bed, stifling his sobs. Although the faint sound of his weeping ceased as Shun Qinglin approached, and no trace of tears was visible, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. "You don't need to accompany me. I can manage on my own," Chu Feng asserted, rising quickly and brushing his hair back. Shouldn't we check on Yi Tianxing? Did you come to visit her? It wouldn't be courteous to send someone away after they had rushed over from the dormitory at such a late hour. Shen Chenglin lowered his gaze, reaching for the takeout bag in Chu Feng's hand. I'm not here to visit her. He had little connection with Yi Tianxing. I'm concerned for your well-being and wanted to help you, Shen Chenglin explained. It's not that I wish to care for Yi Tianxing. He stepped closer to Chu Feng, who instinctively recoiled, yet Shen Chenglin managed to grasp the takeout bag, feeling the warmth of Chu Feng's palm lingering on the handle, a bittersweet touch that stirred emotions within him. There's truly no need for your assistance. You may simply take a glance at him and then return to your slumber. Chu Feng led Shen Chenglin toward the hospital room, located on the second floor. As they ascended the staircase, Shen Chenglin frequently turned to observe the downcast face of Chu Feng. In truth, you could also return to rest while I remain to tend to classmate Yi. I assure you I will care for him well. You appear to be in need of sleep. Your eyes are quite red, Chu Feng. It was difficult to discern from downstairs, but the staircase was brightly lit. A tinge of bitterness and heaviness spread through Shen Chenglin's heart, as if he had an inkling of the reason behind Chu Feng's demeanor, though it remained merely conjecture. Staying up late has taken its toll. Chu Feng raised a hand to wipe his eyes, instinctively rejecting Shen Chenglin's concern. He is not your dorm mate. It is best if you refrain from meddling. Besides, his temperament is rather unpleasant. Even if you care for him, he would not respond with kindness. He is as unyielding as stone. Shen Chenglin suddenly halted, grasping Chu Feng's sleeve. What is the matter? Chu Feng turned to him. Shen Chenglin fixed his gaze into Chu Feng's eyes, speaking slowly. If that is the case, then I cannot allow you to care for him. I cannot tolerate his ungratefulness towards you. If someone must attend to him, I would prefer it to be me. Are you not being a touch too kind, Shen Chenglin? Is this how you treat everyone? Chu Feng glanced at the hand that rested upon his arm. Such intimate words may stem from a lack of proficiency in the language, yet Shen Chenglin's willingness to endure grievances and tend to his roommate seemed excessive. Furthermore, was a previous transfer of 10 million truly a result of Shen Chenglin being naive and wealthy? In their past interactions, they had exchanged but a few words, merely acquaintances on a list. Yet Shen Chenglin had readily transferred money upon learning of his plight. What could be the underlying reason? Chu Feng scrutinized Shen Chenglin's eyes. It is not kindness, Shen Chenglin replied, shaking his head. I'm not kind. I merely act this way towards you. It is not an indiscriminate display of benevolence. With such an implication laid bare, Chu Feng found it impossible to feign ignorance, feeling both embarrassed and astonished. But we have only known one another for a few days. Those few days are yours. They have been a long time for me, Shen Chenglin articulated, still struggling with the nuances of the language. He did not intend for Chu Feng to agree to a relationship at this moment, as it would indeed be too hasty for him. I am willing to help you care for classmate Yi. You should return to rest. Shen Chenglin sensed that Chu Feng was poised to outright refuse his offer, refusing both his assistance with Yi Tianxing and any potential feelings Shen Chenglin might harbor. Chu Feng found no attraction in Shen Chenglin's persona. Do not. Shen Chenglin shook his head, disregarding Chu Feng's rejection. We are friends, at least for now. I wish to assist you. If you wish to show your gratitude, a meal would suffice. Should you prefer to care for him alone, that is also an option. However, I would strongly advise against it. Shen Chenglin did not wish for Chu Feng to tend to Yi Tianxing alone throughout the night. He desired to sever any further ties between them. As they reached the door to the hospital room, Chu Feng certainly did not yearn to remain alone with Yi Tianxing any longer. He regretted, in a moment of impulse, allowing Wen Xiaoyan to return tonight. From the very beginning, he ought to have distanced himself from Yi Tianxing, allowing Wen Xiaoyan to stay and care for his roommate. Why did he insist on approaching Yi Tianxing, seeking unnecessary torment? Such behavior must change. Well, shall I consider it a debt of a meal? Chu Feng made his choice. Feeling the tension in his heart loosen slightly, he could avoid seeing Yi Tianxing now. Shen Chenglin offered a sincere, gentle smile. All right, I will remember this meal, Chu Feng. Good night. See you tomorrow. Who among us is not immersed in the regrets of the past, yearning for a chance to start anew, gathering the courage to mend those regrets? Shen Qinglin, too, was striving to rectify his own, as he watched Chu Feng's silhouette fade away. Shen Qinglin stood at the doorway of the ward, turning to gaze inside. He needed to have a word with Yi Tanqing. For instance, you, who were so inept, could not even safeguard his life, allowing him to plunge to his death at the prime of his youth. I once believed you two were deeply in love, which is why I maintained my gentlemanly demeanor, refraining from interference or contesting for him. Yet, this is the extent of your love for him, leading him to suffer alongside you. Depart, Yi Tanqing. This time, I shall not let go. The most thrilling moments are always in the next chapter. See you tomorrow. Chapter 81. Sacrificial Burial Click. The door of the ward finally stirred. Since Chu Feng's departure, Yi Tanqing lay on his side, his gaze scarcely leaving the doorway. Upon hearing footsteps outside, a flicker of light ignited in the depths of his desolate eyes. Chu Feng had mentioned he would fetch takeout and return to help him with his medication. Despite his high fever, Yi Tanqing firmly believed that Chu Feng would come back. He always trusted every word that fell from Chu Feng's lips, until an unexpected figure entered, carrying takeout. Shen Qinglin, clad in a white t-shirt adorned with a hand-drawn outline of a sailboat resting on the shore, stepped in. Beside the sailboat stood a fisherman, facing the deep sea, holding a spear with a fish that had been pulled from the water, its belly pierced. Liquid dripped onto the sand, forming uncertain circles. Whether seawater or blood was ambiguous. It was evident. The sailboat had been intercepted, and the fish had been speared ashore. He left. A chill seeped into Yi Tanqing's heart, as if his blood had congealed, flowing sluggishly. His gaze followed Shen Qinglin as he placed the takeout on the bedside table. The door of the ward had been closed by Shen Qinglin, signifying that there was no one else behind it. Chu Feng was gone. Yi Tanqing felt lost, unable to comprehend why he had not revealed his feelings for Chu Feng. The excuse of urgent medical expenses was a clumsy cover, yet it had served as a veil. He played the role of a simple roommate well. Why did Chu Feng still leave? Why? Where had he gone wrong? Yes, he had returned to the dormitory to rest, asking me to watch over his ailing roommate. Shen Qinglin surveyed the accompanying bed, observing the creases on the sheets. Chu Feng must have sat here not long ago. Thus, he shifted his legs and sat down, facing Yi Tanqing's sickbed. 2 seconds later, his expression suddenly stiffened, for from this angle, apart from Yi Tanqing, there was nothing else of significance to behold. There was neither television nor flowers, only Yi Tanqing and a white wall. Should Chu Feng be seated here, his gaze would undoubtedly remain fixed on Yi Tanqing, even though she had once betrayed him so profoundly. Shen Qinglin's lips curled into a fleeting, icy smile. His conjecture seemed to hold truth. Was Chu Feng still unwilling to let go? There was no need for such persistence. Yi Tanqing felt a throbbing pain at her temples. Her stern visage taut to the extreme, and she exhaled softly, accepting the reality of Chu Feng's departure, yet refusing to accept Shen Qinglin's role as his substitute caregiver. Listen, Shen Qinglin stated bluntly, I am not here to attend to the patient. I have feelings for him, you know, she retorted, adjusting her position before lying flat. After a brief contemplation, she sat up again, tugging at the infusion line on the back of her hand. The sound of the medication dripping resonated in the room, despite the film still playing on the screen. They could no longer hear the movie's audio. The previously restrained tension ignited like a wildfire in this moment. Shen Qinglin toyed with his phone, observing Yi Tanqing with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Why tell me? She asked, propping herself up on one leg, the deep blue blanket that Chu Feng had draped over her now covering her. With an outwardly composed demeanor, she faced Shen Qinglin's provocation. His response was swift. I don't want you competing with me. His words pierced through Yi Tanqing's facade, implying, I am fully aware of your feelings.
You would do well not to deny them. Otherwise, I could easily dismiss you as inconsequential. In truth, Yi Tanqing's voice was faint as she conceded.
You are the one trying to take him from me. She asserted that Chu Feng belonged to her. Shen Qinglin laughed with indignation. What gave you the right to claim him? Just because you seduced and possessed him for 6 years? He found no happiness with you, not even in the end when he lost his life. Shen Qinglin was well aware of those 6 years. Indeed, Yi Tanqing's gaze lingered on Shen Qinglin, her confusion only deepening. Why have you been reborn? Earlier, during a dinner outing with a group. Shen Qinglin had spoken to her in a grave tone in the parking lot. At that moment, Yi Tanqing had begun to suspect that Shen Qinglin had also experienced rebirth. He had remarked, "Have you never seen such a fine car? Its price is something you may never afford. Do not linger or fantasize. If I could make accurate predictions, would you believe me?" Yi Tanqing had been perplexed, wondering how Shen Qinglin, with whom she had little interaction, could so keenly perceive the emotions she had buried deep within, as if he possessed a divine perspective. Coupled with his seemingly inappropriate remarks, it felt disconcerting. Yet, Shen Qinglin had spoken with unwavering certainty, reminiscent of the alarm bells that rang in her mind upon their first meeting. Shen Qinglin harbored a distinct animosity towards her, a consequence of their shared memories from those 6 years, each on guard, each deliberately suppressing the other. He had never intended to conceal that he too had been reborn. He smiled with a somber expression. At the accident site, there was a great fire, and you claimed that Chu Feng's body was not found, denying him even a funeral. Initially, I was filled with rage at the thought that he had no burial, and I wanted to find you and give you a good beating. However, my connections in the country informed me that someone witnessed you rushing into the flames 4 times, as if searching for something. It was also discovered that, despite suffering severe burns, you chose not to go to the hospital, but instead chartered a flight to a mountain. I'm unfamiliar with Eastern mysticism, yet it appears you were attempting to resurrect him. I drove to that mountain where you were, and just as I reached halfway up, the sky suddenly darkened, unleashing a torrential storm and fierce winds. Amidst the deafening thunder, I encountered a mudslide on that fateful day, 3 days after Chu Feng's tragic fall from a cliff. Yi Tanqing clutched a small, charred bone in his palm, covered in soot and dirt, as he staggered towards the mountain of his birth, the temple where a towering golden osmanthus tree stood, growing up in the village. Yi Tanqing had often heard tales of a Taoist priest within the temple who possessed the ability to perform extraordinary feats beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. For instance, by offering the bones of the deceased who perished within 7 days alongside a living sacrifice, one could supposedly bring the dead back to life. Time could be reversed. Yi Tanqing was uncertain of the legend's veracity, yet at that moment, he felt he had no other recourse but to try. Even if it turned out to be a falsehood, even if the consequence was his own futile sacrifice, he was resolved to attempt it once, for without Chu Feng, he had no desire to live. He was willing to accept the notion of sacrifice. The sunlight poured golden rays into the temple, where a young man knelt in the back courtyard. His suit bore marks of having been scorched, tattered, and hanging loosely on him, while his exposed skin was a vivid crimson, covered in countless blisters from burns. The man was nearly devoid of intact hair and eyelashes. After enduring 4 fiery encounters, he was utterly ravaged. He knelt there, resembling a vengeful spirit clawing its way up from the underworld. It is difficult to imagine such a scene in modern society. An elderly Taoist priest with graying beard approached him, sighing and shaking his head. What a calamity! The fate of a living ghost. I had spoken to your mother about not giving birth to you. You carry a curse in your destiny, bringing misfortune to your parents and losing your dearest ones to untimely deaths. Yet your mother insisted on keeping you, believing you could alleviate the sorrow of the living dead. It seems a great blessing to me, the old man inquired. Now tell me, what do you wish to do? The man, with bloodshot eyes, tremblingly raised his hand, still tightly clutching the small bone in his mangled palm. He wished for him to live. You must first dispel the curse before making a wish. The transformation from flesh to steam will be agonizing, young man. Yet the old priest did not press further, for the sight of this man, kneeling amidst his burns, made it clear that he was unafraid of pain. As the blood curse was dispelled, time was reshaped. The sky over the mountain darkened ominously, and suddenly, thunder rumbled fiercely. Yet, unexpectedly, a new wandering soul, crushed by the mudslide, appeared at the altar. If this wandering soul were unrelated, it could not enter Chu Feng's altar. However, when Shen Qinglin perished, his thoughts were consumed by Chu Feng. Thus, this faint connection brought him back as well. However, since Shen Qinglin was part of the buy 2 get 1 free deal, his memories from a past life did not return to him instantaneously like they did for Yi Tanqing and Chu Feng. Instead, Shen Qinglin gradually regained his memories in the days following his rebirth. Thus, during his initial encounters with Chu Feng, he could only vaguely sense his desire to pursue him. Overwhelmed with affection, yearning fervently to be by his side. It was only recently that all his memories resurfaced. In the hospital room, Shun Chunlin declared, "When I next open my eyes, I will be standing on the basketball court of High University, and I will see Chu Feng approaching with a suitcase. After 7 or 8 seconds, I will throw the basketball at him." He wished to ensure that Chu Feng recognized him and that their paths intertwined. He could not remain an invisible observer of Chu Feng's life, silently watching him and Yi Tanqing together. He desired to be with Chu Feng, to protect him. He would not allow himself to witness Chu Feng marrying Yi Tanqing, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. He acknowledged his fervent pursuit of love, having waited far too long, and he feared that Chu Feng might continue to harbor feelings for Yi Tanqing. He also admitted to lacking kindness, for he was prepared to employ every means at his disposal to undermine Yi Tanqing. "There is no fair competition between us, you understand?" Shun Chunlin stated expressionlessly. "I will not allow him to belong to you, even if he ultimately does not belong to me." Shun Chunlin's rationale was this: if Chu Feng truly did not reciprocate his feelings, then he could marry anyone else, but he must not be with Yi Tanqing, for she was unworthy. Yi Tanqing had enjoyed 6 years that Shun Chunlin had longed for, yet she did not cherish them, nor did she appreciate Chu Feng. "I despise you," Shun Chunlin asserted. "I do not know if Chu Feng hates you, but I harbor a profound loathing for you. A person I cherish so deeply has been handed over to you, yet you failed to protect him." Shun Chunlin regarded Yi Tanqing as a worthless individual. "By the way," Yi Tanqing queried, furrowing her brow, "after the Chu family went bankrupt, was it you who emailed expressing an interest in investing in the company?" Shun Chunlin scoffed, "Indeed. It was I. Yet you, with your lofty ideals, refused my investment, forcing Chu Feng to gamble for money, leading to his demise. That is not the case." Yi Tanqing wearily shook her head. He did not accept the investment because the 619 project had already been initiated. Within half a month, the profits would be realized. "I never intended for Chu Feng to seek funds. I had planned to return to the villa and inform him about the 619 project's progress, assuring him that he need not worry about debts. But that fateful night, everything went awry. It seemed destined, a series of unfortunate events. You need not utter those words. Idealism remains idealism." Shun Xinglin was unconvinced, for during his time in Norway, he had not seen any news regarding the 619 project's launch. He believed Yi Tanqing was merely pretending to be more than she was. Shun Chunlin dismissed her claims. "If you were truly confident in reviving the company, why did you not inform him beforehand, allowing him to believe he was out of options, risking everything? What excuses are you making for your own incompetence? What of this 619 project? Its existence is far from certain." Yi Tanqing was a person who refrained from making empty promises, insisting, until the project is fully established. "I cannot guarantee its success." He consistently acted decisively before speaking. "You are lawful partners, sharing a bed, yet you cannot exchange a few words?" Shun Qinglin found this absurd. He had grown weary of your arguments. Death has occurred, and there is no point in lingering over the cause. It is time to discuss matters of rebirth. Shun Qinglin was mistaken. They did not share a bed, nor did they often meet, and their conversations were always strained. This was not a marriage where one could speak freely. Yi Tanqing fell silent, a heavy weight pressing upon his heart. "I will not relinquish him to you. You are unworthy," Shun Chunlin stated bluntly. "You need not entangle him further, seduce him, or fantasize about him. I will do everything in my power to prevent your union." Yi Tanqing raised his gaze to Shun Qinglin, uncertain of how to respond. He believed Shun Qinglin would not regard him with such hostility. In fact, Shun Qinglin need not exert himself to stop them, for Chu Feng had already forsaken him. What was left to unite them? Faced with Shun Qinglin's fierce declaration of war, Yi Tanqing felt as if a small brick had been forcefully kicked away from the ruins of his already devastated home. It was a ruin, and the absence of one brick was inconsequential. Yi Tanqing's stomach ached with hunger, and he reached for the takeout with his uninfused hand. "Could you please help me open this?" he asked Shun Qinglin, resigned, as they were the only two in the room and his hunger was pressing. Without nourishment, recovery would be slow, and he had classes to attend the following day. How can this be? Shen Qinglin was astonished by Yi Tanqing's nonchalance. After he had expressed his anger, this person still wished to eat? You want to eat? Yes, Yi Tanqing replied, extracting the receipt from the paper bag. His voice remained as flat as ever. There are 2 bowls of porridge. Will you have some? I cannot finish it alone without wasting food. What? Shen Qinglin nearly choked on his own breath. He began to understand why Chu Feng described Yi Tanqing as stone-like. Not only was he indifferent, but he seemed impervious to emotional upheaval. Is there nothing that can stir your feelings? He asked, incredulous. You still have a mind to eat. I say I oppose your union and will forcefully prevent it. Oh, Yi Tanqing said, nudging the takeout bag towards Shen Qinglin, indicating for him to assist in opening it. Let us eat first, then take the medicine. This way, it will not harm the stomach. There is something wrong with you, Shen Qinglin remarked, pointing at his own temple and shaking his head, tempted to discard the takeout in the trash outside. He did not want Yi Tanqing to eat. Yet, this seemed too childish, and besides, it was takeout ordered by Chu Feng. Indeed, takeout ordered by Chu Feng. Shen Qinglin paused for a few seconds before reaching to open the takeout. 2 bowls of porridge, 1 for himself, 1 for the stone man. However, he took the dim sum and side dishes for himself, setting them aside on the couch. He left only a bowl of porridge for Yi Tanqing, indifferent to whether it would suffice. If he starved, so be it. Chapter 83. The despairing wheat field in response. Yi Tanqing remained unfazed, quietly sipping his porridge while occasionally glancing up to check how much fluid remained. In the infusion bottle, antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medication was added. Yi Tanqing felt that he was on the verge of recovery. He needed to regain his health swiftly. He could not allow anyone to steal Chu Feng away from him. Although he remained uncertain how to achieve this, he would simply do his utmost. While dining, Shen Qinglin was simultaneously engaged in texting Chu Feng. Have you reached the dormitory? Good night. The congee you ordered is delicious. Let us dine at the restaurant next time. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qinglin sent another message. You said the congee you bought was terrible. He wouldn't take a bite, which is quite disrespectful to you. Please refrain from buying him meals in the future. Opposite him, Yi Tanqing continued to sip his congee, unfussy and ravenous after a day without food. He cast a glance at the array of noodles on the table, being devoured by Shen Qinglin, seemingly without concern of overindulgence. He thought to himself, go ahead and eat. If you become a hefty figure, Chu Feng will surely lose interest in you. Yi Tanqing employed a scientific approach to contend with his rival. However, after wiping his mouth with a tissue, he abruptly inquired of Shen Qinglin, what are your plans for pursuing Chu Feng? Shen Qinglin nearly choked, turning to gaze at the hospital bed. You are rather slow on the uptake. Only now do you realize I intend to pursue Chu Feng? Is this the first sign of your awareness of the impending rivalry? Yi Tanqing fell silent, fixated on the television. Shen Qinglin spoke with an air of pride. Naturally, I shall be as romantic as possible. I will present him with the most exquisite flowers and procure the rarest gems. Whatever he desires, I shall provide. This time, the one who marries him will be me, while you will merely observe. The gifts you give may not necessarily please him. He might discard them, Yi Tanqing interjected. He recalled a moment when Chu Feng had tossed a gift into the trash right before his eyes, exclaiming about a leftover banana on the table that was utterly revolting. That had been a hyper-realistic cake Yi Tanqing had purchased, featuring a nearly perfect 99 likeness, concealing a light blue diamond ring within, a diamond he had meticulously selected. Despite his efforts, Chu Feng had rejected it. I will continue to send gifts, alternating them until the day arrives when he cannot bear to dispose of one. Shen Qinglin asserted confidently. Yi Tanqing regarded him with a mixture of pity and bemusement. Oh, Chu Feng's preferences are notoriously elusive. Let Shen Qinglin pursue him at his own pace. Why do you inquire about such matters? Are you attempting to steal my ideas? Do you plan to buy him gems as well? Shen Qinglin's expression turned wary. Yi Tanqing, with a look of resignation, replied, I have no intention of gifting anything. Why not? Shen Qinglin's face brightened. Are you intimidated by me? Are you no longer considering him? Yi Tanqing replied, No, it's simply because I lack the funds. His honesty was stark, revealing a deep sense of despair. for he could not even afford the price of a gem. Chu Feng had derided him as a miser, questioning why he did not simply starve to death, disdainful of his frugality. Yi Tanqing rubbed his head, overwhelmed by the sense of discomfort akin to striking a twisted pastry. After a prolonged silence, Shun Chenglin remarked, "I am embarrassed to have you as a rival. How about you?" "Oh," Yi Tanqing snapped back to reality, beginning to take his medication. "I apologize for causing you embarrassment." At the tender age of 19, Yi Tanqing was a despondent figure. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe how Shun Chenglin pursued Chu Feng, selectively adopting strategies, diligently noting them down in his memoir. In 2 years, when he had the means, he would learn to implement them. For now, he could not. He was bereft of funds. Desperading Yit Tanjing, a desolate wheat field. It is not necessarily the case that one must possess abundant wealth in order to bestow gifts upon those they cherish. It is merely understood between them that Chu Feng is deserving of the finest offerings in the world, while anything inferior would be unworthy of him. Moreover, even the best gifts may not be desired by him. "You may leave now," Yi Tanqing said, having taken her medication and preparing for slumber. However, Shun Chenglin had no intention of departing just yet, engrossed in examining the message Chu Feng had sent him. "Hey, he mentioned I shouldn't worry about whether you eat or not, even if it means you starve, yet he also asked what I would like for breakfast in the morning, promising to have when Xiaoyan bring it to me early. This is bliss. It is the first time he has shown concern for me. Look." Shun Chenglin lay on the accompanying bed, raising his phone for Yi Tanqing to see. She averted her gaze, feeling a pang of bitterness within. Shun Chenglin insisted she look. He dramatically covered his face, exclaiming, "I apologize for making you witness my happiness." Chu Feng's profile picture depicted a black and white milk cat wearing sunglasses, both cool and adorable. Much like him, Yi Tanqing bit her medicine into halves, her mouth filled with bitterness. She cast her eyes downward, glancing at her own phone, which would not ring for a millennium. The chat page with Chu Feng remained stagnant, displaying an address of a hotel in Malaysia, the one where she had sent a handbag to Chu's mother. She had sent the address to Chu Feng, who had not responded. To this day, there had been no new messages. Cough, cough. Suddenly Shun Chenglin began to clear his throat, clutching his phone, exuding a sweet demeanor while producing a deep, sultry voice. "Good night, classmate Chu." Whoosh. He sent a voice message to Chu Feng. Yi Tanqing watched in astonishment. What was he doing? It was all so peculiar and bothersome. After sending the message, Shun Chenglin looked up to find Yi Tanqing's face filled with confusion. He turned away in annoyance, presenting his back to her. "Old-fashioned," Yi Tanqing remarked. "I didn't understand." The room fell into silence. Yi Tanqing was unsure if Shun Chenglin was indeed chatting with Chu Feng. He glanced at his phone, picked it up, set it down, then picked it up again, repeating this action 3 or 4 times before calling out to Shun Chenglin. "Excuse me, could you please summon a doctor to remove the 4? "Oh," Shun Chenglin replied reluctantly, rising slowly to comply. After all, they were at school, and he had promised to look after Yi Tanqing for Chu Feng, not wishing to burden him with trivial matters. Once Shun Chenglin left the room, Yi Tanqing lowered her gaze and extended a finger to tap on the WeChat page. Suddenly, she raised her hand to scratch her forehead, paused briefly, and then returned her phone to the screen. She could not bring herself to send a voice message to Chu Feng. Thus, in the boys' dormitory on the 9th floor, as Chu Feng was about to close his eyes to sleep, his phone vibrated beside him. What an annoyance. Shun Chenglin certainly has a lot to say. Chu Feng, possessing a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, felt compelled to check his phone whenever it rang. With a frown, he squinted and opened the WeChat page. Before him was a profile picture of a vast azure sea and a ship, accompanied by 2 words, "Good night." In the chat dialog box, Chu Feng had saved Yi Tanqing's contact as, "Do not pay attention to him anymore." Chu Feng abruptly straightened his legs beneath the covers. Gazing intently at the 2 simple Chinese characters, he pondered, Who is this? Is it Yi Tanqing? Or perhaps Shun Chenglin, whose phone died? Send me a message via Yi Tanqing's WeChat. Who sent it? Should he respond? Chapter 84. Do you often go out to book a room? In the dimly lit bedroom, with only a crystal night light illuminating the space, He fixated on those two characters for several seconds. With a sigh, Chu Feng turned off his phone and nestled back under the blanket, preparing to sleep, despite knowing he might not rest well. He chose not to reply. He simply did not wish to. Responding seemed inappropriate, and it would serve no purpose. Thus, he decided to leave it be. Thursday dawned with gloomy weather, overcast, as if rain were imminent. Haicheng was a stifling and rainy city. At 8 in the morning, in the flower bed beneath the medical building, Chu Feng bent down to admire the pale, pink roses. Just as he reached out, the supervising teacher shouted, "Don't pick. Do not pluck the flowers. We have finally managed to bloom a few." Irritated, Chu Feng retorted, "I'm not picking, I'm just touching them." "What flowers are you touching, young man? Move aside and stand over there." The teacher was quite vigilant, aware that children of this age could hardly keep their hands to themselves. It was a hard-won endeavor to cultivate the flowers. Adjusting his light pink checkered shirt jacket, Chu Feng turned to glance at the entrance. At last, he spotted Wen Xiaoyan descending the stairs. "Did you give it to them?" Chu Feng inquired, unable to resist glancing towards the second floor. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure by the window. It must have been Shun Qinglin, as he had worn a white t-shirt the previous night, while Yi Tanqing was clad in a black satin nightgown. When Xiaoyan nodded, "Yes, I provided toiletries and clothing. Let us head to the classroom." Shun Qinglin mentioned he intends to catch up on sleep this morning and will not attend class. "Oh," said Chu Feng, following Wen Xiaoyan toward the academic building. After a brief pause, he asked, "What about breakfast?" "Breakfast was also given," replied Wen Xiaoyan, observing Chu Feng's drowsy demeanor with some confusion. "What? Can I sneak around the hallway to eat breakfast?" He had already taken it upstairs. It was certainly provided. Chu Feng opened his mouth, then closed it again. In truth, he wanted to inquire whether Yi Tanqing had eaten. Last night, Shun Qinglin had mentioned that Yi Tanqing did not eat the meal he ordered. However, Yi Tanqing had not eaten yesterday, having suffered from a high fever and gone without food for an entire day, starving throughout the night. Now it was morning, and if Yi Tanqing hadn't eaten, he would remain hungry for the entire morning. Never mind, never mind. Chu Feng exhaled a sigh under the overcast sky. Why should he concern himself with Yi Tanqing? They were not in a relationship. Besides, could a normal person truly starve to death? Yet Yi Tanqing was not a typical person. He hid away when ill, and during normal times, he only cooked plain noodles in the dormitory. Chu Feng had seldom